It's
You're a cool hill man.
the Greg Hill Show.
We're up and at it, Greg. Don't worry about that.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring the biggest foodie on the planet,
To me, food is the most important thing. White bread is succulent.
Greg Hill.
I did identify one of the texters, and the JB is trippin' text was from Bob Cousy.
Featuring the parlay playboy himself,
This tickles my fanny. Does that math make math? I did not know that.
Wiggy.
What's his nickname? The Greek Freak.
Yeah.
He's a freak for a reason.
Joined by Boston's #1 linguist,
Criminal mischief and arson
have become this kind of tangent.
Pete Buttigieg.
Courtney Cox.
Did you like meeting one of the worms?
I love both the
Oh,
worms.
you met both of them?
Yes.
You
I
met
love them both.
Yeah,
It was the first time in my life that I was ever at a party where someone said, I'm the other worm.
And accompanied by two big brains behind the glass.
Don't put salmonella with your yams.
I'm on Shime Island.
Talk to me, Daddy.
You are both morons.
Curtis and Shime.
A guy came up to me at the road show and he's like, I'd love to sit down and debate climate change. I said, I'd rather you kick me in the nuts.
Now,
Let's get down to business.
it's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbors.
On Boston Sports Original,
WEEI. It's on my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Show. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
It's go, 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 go time.
Let the games begin.
Let's go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everyone?
Good morning.
What up? What up? What's popping?
Another beauty of a day.
Yes.
On the way. Beautiful out there. Was that, Wiggy, was that a 22-point lead that Cleveland blew last night?
Man, talk about choke city. Man, LeBron is going to have to get back to Cleveland real quick and get James Harden out of there, man.
Are you rooting for the Cavs? Or
I
the
am
Knicks?
rooting for the Cavs.
Okay,
I can't stand the Knicks fans. Oh, I cannot stand them.
I can't stand the Knicks fans, but I do love Jaylen Brunson.
I do like, yeah, I'll agree with you.
He's such a monster.
Yeah.
And he has that thing about him that is that athlete that looks like if you ran into them on the street, you'd be like, you kind of look like a normal guy, you know? And I feel like that endears him to
Right.
people.
And you also get a vibe that he's not running around. I'm not speaking about anybody specifically, but after a loss, he's not running around blaming the refs or blaming anybody else.
After the win, the lady asked him, I forget who the black lady is for ESPN, I forget what her name is. She asked him, like, you know, how did you do this? And he was kind of in shock, but he was like, you know, I got to give credit to Cleveland. They're a good basketball team. He was like, we just kind of, I don't even know what we did, but we just made shots and we kept chugging away at it. And I do, like I said, I like Jaylen Brunson, but if I got to see Timothy Charlemagne's draws because he's sagging courtside, hugging everybody.
I don't mind seeing Lenny Kravitz there. I saw Lenny Kravitz courtside last
Yes,
night.
but I would want to sit next to Lenny Kravitz based on what people say out there, the streets when they whisper about Lenny Kravitz's body odor.
Oh, I haven't heard it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
he
he's probably.
smells?
I think he's one of the stinkier people in the music biz.
He may be a natural deodorant person.
Could be.
because of the damage to the environment.
What a
Chris.
horrible reputation.
Yeah,
Is that widely known, or
that
is
is widely known.
That's something that's been whispered to
No,
you?
that is widely known in the
That he
music biz.
stinks?
What's your is your source Black Twitter on this? What is
all
your
you got to
source?
do is go to Black
Is
Twitter.
that what it is?
My
Okay.
login doesn't work.
I'm telling you. And it's coming from people who are in the music business that just say his name.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think it might have been T-Pain was one of them.
T-Pain says Lenny
Yes.
Kravitz smells?
Oh yeah, the T-Pain or Akon.
It was Akon, I thought.
Yeah, what?
It was definitely Akon.
But yeah, they're like, I mean, he looks the part. I think he's like 60.
He's ripped. Is that a
Right?
recent photo?
Okay.
That's a glam part right there.
Once again, Wiggy right. According to Google AI, Rumor and commentary about Lenny Kravitz's body odor stem from an episode of the show We Play Spades, where Nick Cannon,
that's who it was.
right, Nick Cannon, who's Father's Day is a wonder, teased that the rock legend's earthy, natural lifestyle, Greg, right again, which includes a minimalist plant-based routine, comes with a musty scent.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Organic hygiene, living an eco-conscious life.
Yeah.
He's on a one-man campaign to save the ozone layer.
That is
and
it.
The rest of us, unfortunately, have to deal with the odor.
How do you think he gets from tour spot to tour spot?
Yeah, you can't wear natural deodorant and leather at the same time.
Right.
It's not going to work.
That's called catching ants.
And I don't
missing
think you
elephant.
can wear the natural smells when you're viewed as a sex symbol. I don't think that can be you.
I mean,
You can't be the naturally smelling guy because, say, for the environment, and ladies are like, oh, he's so fine, and then they get close to him, they're like, ooh. Those things don't add up.
I think back in the 70s, patchouli oil was big, and I think the ladies like that.
Well, I mean, it's 2026. I don't know about patchouli oil. I mean, at least get you some, some earthy cocoa butter or something. But I think the ladies, Mego, and I would ask you, being a lady, like, I think they find Lenny Kravitz to be good looking. Could you get past the odor? Because I couldn't do it for like Halle Berry.
Hell no. It's like repulsive, right?
Yeah.
No body odor? Mm-mm.
No matter how good you look.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I'm with you on Chalamet, and I have had it with Ben Stiller. Like, he is obnoxious. But
if Cleveland can't figure it out, when we're gonna get, and I agree with Mego, it'd probably be much better if you see the Knicks in the NBA Finals, and I bet the NBA wants that rather than the Cleveland Cavaliers. But if they can't figure it out, if you blow a 22-point lead in the fourth quarter with 7.5 minutes to go,
when you watch this series, or you've watched the Knicks, or you've watched Cleveland, does it make you feel like the Celtics are farther away than you thought they were during the regular season?
No, I actually had a different feeling watching this game compared to watching the game the night before from the Western Conference. Because when you watch that Western Conference game, you're like, damn, that game is fast and everybody is so good, and how do you stop Wemby? With last night, when you watch the collapse from Cleveland, you're like, this feels like anybody's game. And that's kind of the difference between the Eastern and Western conferences right now. You feel like there's opportunity in the East for Boston. They just clearly need to change something. But then once you get to the finals, I don't know what you do against those Western Conference teams.
You know what's interesting? Because I was watching this game last night, and my boys and I were talking about it. Like, I think Cleveland and or New York would be a good matchup against San Antonio, because both teams have two bigs that can be physical with Wembanyama, right? Whether it's Karl Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson for the Knicks, or Evan Mobley and Jared Allen for Cleveland. They have two, 7-footers, and not, Wemby's a monster, but you could be a little bit more physical. When you look at Oklahoma City, other than Chet Holmgren, who really, that's not what he does. Like, I think that's where and maybe Hartenstein gives you a little bit of something, but I could see maybe it being a decent matchup for them. But the one thing I was thinking was,
what if the Celtics signed Lenny Kravitz, put him in the paint, and he just stunk?
Well,
People don't want to go in it.
I don't think, but no one goes in the paint anyway.
Nobody would want to cover him.
Then again, I'm sure Wemby's from France. They have horrible body odor.
That is true.
But what I was really thinking about is, like, all right, Donovan Mitchell got to get out of Cleveland. Because this is year 4 or 5 in the Donovan Mitchell Cleveland Cavaliers project.
Yeah.
And if they lose this series,
unless LeBron James goes home for one more run at it, back to Cleveland,
right, which would be a good thing. But oh man, I can't remember if it was Jones and Keefe or if it was Rich, Ken, and Ted. I heard talking about this. Him going back to Cleveland, it might have been Rich, where he was like, it's not better in his legacy because he's already won there.
I disagree.
Oh, you think so?
Because it's his hometown, and that first title, well, the only title that he got with them, was such a big deal. it made LeBron haters be like, okay, that's cool. He finally won one for Cleveland. If he went back and they were actual, I mean, right now they look like they could be contenders. If they were actual contenders, I think that's a bigger deal than going to like
New York.
New York. Yeah, I do.
Really?
I do. I
Because
think it's a bigger deal because it's like his hometown.
Rich's point was like Mannix was talking about. It's either Cleveland or the Lakers. That's what he said, and it's like, well, that
Did you have two more dissimilar places?
right?
Like,
and,
But it also, in my mind, makes him seem less douchey if he's willing to go back to Cleveland.
That's what I'm saying. I think it
like,
endears him to
yeah,
people.
but I think he has to have that. Like, he has to sort of feign interest even if he's not really wanting to go there.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't even evaluate a team that could clearly benefit from his services, then it kind of looks bad.
But it's the Eastern Conference, right? We would agree if he really wants a legitimate chance of winning, it would be whether that's a team like Boston, that's a team like Cleveland. It would really be, or even a team like the Knicks, it would be like the Eastern Conference. I don't know. I feel like if you went to the Knicks, or if for some reason we were able to get here in Boston and he wins a championship with another organization, I mean, that adds to his legacy. What's that, 5 championships on 4 different teams?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
don't.
Well, Knicks with a win. You can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. The Red Sox offense rose like a phoenix from the ashes last night, Curtis.
Yeah. Look out. 7-1, 19-8 now in games where they score at least 3 runs.
I mean, it is.
That's very pedestrian.
Right. I love Jones, and he is all in on Bresbot. And, if you want to defend the decision to fire Cora, you can cite that this team has been decimated with either guys that won't play or guys that can't play, whether it's if you said you're going to lose Cora, Roman Anthony, and Crochet, and you'd be playing better than you were before, like, I guess they made the right decision. I don't know.
That's the glasses half full part of it is you have to be able, you should get Crochet back in a week or two, right? And
in
you
September, maybe get Roman Anthony.
You should get Roman Anthony back soon. And so, but the problem is they had 15 hits last night, and that's I think only the second time this season that they have scored a legitimate amount of runs. I mean, they are anemic when it comes to offense.
And the Royals suck. Like, they're bad.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
No, they are bad when it comes to offense. But Boss Man said this yesterday what's his Cooper, what's the guy?
Cooper Boardman?
Boardman said that.
Boardman?
How many people are we going to cite?
Because I was listening to it driving, and I didn't realize that the Red Sox have like one of the best rotations in the month of May. I was like, I didn't realize when it comes to ERA.
That makes sense.
They may.
Yeah.
I mean, think of even like Ranger Suarez. He has been having strong outings. His is like 1 point. What, Curtis? Like 1.7 or something.
Yes.
Well, so
Something
if you
like
can keep games, if you can keep teams to only scoring 2 or 3 runs.
He's like, I saw Terp. I followed Terp on Signal, and he sent me a message about how he feels about the Red
I was with
Sox.
Hegseth on Discord.
Well, I mean, I can't dive into everybody on X and their baseball stats.
I understand
You're
that.
the one citing them, though.
No, because I was
He
listening
just
to
listens
it.
to everything.
What I was
He
listening
listens to
to it.
everything.
Yes, he does. All right.
In between Drake's new Iceman album.
Oh, boy.
What do you think
good?
of that? I think it sucks.
Yeah, it's more of him
It's
like,
really bad.
Drake is, I think, more for the ladies.
Yeah,
Okay,
how,
I'm
how
a
does he
lady.
smell? Do we know how Drake smells?
I don't know how. I better than Lenny Kravitz.
Wait, did Drake did Drake have some sort of rhyme that was spit in the direction of Jaylen Brown or something? Did I see that?
Oh, that
or
was,
was I dreaming that?
I don't know. You might have been dreaming that.
I think it was Cooper Boardman.
He went after LeBron. That he definitely did.
I had another one of those dreams, by the way, where I have some sort of violent physical reaction, and Lindsay is infuriated by it. So somehow I opened the door to some random room, and an absolute mad rabid dog came out.
Oh, man.
So, as one would do, I was kicking at the rabid dog.
What you should do.
In the dream. But apparently, I was actually physically kicking Bullet off of the bed and then kicking at the M's. And so and of course, if you look that up on WebMD, it says that you're about to get Parkinson's or something.
Well,
So
about.
I mean, do people? Have you had a dream where you're actually physical in the dream?
This is a problem in my relationship as well.
Okay.
Because apparently I flop around in bed and I kick and I like. My husband describes it as like I'm having an exorcism. Like I rise out of the bed
Oh, wow.
and like
Okay.
flop like a fish.
And it's movements from your dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we all do that.
Okay. All right. Good. So it's nothing to be alarmed about.
No.
That's all of us.
Safe to say.
Given
All
your
right.
height to weight ratio.
Well, there is something to be alarmed about, which we will get to this morning, and that is some bad news from science about the body type, which is now preferred by women.
Okay.
So we will get to that this morning. We are going to get to our leads this morning in about 10 minutes. They said it at 7:20. That includes what Chad Tracy said about the rebirth of Jaylen Brown last night. Will probably also include what Bill Belichick said about Tom Brady's decision to leave all of us behind and to go to Tampa, and the news with Mego at 8, Hill Notes at 9:20. But to get us started, speaking of Mego, here she is with what is trending right now.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. They won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. The Red Sox are in the win column for the second day in a row. They took down the Kansas City Royals 7-1 last night. They held on to a narrow lead for most of the game until Jaylen Brown smashed a 3-run homer in the top of the ninth. Starter Ranger Suarez made it through 4 1/3, but had some command issues. It took him 81 pitches to get there. They'll go for the sweep at 7:40 tonight. Pregame starts at 6:40 here on the Shaw's Star Market Red Sox Radio Network. In the NBA Eastern Conference Finals, the Knicks staged a wild comeback against the Cleveland Cavaliers to win 115-104 in overtime. New York was down by 22 with about 8 minutes left in regulation. Guard Jaylen Brown led them to a 44-11 run to finish the game. He had a total of 38 points. Elsewhere in the NBA, the Dallas Mavericks fired Jason Kidd after 5 seasons with the team. The Mavs announced a mutual parting of ways less than 2 years after the Celtics defeated Dallas in the NBA Finals. He had 4 years left on a $40 million contract. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Megan Ottolini. That's what's trending.
I know it's the Royals, Curtis, but the Red Sox might be pulling me right back in.
They're in it.
Right back in. It's because the rest of the AL is so bad, but that's okay, I think.
If I were commissioner, I would say the Red Sox only play the Royals the rest of the way.
But you reminded me, start of the show, you get Garrett Crochet back sooner than later. Hopefully the Roman Empire is able to recover, and who knows what can happen. It's a long season.
Don't let us win today.
Right. Well, if they could just hit the baseball and advance runners the way they did last night, then things will be A-okay. Things will be all right.
Just a reminder, their record against the Rays and the Yankees is what?
It's
very bad. I don't think they beat the Yankees. They got swept.
Yeah, they probably won't catch. They won't catch a division.
They're 11.5 games out of first place, and it's not even Memorial
they
Day.
won't.
And we're saying, ooh, they're in it.
Well, they won't. They can't win the division, and I don't think they'll catch the Yankees or the Rays.
Yeah.
But they're in a position close enough where they can get the second or third wild card spot.
It's really hard to be 11.5 games out of first place before Memorial Day. So congrats.
Wait till Bresbot pulls off a blockbuster next couple.
That we
of
gonna
days.
need to do.
I mean,
you're gonna have to get another bat in here.
Just get a bat here,
right?
And things are looking on the come up.
Well, yeah.
Where was the closest blockbuster to you in Stowe?
Well, we had it was like an independent video store, Stowe video store.
Yeah.
So
with the dirty section in the back.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
my
gotta be
hometown had
18.
one of those. Had swinging doors like you were going into a saloon.
Yeah, that or like a curtain that you had to slide.
So creepy.
I don't believe that we had any kind of, as you called it, a dirty section in the back.
You didn't?
Yeah, of course you had a porn section.
I don't think not in Stowe.
No?
No,
Okay.
Stowe's like 5,000 people, bucolic. Like there was there's no pornography.
My town was like 800 people, and we had the saloon doors to the porn section.
Everybody had one back then.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Trying to see if you can sneak a peek when them saloon doors opens up, catch a peek at one of the boxes.
Well, we had to drive to Boston for that.
All
Like
right.
when I was a young child and my relatives would come visit, we would drive into the city because they were from Virginia. And I remember driving by the combat zone and trying to catch a peek at the naked eye or something like that. But it was noon, so I don't think they had day shifters.
Right.
Back in those days, I don't think there were day shifters.
But you said your dad had all those dirty magazines under the sink.
My mom said those were left there by the previous owners. Of the house.
Right. It was another tenant.
Those were not my father's. This is Ray from Hollins. Is that it? Where's Hollins, Ray?
It's right next to Sturbridge, Greg.
Oh, excellent. What's going on?
So, sorry, my GPS. So I can totally sympathize. I've had that same experience having dreams at night where I don't know whether I watched something or ate something, but the fight or flight thing.
Yeah.
And I'll start punching and kicking, and I've kicked my girlfriend numerous times. Only she'll turn around and just give me a backhand like you would not believe in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I don't know. I do not look it up on WebMD because it basically it says you're gonna suffer a horrible fate if you have dreams in which you are physically active. But it's only happened twice.
Oh, that's it.
When was the last time? It was like a year ago or something.
Oh, well, that's it.
I think it was. It seems like a year ago.
I mean, my guess is Linz was more mad that you kicked Bullet.
Oh yeah, no, she was very upset. She rushed right to Bullet's aid. She could care less about me.
Does Bullet sleep in the bed every night?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Loves cuddles.
Yeah.
It's protection.
The man is. You can give Bullet full bear hug and he embraces it. Some dogs squirm and try. Not the Bullet man. The guy absolutely loves hugs. He loves to run up with a shoe in his mouth, drop it, and give you a full lick across the face, Wiggy.
There you go.
Which is your favorite thing?
No. Greg's one of those dog in bed sleepers. It's a whole nother conversation.
Oh, I know. We had it with you before. Like,
no.
Why? Do you not allow Killington in the bed?
I would love for her to. She just doesn't want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's like, not for me.
Yeah.
She only gets up there when she wants something from us.
I like, and Bullet does that thing that dogs do, which I guess is centering themselves somehow when it comes to the planetary pull or something, where Bullet will get on the bed and then turn around 3 times until he finds the perfect
spot
to center himself, and then he will sleep back to back with me because he is protecting the pack, and I am a member. I'm a member of his pack. And so that's what the dog whisperer says he is doing, Curtis.
It is amazing how much you need in terms of emotional compliments. It's so funny. It's like, it's not enough that you have everything. It's like, no, and Lindsay's dog views me as a member of the pack. I'm a foxhole guy.
He does.
I will say the other day James was interested in playing fetch with the dog, and it was like he's all into dogs now. So
yeah.
I don't know.
Get ready.
Got to work on the throwing motion, though. I saw that video on Instagram.
But I'm trying to get him into a lefty.
He looked like Shime trying to throw a football.
He's 3.
Yeah, well, you better.
Who had a better throw?
Curtis, no offense, he doesn't look like a natural. Like I honestly, maybe like computer software or in the analytical department, maybe.
Not all of us can be an Adonis like Greg Hill.
Well, keep that ball in his left hand if you want to be a left-handed horse.
I want to retire.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning and hello. If you happen to be watching the show today on Twitch or on YouTube, where it is brought to you by Springer's Jewelers. They are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and for over a century, they have been New England's most trusted destination for diamonds and timepieces, beautiful fine watches. So go see them at Springer's, and let's get to today's leads.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for the lead.
I got your picture, I'm coming with you. Dear Maria, count me in. There's a story at the bottom of this bottle, and I'm the pen.
Tom, I don't know if I know that band. It sounds like maybe Blink-182. Is that right?
It is not. It is all-time low.
What?
All-time low.
All-time low. I don't believe I know the band. Mego, do you know the band? I'm sure you know the band.
I do, but that was like a little bit more my era of like pop punk emo stuff.
Okay. All right. Well, what's the name of the song, Tom?
Dear Maria, count me in.
Okay. Leads are brought to you this morning by Subaru. Let love bloom in a 2026 Subaru. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Shime is off on his honeymoon in Hawaii. I saw a couple stories, but I've yet to see anything like a luau. Or has anybody seen anything on Instagram when it comes to?
I think he played golf.
Oh, I did see that. He posted the scorecard prior to playing.
Does his wife play golf?
I don't know.
I'm not
I know
sure.
she was like a great hockey player, so I imagine she'd be good at it. But I don't know about golf on the honeymoon.
Okay. Oh, you think he went solo
That's
golf?
what I'm asking.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh boy. Yeah.
By himself?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If he went to go play solo golf on the honeymoon,
You'd have a problem with that?
I'd have a much bigger problem with that than the Super Bowl on Valentine's Day.
Really?
That's your honeymoon.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's only supposed to be couples activities when you're
Well-
on like it's your first time together as a married couple.
Golf? How long do 9 holes take? Let's say he just
Couple
played
hours,
9.
2 hours. For him, probably 4 hours. But it should be-
Okay.
Right.
should
yeah,
be 2.5.
I would have an issue with that.
Right. It's
I
one
don't
thing-
care if you're in Hawaii.
It's one thing if she goes to the spa for like 60 minutes and you're just chilling in the room on your honeymoon. But if
Well,
you're like bouncing off for 2.5 hours and she's like, all right, we're on our honeymoon. Where you at, babe?
They should be getting the couples massage. Should
Oh,
they?
what I would be thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm with Mego. They, should be doing couples golf if they are going on a golfing or if they're going kayaking or dirt biking or whatever, 4-wheeling. They should be doing that as a group. But who the hell knows?
Yeah. All right. Did I mention Subaru?
Yes.
Okay. Your lead this morning, Tom?
So big win for this Red Sox yesterday, but I still have an issue with them because why isn't Marcelo Meyer playing shortstop? I don't understand the logic behind it. You have an opening at shortstop with Trevor Story out. It's his natural position. He's going to be the future shortstop, hopefully long term. Why are we you make a big deal of him practicing at shortstop, play him at shortstop, and stop with this. There's a lefty in the game. He's not going to play.
I have heard some suggest that they're waiting to see if Trevor Story is going to require surgery.
Even then, though,
For the sports hernia.
Do you think Trevor Story behind the scenes has said, "Don't let him take my position"?
Quite possible.
I mean, what a team player! What a leader!
I mean, that's
He's offering so much right now.
I mean, that's his natural position. That Alex Cora said as much. I don't think it was this year, but I think it was last year. So I don't get it either.
You're right.
Like,
We could ask the bot that because if you had to put a number on it, what's the percentage that Trevor Story's back next season?
Like what? I don't know, 25%?
I would even
if
think
you can't move him?
I would even think less than that. I would probably say
honestly, who wants him?
I think they'll end up trading him maybe just because Bresbot wants to get maybe some of those core leftover guys out of here. So if there's a really good chance that you're not going to have him back next year because you're going to try to move him, whether it's at the deadline or in the offseason, wouldn't you be kind of making the transition with Meyer to shortstop, especially now when Story's dealing with an injury? Because I think he's gone after the season. In my opinion, I think that they want to move on, and I'm with real life Tom on this one. Why wouldn't you be now moving Meyer there?
Okay, great question, Tom. Thank you, Curtis. Good morning.
So the beef with Stephen A. has moved to Nick Wright. And yesterday he posted a video where he said, quote, "There's a lot of Stephen A. that I think is admirable and young people can learn from." Wait for it. But these last few years where he has convinced himself, it appears, that we, the commentariat, which I didn't.
What is this, Chris Gasper?
I know. There's did not know that word existed. We, the critics, we, the people who give opinions on the actual games, are equal stars and of equal importance to the people who are playing the actual games is delusional. And I thought he made a bunch of good points. However, if you were to walk through the O'Hare Airport and you had Stephen A. and Jaylen Brown, I believe more people would recognize Stephen A. And what Stephen A. has built, initially with Skip Bayless, is the entire genre of debate TV in which Nick Wright earns a living. He was trailblazing in many ways, both as an African-American columnist in major cities, then as an African-American pontificator on TV. And I do believe that he has a massive ego. Of course, Stephen A. Smith has a massive ego. But in this case, the main point that I have had is that Jaylen Brown is only making Stephen A. bigger. In all of these videos, remove whatever you think he meant. Tara Sullivan actually has a pretty good column on this of the Globe today where she says when Jaylen Brown is talking about it being his favorite season, she truly believes it's because of people like Stephen A. Smith that said he couldn't do it. That it was more the doubters than Tatum. And I don't know if I believe that 100%, but it was very well articulated that may have been what he was intending to say and why he was so angry by how people like myself and Stephen A. and you and everybody else took it.
I would say do what? Have a great regular season? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Right. But anyway, I just think, like, if your goal is to shut up Stephen A. Smith, then I wouldn't talk about him constantly.
Do you think his goal is actually to shut up Stephen A. Smith, or do you think that it's possible Jaylen Brown really enjoys this feud?
I think that if he enjoys the feud, then he should stop acting like a victim about what they're saying.
Yeah, I don't see any indications that Jaylen feels like this is bad for him. If anything, it's bringing more attention to what's kind of like a side hustle or passion project, which is his live streaming.
Yeah. But he said he wants him to shut up and get fired.
I know, but I feel like he's saying that to kind of provoke him.
He didn't say fired. We got to stop that. He said...
Well, by saying shut up and stop, using your platform this way.
No, he said, I'll stop when you retire or you quit. Like, you didn't say when you get fired. Like, there's a difference.
So that's a quid pro quo. I'll stop if you stop.
Yeah, but that's a massive difference. Like, what Brad Marchand said about Rich Keefe was like, he should be fired. What Jaylen Brown is saying, all right, I'll stop this when you stop doing what you're doing, whether you retire or you quit. Like, there's a difference when you say...
Yeah, but that was a pivot by Jaylen Brown because he was trying to put it in the form of Stephen A. Smith saying he shouldn't be on Twitch, which Stephen A. Smith, I don't think, was saying. He was saying, don't go to Twitch less than 24 hours after a massive choke job and start whining about the refs and Joel Embiid flopping.
And I love how Wiggy goes like parsing through words
it's
about not wanting
parsing
him
through
fired.
Words. It's what he said.
No,
it's exactly what he said.
Okay, so
stop using words that he never said.
Okay, so what?
There's a major difference when you say, oh, he wants him to get fired, and he never said that.
My turn. When you say that Stephen A. Smith is insinuating that he wants him to, quote, shut up and dribble, that insinuates he's talking about social issues. That is the only reason shut up and dribble
exists. Insinuate social issues.
Of course it does.
You took
the
it that way.
birthplace of shut up and dribble is what?
What do you mean
what was the origin of shut up and dribble?
Yeah, I know a birthplace is. All right, so how about this? If it's not shut up and dribble, basically stay in your lane.
Well, I don't think LeVar Ball needs to get dragged into this.
No, but the point had nothing to do with social issues. It's just he's like, hey, you need to stop talking.
Wiggy, you said, and I'm not. This is not. I don't know. It's your experience that Black Twitter views Stephen A. as a guy that attacks people that are not people that fall in line, and
he attacks black athletes, whether they're male or female.
Right, and so what I think Stephen A.
That's the fact.
Right, and what I think Stephen A. was saying, while I don't think he's the right messenger, given their back and forth in the past, was a reality that Jaylen Brown was doing himself no favors.
And I listen. I agree with what the Stephen A. Smith, like, okay, to what Greg said it. You just lost 3-1, being up 3-1 in the series. You just lost this. Hey, you might want to take a different approach, but there's a way to say that. If you want to go and say, Jaylen, listen, if you're going to talk, how do you go on your platform after blowing a 3-1 lead?
Yeah.
Like, if you say those things.
But he could go on the platform and say, listen, I really enjoyed the regular season. Right. Unfortunately, we blew it. We choked.
Right. That's
it's embarrassing. It's not what the storied franchise does.
Right.
It's that, like, he could do that.
You and I agree on that.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to rain on his favorite season parade, but in hindsight, wasn't that whole thing a bit of fool's gold, to borrow Cam Newton's term? Because they were 3-11 in the regular season against the good teams.
Brad Stevens feels that way. He cited that at his press conference at the end of the year.
Like, when you're bragging about that, it's really, in hindsight, I don't know that it's something to really brag about. We all got caught up in it and excited about it.
Right.
You had them, the best team in the conference.
Yep.
So I don't know.
And I think the difference, to Curtis's point, between what you heard from Jaylen post game and then doubling down 24 hours later on his stream, and Brad Stevens in his end of the season press conference, like Stevens was pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
He was very unhappy and called that out, that exact stat, and said, like, the regular season, we were looking at the teams we were playing who were playing for draft position, who were tanking during the regular season. That's not what it's about.
Yeah. All right. Good lead, Curtis. Thank you very much. A lead from Mego coming up. Topic, the theme of your lead as a tease?
I got some people a little bit upset talking about the weirdness of high school wrestlers.
Oh, okay.
A couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
One of them is infiltrating Boston sports in a big way.
Okay. We'll get to that coming up next.
Jones and Key.
number 2. Tomorrow night, we will be at the Trading Post Lounge in Bourne with Miller Lite for pregame. Mego's first time at Trading Post Lounge. I think you're going to love the pizza.
I'm really excited. Also, I feel like because I told you I might go have a drink or two and watch basketball tonight, and you were like, Thursday's going to be something.
I said maybe you ought to save it. You
so
ought to save it for Thursday.
I'm now reconsidering. I might just have to hydrate tonight.
The Cape people show up. I mean, listen.
They drink.
Everywhere we go, I was blown away by how many of you came out to kick off Roadshow season in the Northborough, Shrewsbury area, as they say out there. But Cape people will show up tomorrow night, so just be ready for it.
Okay. I'll do everything I can to stay nimble and hydrated.
Yeah, so we'll see you at Trading Post Lounge tomorrow, and then on Friday morning, Roadshow number 2 at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth. And no offense, Curtis, but I got a DM from the guy who is the manager of the Clam that does the weather forecast.
Oh, I love that guy.
Yeah. So I think the Clam...
He's the biggest celebrity I have on my phone.
I think the Clam is going to be there on Friday to predict the weather for the rest of Memorial Day weekend. So,
well, good luck. Go hog it up.
Road shows are brought to you this season by Absolute Tabasco. The hottest drop of the year is here by Catches Law Group, your attorney, your neighbor since 1986. By Cambridge Mobile Telematics, making the world's roads and drivers safer. By Land Rover of Norwood, the Defender is the official vehicle of the road show and may replace at some point the Red Turtle. If I'm cheap, so I don't know, but I'm thinking about it. Also brought to you by Barton and Gray Mariners Club, outfitting the best experiences on the water, and by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Mego, your lead this morning.
Okay, my lead comes from a story that's out by a very handsome writer locally. His name is not Chris Basin, but rhymes with that. I bring this up not because I just want to cast light on this story, but because
you always are pimping out your husband's stories.
Right.
That's fine. It's fine with me. You're a ride or die. I appreciate that.
Okay. Well, thank you. But this is really about me being right. Because do you guys remember a couple weeks ago, I had a throwaway comment that people called in so upset about because I said high school wrestlers are weird.
Yeah.
they're a little tapped.
Wrestlers in general, I think you said.
Well, you go on, maybe you're good enough to be a college wrestler. I'm not talking about WWE. I'm talking about the Olympic level wrestling.
Right.
So the Patriots' second round pick is this kid, Gabe Akis. And if you remember, this is the guy who, during the draft, there was some speculation about, okay, this is the player who Mike Vrabel really fell in love with in the draft because he's wearing Vrabel's number 50. He's hopefully going to provide some pass rush for you. Mm-hmm. So some details, because he was a 2-time state champion wrestler in Florida. Mm-hmm. I want to give you these details and remind you, this happened, I'm going to say, at most 7 years ago. This is not from, the 1980s, 1970s in this high school. First of all, most coaches are teachers, right?
Right.
They're your history teacher, and they're also your wrestling coach. His coach was a SWAT officer.
Okay.
So here's some quotes from the story. At the hours-long practices, the thermostat and 80s rock and roll were both turned up, and marathon battles commenced. The coach said it was literally like the cast of Predator 1.
All right.
What is Predator?
Oh, man, that Predator 1's a great movie.
What is Predator?
Is that like an alien movie?
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Get to the chopper.
Okay. Once practice began, there
that
was
might be your best impersonation, Wiggs. I love that.
Please don't encourage him.
Oh,
Please,
I love that.
Curtis.
No, that was a good Schwarzenegger.
It's a thank you. I appreciate that. Hasta la vista, baby.
Okay.
It's not a puma.
Man, I can't believe you haven't seen Predator. Wow.
Once practice began, there was no quitting. Wrestlers would break teeth and quietly hide the busted shards in their backpacks so they could keep going. This was the arena Akis was forged in. His coach said, quote, "It was just toxic, masculine, kill or be killed." It was incredible. Akis also, when he was at Illinois as a freshman, he knocked out a quarterback cold by accident and didn't get a flag for it. So that's the kind of guy. Tell me that high school wrestlers are not tapped when you are breaking your teeth and hiding pieces of your teeth at 16 years old in your backpack.
Yeah, well, listen.
What other sport?
We got a guy who's pretty tough around here who broke his teeth or broke a tooth at one point.
Yep. That's me.
You got that fixed, though, right?
Well, I'm in the process. I have had more dental appointments than Greg because I had years and years of not taking care of my teeth, too. So
it's the worst.
Every time I'm like, James, brush your effing teeth. You don't want to go have a 2-hour surgery with an extraction. It's not fun. So,
all right. So you believe that this is a guy that Mike Vrabel loves.
Yes, and I do think that this mentality will translate over to what they need on defense, which is somebody who is just a little bit of a psychopath. Like Milton Williams is awesome, right? He might be your second best defensive player behind Christian Gonzalez. Christian Gonzalez, also awesome. I'm not sure that any of those...
Attitude-wise, I love Spillane.
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys have great attitudes, but I think you need somebody out there who brings, like, violence. Right? And I think this might be the guy. Though I haven't seen Predator, so I don't know what
great
that
lead.
reference is.
A great lead, but the fact that you didn't see Predator, I completely lost it after that. I mean, it's such a great movie.
Have you seen Terminator?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right.
I've seen Terminator 1 and 2.
Okay. All right. We'll see. There you go. Did you think Tom Brady on the runway looked like the Terminator?
He did.
Yeah. Some people are making that comparison.
Oh, he needed sunglasses, Holly, and a shotgun, and he would have been fine.
All right. Speaking of Tom Brady, coming up during They Said It in about 20 minutes, what Bill Belichick said about Tom Brady's decision to leave, which was very interesting, and the rest of today's leads are coming up next.
You're listening.
Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to hell and back just to find peace. Man, I thought I had everything, I was lonely. Now you're my everything, I was lonely.
The offensive juggernaut that is the Boston Red Sox delivered 7 runs and a win last night, and so they will go for the sweep tonight. 7:40 first pitch, Mego, on the
Yes.
Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
That is correct.
Okay.
Imagine what we will have to say if Jaron Duran totally turns this around.
We'll say goodbye on the 31st of July.
Yeah. Perfect opportunity to trade him.
Yeah, well, maybe he's over the slump. Maybe whatever was bothering him has gone away, and he's going to be a different guy going forward.
All right.
And
Maybe he can rejoin Instagram after calling someone else a clown.
maybe he can. So you can talk about that all morning long and all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. Tomorrow, before we head off to the Cape and Roadshow number 2, Red Sox front office report, Sam Kennedy will join us tomorrow morning at 9 on this show. This is Dan, the bread man. Hello, Dan.
How you doing?
What's up?
So I'm just surprised that Wiggy didn't get one of the best handshakes in movie history in that Predator cast.
Oh,
I know exactly what he's talking about. Carl Weathers.
Carl Weathers.
Yes.
That's the one. Uh-huh.
Mego doesn't know because she's never seen any of the Predator films.
Right.
There was a new one recently. Am I correct
Yes,
about that?
Predator Badlands. I feel like this is and I was telling Mego this off air, this is the Predator franchise, 87 or 88 when it came out, is still putting out Predator movies till this day that are very successful. It's similar to what you see with the Rocky franchise. The only difference is Schwarzenegger was only in the first one, but they are potentially bringing him back.
But there hasn't been a new Rocky film in quite some time.
I mean, there was Creed a couple of years ago.
That was a couple of years ago?
Yeah, like Creed 3 maybe?
Really?
Yeah, let me
No, it
double.
seems like it
Still
was
making
longer,
the Creed
longer
movies.
to me.
Let's see.
I don't know. Like the 80s action movies, they don't translate for me. They feel so dated, and I'm sorry. I know. I'm not trying to offend.
Mm-hmm.
Wiggy is asking me if have I seen this? Have I seen that? I'm like, it just doesn't. It does. I feel like they don't totally hold up for people who didn't see them at that time.
2015,
What's that?
the latest Creed.
No, Creed 2023. Creed 3.
Oh, it says right here, 20.
No, Creed 3
Oh,
was-
it's only got 2 I. My
Yeah,
bad.
Creed 3. That was the one with Michael B. Jordan and Jonathan Majors. But yeah, they're still doing it. But Rocky, but Rocky. Sylvester Stallone wasn't in Creed 3, and Schwarzenegger was only in the original Predator. He hasn't been in any other ones, but he is supposed to be in the next one that they're going to be doing.
Great documentary I watched on Netflix called Crash. Anybody else watch it?
Yes.
What did you think
I
about
watch
it?
all those stupid documentaries.
I do too.
I felt like I kind of saw the writing on the wall early on with the girl. So the premise is that there is a tragic car accident,
All right.
a car crash, and they're trying to figure out, it's with a couple teenagers, and they're trying to figure out how this crash happened. And there's somebody in the crash. There's one survivor. It's very sad.
Oh, you're ruining it.
Yeah, it was a news story.
Oh, okay.
We talked about it on the show, and the woman, somebody gets charged with murder based on this car crash. So I highly recommend if you're into documentaries like Mego and I are. All right, we have leads left this morning. This one from Wiggy. Wiggy, hello.
Hello and good morning. So if you're getting an opportunity, we've talked about the Celtics and what they potentially could do, whether it's Giannis, it's all this other stuff of what potentially free agents, guys that they could potentially trade for, who they need. One of the biggest questions that we have is, they need a big man, somebody that can, help them in the paint, could be a little bit more of a guy on the offensive end of the floor as a big man. And so if you're not able to get Giannis, I'm going to throw a name out there for you people to watch because I think that this guy could be available. It won't cost you a lot. You could probably get him and, might not have to trade away a lot of pieces. And if LeBron potentially goes to Cleveland, this guy might be available. And it's Jared Allen from the Cleveland Cavaliers. If you kind of watch them, he plays. He's kind of maybe their fourth option. He averaged this year, I want to say he averaged 15 points, 9 rebounds this season. He's a big that can play inside. He's a big that would be perfect for, we've seen the Celtics love the pick and lob play there. And he's a guy that could be a good rim protector. He's a good big that can maybe help cater, learn, and develop him as, kind of that veteran leader. He's been in the league for a good amount of time. He's only 27 years old. But I think the Cleveland Cavaliers, they're going to ask themselves a question after this season if they're not able to get to the East Conference Finals, or even the NBA Finals. Do we have to, if we can't get LeBron, where are we going with this team? Because it's 4 years in a row with Donovan Mitchell that the expectations have been high, and they haven't lived up to those expectations. And what's next for this team? And they have some talent. And if you're a team like the Celtics, are they looking to maybe move on from some of the pieces that they had, whether it's Jared Allen or an Evan Mobley type of player?
Yeah, I would just think that if you're able to get LeBron James for the league minimum, which is what the whispers are about what he's willing to do, and you're the Cavaliers or you're whomever, you're not going to have to part with guys to make that happen.
No. You're just going to have to get him to be like, I'll take what, the whatever the number is. I heard them talking about $15 million. So if you get LeBron for $15 million and he's your third option, don't you think the Cavs would love him rather than James Harden?
Yeah, but do you think LeBron's actually going to take the veteran minimum?
No.
No.
Like, have we ever seen an athlete, especially at the end, a star athlete at the end of their career, say, at this point, I'm going to take less money?
No, and the veteran minimum.
What is it, like $3 million?
It's like $3 million. He won't get that. That's why I heard some people talking about he'll get, he might take around 15 or 20 million. Which he's opting out of.
Do we even think he's going to do that? Like, do we think he's going to leave that much money on the table?
He's opting out of $52 million. He has a player option this year for $52 million.
Can I just say he shouldn't? Why should he take less money?
No. But
Wiggy, but he could also I hear you that he's opting out of what he could have right now.
Right.
But he also maybe is doing that because he thinks he can get something comparable and go somewhere and actually win a ring again, right?
I don't know. I think that what he'll be able to do, because if we know LeBron James wants that farewell tour, and he says, you know what, I'm opting out of my $52 million player option, But here's what I'm doing to make up for that money. I'm doing a full-on documentary of my last season because we know he's in that business in the world of
What's
television.
stopping him from doing both? You know, being in LA,
right? But
taking the $52 million and then doing a documentary about his last dance as himself.
Because in LA, and you brought this point up, Mago, his chances of getting to an NBA Finals and winning one with the Lakers extremely low. Where if he goes to the East, he's got a better chance of getting to the NBA Finals and actually winning one more. So he's like, all right, I'll take less money. I do this documentary because I'm gonna make a ton of money. I have my own what's he have? His own production company. So he'll make all the money that he might be losing out from that player option. He'll make all that back. He goes somewhere and plays for $15-20 million.
Well, at this point in his career, what do you think is more important to him, money or winning another?
Winning.
You do?
Yeah, he's already a billionaire or close to being a billionaire. I think he might be he's really
So he wants to get closer when it comes to the Jordan discussion
That's it.
On rings.
It's the legacy that matters more than the money to him.
Jaylen Brown was paid more this season than LeBron has in any season in his career.
Yeah,
and he's the most
just
disrespected man in the world.
Yeah, that's just the timing of where the market is.
I would have thought that LeBron James would have been earning well over $50 million for years.
No. I think
How much money do you think the Lakers have made off of LeBron James?
Oh, a lot. I don't know what that number would be, but I'm willing to bet you it's a ton of money.
She was able to sell the team for $10 billion with him on it. So
right.
I mean, that's pretty good.
But yeah, I think it's more about legacy and that farewell tour because he's got enough money, and so it's where does he go to get one kick at the can? And if you stay in the Western Conference, it's extremely difficult unless you end up in OKC. Or San Antonio, he's not going to end up there.
I definitely agree with that point. I just, does anyone, I'm not trying to, beg the question here, but I'm sincerely asking, do we remember an athlete who said, I'm going to take 15% of what I could be making to go win at the end of my career? Who took such a pay cut? I can't think of any.
I mean, Greg's last deal.
I can't think of anyone just because I want to win again.
Curtis, hometown discount for WEEI.
You love it. Yeah. Only here. It's the place to be.
All right. Well, interesting lead. Thank you, Wiggy.
You got it, brother.
I can throw my lead into They Said It because my lead is about something that Bill Belichick talked about yesterday, which I don't believe he's spoken a lot about. So, and we will get to Bill and what he said about Tom Brady leaving and other things coming up during They Said It. But right now, Mego and what is trending this hour.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending brought to you by Collector's Collection of New England. The Red Sox are in the win column for the second day in a row. They took down the Kansas City Royals 7-1 last night. They held on to a narrow lead for most of the game until Jarren Duran smashed a 3-run homer in the top of the ninth. Starter Ranger Suarez made it through 4 1/3 but had some command issues. It took him 81 pitches to get there. Red Sox go for the sweep at 7:40 tonight. Pregame starts at 6:40 here on the Shaw's Star Market Red Sox Radio Network. Over in the NBA Eastern Conference Finals, the Knicks staged a wild comeback against the Cleveland Cavaliers to win 115-104 in overtime. New York was down by 22 with about 8 minutes left in regulation. Guard Jalen Brunson led a 44-11 run to finish the game. He had a total of 38 points. Elsewhere in the NBA, the Dallas Mavericks fired Jason Kidd after 5 seasons with the team. The Mavs announced a mutual parting of ways less than 2 years after the Celtics defeated Dallas in the NBA Finals. Kidd had 4 years left and a $40 million contract.
And Mego, you were right. I'm sorry. His player option for 52 was last year. That was so that you were right about that.
Yeah, I thought he was a true free agent.
Yeah, he is.
True free agent.
You were right.
Don't miss New England's premier gathering of collectors and dealers, the Collectors Convention of New England, May 22nd through 24th at the Wolf's Den Sports Complex in Pembroke, Massachusetts. Cards, collectibles, and more, all under one roof. Get details now at ccnewengland.com. I'm Megan Ottolini. That's what's trending.
What did you miss on Rich, Ken, and Ted?
I'm the guy who... I'm the
of an unfair shot fired at Lenny Kravitz by Wiggy earlier on the show when he suggested that he is the worst smelling celebrity in celebritydom. So I don't know if Lenny gets a chance to respond, but certainly a Knicks fan, and they're last night, courtside.
We should ask the people who are sitting next to him if they smell something a little bit funky. I mean, these are coming from people who have met him, and I've never had the opportunity. I'm just going based on what, the streets are talking about.
Do you know the saying that nobody gets everything? You ever heard that?
Yeah.
That's Lenny Kravitz. You're a brilliant artist. You are incredibly handsome. You're rich. So, you smell bad.
Yeah, you have to deal with B.O.
I disagree. Look at Brady and LeBron. They got everything.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Do you think Tom Brady has everything? He looks miserable.
Does he?
Tom Brady? Yes.
Really?
He's lost.
Yes.
The same Tom Brady that I saw walking the runway with the Terminator outfit on.
You think that's
looks like
a sign
he's
of a
nailing
happy
everybody
man?
that moves. If you're not tied down to the bed, Brady's nailing you. The guy lives in a beautiful palace.
Yeah.
He's on private jets, making $30 million a year.
Wait. Do you think he's not happy?
No.
Yes.
No.
Really?
What tells you that?
Because he needs a new job every 3 weeks. He's somewhere else. Like
Because he wants to make a ton of money?
I think there's a void there.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
That's you know what that is?
What? What is that, Wiggy? Tell me. What is that? What is that?
That's a poor person's thought mentality.
Oh,
he's miserable because he got all that money. No, you just don't have that money, and you're miserable because you wish you had that money. Let's keep it a bean.
I'm very content.
Why has he got so many jobs? Because
there are
he's making
things-
$10 million for
there are
10
things
seconds.
money can't buy, and I think that he's looking for some
like what?
validation all the time right now.
What can't money buy? Are you one of
Love.
those people? Money can't buy love.
Wait,
Can't
he
buy
was
a
in love.
connection.
He
He
was in love.
was, and
No.
I think
well, if
that's
his
part of
wife
it.
wasn't banging the jujitsu
That's what I'm
instructor,
saying, Wiggy. We're saying the same thing.
No,
I
no,
think
you're
he
saying-
misses Giselle.
Well, that has nothing to do with him wanting to go out and work.
That
and
has
make,
something to do with him being dissatisfied or unhappy.
Well, no, you said he was dissatisfied or unhappy because he
Yeah.
goes and has a million jobs.
I'm saying I think that's a side effect of it. I think he works himself all the time because it's like,
You can't be alone.
Yeah, exactly. Can't be alone. It's like the Jerry Maguire thing.
Yep.
Can't be alone.
I mean, literally, his father said this is exactly what was going to happen. He was obsessed with football, and it was it was adaptive to his life because he could put every thought, everything into being fiercely competitive constantly. Every time I see him, he's giving another speech. You remember that? Wiggs, did you see that Birmingham soccer Amazon Prime documentary?
No, I never watched it.
Holy hell. I mean, I like you, so I don't want you to have to watch it. But, Greg, you watch that.
Yeah.
He's lecturing British soccer players about the snowball. Like, he's so
he's
lost.
competitive. No, he's a competitive person.
I love the man more than anything outside of, my family, but I have to tell you, the guy is lost.
That when he takes an endeavor on and it happens to be a professional sports teams, his competitive juices just naturally flow. Even though he might be from a different sports world, he's trying to get those athletes to understand the mental toughness or the direction that they need to go in to be successful. That's all that is.
Okay.
Maybe he has to make all the money. Does he have to pay Giselle? Does he have maybe?
No, he
maybe
just
that's-
likes. Who doesn't like
Sam
making money?
Bankman-Fried took a bunch.
I mean,
Yeah,
honestly, that's what I said. It's a poor person's mentality.
It has nothing to do with being
Who doesn't
poor.
like making money? Like, if you can make the more money that you can make, guess what? It just sets your. When you talk about generational wealth,
Unless you're LeBron, who's going to take a pay cut.
well, I mean, but he'll still do his documentary, so he'll make money on the other end.
Wiggy. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not about his marriage.
Uh-huh.
Maybe he just misses football that much and he doesn't know where to put his efforts and like that intensity. He was actually just so in love with the game that now he's looking for something every 3 weeks. It shows me a level of dissatisfaction.
Well, he's in demand clearly.
Yeah.
He was on the Kevin Hart roast.
Right.
Did you watch that?
Not really. I just seen clips of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
roasted out. Like
there was a lot.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
There were some funny parts.
That one pushed the envelope.
Yeah.
That one really pushed the envelope.
I was less than impressed with, and I really find Shane Gillis to be hilarious. I thought felt like he was in a weird and awkward spot.
Did you see the stat from the TD Garden? that he had the most attended weekend comedy series in the history of the Garden?
I believe that.
I totally believe it.
He's hilarious.
But, I mean, that's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah.
He's great on. He's like great on College Game Day.
I like him on his
He's-
little tire show
but
he has.
He was.
Have you ever seen that?
Yes,
Yeah, it's funny.
Yes, yes. But
He does a great Trump. Not as
he
good
was
as Wiggy.
trying. It's tough when you're in that world because you're trying to tell jokes and you're trying to push the edge a little bit, and you kind of get into jokes, and then there's going to be another side of people that don't like the jokes that you're talking about. But
all right, news with Mego coming up in a half an hour at 8, and bad news for many of us today from science when it comes to the body type, which now apparently is preferred by the ladies.
All right.
So, unfortunately, just in time for summer and Memorial Day weekend, we will get to that coming up. But right now, this.
They said it. It's time for. They said it. They said it.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Ooh, ball.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They said it. On the Greg Hill Show.
In the Twitch chat this morning, JP Mayer, 25, says, Greg, you don't know what you're talking about. Gillis crushed it at the roast. That's fine. We disagree. I thought he seemed bothered by Chelsea Handler and what she was saying. And so,
remember,
everybody has an opinion. And
comedy,
ours can
music, and movies, they are so subjective to the person.
Yes, great
like,
point.
I love the Seinfeld show, but I don't think Jerry Seinfeld is funny at all stand-up.
I agree.
You know what I mean? I think Cat Williams is one of the funniest guys.
Maybe the best part of the roast was Cat Williams going at Kevin Hart.
I know a lot of people like, Shane Gillis or what. I haven't really seen him or anybody else. But for me, I love Cat Williams. And, I think Kevin Hart is funny, but not everybody. He's not everybody's taste.
People get so like this texter, 508 texter says Shane Gillis was absolutely hysterical. Grow up, Greg. All right. Well,
you're the one in the chat room.
I'm sorry.
It's probably a different roast for you because he's roasting Kevin Hart. If he was like, let's say he was roasting Brady, maybe it would have been a.
What are you saying?
Maybe just some of the jokes weren't. Because some of the jokes were.
I thought they were great.
You think Greg didn't get the jokes?
No, I think he got the jokes. But when he was talking about Cheryl Underwood's husband,
It's funny. It was very funny.
and he was like,
there were funny parts.
he was like, yeah, black don't crack until it hits the ground.
Holy hell!
Yes, he did. And the poor woman's husband committed suicide.
Yeah,
There
like
was-
jumping off a bridge.
By the way,
But he did call her and
He kept,
ask her.
he kept saying that he called
Yeah.
her and asked her if it was okay. Like
That's
I
why
don't
I'm
want-
saying it's very difficult in that world because you have a white comedian who's
Correct.
doing black jokes, and there are going to be people like, what?
I mean, Tony was great. He's great. What Curtis?
I was going to say Chelsea Handler is the poster child of understanding why someone is single.
Oh, she dated 50 Cent for some time.
She did.
Yep.
She did.
She's single as can be.
All right. Anyway, They Said It today is brought to you by Catches Law, and they are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you have been injured at work, reach out to Catches. Just go to catcheslaw.com. That's Catches with a K at catcheslaw.com. Tom, how are you feeling, by the way? A texter was asking if you still feel like you want to throw up.
Absolutely. But I think that's just part of who I am, and I really appreciate how kind you all have been.
Yeah.
It does mean the world to me.
Oh.
And I don't want to let you guys down. But everyone, Mitch, Nick, Mitch gave me a big bear hug this morning.
Yeah.
So it does mean the world to me, and I'm just gonna show up. I'm gonna do my best every day, and I know you're gonna appreciate that.
Great.
I had to do the whole dude.
He's been giving me the most help of all.
I had to say I had texts from 3 different hosts in segment demanding I do what they ask. That whoever didn't get done what they wanted would come in and berate me like, you're okay. Greg is never going to make you look like an idiot on air. He'll come in kindly. He'll tell you you're doing fine. You wouldn't be here if you couldn't do the job.
Yeah.
You're going to do great.
It really does mean the world to me.
That's okay.
I know we talked about this, but sports broadcasting saved my life in high school. So this means the world to me.
Well, you saved my life today, Tom.
There you go, Tom.
I appreciate it.
Someone Saved My Life Tonight rejoin from Elton John, maybe?
I don't know it, but I got you.
Hey, can we play the emo song I found that I think you said stunk, but the Laffy Girls thinking about Train to Boston? I feel
Laffy Taffy?
Oh, yeah.
No, not Laffy Taffy. I like Laffy Taffy.
Shake that Laffy Taffy?
We'll do that.
I mean,
Pablo?
that was high school prom, man. Laffy Taffy.
Shake that Laffy Taffy.
We could do that.
Cool.
All right, Tom.
Stop all the sappy behavior. This is sports radio.
Yeah, I know. All right, what do you want to start with today?
Well, let's start with the least emotional person on planet Earth. Let's start with Bill Belichick.
Can I just mention the full interview that he did with Sean Hannity? Excellent.
Yes.
In that form, like the Bill sitting down, talking for an extended period of time, I thought it was excellent.
I didn't even know he did an interview
you
with
didn't
Sean.
see it? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that was white Twitter.
Yeah.
Yes, I missed that one.
But anyway,
Definitely
what are we starting with? Bill on Tom Brady?
Yes, sir. Let's start with
All right,
Bill Belichick.
Bill talking about Tom Brady leaving.
I never played quarterback. Tom saw the game through a quarterback's eyes. I saw the game through a coach's eyes. Together, I think we both learned a lot from each other on Tom, how defensive coaches looked at him or looked at offense. Me on what a quarterback can do and what he can't do, what's hard, what's easy, what I can see, what I can't see, and how you see the game. And really, once Tom became our quarterback in 2002, everything I did from then on was to try to enhance him. And the plays that he ran and the things that he did well, we tried to find people that would do those things, not people who did other things, but they weren't really the things that Tom was best at. And Tom was great. People, say, well, I was hard on Tom and, I yelled at Tom. Yeah, I mean, at times, sure, that's part of coaching. But Tom was great about that. A lot of times he would say, I might say to him, hey, Tom, look, it might be a little rough in there today in this meeting because of, what happened in the game or yesterday or whatever. And he'd say, yeah, I understand. We probably need it. And he goes, make sure you include me because then I'm one of the guys.
No, nicely not the particular piece of audio that we talked about, but we can get to that part later where we're talking about Tom leaving. But that is of interest. I mean, the two of them, I think, had a contentious relationship, but I also think there's a massive amount of respect there between the two of them.
It's like, I think, and every athlete goes through it. And, I can only imagine when you get to Tom Brady status, and I've never, even scratched that surface. But when you get to a certain point, it's like, okay, yell at me, add me in. Now I am one of the guys. Now pull back a little bit. And Bill, that's just not his personality. You know what I mean? Bill keeps coming. And I think that started to, rub Tom the wrong way a little bit on later in his career when it's like, Bill, listen up. You know what I mean? I'm like, all right, start treating me the way, I want to be treated a little bit more. And that's kind of, I think, where the rubber met the road with some of their friction.
When he says that he learned so much about, offense and quarterbacking from Tom, and he starts off by saying he never played quarterback, it's kind of interesting to me because I feel like one of the biggest issues for Bill Belichick is that, in a way, this is going to sound crazy, okay? Stick with me for a second, because the first thing I say is going to sound crazy. Having Tom for 20 years almost made it so that he never had to develop another quarterback, right? And not that he's a defensive-minded coach, so not that he was super hands-on, but it's almost like once Brady left, he brought in Cam Newton that 1 year, totally different style, and his mechanics are breaking down. And then he has Josh McDaniels with Mac Jones, but once McDaniels left, he was at a loss how to even talk to Mac. He didn't even know what to do with the young quarterback. And I think you see that still. The comments that the UNC quarterback had, who played for him last year, was I was terrified of him, and it was a horrible situation.
Kid Lopez?
Yeah, I think it's nice to hear that, but do we feel like when he says he learned everything about quarterbacking from Tom Brady, it's yeah, but what have you done with the quarterback since then?
But
what did you learn other than you can say whatever you want to Brady, and Brady will just internalize that in a way that made him better.
I think that the big two parts. One, you make a bunch of great points. I think that what Bill Belichick failed to do, and it wasn't, I don't think, a decision he made, it was more subconscious, was that he never evolved in the manner in which he communicated with his roster. And what Tom Brady represented outside of being the best quarterback was that he was a disciple. And so what Bill alluded to was that he could yell at Tom and the guys would fall in line because they're like, oh, crap, I better get my S together if he's going to yell at Tom Brady. That precluded him from really understanding just how important, because you remember in the, the Apple documentary where Danny Amendola's like, we worked for, what was it? We worked for Bill, we played for Tom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I just think also that Bill Belichick, you can kind of understand it, right? Like, you're sitting in a meeting room every Wednesday with Tom Brady for 2 decades, and you kind of take it for granted. Just like I think there are things that Tom took for granted of Bill.
In the Twitch chat, some who disagree with you, Mego.
Yeah, I've seen
and
that.
say that Bill was able to develop many back.
That's the other thing is when people yell at me at road shows, they're like, you're too hard on Bill. He made Brady. I'm like, well, why'd he stop with one? If he could make him, why didn't he make another?
What about Jimmy Garoppolo?
Hall of Famer?
But I think it's...
Come on.
Give me a break.
What about Brian Hoyer?
Well,
Right.
great drop, bad quarterback.
But I think it's more about a lot has to do with the player and how much the player will retain, how much you can push a player, and what that player does on the pressure. So, like, Brady was a different animal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Brady was one of those, like, when you brought up the Danny Amendola, some people buy into it and can take it. Danny Amendola was one of those guys who played well for Bill, but didn't like the way Bill went about things, right? But Danny Amendola was developed and, performed well at his best under Bill Belichick.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that.
Right,
I'm just
and-
saying it's interesting. He says
Edelman is an example of
Wes
a guy
Welker.
who was-
I mean, the list goes on. And I think with the quarterback position, I don't know, like, Mac had a really good rookie year. The thing I will say about Bill is he can be stubborn when it comes to being like, okay, you need to change your ways when it comes to the coach that you need to bring in and work with Mac. Like, that's what really ultimately hurt Mac, is that when he went to Matt Patricia, that was like a horrible decision by Bill.
But I think it was Bill's paranoia at the end. Like, he was so consumed.
Yeah, and that might have been part of why he only wanted it. Like, he's like, I'm only bringing in guys I could trust.
Right.
The same way when Brady got older, he was like, well, listen, stop treating me this way.
Exactly.
It's just, but, I mean, those guys worked well together.
Okay, more of They Said It coming up, including what Chad Tracy said about the rebirth of Jaren Duran last night, coming up next.
You can watch the great...
feast and lights, muggy nights, curtains drawn in the little room downstairs. Prima donna, Lord, you really should have been there, sitting like a princess perched in her electric chair.
News with Mego in 10 minutes or so at 8, and that includes some bad news for some of us from science when it comes to the preferred body type with women this summer. So we'll get to that. Beach fights are back, I guess, Wiggy.
Yeah.
Back because of the weather.
Oh, yeah,
So,
you already know those are coming.
We'll get to the beach fight situation in many New England states. First good day. Oh, can we open the Window World of Boston weather window for Curtis, please? On the text machine, Curtis, somebody was complaining because they said you think you're a meteorologist and you're not. So
what's their number? F off. I didn't go to meteorological school for nothing, sir, in the 781.
Well, so we broke a record yesterday, record-setting high yesterday in Boston.
People are so strange. So weird.
I like that about them.
By the way, can I give some app appreciation?
Yes.
So yesterday, met a very nice gentleman who had a Inspector Services T-shirt for Mayor Wu named Angel. Took a picture with me, said he loves the show.
Oh.
And I said, tell the mayor, I said, we send our regards. The invite still stands. And he said, I'm sorry I work for her. I go, don't apologize. I'm sure you get paid handsomely.
Angel, thank you for listening on the app.
No doubt.
And at any moment, great thing about the Odyssey app is you can go back and listen to things that you may have missed. You can listen segment by segment. You can listen, if you want to listen to this show all the way through, you can listen starting at 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 7 p.m., doesn't matter. So,
and into the Twitch chat, Mr. Telectric said he reads his phone. Lie. I put the weather forecast into my phone, and then I read it from there. So thank you for that. 71 degrees right now, afternoon high. Again, up to 90 in downtown Boston. Tonight goes down to 57. The heat advisory ends, but this weekend looking far more dry. Not warm. But the precipitation looks to stay to the south, so it should be okay for outdoor activities.
Oh, okay, good. So we're salvaging Sunday, at least, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is Sunday the big day or is it Monday
what do
for
you mean?
Memorial Day? Do a lot of people do?
I think it's the whole weekend.
Okay.
I mean, it's the official start of summer.
Right. No, I wasn't sure if a lot of people did their Memorial Day parties on Sunday or Monday.
And I think we'll be outside Friday morning at Flying Bridge in Falmouth for Roadshow number 2. I think it'll be in the upper 50s or whatever. Is that okay with everybody if we are outside?
Yeah, I'll just bring a blanket.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
all
one.
right, good.
Swaddle myself.
That's chilly.
We had more left when it comes to They Said It, Tom. What do you want to do next?
Well, let's go to Chad Tracy because Jaylen Brown had a big game yesterday, hopefully big enough to get him traded off of the Red Sox, and Chad Tracy was singing his praises post-game. Here's what Chad Tracy had to say.
I don't know what the numbers I was counting before today, but he's been on base like 8 or 9 times in the last 4 days, which is awesome, including a few walks. So, yeah, the swing, it's always that with Jaren. Like, if he stays off some of the soft below and gets himself into good counts, he becomes really dangerous and take the walk and pass the baton, and he's doing that right now.
Given how often you have talked about, like, waiting for that one big swing,
yeah.
Like, what did it feel like when you saw that ball staying fair?
Yeah, it had a nice angle at it, so it was starting to go, and I was like, please stay fair, you know? So, but no, I mean, when it left his bat, you felt like that's gone if it stays fair. And but, yeah, I mean, the big swings have come, the last couple of days, which is great.
Curtis, I know you said earlier that I'm a fool. And so I am resisting the urge to be pulled back in. But if Jaren Duran and others can get the bats hot, and then you get Garrett Crochet back.
Yep.
Week and a half, whenever that is. You get Roman Anthony back in a week, let's say, 10 days, whatever that is.
Right.
And you're right in this thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're 11 and a half games out of first place.
Yeah, we're not going to catch first place.
But you're right in this thing. You're right in this thing wild card wise.
Yeah.
You're right in this thing.
That should be your goal. Your goal shouldn't be to win the division now. Your goal, if I'm Tracy, your goal is like, all right, we're going to do our best to try to catch the division leaders, but we need to be focused on making sure that we do everything in our power to grab one of those wild card spots. That's the most important thing right now. And I think that they realize that it's going to be very difficult. And if they make the postseason, isn't that
Anything can happen.
But isn't that a giant win for Bresbot?
No,
it's not.
It's not.
No, it's
I
not.
think it
Wiggy,
is.
They
It's
made
not.
it
It's
easier
not.
than ever to
They were
get
ta-
into the postseason.
They were also talking World Series. Like
Yeah.
the words came out of their mouths.
I have to side with Wiggy here. If they make the playoffs,
right,
that's back-to-back years where Bresbot makes an unpopular move, and yet the team plays better after it.
Right.
Okay.
Makes you wonder what would happen if he made the popular moves. Like, I don't know, adding talent to the lineup.
No, what if he added talent and fired the coach before spring training?
Right.
So it's to Curtis's point, they did the unpopular things, and everybody's like, it's going to fall apart. Yes, they started off slow, and part of it was the talent, but also part of it's the manager. We try to correct some things, and if they can make the playoffs, I think that, that is a huge win for him. To Curtis's point, we fired our manager. We were still able to think about the hole we put ourselves in, and we were still able to scratch and claw our way to the postseason. Now, people will be like, all right, anything goes in Major League Baseball when it comes to the postseason. It isn't about how many dingers you hit during the regular season. It's about who are the guys you roll out there on the mound.
And if I am Craig Breslow, and I'm sure he's not like this, and I make the playoffs and I'm hosting a playoff game at Fenway, I call the Veritex and invite Jason to throw out the first pitch.
Does not compute. Do you think Breslow ever loses it?
Malfunctions?
Starts steaming.
No, just like busts the door down, storms in, and starts throwing Excel spreadsheets at the fellas. Get them all fired up.
Could be.
I don't think he's connected to his emotions.
Maybe he's super strong because he is a robot like the Terminator, and like he throws the photocopy machine right through the wall. It's like, wow.
Like go to shake hands with him, and it won't let you out of his grip.
Yeah, he's like the T-1000 from Terminator 2. It's like, wow, Jesus. You realize you were that strong.
All right, what's next, Tom?
Well, let's head over to the golf world because I think you might have a new favorite golfer, Greg, because Bryson DeChambeau hopped on the Katie Miller pod, and he is, let's just say, skeptical about the moon landing.
Oh, okay.
Do you believe they actually played golf on the moon?
Oh, I don't. Conspiracy theory. I don't know. Look, Elon says we've definitely gone there, so I tend to go that route because he's the man that knows quite a bit about all that. Artemis just went around the moon. So I do believe if we spent a lot of our resources like they say we did, I think we did. I don't think the footage is real, but I think we did go to the moon.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I might be able to get on board with that the footage was fake,
all right.
But the actual moon landing happened. I don't know. I don't understand why people are not losing their minds more over the space alien stuff. Like
what, the Trump picture of the space alien?
No.
The disclosure,
No,
the partial
all the-
disclosure.
All the disclosure stuff. And like the 4 species of space aliens.
Wait, what?
That like there are networks and and people are going to come at me. Fox News did a whole thing on scientists who are reporting on the 4 species of space aliens that that government has come in contact with and has possessed and examined.
So where are they?
Huh?
Where are these?
I don't know where they are, Wiggy. Like
That's
you asked
why
the
nobody-
strangest question.
That's not a strange question. Why, if we pay the government, why does the government tell us
Right,
what we can't know?
Because they don't think you can handle it. So they've been
Okay.
trying to keep it from you for decades.
There are 5 people in the room, and you brought up the 4 species, and 4 people had no idea what you were talking about.
That's what I'm asking. Do you not watch any of this?
No, because
I haven't heard anything about
a billion people went and looked at the disclosure download from the War Department. A billion people.
Right. And when there's nothing to see there, you know what people generally do?
There's nothing to
they
see
move on
there.
to the next thing. Where are the
it's
species?
just I don't want people to be terrified, but I just don't understand why people are not more interested in it.
Because they're not showing us anything.
What does it mean? I guess my question is, so what? Who are they? Where are they from? What do they possess that is different than our DNA? All of that. Like, that's what I'm interested in.
Well, the theory is that they are, when it comes to 0 point energy, which is like why all these scientists have been.
That's how Glenn described you.
Am I allowed to laugh when Curtis says something? I don't know where we are on that. I'm accused of just chuckling like some kind of a mechanical clown every time Curtis says
you're an alien.
But the 0 point energy, which means essentially that you can have energy, we as a society would have energy for free.
Right.
That is what they are covering up. That is what we learned technology-wise from the aliens. And the government has been covering that up because of the way it would affect the economy and the power that one gets when it controls the energy and all the rest of that stuff. That's all. That's what I'm...
I need videos. I need real videos, because if you're not giving me videos, if you're just giving me some pilots...
I understand.
This is what we need, Wiggy. We need Trump to take these alien bodies.
Yes.
Put them out on the South Lawn by the White House.
Right.
Here they are, everybody. Look at them.
Yeah.
Let us see them.
Here's our scientists. You want an autopsy here? Right. Here you go.
Well, that is, they said it. The news with Mego, and perhaps some bad news from science about the body type that women now prefer, especially with summer on the way, coming up next.
You're listening to The Greg Hill Show on WEEI.
Was that lightning? Was that lightning? Holy smoke! We got it again, baby!
The news.
In the same place! Unbelievable! Holy smoke!
With your host, Courtney Cox.
The National Retail Decoration.
The news is brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in men's sexual health, with 6 locations across New England. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
What do you think they would say if I stood up?
We are off to the Cape tomorrow after the show for Roadshow number 2, and we will be at Trading Post Lounge tomorrow night in Bourne, 6:30 with Miller Lite for pregame. And then Friday morning, we will see you at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth for Roadshow number 2. But right now, the news with Mego.
All right, it was very hot yesterday, and some Cambridge Housing Authority residents were stuck in sweltering temperatures with no air conditioning during the heat, which continues today. On Monday, residents of the building received a letter from management which offered ice cream and cold water in the air-conditioned lobby.
Okay.
While their air conditioning was out on a 96-degree day.
Oof. Can't have
Manu
that.
Abadani lives in the LBJ apartments on Erie Street in Cambridge. We can hear from them on CBS Boston.
But my unit is at the top floor, so it gets all the heat up. And at the same time, I face east. So after 2 o'clock, this is a sauna. This is not a life.
Oh, poor woman. Is there anything worse? Now, do they not know that it gets warm generally in May and June over there in Cambridge? Were they not able to get the AC working in time for the start of summer? Or what's
Although I will say this in their defense, yesterday has the potential to be the hottest day of the year, and it's in May.
Yeah, I guess they weren't expecting
So
it till later.
but the air conditioning don't work. I mean, shouldn't it be working even if it's in December?
You would hope so.
You would think. I mean, maybe you might want to give McFarland Energy a call and get your HVAC squared
Nice.
away.
Nice. Well done. I see you. That was professional.
Well, I appreciate that.
Well
I learned
done.
from Greg.
Well done. And that's going to be Central Air, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I would imagine, right?
Oh, brutal. But once you go to Central Air, you can't go back to a window unit ever.
I mean, I normally, like, when we get to July and it's 100, I can't stand it. But it was so great yesterday.
Oh.
And it was because we've been waiting for months for it.
I love this weather. I love the 90-plus degree weather.
I will never understand anybody that says they don't want to live in Florida because the summers are so bad. I will take a summer of 95 every day over a winter in the 20s.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. And then 6 feet, 7 feet, 50 feet of snow.
You
I
can't
am
drive.
with you.
Everybody's miserable. It's
Yeah.
dark.
Give me 2 months of sweltering heat, and then 10 months of beauty.
There's a text from Lenny Kravitz. He doesn't like it when it gets that hot. Did
Nobody else likes it around him
laughing.
either.
No, please don't laugh.
I did.
Was that a courtesy laugh or was it okay? Did you run yesterday?
I did, but I ran indoors because I texted you. I went to the gym and I ran on the treadmill. I wasn't going to run outside.
Mego has this weird thing. Like, am I okay? Can I
Yeah,
talk?
yeah, it's fine. There's no way that this person listens to the radio,
Okay.
and I know I sound weird. I know I sound weird.
She saw a woman in her new neighborhood that she thinks might want to be her friend, but she's waiting for the proper time to approach her to see if they could be.
How do you
see
pick
if they
up?
could be friends?
How do you? Okay.
Are you lacking? I mean, you have.
She
your-
always wears cool outfits when I
Okay.
see her. And so, like, yesterday I saw her out on her front lawn, but I had just come from the gym and I was wearing, like, 15-year-old lacrosse clothes and I smelled really bad. I didn't want to be like Lenny Kravitz over there. So I, like, ran into my house. But what do I do how do you make an adult friend? I don't know.
You just walk up to them and say, "What's up?"
Well, you need your parents to arrange a play date.
Well,
You can't do it as an adult.
I'm like, should I drop off, like, muffins for her house or something and say, like,
You
hey,
make
I think
you
we're
make a lot of muffins.
I think
like
we're
this.
around the same age. You have cool shoes.
She's your
Can
neighbor.
We be friends?
She's
yeah,
your
she's
neighbor.
2 doors
Yeah,
down.
you just
from me.
walk up to her and say, "Hey, I just moved into the neighborhood. I hear great things about it here. How long have you lived here?"
Can I borrow a cup of sugar?
Right.
How do you best do it without coming off as a weirdo?
I don't think there's any way.
Say hello.
I think you're gonna
Right.
come off with a weirdo if you try to.
I think this conversation is how you don't want to come off.
Yeah. So hello and hey, how's it going? And then see if they reciprocate as you're kind of walking slowly past them. And if she does, then you can start up a basic conversation, and then there you go. There's your iceberg, Slim.
All right. What else going on?
A boy was taken to the hospital after he was rescued from Field Pond in Andover Tuesday. When first responders arrived, they said they found a group of boys along the opposite shoreline, yelling to them in an attempt to direct one of them towards their friend who had last been seen before going underwater. Andover Fire Chief Kyle Murphy said the first officials who arrived at the scene jumped into the water and were able to rescue the boy. Andover Fire Chief Kyle Murphy spoke with WBZ.
My message is if you're going to go swimming, be safe, go in groups. If you can't swim or if it's not a safe spot, don't go swimming. Or if you want to go swimming, maybe wear a life jacket just to protect yourself.
He's going to be okay?
Appears that way because they responded so quickly. How big is that pond?
I have no idea.
Yeah, be careful. Be careful with the water, man. Water is undefeated. Be careful, especially young kids, teenagers.
Well, and also, as we learned on this show, don't count on Wiggy to rescue you because if you're drowning, he just stares at you.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, you're like Phil Collins.
Yeah, lifeguards will tell you that.
He did do that. Like, he watched somebody drown and did not jump in and help at all.
Her husband was on the boat. He should have jumped in and saved him.
It was a woman who drowned. Yeah, it was a woman.
Yeah, her husband was on the boat just following behind her. You should jump in. I'm not jumping in because I'm no lifeguard. Guess what? I jump in and save you. I die. Now my family's out of, they're the ones feeling it.
It's a vicious cycle.
Yeah.
Hey, Greg, did we talk on the radio about the Hilton Head no gates around the pools? Did we mention that, or was that off air that we talked about it?
I can't read.
Air.
Tom says it was on air.
It was shocking that you just have all these pools with no gates around it.
Yeah.
But
some would say that they lived in a state where they don't overly restrict every single activity that humans might do, and force you to put an expensive fence around your pool.
That's a Massachusetts law?
Some might
and
say,
Florida.
Yes. Yeah,
I did not know.
Some states have that law.
Oh,
Other states.
Why are
do
you
not.
making me wear a seatbelt, a-hole?
I did not know that. I thought that you just free if you wanted to put a gate up. Cool. If you didn't, you didn't.
No, it's a law.
My parents, their house in Maryland has a pool, and they have to have a 6-foot fence around it.
Sick brag, bro.
They also had a trampoline that we pulled up next to the pool when we were in high school.
Those are very dangerous. Trampolines are where a lot of
really
accidents
fun.
happen.
Jumping off the trampoline into the pool.
Hello.
Don't do that. It's very dangerous.
Well, the weather was good, so there were beach fights all over the place.
Yes, we had our first stretch of beach weather, and with that came plenty of beach fights. We can start in Hampton Beach. Police responded to a brawl that broke out because if you were anywhere in this general region last night, you know that a downpour moved through the area, a crazy thunderstorm. It forced beachgoers under some outdoor shelters where dozens of fights broke out. Police moved in full tactical gear and arrested several people. Luckily, no serious injuries reported. Our second one, even crazier. I think if you watch on Twitch right now, you can see the footage of what went down in Narragansett, Rhode Island. So down in Rhode Island, 3 beachgoers were stabbed yesterday afternoon at Narragansett Town Beach. Several different fights broke out on the beach, and subsequent stabbings sent beachgoers fleeing the area. There's no information yet about whether the stabbings were random or who the perpetrator or perpetrators were. So it's not even clear, was this based on just one fight? There were so many fights that broke out. And then, as you can see on the video, total chaos with people just trying to evacuate the beach once they realized that at least one person got stabbed, but no serious injuries.
Wow. This is summertime. You know, them YNs and them YCs during summertimes, they going to get it cracking. Be careful out there.
Well, Hampton is your favorite beach.
Yeah. But I set up away from the youngins. The youngins, you know what I mean?
I see. So if you see a group of the youngs,
yes,
you set your beach chair up down the you don't want to be drawn into any kind of physical.
No, not at all. Yeah. Not at all. So what I try to do is kind of scope out the real estate. All right, what do I got around me? Yeah. Okay, I got a couple.
Do you have one of those plastic wind barriers that you set up around yourself?
No, I
can use that for COVID.
No, we got the umbrella, but we have comfortable chairs.
Oh, you have the umbrella.
Yeah.
Now, do you plant that thing firmly into the sand, or is there a possibility that a gust of wind might lodge that in somebody's jugular?
You try to plant it as firmly as you can into the sand, but then I wrap it around the chair that I'm sitting in so it won't go far. Okay. But here's the difference. My wife and I, we don't get to the beach until 3.
Yeah, we know why.
3:30.
Really?
Yeah,
We
we're
know
late
why.
beachgoers. We let all the, the youngins, and when I say the youngins, like 24 and under, we hit the beach when it's 3, 4, sun's still up.
You don't
but
really
it's,
get the good sun, though.
Yeah, but what do I need the sun
It's
for?
not about that.
Yeah, I already got the tan. I don't need the sun. I like just the vibe of the beach.
I see.
So that's when we get there. When there's like your 30-somethings, we're rocking on the beach. So I kind of find that area, I'm like, ooh, they look too young over there. We got to go over here.
And what's your favorite beach activity? Is it?
I think
Is there a
is
like?
it- yeah.
There's only one answer.
Yeah, there's only one answer.
Volleyball.
Yeah, volleyball,
Yeah.
boogie boarding.
No, come on. When the sun goes down and everybody leaves the beach, Michael, there's only one thing.
There's miles and miles of beach that you can take advantage of on Friday and Saturday in Falmouth. So I don't know if you'll be. Are you sticking around for the weekend? Or are you heading back? Or
No, I don't. What beaches in Falmouth?
There's tons of them. Silver Beach. There's a million beaches. in
Oh, okay.
Falmouth.
All right.
So, and we will be at Hampton for a road show at Bernie's on June 19th.
Yeah.
So, a night before, pregame is at the front porch in Ogunquit, Maine. with
I'm
Miller Lite.
so excited for that whole weekend.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful beach. I've been there before, Ogunquit Beach.
Yes.
That is a nice
But
beach.
you love Hampton.
Hampton's my spot. Because I like some of the rowdiness, but I don't like too rowdy.
Hampton is. I had never been until we went a couple years ago. It is unique. Very unique.
This is Negative Bob from Londonderry, New Hampshire. Hello, Bob.
Hey, guys, enjoy the show. And I was calling, I heard Wiggy talking, and because of the fact that, one, I spend, or used to at least, spend a lot of time at the seacoast, primarily Salisbury, but some of Hampton, I said this years ago. Why don't we have an area of the beach that's no kids? And the reason is because when you go to the beach now, all you listen to is the whining, the screaming, the swearing, and it's just, and I've asked other people at the beach, I go, especially us older, I go, what do you think of the idea? Everyone says, that's not the silliest thing I ever heard. So that was just my 2-cent opinion as to what we should be thinking of doing.
You sound kind of negative, Bob.
I am.
I guess that's why you're negative, Bob. You sound like a bit of a prude.
I love the adult-only beach. I am with Bob on that one.
What about adults who want to bring their kids to the beach? Like, there's
Different
nothing-
section. Those are kids' beaches.
There's nothing more American than that. Bringing your kids to the beach. Like,
Yeah,
what
but it's
is
a different
wrong-
section, though.
Why all the hate for kids these
Well,
days?
it's not about hating kids. It
is actually.
No. It's not the kid's fault. It's the parents' fault.
Right.
Some parents just let their kids run amok, do whatever. If I'm sitting at the beach, for example, and I've been there before and done this, Hampton Beach, some parents will just let their kids throw French fries willy-nilly all over the place. And then you know what that attracts? A million seagulls that are sitting next to me, and this kid's running around and chasing them all over the place and throwing French fries, and now disrupting my beach-going time.
You know what the most frustrating thing about taking your kid to the playground is that the parents that are there that allow you to be forced to parent their kids. Like,
Bingo.
Like they're on a phone call like, oh, I don't have anything I'd rather do right now, so I'll just parent your kid because you're important and you're talking to your broker in the corner of the park while your son is kicking James. Like, the amount of, I don't know if there's ever been a study on it, but the smartphone and its impact on parenting is remarkable. Because the second you have a free moment, you're looking at your phone.
Are you bothered by the loud public phone call on the beach? Because you're
No.
so close to everybody.
No, and I don't even mind the
You
music.
don't mind that.
I bring my own speaker.
How about somebody who's smoking a dart on the beach? How do you feel about that?
Ciggies, I'm not a huge fan, but there are people who smoke weed on the beach. It doesn't bother me.
That is awful. Do not smoke weed on the beach. I don't want to smell that.
When we were at the beach bar down in Hilton Head, there was a woman posted up next to us who was on a FaceTime the entire time we were there.
Oh, yeah.
We heard everything about
for
her
like
life.
3 hours.
We heard everything.
Yes.
She was going to Ibiza for the 3rd time.
Yes,
She had started a new Pilates class. We heard everything.
That was very strange. She was seated by herself and
she
on a
was
FaceTime for 3
screaming,
hours. Yeah.
Screaming on a FaceTime.
That place is great, though.
It was wonderful.
Tiki Hut. Highly recommend. All right. Anyway, we will continue with the news. There's some bad news for some of us from science with summer right around the corner and the body type that is preferred now, apparently, by the ladies. So we will get to that. and the rest of the news coming up. Here is Mego with what is trending right now.
Jones and Keefe, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. The Red Sox are in the win column for the second day in a row. They took down the Kansas City Royals 7-1 last night. They held on to a narrow lead for most of the game until our Nissan play of the day, a 3-run homer from Jaylen Brown in the top of the ninth.
Pitch is ripped high and deep down the right field line. If it's fair, it's out of here. It is fair and gone. 3-run homer for Duran.
You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Starter Ranger Suarez made it through 4 1/3, but had some command issues. Took him 81 pitches to get there. Red Sox will go for the sweep at 7:40 tonight. Pregame starts at 6:40 here on the Shaw's Star Market Red Sox Radio Network. In the NBA Eastern Conference Finals, the Knicks stage a wild comeback against the Cavs to win 115-104 in overtime. New York was down by 22 with 8 minutes left in regulation. Guard Jalen Brunson led a 44-11 run to finish the game. He had a total of 38 points. And elsewhere in the NBA, the Dallas Mavericks fired Jason Kidd after 5 seasons with the team. The Mavs announced a mutual parting of ways less than 2 years after the Celtics defeated Dallas in the NBA Finals. He had 4 years left on a $40 million contract. Want to win free groceries for a year and great prizes like $500 in Shaw's gift cards? Enter the Shaw's and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. Plus, just like Shaw's shopper Destiny Cesare of Attleboro, your child could become an honorary Bat Kid. Official rules at Shaw's or starmarket.com/Grand Slam. I'm Megan Ottolini. That's what's trending.
All right, I talked about it earlier, so I want to get to it next. What Bill Belichick said about Tom Brady's decision to leave, coming up next.
What did you miss on Rich, Ken, and Ted? All they're doing is just wait.
Tom leaving was absolutely the right thing for him to do. We didn't have a good team in 2020, and we just didn't have a good football team. Like, we had all those guys had left, Gostkowski and Edelman. They were all. I mean, most of our team was gone. McCourty and there were a few that were there, but they were about to go too. We were just at the end, and honestly, I was happy for him that things worked out well for him in Tampa because he was with a team and he made.
Were you happy about that?
Well, for him, because Tom, it wouldn't have gone well in 2020 at New England. I can guarantee you that. We put everything we had in the 19 season, including paying him, a lot of money at the end of the year without anything for it. There was no first right of refusal. There was no franchise tag or nothing. And so, we all understood that, there's a good chance that he would leave. And I think he made a great career decision, obviously.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios, no fee unless you win. Bill Belichick making the rounds, doing a couple long-form interviews the last couple of days, and that was with Sean Hannity, and he feels like Tom picked the right time to say goodbye, to leave us.
Yeah, worked out perfectly.
In the rearview mirror.
I hate to bring facts to the table. New York Post, January 20th, 2021. Linda Holliday's Instagram rant adds drama to Brady Belichick divorce. Quote, Linda Holliday, after somebody said on Instagram, "Too bad Bill let Tom go," she replied, "And you have all the answers, evidently? Tom didn't score last night. Not once. Defense won that game. Were you even watching?"
Yeah.
I'm sure Bill was thrilled for him.
I'm guessing that, that time heals all wounds. There's also a lot. Oftentimes there's revisionist history, Curtis, so I'll give you that. But I'm guessing also that's a bit of a shot at the organization.
Absolutely.
When it comes to paying Tom all that money and not giving him the right to walk at the end of it, like that's kind of the direction that he's going in, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like Bill is entirely right in that feeling. Like, why would we give him money, then say that he has the right to exit without a franchise tag? If Bill Belichick could have franchised Tom Brady, they would have been able to get something in return. Absolutely.
Bill did him a solid.
Well, Kraft did him a solid. Bill didn't want it to be done.
Bill is saying he didn't want that to be done.
Oh, well, then Kraft did him a solid. But I look at it like the question I always have for that situation, that relationship, was why didn't you offer him the money, the 2 years, $50 million, whatever he got
Drew Brees deal
down in Tampa Bay? That, like, why didn't you? Because I think if you offered him that money, then the ball's in your court and Tom's court. Like, hey, if you want to come back and play, here's the contract on the table. It's up to you on whether or not you want to be here.
Yeah. And that Patriots team in 2020 won 7 games. So with the worst quarterback in the NFL, if they have the best quarterback in the NFL, they're a playoff team.
Yeah.
So for Bill to say they weren't good, I think is also revisionist history.
What would you guess is the reason that Bill is sitting down and doing these long interviews when it has not been his thing at all? Is that the influence of Ms. Hudson, who is getting him out there and doing things that he would never have done before?
I think
is he getting sentimental as he reaches his mid-70s and the end of his career?
No, I think that it's really about him trying to create as much buzz for people to, watch UNC football, and what he's doing. I think he's doing these things because he's trying to make UNC relevant. He's trying to bring them, into the world of, like, all right, I'm coaching now in college football, and this is what I got to do to kind of make my team relevant because, I'm not at a Georgia or an LSU where the school has already this high notoriety, and maybe that's part of, him doing that.
He's trying to change the way people see him right now. He's choosing friendly interviewers. So Sean Hannity, he knows that's going to be a friendly interview. Part of my take, like, those guys do a great job, but he knows that they're not going to get into stuff even about Mike Vrabel that would maybe make him say something that would make him look like a hypocrite or weird or unfriendly to the Patriots. I think it's all about his brand.
Yeah.
And He had a brutal year for the most part last year.
Right.
He had that CBS morning interview that went totally sideways, and he talked about that with Sean Hannity a little
Yes,
bit.
he did. He blamed the editing, which is a little.
What about the sweatshirt? Whose fault was that?
And you're right, Mego. Why not go to places that they're going to lob you softballs?
That's what he's doing.
And rebuild your brand, especially when you know you're still coaching college football, and you want to make sure people look at you differently, and they want to look at your school differently. So it's smart of him to kind of do that. If he's
would you put it past that? Maybe some of it is the Hall of Fame stuff, like trying to get himself to a point where people are like, Bill is great. Listen to him talk about Tom Brady now.
No, I don't think so.
He is great.
No.
We like Bill, actually. He's not such a curmudgeon.
No,
Yeah, I mean, maybe that he acts like he doesn't care.
Right. But when he didn't make the Hall of Fame, everybody came to his defense. So I don't think he needs publicity for that. Like, everybody will like the Hall of Fame morons.
Doesn't he need to change how people see him, though?
No, not Bill. If you want to say Robert Kraft because you feel like Robert Kraft keeps getting snubbed, and it might be so the more he shows a better, or the more he shows a better image of himself, maybe that helps him. But Bill is like, as soon as he got snubbed, people were like, "What are you doing?"
843 text says it's because not a single player from UNC got drafted. So
Well, he is making it the 33rd NFL team.
Part of it. That's part of it.
Yeah, I honestly thought he was senile, and he came across much better. Like,
Chris.
I did. Like, when he's being dragged around, when she's wearing that Robert Kraft T-shirt on the day of the Super Bowl, like, I was concerned. I thought he didn't have agency. I'm not even lying.
Yeah, but you feel like he comes off pretty good in both of these interviews.
I mean, he was with a guy I like, so him and Sean Hannity work well together. But no, I really thought that he came across well in that interview yesterday with Hannity. I thought he was a lot of smiling. I really think he'd be in a much better place coaching and professionally if he had left the Patriots and gone to CBS, NFL Sunday, or ESPN, like, done what Rex Ryan has done. Everybody thinks Rex Ryan should be the next coach of every team, even though he sucked.
Does everyone think that?
He throws every year his name gets mentioned in ways I don't think it would have been if he didn't have that new teeth on ESPN.
Yeah.
But Rex is trying to get back. He wants to coach. He put his name in for, I believe it was Denver. He put his name back in for the Jets. So he really wants to coach again. I wonder if Bill, maybe if part of it is like, and this is always like the fascinating thing about Belichick, is he just going to coach there for the next 2 or 3 years, or does he really want one more kick at the can in the NFL?
Of course he wants another kick, but he's not getting it. I mean, he's going to be 75.
But does he show like the new Bill, like all smiles and everything like that for maybe a team to go?
Well, when he answers questions, he's excellent. Like
Right.
I wish he had been, and I guess he felt like that was one of the keys to his success. But when he opens up and talks about things, like he said more, I never got to it because we got distracted. But he was asked about Aaron Hernandez. We can hear that in a little bit if you want, and what he said about that. I mean, when he opens up and talks,
But Wiki, he hasn't even had an interview. It's not that he hasn't gotten a job. He hasn't been offered an interview in the NFL.
No, maybe part of this, to Mego's point, is he wants to change his brand, and teams will then look and go, okay, you're willing to just come in as a coach. And he's like, yeah, I got no problem with that. I've changed my brand. I've changed who I am personality-wise.
This is Phil. Phil, good morning.
Good morning. Curtis, when you said you didn't want to correct Bill with the facts, I thought you were going to bring up, when he talked about the 2020 season and who had left, I thought you were going to bring up that that's not true of Edelman. Edelman played the next year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I think he just
great
misspoke.
Wasn't he? Edelman was hurt though. Wasn't he hurt going?
No, he had that
No.
great game against the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he
Yeah,
just.
that was the game where he actually had his greatest game in terms of yards
Yep.
ever. So
That's when
how I
Wiggy
remember
said
that.
Cam should get $30 million a year.
I think he just misspoke, because I think he meant to say like guys like Edelman and McCourty were basically at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he just kind of misspoke, because he brought up McCourty going like, yeah, we had guys that were there, but they really weren't the same guys.
Plus, he had just drafted N'Keal Harry. I think right around that time.
Can I ask a question on this? And I know it's an obsession. I'm sorry. people think Ken did the thing about Brady that he's lost New England.
Uh-huh.
Brady never did anything to damage the Patriots other than beat them with the Bucks and bring Gronk to Tampa.
He broke our hearts. He left.
Okay. Bill Belichick broke the roster.
Yeah, but that's different. We don't care about that.
What?
No, we don't care about
that. That makes absolutely no sense. No. You don't care about him ruining the roster?
No, we care about the greatest quarterback of all time, the guy that we love, breaking our hearts and leaving us. It'd be like if your mom's and dad divorced and then your mother married the next door neighbor that you didn't like.
I'm just talking about these two people and what they did. One broke your heart, the other broke the team.
The team will rebuild. Your heart, you can never fix that.
All right. What I care about is getting to the rest of the news because I said we would. So, Mego, can we get to the news from science this morning, please? I think this is important. Summer's bathing suit weather is right around the corner.
Beach season is here. Yeah. We've celebrated the dad bod for the last several summers, but it appears that era is coming to an end.
Oh, no.
Okay.
A new study suggests that while men say they prefer women who are not ultra slim or toned, women are gravitating towards guys with a composition of 15% body fat or lower.
Oh, wow.
Oh, God.
More than 2,000 adults were shown side-by-side body fat composition charts in a new study. Most men chose women who had 30% body fat. But women chose men with 15% or lower as their ideal body type.
It was great while it lasted.
That's it. It's gonzo.
So the dad bod is no more.
The study did show that while men with dad bods may not score high in terms of raw attraction, they were perceived by women as being, quote, more affectionate and friendly.
True. We have great senses of humor.
Great personalities.
Great personalities.
You laugh too much, though.
That's true.
I want to know what 15% body for a man looks like.
Oh, it's
got to be pretty
nothing.
good. Yeah, it's got to be pretty good.
You're like a stick.
And 30% women, I don't know what that body looks like on a woman, but yeah, I mean, dad bod's out unless you got a fat wallet.
Right, black card.
Yeah, you better have that.
Okay. Was there anything else, Megan?
Yes, this is a really sad but also very scary story. A New York woman fell to her death after stepping out of her car right into an open manhole in Manhattan's Midtown neighborhood on Monday.
Irrational fear. Why was so she got out of the car and then just fell right into the manhole and died?
Yes, this is a bit of a tricky name. 56-year-old Donkike Goje had just parked her car Monday night at about 11:20 p.m. She stepped right into the hole. A truck that had been driving by earlier had dislodged its cover. Officials say she fell about 10 feet, and then the steam in the manhole caused her to go into immediate cardiac arrest.
Oh, damn.
No.
Wow.
That's awful.
So it was very dark, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And she just, wasn't even
panicked,
looking, just opened it, and boom.
It's like a TV show. I think they have a TV show, like the craziest ways that you die, to die.
Yes.
That is wild.
Why are you laughing? This is a horrible story, Curtis.
I'm laughing at Wiggy's TV show for everything. I've never heard
you've
craziest
never seen,
way to die.
Yeah, you've never seen like those TV shows?
No.
They do like the craziest deaths that people have.
The ones that are really I really go down a dark rabbit hole with are the amusement park deaths.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
Oh my gosh. Disney World, Disneyland. Ooh, Google that if you are looking for something creepy.
Did you see the ride that malfunctioned this week and everybody had to walk down the roller coaster track? Like, no way.
I'd be like, you come up here and carry me down. I'm not walking down there.
Yeah, no way.
You guys strap me to a stretcher and carry me
Megan's
down.
like, I'm not coming down until Superman gets me.
Like, seriously.
All right. Great job on the news today, Mego. Still plenty of time to leave a hill note for us on the Odyssey app on any topic, whether we have discussed it or we have not. And we will play the best hill notes back coming up at 9:20 on today's show.
Tonight, Sox and Royals.
I don't know what the numbers I was counting before today, but he's been on base like 8 or 9 times in the last 4 days, which is awesome, including a few walks. So yeah, the swing, it's always that with Jaren. Like if he stays off some of the soft below and gets himself into good counts, he becomes really dangerous and take the walk and pass the baton, and he's doing that right now.
Given how often you have talked about like waiting for that one big swing,
Yeah.
like what did it feel like when you saw that ball staying fair?
Yeah, it had a nice angle at it, so it was starting to go, and I was like, please stay fair, you know. So, but no, I mean, when it left his bat, you felt like that's gone if it stays fair. And but yeah, I mean, the big swings have come, you know, the last couple of days, which is great.
Amazing what can happen, Curtis, when you hit the baseball and advance the runners, and a win for the Boston Red Sox, and they could sweep a series with a win this evening. 7:40 first pitch on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network, and
must win, Wiggs,
on the Odyssey app. Wiggy, must win.
Another sweep. This will be, if they can do it, second sweep of the season in a series. Chicago White Sox, I believe, was their first and last and only sweep. So they pull it off and gain a little ground. Huh?
I think
oh, Detroit. You're right. Detroit. And what, they're 2 games out of the one of those wild card spots, because that's what they're really chasing now. I mean, let's be honest. They're not catching Tampa Bay's in first place. They're not catching them, and you know, so you got to be figuring, even with the when you start to look at the wild card spots, it's like, all right, we're in a good position, but you're not catching.
Is
Tampa.
Prescott able to make a move? And I'm not talking trade deadline. I'm talking relatively soon, like next week.
I guess the question I would ask you, Greg, and because you asked, will he make a move? I think he can make a move. The question becomes, if Durant keeps hitting, his value for trading him goes up. But he's one of your batters that are hitting. Would you want to trade him, or would you want to add?
Get him out of here.
Okay.
Amen.
All right.
You should have done it last year.
All right.
Do not fall into this trap again. Get him out. Get him
But
out.
you would be getting one of your, if he continues this, you'd be getting rid of one of your bats that's doing well.
I know
hitting 189.
He hasn't had a good season before his injury either. But this solves the issue of the log jam in the outfield. Get Roman Anthony back in there healthy, and hopefully he starts looking more like the guy from the World Baseball Classic, and get Durant out.
All right.
Done. I'm done with this experience.
So I guess the
Wait,
only.
I'm sorry. Do you really want them to hold on to for
No,
Durant for
I
another
don't.
year?
No, I don't. But
So then what are we doing?
when when you're asking like, guys that might be hitting, and then if you're eliminating one guy, and obviously hopefully you're bringing in another guy, you're probably not bringing in another outfielder. You're probably not bringing in a first baseman. The question becomes, okay, whoever you're bringing in to be that extra bat, he's either got to play third base or second base, because if you want to move Maya to shortstop, and you got Trevor Story there.
Yeah, that solves a major problem when you're bringing in third base. Okay, then Caleb Durbin sits more. Like, great.
Right.
Now we're starting to take shape into something that looks like almost a competitive baseball team.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you, because
Well, and they seem to be interested in giving Sogard a chance, and so I don't. I mean, I whatever it is, like I think they believe. I would assume that Prescott especially still believes that this team is underachieving based on the roster that he put together.
Yeah, I would believe so.
We will talk with Sam Kennedy tomorrow, front office report at 9 on this show. This is Coach from New Hampshire. What's up, Coach?
Hi, great show as always. I'm sure we're all kind of perplexed and confused why Bill Belichick has decided to be transparent and all of a sudden become honest. And that's all good and well. But I don't know about you, but the greatest coach of all time, someone who's responsible for the roster, for the team, to just come out and say we were going to suck in 2020. I'm wondering if he thought they were going to suck in 21, 22, 23. And I'm sorry, but I don't want to play for a guy like that. So, Curtis, to your point, yeah, That's a major thing that he left the roster in shambles.
Of course.
As much as we all felt terrible about Tom going to Tampa.
I mean, drafting N'Keal Harry because your buddy was a coach of Arizona State with the first-round pick, a guy that treated first-round picks like gold for 2 decades. It's embarrassing. Hiring Joe Judge to be your offensive coordinator is exponentially worse than saying, I don't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah, but it's about loyalty for people.
How is
Curtis.
he loyal to the Patriots? He screwed the team.
Because I think people didn't think he was trying to screw the team.
By hiring Joe Judge to coach offense?
He just made really bad decisions, whereas Brady made a business decision of I'm going to go somewhere that I get paid and I win.
Right.
And that's what he did.
And N'Keal Harry at that time when they drafted him, he was on a lot of the mock shots.
Okay, what about Cole Strange?
Yeah, that was I don't know. That one I'm like, I don't know why he took Cole Strange. But he has nobody at where the hell did he go?
Chattanooga.
University of Tennessee, Chattanooga.
Coach is right. It is, and Curtis, it is interesting that he's basically saying, I understood why Tom left because we were going to stank.
It's such revisionist history.
It really is. And you can't say that about 21 and I'll say even 22 when he made those dumb coaching decisions on the offense because they went out and spent a boatload in free agency. Again, not on all the right guys, but they were trying to be good in 21.
Right. And you're 100% right with that. It just is like that's the biggest question in this whole thing is whether it's you believe it was Robert in the Crafts, or you believe it was Belichick. Why didn't you pay Brady?
Let's just go back to one thing specifically as it pertains to Belichick's treatment of the roster. He told me in August, before his final season, that they were not in cap jail like the Bucks and the Rams. His whole thing was that they never had ebbs and flows, that their roster management was done in a way that precluded them to find themselves in a position to be 3-13. And he mocked the teams that were spending. And that season that he said that to me, both the Bucks and the Rams made the playoffs, and the Patriots got their D kicked in.
He then went on to use being 31st or 32nd in spending, whatever it was, as an excuse.
Right. The second he gets challenged about something he did, it's everybody else's fault but his own. Well, we were going to suck. Why would we need Tom Brady?
But they spent money in 21, though. They spent a ton of money. Bill was the coach of 21, right?
He's kind of I hear it as him kind of saying like we were due for a rebuild, and so it was if Tom wanted to get paid and keep winning, it was time for him to go elsewhere. That's basically what he said.
Right. Or we'll pay Tom, and then we might not spend as much in the 2020 free agency season because also that was part in a lot of that was due to COVID. Yeah. We're going to spend a lot of money in 2021, which they did when it was Hunter Henry, Jonnu Smith, and all those other guys.
Well, listen, Jordan or whoever made the decision to get him out there and to have him speak is, I guess, achieving the desired effect because people are talking about it.
Yeah, and like Mego says, isn't it really changing his brand and his personality and how we view Belichick?
Yeah. Interesting, I think, what he said about Aaron Hernandez, and we will get to that next on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
You're listening to the Greg Hill Show on
You just mentioned Hernandez. What's your thoughts on that?
Did you see any of it? Did you see it developing? Aaron was very smart. He was different. I don't think. I don't think. Look, we gave him a contract extension a year before that. There was obviously a darker side to Aaron that
seems painful to you.
There were a lot of things to like about Aaron, and then Aaron had another side to him that I guess a lot of us didn't see.
More from Bill Belichick. That was with Sean Hannity, and Bill is making the rounds and did Pardon My Take and sat down with Sean Hannity for an extended period of time, and that is what he had to say. I
clearly something he okayed being asked. The
Yes.
reaction was not like, why are you doing this? Why? It wasn't a gotcha. I think it was clear that they knew that was going to be discussed.
Yeah, and that must be the different. Maybe they learned from the CBS experience where it's like you can't control necessarily. If you want to do these interviews, you can't lose your mind when something is asked.
Right.
But it's he hasn't spoke much about that.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting to hear the perspective where nobody. I mean, I think there were indications when you talk to those that played with him. I mean, I know you're a little bit biased because you did the documentary.
He was I mean, it was a gangster playing
You
football.
were on that more than Belichick.
Well, because I'm
They're
in
like-
the media.
When Wiggy heard they were doing a documentary, he's like, "Oh yeah, here I am."
I wasn't the only person on it.
No, I know, but you were dominating.
There were other media people that used to work here that were part of one of the documentaries, right?
I'm not. Yeah, I was just. It was an amazing thing. It was like Greg and I's biggest takeaway.
And I feel like I give good insight because when you see a gangster who was playing football, that's what he was. He didn't know how to leave that gangster lifestyle mentality alone.
The craziest part. I mean, there's a million crazy parts, but if he never murders Odin Lloyd, we never know about the other thing.
Yeah,
which is just crazy.
Yeah.
That a star Patriot would be involved in was it a drive? I don't know how you define.
Yeah, like a drive-by after they got in the argument that somebody spilled a drink on him and
the
and
nightclub.
they pulled
The
up
nightclub.
next to him at a stoplight. And
it's crazy.
But to that point, Curtis, like even if we didn't know about it, that means that he'd be, out there
Wilding out.
running around.
That's who
still.
he was.
So like you think there wouldn't.
Oh, they would have been.
It's all
something else.
hypothetical,
Yeah.
but indications are like there's a good chance
He
something
would've
else
definitely
would've
did
gone
something
down.
else.
That's a good point.
There are some. This would be a knock on Bill, I guess, or the organization. There are some like Rocco in the Twitch chat who argue that when Aaron Hernandez asked to be traded somewhere else because of whatever he was saying that he was dealing with here and couldn't get away from it, that would have been the right thing for him, and that would have gotten him out of here. But I don't know if it,
You could have traded him to the moon. He still was a gangster who just happened to be a football player. It wouldn't have mattered. He would have got into something, and it would have been something wild. When you got 3 bodies on you, allegedly, or at least one we know of, Like, that's who you are. Like, that was the world he wanted to be in. He felt like he needed to be a part of, and he just happened to play football.
I don't put any of this on Bill Belichick.
Nothing
There's
at all.
no way he could have. If you want to blame a coach, Urban Meyer's the guy I start with.
Right,
because they enabled him like crazy in Florida.
They protected him with some situations, but you never know how far a person's going to take their behavior.
Speaking of wild things, obscure old show reference when Larry the lawyer showed up representing the jailhouse lover of Aaron Hernandez.
I was at that press conference in Worcester.
Remember that?
It was shocking. That was as crazy a day, and then it was the letter, the pen pal.
Oh, yeah, that was wild.
Wild. What a weird moment that was. God, that was a crazy day. What for the Patriots, like the 2 decades of winning, awesome. But no dynasty has had more crazy stories. Like whether it's Spygate, Deflategate, the Aaron Hernandez ending up being a murderer, like the divorces between Brady and Bill, the
Rossini.
Well, it continues. Yeah, it continues now.
It's
with
crazy.
that. So, and that seems to have quieted down, at least from a photo dump news story perspective. But
right. And I think it's probably, they have, what is it? They have OTAs coming up here in like another week.
Mm-hmm.
And then their official mini camp is June 15th through the second.
Well, let's say that everything goes as people think it will go
Mm-hmm.
with A.J. Brown. Are you expecting that Mike Vrabel will speak when that deal is done? I mean, you're talking about a week and a half away?
Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so.
Are you going to be surprised when A.J. Brown gets here? It's like the longest tease in the history of football.
Right.
That's why I'm suspicious about it. Like, everybody
right
acts like it's a done deal, so I find myself suspicious about it.
I guess I feel like
we don't even know what the cost is, by the way.
Are you more suspicious of that or Rossini and her husband being spotted out to dinner, having a nice
the
evening?
paparazzi just seems to know where they are all the time. I don't know.
Yo,
how
I
that
mean,
happens.
she's a massive figure, right? I mean, TMZ, they have people everywhere.
And there was stuff around yesterday about the Jags possibly being in on A.J. Brown.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, there was dueling. Well, first on Up and Adams with Kay Adams, James Palmer said Howie Roseman is interested in still shopping A.J. Brown around. So there may be some competition.
Mm-hmm.
What are they holding out for? Are they holding out for
The highest bidder, probably?
No, but do they think that they're?
What about the Chiefs? Do you think they'll re-enter it, considering Rashee Rice?
They want a first.
I would imagine so. Yeah, I mean, Jaylen Waddle went for a first round, and who do you think's a better wide receiver, Jaden Waddle or A.J. Brown?
Waddle.
I would say A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
I think healthy.
I think they're pretty close.
Are you okay with giving up a first round, though, for him?
Yeah, I got no problem with that. He's what, 20? I want to say he's like 28 or something like that, right?
Yeah, but it's not just he's one of those guys where it's like, don't you think it's not just about the age, it's about the miles on him? Like he's got
now you're going down the Giannis road.
He's got well, I don't want Giannis for Jaylen, but he's got the knee concern that dates back to when he got traded out of Tennessee. They were saying that then, and his numbers have gone down. Now the Philly system last year was puke worthy. So some of it is that.
So his last 2 years, every year he had over 1,000 yards receiving, and he had 7 touchdowns in both seasons. And he played in 13 games in the 2024 season and still had over 1,000 yards. He played in 15 games last year, so big deal. You missed 2 games. I feel like everybody does that. Prior to that, he played in 17, 16. So the whole A.J. Brown injury thing, I'm not really buying it because you might have heard about it, but it was never at the forefront of anything. Like everybody's like, oh, he's one.
You never saw it on the field.
No,
is what you're saying.
No.
978 texter. I just read these because they're fun, I guess. I love how Greg refuses to mention that he had Aaron Hernandez as a weekly guest on the old show. I don't refuse to mention that. We talk about that all the time.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Wait, right. You didn't know he was a murderer? Like, what are you?
No, I did.
How did he seem to you?
He seemed okay. I mean, it was not the best guest ever.
Wasn't loquacious?
Loquacious, what does that mean?
I wouldn't describe it that way.
that talks a lot?
Yeah,
All right, just say
exactly
that.
what that means.
I appreciate that.
Fear of silence.
Jaylen Waddle had 910 yards last year. He dealt, he still played in 16 games. The year before that, he had 744 yards. And he's 27. And A.J. Brown, let me just get his age. A.J. Brown is 28, maybe probably soon to be 29. So if Jaylen Waddle...
See, now Game Dog is saying in the Twitch chat, I aided and abetted in a murder. I did nothing of the sort.
That's a horrible thing to say in the Twitch chat, Game Dog. That is horrible, Game
But I
Dog.
would ask the guy that texted you that, Craig. So did he root for the Patriots when Aaron Hernandez was catching touchdown passes?
Right.
So you cheered a murderer?
Right.
Like, nobody knew. Even in, your darkest days, you couldn't envision that this guy was going to murder 3 people.
It is hard to see a lot of the red flags. I told you, I sat next to Darren Chopper and hung out with him, went out with him, and, never saw any of the things that he ended up doing. So you don't know. You don't know what's going on in people's lives. We talked about this with Mike Vrabel. You don't know what's going on in people's lives. You might see some things and all right, well, these are some friends, for Aaron, these are some friends he grew up with or he hung out with, so he gravitates towards guys that are sketchy. I mean, I grew up with and I hang out with guys that have shady past. So
Well, if
what does that mean?
if somebody's a true psychopath, which he was, then you can, I think, hide it. I remember interviewing him on the old show right after he had his baby and talking about changing diapers, and he sounded positively giddy about it, any new father. Meanwhile, the guy is a sociopath.
Ooh, that gives me the chills.
Yeah.
It's just weird. It's true. You don't know what's going on.
And let's say
behind closed doors with people.
When you meet them,
you know the signs. Well, what are they again?
Bedwetting.
That's it. That's in children.
Yes.
So, you never want to label a child this way. But if you have a 10-year-old and they're still wetting the bed and they're setting fires and they're torturing small animals.
Sociopath.
Yeah.
Get
That's what
them
happened.
some help.
That's what happened with
Get
Jeffrey
them some
Dahmer.
help. Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer, totally.
I mean, when I talk to my boy Johnny Bott, he's some of the nicest guys he's known. He's met in prison. It's so you don't know how people, what they do in their kind of behind the scenes lives, and then it's when you start to see stuff you might see little red flags, but you can't tell.
All right. Let's open the window world of Boston weather window for our very own psychopath, Chris Curtis, please, if you could. All right, Curtis, what do we got today?
That is mentally ill. 77 degrees right now, cloudy skies. The heat advisory expires at 8 p.m. tonight. Tomorrow, it's going to be in the mid-60s. And then Friday morning, live from the Flying Bridge in Falmouth, Massachusetts, down the Cape, we're going to have sunny skies in the low 60s.
All right. Not so bad. And you said Sunday and Monday are looking better.
Yeah, we're looking like we're avoiding the rain for the most part this weekend, but it will not be warm. It'll be in the mid-50s on Sunday and the mid-60s on Monday.
Okay. You get a whole house full of windows installed for just $99 a month from Window World of Boston. Go to windowworldofboston.com. Here is Mego with what is trending right now.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending brought to you by Subaru of New England. The Red Sox are in the win column for the second day in a row. They took down the Kansas City Royals 7-1 last night. They held on to a narrow lead for most of the game until Jarren Duran hit a 3-run homer in the top of the ninth. Starter Ranger Suarez made it through 4 1/3, but he had some command issues. It took him 81 pitches to get there. Red Sox go for the sweep at 7:40 tonight. Pregame starts at 6:40 here on the Shaw's Star Market Red Sox Radio Network. In the NBA Eastern Conference Finals, the Knicks staged a wild comeback against the Cavs to win 115-104 in overtime. New York was down by 22. With 8 minutes left in regulation, guard Jalen Brunson led a 44-11 run to finish the game. He had a total of 38 points. Elsewhere in the NBA, the Dallas Mavericks fired Jason Kidd after 5 seasons with the team. The Mavs announced a mutual parting of ways less than 2 years after the Celtics defeated Dallas in the NBA Finals. He had 4 years left on a $40 million contract. Let love bloom in a brand new 2026 Subaru Forester with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Buy with as low as 0.9% financing or lease for just $269 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. I'm Megan Onalini. That's what's trending.
Jones and Keith.
Yeah, I saw this.
A scrub is a guy that thinks he's fly and is also known as a buster. Always talking about what he wants and just sits on his broke ass. So, no, I don't want your number. No, I don't want to give you mine. And no, I don't want to meet you nowhere. No.
Tom, thumb down emoji on that. What are you doing?
Really?
Did Wiggy request it? Or Mego? Or
No.
somebody?
Mm-mm.
No,
Well, they say that was a banger.
No.
TLC.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I say, Greg?
What?
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Nope.
You will be able to chase Jones and Keefe. They are coming up in half an hour, and you can not only listen to them, but you can watch them on Twitch or on YouTube, which is brought to you by Springer's Jewelers for over a century. Springer's in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, has been New England's most trusted destination for diamonds and fine watches. So when it matters most, go to Springer's. And you can talk to Jones and Keefe about a Sox win, a potential Sox sweep. And talk to them about Bill Belichick and everything that he has said, the perhaps pending A.J. Brown deal. That was interesting yesterday. The Substacker reporting that inside word out of Gillette is that Drake May has improved immeasurably when it comes to the mental part of his game. I don't know what that means. I mean, we're not even at OTAs yet, but
No.
I mean, I'm there for it if that leads to.
Well, I would ask one
What
question.
we hope would be a better season from Drake May, perhaps.
How do you know that when they haven't done any organized on-field?
That's the whispers. Like you hear the whispers.
But
That's
even
what
with
you
the whispers, like their official OTAs don't start till May 27th, right? So, I mean, you're expecting somebody in the meeting going, oh, wow, going through his playbook and what he's shown in the classroom, he looks really
like Wiggy,
good.
from your experience,
Mhm.
what are these guys doing together at this point in the offseason that would lead people in the building to go, wow, he's going to be so much better than last year?
All he could really be doing if he's here, and I don't know where he is, if he's here and he's working out, like, because all they're doing is off-season lifting and running and conditioning. But if he is here in the building, he's just probably meeting with Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
In
Well,
the positioning group.
Okay.
And maybe after, when he's done, he goes outside and he just runs routes with the wide receivers, but there's no like defense or anything like that. There's not an actual real practice going on.
It is kind of funny.
Yeah,
it's
so-
just like they asked Drake to identify some front, and he said, they're like, well, Super Bowl again.
There it is.
Super MVP right here.
He didn't know that last year at this time. It's just stupid. It's like so dumb.
Maybe they're basing it off the toss that he had with Shime.
That's about all they can do.
I think that maybe is what it
Or
is.
maybe his new nickname, Big Dog.
I mean, that's what you're. I mean, that's all he's doing now with these guys right now. Is he's out there, lining up and hey, after we finish workouts, let's go on the field and we're gonna run slant routes. We're gonna run go routes.
What defines win wise or just overall finish for the season? What defines a regression for him?
A regression for him?
Not a playoff team.
I think it's his performance because even if they're a playoff team, and let's say he goes out there and he throws 24 touchdowns.
He never wants to judge anybody.
No, let's say he goes. I'm going to tell you, if he goes out there and he throws 24 touchdowns and 15 or 16 interceptions, that's a regression. They could still make the playoffs.
I would say it's a regression if he has another shoulder type injury. That,
Well, you hate when athletes are a little bit hurt. So
Right.
that would be
Right.
a huge regression for you. You'd be like, unacceptable.
Right. You can't
Get
make-
him out there.
Bagel, my whole thing is you can't make the club in the tub.
But based off
the
of the
guy, the guy completely turned on Roman Anthony. He was, and
Totally.
Roman was so nice to
Right.
you, Curtis.
Yeah, and look at how right I was. Let's go back to that morning in Hilton Head, and you're like, Curtis, you're so negative. Now it's literally everybody's opinion.
Wait, was that me or Greg?
No, that was Wiggy.
Oh.
So what's a regression? Because I think
Well,
it's
they're not- It's a step back.
No, but I think it's the statistics.
Okay.
If he throws 24 touchdowns and 16, 14 interceptions, that's a regression. But that team could still make the playoffs.
I don't know if it's a regression, but if he coughs the freaking ball up all the time, that's going to be a major
Well,
sticking point.
How many interceptions did he throw last year?
He had 8 interceptions, but I'm not just talking about interceptions.
Right.
I'm talking about fumbles.
But that's all part of it.
Strip sacks.
Ball security.
Right.
Right,
Like
but-
if his ball security continues to be a major issue, and it wasn't a major issue last year, but it was his rookie year, and it was something that hung around, especially in in the Houston playoff game. Like that was gross on both sides. If that hangs around this year, I think people go, that's where he's not perfect. That's going to be the kind of thing that holds us
Right,
back.
but the thing about the ball security, I think it's a great point, Mango, is you'll look and go, oh, well, the left tackle got smoked. That's why it was a strip sack. But when you start to talk about the 18 interceptions or the 16 interceptions, you'll go, that was a bad read. Why did he throw that football?
If you're going to look at it statistically, if you give him A.J. Brown and he regresses, that's a problem.
Guys, he's not going to have as good a year as he did last year. Like, that was a spectacular season.
Right. But what makes you sit up and go, oh, is this like a C.J. Stroud type thing?
But
Like,
I'm
what's
just saying,
going on here?
on Greg's point, if A.J. Brown comes, I mean, he had 31 touchdowns, 8 picks, a passer rating of 114. Like, he was spectacular.
Right. So if he goes 35 and he has, let's say he goes 35 touchdowns and he has 12 interceptions, that's not a regression.
Not at all.
But
No.
that's not as good as far as numbers, as far as interceptions from last year to this year.
That's why I'm saying I think it has to be not just the numbers, Wiggy, as you always preach.
Right.
It's got to be situational. If he's putting his team in bad positions because he's coughing the ball up or he's throwing dumb interceptions, that's going to be the kind of thing where people point at it and go, I don't know, maybe it was just those teams they were playing last year.
Now, mental regression, like if he's calling guys the wrong name or something like that, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. I was not Mego thought I was being serious. All right, let's get to Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
It's electric.
Speaking of sex symbols this morning, Greg Hill also has his own fragrance. It is called the Old Man Breeze.
Oh, God.
Wiggy, we didn't know, but Wiggy informed us early this morning that Lenny Kravitz is the worst smelling celebrity.
All right, that's just the word on the street, man.
Those who have been near him,
Yes.
I guess.
I've never been fortunate to be around Lenny Kravitz. He's an unbelievable artist.
I've seen him live, Wiggs.
Right. And
Excellent.
it looks like, I mean, just based on, from what the ladies say about him, he's like 65 years old.
Very attractive guy.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess if he stinks.
I love how Wiggy can't say he's handsome.
Well, I mean, it looks like he does well with the ladies.
Yes.
We'll say that.
You think
you
he's
don't know-
handsome? Think he's a good-looking guy?
I mean, handsome is subjective. It's based on what
Wiggy.
a woman might think.
Wiggy.
He's
Like
a
I think
sex symbol.
I think Halle Berry is a beautiful woman.
Excuse me?
Halle Berry's a beautiful woman.
It's okay to say another guy is attractive.
Wiggy, can you say another guy's ugly?
You can't say, huh?
Oh yeah, I could say another dude is ugly.
no,
Then
you
what's the
can't.
difference?
Carl Anthony Towns.
You
boy.
just cannot say that another.
Trace.
You cannot say another man is attractive.
Well, it's not my job to determine whether or not he's attractive.
But you
don't
said
have
someone's
an
ugly.
Huh?
It's the exact thing.
Well, ugly. You can look at somebody and go, "Damn, oh boy, you ugly." But you can't be like, "Ooh, damn, bro, you look good."
Why?
Damn,
Why not?
You need
You're a
to get
fine-looking man.
There you go.
Save that, Tom.
Say that. You need to get comfortable.
Ah,
You need to get
it has
comfortable
no-
with that part of
It
yourself.
has nothing to do with being comfortable, Greg.
Yes, this is the most uncomfortable I've
It
seen
has
you
not-
on radio.
It has nothing to do
It
with
is.
comfortability.
You
Is
can't
that the
answer
word?
question.
He's so freaked
No.
out about it.
No, it has nothing to do with being comfortable. Walking around being like, "Oh man, Lenny Kravitz. Now that is a fine man."
Well, you don't have to say fine. You can say he's handsome.
That's an attractive
good-looking guy.
That is an attractive brother.
What about you always bring up Idris Elba?
Idris Elba.
Attractive man.
It looks like he does well with the ladies.
Just say he's very good looking.
Well, I mean, based on what the women say, he does look
Wiggy,
good.
you have eyes.
No, guess what? I don't judge men on their looks unless
just
they're
talk-
ugly. Unless they're ugly.
Unless they're ugly.
Mego is 100% right. Tom Brady lost his moral compass. He's lost.
I didn't say he lost his moral compass. I just think he seems like he's in a searching phase of his life because he lost football and he lost the other love of his life.
Well, how do you know he's not living his best life?
Because
I mean, a lot of people, they get divorced and they live their best life.
When you're living your best life, you don't have to put it on Front Street every day.
Okay, Your Honor.
You don't have to say, look at me, look at me, look at me.
See?
Now I'm doing this, and now I'm on the runway, and now I'm on the boats, and now I have another job, and now I'm on TV again, and now here I am again. Like, that to me is more of like a cry for you need a little affection.
And that's coming from Judge Megan Ottolini.
Yeah, I'll judge.
Judging?
It's my
He
job
looks
to
like
judge
he's
sometimes.
living his best life. The dude is on yachts, wearing $6 million watches at the roast.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, I told you.
But he has not settled down with somebody else.
Maybe
he's
he-
not really like he was with Arena. What's her name? Arena Shrink, whatever.
You got it.
With her for a little teeny bit.
Maybe he feels like, my heart was broken from my...
That's what I was going to ask. Like, do you think he's suffering from a broken heart?
He might be jaded. He might be like, listen, you know what? I'm not going to my heart was broken because, my ex-wife was banging the jiu-jitsu coach in our house. So, I'm enjoying life. And if you're not tied down to the bed, you're getting nailed.
Do you think he's thirsty? Is that like how you would describe
Look at his
No,
posts.
I don't go so far as
You
to
think
say
he is, Curtis?
thirsty.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. Like the shirtless stuff. Like, God, he's incredibly handsome. God love him. He's lived a
Wiggy?
great life.
Is
But
he a handsome man?
He looks like he does well with the ladies, I will say that.
Oh my goodness.
And he's in good shape for his age.
it's just I don't know. I don't.
Sounds
Obviously,
like jealousy.
I feel like I'm not. What? I love Tom Brady. I want him to be happy. I would give him anything I have.
Maybe he's the happiest in his life.
I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm giving my opinion. I believe, unlike Drake May, he's had a regression.
I don't know. Mego's judging him because...
I'm not judging. I'm concerned.
What are you concerned about?
Because I want him to find love again and be happy.
Well, maybe he feels like he was so scorned, he can't find love again.
What Giselle did was so evil. What
It
she
just makes
did.
me sad for him.
Well, maybe he thought she was his soulmate. He's one of those people
I
who
think
he
at
only
his
has one
core,
love.
like he's
Evil-
a very nice person, and
evil-
he deserves the good love of a woman.
Evil Curtis because she made him quit football and then did that to him?
Well, she was doing something else.
Yeah.
Then made the world think that the reason their marriage dissolved was because of him playing football when it was because she was with the jiu-jitsu guy.
Yeah.
Like that, and that was literally that was the narrative for weeks, months.
Yeah, well, guess what? I feel bad for the guy, and I think he looks like he's having fun. He looks like he's living his best life.
I think we're saying the same thing. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it looks like living your best life. I think it looks like he wants something more, like a more connection. It looks to me like he's trying to find a connection with people.
Good morning. It's been a busy week, so I haven't heard. Have you talked about Bill Gate? Or should we call it Tab Gate from the neighborhood tavern? Yeah, Greg, I apologize, but you saved my life that night, covering my 2 Sun Cruisers that I had. What I think happened was anybody sitting at the cool table where all the appetizers were not eaten, if you ordered a drink from that area, I think it went on your tab. So I apologize. I really, truly apologize. I owe you, buddy. Thanks a lot. And I noticed how Numbnuts left real early and skipped out on the tab.
Are those supposed to be funny? Like,
I find them funny for whatever
Curtis,
reason.
he really thinks you have something very personally against him.
I have nothing against it. I literally just show up to work every day, and he badgers me for no reason. I had a Diet Coke that I had half of. I didn't have anything. I was talking to people for 2 hours. I didn't build up a tab.
Takes a brave guy to admit that when you let loose, it's 2 Sun Cruisers.
That's going in right there. Yeah. That is going in.
What is a Sun Cruiser? What's in it? Is it like a vodka drink or is it? Okay.
Iced tea, but they have flavors now and stuff.
Yeah.
They're pretty good.
Is it like the new Mike's Hard?
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
It's like those liquid drinks, mixed drinks in a can.
So he owes me like $16 or whatever it is.
A lot of people owe you from that night.
Yeah.
Well, that was called Drive By on Greg's tab.
Yeah. Well, that baby was a $500+ tab and then the tip.
Oh, I hope you get. What's up with our
threw down a $20 tip.
What up with our per diem? We don't get no more of that.
Yeah, you got a per diem.
Yeah, I just got it in the mail.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You want me to Venmo you for
No, I was just wondering.
For your share of that.
No, I was just wondering. I thought when we went to these events, food and drink were thrown in. It's generally how it works.
No, that's not how it works.
If I do an event,
you want free food.
Well,
you don't eat anyway, so that's kind of weird. Like, I mean,
yeah. Well, no, I think
most people think by the time you get to pregame tomorrow night, like, so tomorrow night, Trading Post Lounge. Are you going to eat during the day?
I didn't eat all when we went to.
So no food tomorrow at all during the day?
Nope, until we get to the Trading Post Lounge.
Dave, our friend who owns Trading Post Lounge, was asking me if you wanted steak tips or anything. Or are you good with bar pizza?
No, I'm good with the bar pizza. Okay. Mushroom and onion bar pizza. That's all I'll have. Mushroom, onions, green peppers. I'll do that. But I don't eat all day, and when I get there, I'm like, okay.
They got a sweet new patio set up at Trading Post Lounge, Curtis. So is weather going to be good tomorrow night?
We're going to be great. Perfect. Okay. I was actually thinking that would be awesome if they had an outdoor area because it's so packed inside.
Yes, they do.
Great.
And pool table, and we are ready to go tomorrow night. 6:30, Trading Post Lounge for pregame. Go ahead, Tom.
Maybe real life Tom threw up on his dates, and that's why he didn't get the second date.
Well, there are people, we talked the other day about Donovan McNabb. There are people who just, when they get anxiety like Tom has, they get sick to their stomach.
Bill Russell. That's in good company. Bill Russell used to do it before every game.
He did?
Yep.
Every single game?
Every game.
Learn that during Celtic City? Or
yeah, he used to throw up before. I mean, I think I remember watching a bunch of the older Celtic stuff, and he talked about doing that. Yeah, so, if Bill Russell can do it, real life Tom can do it.
Just want to point out, the bridesmaid did just text me 20 minutes ago, so in your face, he'll note her.
Okay.
Oh, what did she say?
She just goes, I hope you're having a really good day right now and doing a good job at work.
Oh, that's kind of nice.
Is that it?
There's a very nice dinner at the 110 Grill coming her way shortly.
Did you immediately respond with 7 heart emojis and say I love you?
No, my hands are sweating. I can't even type on my phone right now.
Eggplant?
Right. Did she send you a cat emoji?
No.
Eggplant peach?
When's the next date?
Haven't planned it, but I can tell you where it's going to be at the 110 Grill.
Oh, yeah, you won. We had a little work meeting, and we had a quiz, and Tom won a couple $100 from 110 Grill, so
he dominated.
Tom, make sure you don't eat messy food there on that date, because they have some great apps, but you got to be careful about your selections.
All right, I was a little worried about the dating advice earlier when you were struggling to make friends with your neighbor, but I'm back on the train with you, Meg.
Excuse me?
I believe in you again.
Making a friend is so much harder than picking someone up.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, well.
What? It's
I
true.
just think that, like, a lot of you, unfortunately, because of your age, have lived your life on your phone. So
Not
you're
me.
fine.
I'm a millennial.
All right. Well, just go over and introduce yourself to the neighbor lady.
She looks cool. I'm intimidated. I'm so weird. Like, you guys will learn this as you get to know me through road shows.
Yeah.
Like, I swear, if I have a weird look on my face, it's just because I'm weird. It's not
Just
to
'cause
do
you're
with
weird.
you.
Have your husband go over there and introduce himself. Be like, hey.
Oh, she don't want that.
Well, I mean, if they become friends,
Well,
the husband's going to have to meet her at some point.
Here's the other thing. I haven't seen her husband, so that's a big question mark because it's like,
Is she married?
yes.
Oh, okay.
So I want to see if this could also like go to possible couples friends.
Oh, okay.
That would be awesome.
When she comes in, just say, hey, put your keys right in that bowl right there so you don't lose them.
In the bowl in my house?
Yeah.
I'll say with all the other keys from all the other couples around the neighborhood. Don't worry about it.
They call those a Tupperware party.
Hey, if somebody grabs them by accident, don't worry.
Ask Courtney's parents. They'll give you the 411 on how that works.
Wi-Fi access.
Greg, there's something I really have to know. Between the flip-flops and the cheese on apple pie and the shuffling papers on the radio and now the Fox News, are you really this old of a man or do you just play one on the radio?
Nope. I'm old. Sorry. There's the flips. I got the flips.
That you do.
Got them on today.
Going to be auctioning those off later.
Yeah.
Those poor flip-flops.
I don't care about that. But I don't know that those other things indicate age. They might indicate great taste. Is that it?
That'll do it today, Greg.
Okay. Hill Notes brought to you by Coleman Electric.
It's electric.
WEEI.
Get your motor running. Head out on the highway, looking for adventure, and whatever comes our way. Yeah, darling, go make it happen. Take the world in a loving embrace. Fire all of your guns at once and explode into space.
Jones and Keefe coming up in just moments. A lot of controversy over the tiers yesterday.
Their quarterback tiers?
Yes.
I thought they were great. I thought they were on point. I think people were mad because they had their top tier as Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes, and they didn't have Drake there. They had Drake in the next tier down with, like, all the other good quarterbacks, you know? Like, you got your Stafford, Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield, like everybody else. But I kind of still feel like that's the way. Like
That's a pretty good tier, though. I mean,
yeah, Drake's had a great year. He was an MVP candidate last year, but it's a small sample size.
I mean, I'm looking at their tiers now, and I would agree. They got best around, and like you said, they have Mahomes and Allen. I think Jackson, you obviously knocked down because of the year he had last year. But yeah, and they have Drake in that. I mean, I think that's pretty good. And then
Mac Jones ahead of Aaron Rodgers is a hot one.
That's just a conversation starter. They know what they're doing there. I loved our friend, the Tom Yee tier of JJ McCarthy down at the bottom.
By the way, owners' meetings going on in Orlando, Greg, for the NFL.
Yes.
And now we have 8 this year. Next year, they're going to 10 international games.
Yeah, they're pushing international.
And it looks like they're doing this. So obviously they have the game in Australia, and they say that they're trying to tap into the Asian markets as well, which would be, complex travel-wise, I guess.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, didn't Goodell say at the Super Bowl he wants one every week? Yeah. Like every week of the season, international game.
Yeah.
I think that's too much.
I think it's going to get pushed back when it's going to be an interesting thing when they talk about the new CBA, because I think players are going to go, all right, it's one thing maybe to go to Mexico City or even go to, like, Europe, some of the European.
Yeah,
London or whatever.
You're a New York team going to London, no big deal.
Australia and potentially Asia. I think maybe, they could be like, wait a second here, that's kind of long. Maybe they might push back on at the union.
Tom, before we go, dead weight?
Yes, sir. Dead weight belongs on the bench, not on your waist. Drop weight every week. Hit your goal, then keep it off with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Any suggestions?
I'm going to do my first dead weight suggestion, which is my big dog, Shime, playing golf on your honeymoon. I hope your beautiful new wife is a fanatical golfer.
Right.
Because otherwise, there's no excuse if you went off to shoot even 9 holes on your honeymoon.
I got to say, Lauren's the big winner if he's golfing by himself, because Shime's a lot. I mean,
she could also be injured. I mean, let's be honest. Like he's hitting the ball off the tee and it goes in the opposite direction.
Right.
I mean, so on a honeymoon, let me get this straight. You can't do an individual activity.
You can
at
do
all.
an individual activity. I just don't think it should be as involved as playing around a golf.
No,
That's
no.
at least half a day.
No individual activities on a honeymoon.
It's about spending time together and
Right.
like decompressing, celebrating each
I
other.
will also say that it's like the first day. It's not even
This
like you've
is
been
true.
away together
Great
for 2
point.
weeks.
Great point.
The honeymoon
Curtis.
is meant for everything that you do, especially if you're on a beautiful destination like Hawaii. We spend it together. The beach, the hiking, the spa. It's all together. When you're drifting off on your own on your honeymoon, that's a
I can be a cool girl about a lot of things.
right.
If he told me, babe, tomorrow afternoon I'm playing 9,
That would be it.
Mm-mm.
All right. We're back tomorrow. Thank you.
Has come for leaving, fear now we shall return. We were so glad we could make it, but so sad we gotta run. Well, it might be a long time.
offensive explosion,
Oh,
Dave.
my God. These guys are hot as a rocket ship.
Save some of it.
Yeah, easy, guys. Spread this out over 2-3 games.
Holy
You can
cow.
win them all with this staff.
Red Sox are,
High-flying Sox.
yeah, wasting all their runs last night. 7 runs and 15 hits. What are you doing?
Well, the weather's warming up, Jones.
7!
That's what they say. You get the hot bats, the sweaty air. These guys are just launching the ball right now. All of a sudden, it's a new looking squad.
New Sox squad?
New Sox squad.
Chad Sox back?
Well, Chad Sox record. I know you like to update that for us.
11-10.
11-10.
Positive run scoring differential.
Winning record.
Yeah. I mean, if you want those numbers, I
for
have
the
them at the ready.
Chad Sox.
Yep.
Man, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Going for a sweep tonight.
Yeah.
Little sweep. Get the brooms out.
Well, I would have felt better if they won their customary game 2-1. They wasted all these runs. I feel like they owe some.
No.
They're not going to score for a couple of days now after what they did last night.
They're heating up. They're seeing the ball well. They're seeing the ball really well right now.
You can jump in today, starting Red Sox.
They did have a million hits yesterday.
And the offense heating up. They even in some of the games they were losing, the prior series against Atlanta, the hits have started to come in. The runs not so much until last night.
No.
But the hits have started to come around a little bit. You can discuss at 617-779-7937. Your phone number here to get in touch with Jones and Keefe. Interact. Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. You can watch along and chat, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. Watch there, chat there, subscribe to WEEI. We'll get into that wild comeback for the Knicks last night in the Eastern Conference Finals.
I'll tell you, the NBA playoffs and the NHL playoffs, despite no Celtics or Bruins, have been really entertaining.
Hot start in the conference finals in the NBA. A couple of great game ones the last few nights, both going to, one double overtime, the other overtime. We'll get to that. Greg Bedard talked to someone in the building, I wonder who, about Drake May and his big year 3 in store. You're going to want to hear that. Plus, some Would You Rather Wednesday, hashtag Dork Minute as well, coming up at 11:30. And 11:45. Are the Red Sox possibly, Keefe? And I want to leave this open-ended because this is not a declarative statement. They have figured it out. I'm not even saying they will. Is it possible? Maybe.
Yes,
they could potentially be figuring things out a little bit.
It is possible. Yeah, it is possible. I don't want to just completely overblow a 7-run game against the Royals. But to your point, we've seen games with a lot of hits, right? It's not like 1 run, 3 hits type of game over and over again. Even some of the lower scoring games they've had over the last week, they've been starting to belt out a few more hits because they had guys in just horrible starts. Now, even Jaren Duran, who was on fire last night, even though he ran into an out, and at the time, you're like, dude, what are you doing?
It was so bad, but we finally found a team that's worse on the bases than the Red Sox. The Royals were laughably bad on the bases last night. But you're right, it wasn't a perfect night for Duran, trying to stretch a double into a triple, a mistake. But otherwise, 2 great plays in the field and a great night at the plate.
Because I still maintain for a while, they had 8 real major leaguers in their lineup and only 1 real outlier in Caleb Durbin. And it was guys like Story and Duran that were so far off what they would normally do. Even their previous worst season, you would have taken, and you would have said, all right, maybe this is a little bit more closer to an average offense, right? Like, that's the thing. If you're going to have a pitching staff as good as it is, you got to have a top 20 offense, let's call it. I mean, I'd shoot more for like 15, but like top 20 offense, can you do that?
Based on the start, I would take the 20th ranked offense.
I would absolutely take that. And so Story's now out of the lineup due to injury because he was an automatic out for a while, and Jaren Duran's starting to hit a little bit more. So now when you have guys like Wilson Contreras and Willie Abreu who are having good seasons, and you sort of add that in, some of the Worcester guys, give them credit. They've given you a little bit of a spark, like a Mickey Gasper, so
Sogard had a great play the other night. Another hit for him last night. Gasper pinch hit. He didn't even start the game. Mickey Gasper came in and had a pinch hit last night. So, yeah, I think the Woo Sox guys have come in and not been the worst hitters in the league like the guys you were playing for the first month and a half.
Yeah, all you needed was average. Because nobody's asking the lineup to carry this team. If anything's going to happen, it's going to be the rotation, and the bullpen is going to carry this team to where they're going to end up going. So it just seems like, they're getting better at bats top to bottom right now, and that's all we're asking for. Can you at least get to, like, average? Can you be an average offense? And again, 1 game, 1 series isn't going to completely turn people's or change people's minds, and I get that. But At least they're showing a little bit of life. I'll give them credit for that.
Agreed. Already we're hearing in, and again, you can discuss at 617-779-7937. Lots of ways to get in touch. Text line, Twitch chat, of course, but also on Twitter, at Keefe21. Another viral tweet for Keefe yesterday.
Oh, my God. Another massive tweet.
We'll get to
I should probably pay for Twitter so I can get paid.
You probably should. That'd be a good way to
how
do
that
it.
works? Yeah.
So we'll get to that later on in the show. Tears blowing up as well. But at Keefe21, at Jones WEEI, at Jones and Keefe. This is Zapphire on Twitter. Zapphire. That's a good name.
That is a great name.
You guys said the same thing when they swept the Tigers. Don't get fooled by this team.
All right, fair.
Okay, and they haven't swept the Royals yet. You're not wrong about that. Although I did hear when they swept the Tigers, they were lucky to avoid Skubal, and they were just cheating and getting hits off Valdez. So I don't know what the qualifier is for these games.
The Tigers are now 2-12 in their last 14.
I don't know.
A rut, you're saying?
A little bit.
A little bit of a rut?
I don't know what the qualifier is for the Royals. I don't know if they're cheating again or if they're missing anybody on Kansas City, although I guess Bubic got put on the IL yesterday.
Yeah, but I think even though you half jokingly bring up Chad Tracy's record, but since they've fired Alex Cora, they have a winning record.
They've leveled off
in 21 games though. All right, it's a growing sample size. Mm-hmm. So I mean, it's still not as many games as. So Cora managed 27 games, got fired. Tracy's at 21. So in another 2 series, the two of them will have managed the same number of games.
Right. Who was better?
And not only that, Cora had Roman Anthony for most of it. He had Garrett Crochet for a handful of them. So you'd even say his roster might even be better. But Chad Tracy at least has pulled this team out from the absolute basement where they were. I'm talking about the American League basement. Still nothing to write home about. I mean, you're 21-27. That's a brutal record. But thankfully, the American League is also brutal.
You're only 2 games out of a wild card spot, which is the same as yesterday. But they are starting to leapfrog some of the teams in the AL. Because before they were 2 or 3.
Including the team they're playing now.
Yeah, they were 2 or 3 games out, but they were still the 3rd or 4th worst record in baseball. They're making a mini move there. So keep an eye on it. Is it possible they're playing any different, or do all teams just win a couple of games in a row against bad competition? And this is nothing to write home about. Again, you can discuss there. Meanwhile, Keith, as you mentioned, big night for Jaylen Brown. Did get out on the bases, but 2 great plays in the field. One coming in very aggressively. The other I thought was gone off the bat. And then I definitely thought he misplayed it, but he made a brilliant catch going back towards the warning track. People were calling it like a Jordan logo catch last night for Duran.
Yeah.
He had a late home run, couple of walks. He was on base all night. Chad Tracy talked about the impact that Duran made on last night's game.
With him, it's, obviously this game was kind of different in terms of its multidimensional aspects, but you've seen more walks recently. Yeah. Are you seeing kind of the swing decisions tightening from him?
Yeah, I don't know what the number is I was counting before today, but he's been on base 8 or 9 times in the last 4 days, which is awesome, including a few walks. So yeah, the swing, it's always that with Jaren. If he stays off some of the soft below and gets himself in a good counts, he becomes really dangerous and take the walk and pass the baton, and he's doing that right now.
Okay, so a couple of walks for him. And this is funny.
Relay race.
Will and Cooper Boardman were talking about this last night, leading into Duran's first at bat, and then he walked in his first at bat. And
first 2.
The feeling on him, and maybe they had already heard from Tracy, maybe this is just well known with Duran. I didn't realize it. Is when the walks start piling up, the swing will follow. And they were saying that early in the game last night, he had a couple of walks and the swings followed. So look, it's way too early to be count on Jaylen Brown. No. He's still hitting 189. It's one good night for him. But on the other hand, he still is on pace, Keith, for 15 home runs and 30 steals. That's not nothing. That's not valueless. And if you want to say it's time to cash in the Jaylen Brown ticket, maybe we're getting close to the time to cash in the Duran ticket if he's starting to swing. So where are you at on him? Does your opinion or outlook change at all?
Yeah, send him out on the first thing smoking. I would trade him. I would trade him so fast. And you're right now, I think the reason why he's still been on the team to this point is the Red Sox value him more than other teams do. I think there are probably other teams. We've always heard about the Padres wanting him, but not to the extent of here's a bunch of top prospects or here's what they think. And so they've decided to hold on to him. Maybe now again, his overall numbers are really terrible. Terrible. One of the worst players in baseball. But
sure. Again, I would point out his counting stats are actually in line with what he does, but the batting average and on base and all that is
leadoff hitter on base. Yeah. Plus, he is. I don't know what the Knicks are defensive metric guy. I don't know what they say about him in the field. I still don't trust him in the field.
No, me either.
I don't think he's very good in the field. But I think he has, maybe to other teams, might look at him and say he has value, or they'll look at what he did 2 years ago, or they'll be like, hey, we really need either a left fielder or whatever it is. So, yeah, I would still trade him. Now, Roman Anthony, I don't know when the hell he's coming back. So then you would have a question as to who should be the leadoff hitter and all that stuff. But, yeah, I'm not going to trust him. You know, like I trust almost the Red Sox more to have closer to an average offense than I do Jaren Duran to be, like, super consistent the rest of the way.
I mean, it's an obvious statement, but if he's going to start heating up, I mean, that's maybe the greatest linchpin to turn the lineup around.
Didn't we have this conversation like 3 weeks ago? He had 3 home runs in 4 games.
We did.
And then he
just was 0 for 27.
Yeah, we did. But like, as bad as he's been, he's not a 189 hitter. Like, he's never done that in his career. He's not that. We know at some point a hot streak will come around. Now, will it be any different? Will he ever get back to 2024 where he's an All-Star Game MVP, or even 2023 where he was trending towards that player? Probably not. But, you know, at some point a hot streak's coming, and that will, you would think, ignite the offense.
Oh, for sure.
I'm not telling you it's right now, but at some point it's going to happen. And that would change the whole dynamic when you have Abreu and Contreras hitting as they have for much of the year. If Duran is on base in front of those guys, all of a sudden, those aren't singles and doubles that are driving home no one and getting stranded on base. All of a sudden, that's ducks on the pond for those guys. Like, that would be a massive, massive difference.
I mean, really, we looked at it earlier in the week where the 5 best hitters, and not just the top 5 home run guys, but I think it might have been the same list from last year's roster, are all back with the exception of Bregman, and you replace him with Contreras, who's having like a better season and is pacing to be better than the 2025 version of Bregman. So you're like, how can this happen to them? Well, it's all those guys not being anywhere near what they were a year ago. And I don't think anybody predicted Trevor Story, for example, to duplicate what he did a year ago.
Yeah.
But to be like the opposite of that, you were not prepared for. Same with Jaren Duran. You're like, all right, he may not ever get MVP votes again, but can he? There's a big gap between that and this.
Well, that's my point. Like, Twitch chat right now, depressed Sox fan. If Duran starts hitting, and if Meyer, and if Durbin, and No.
I didn't say if Durbin.
We don't know
that.
Well, we don't know that
Durbin.
We don't know that Meyer and Durbin can do it.
Right.
So
no, we're talking about guys with like a recent track record.
Duran, I thought Duran last year kind of stunk.
Yeah, but you'd take it.
Last year he was 256, 774 OPS, WAR of almost 5. Like that has value. And
the on base was like 70 points higher.
Right. So, I mean, even if Duran goes back to what we thought was a poor year last year, never mind All-Star Game MVP in 2024. Never mind 828 OPS in 2023 where he hit 295 and swiped a bunch of bags. Not even getting back to those 2 years. Just last year we were all disappointed. There's still a lot of production there where even if he just gets back to that, there is going to be a hot month or two coming up. Maybe this is the start of it. And again, it's obvious, but that would really change the outlook of the lineup, especially the top of the lineup.
Because I get why everybody rips Breslow for not bringing in power. We were front and center on that. We talked about Pete Alonso as much, if not more than anybody else, and other power sticks that could have been there for the taking. But it wouldn't be as big of a topic if these guys weren't having career worst seasons. I think it's as simple as that. If Trevor Story and Jaren Duran are half of what they normally are, and forget about Durbin. Maybe Durbin's a swing and a miss. Maybe Breslow was wrong about Durbin and you didn't have any production there. But you know what? You could bury him in the 9-hole and you just were like, hey, you got a good defensive third baseman, and you kind of move on from there. If Duran and Story weren't as bad as they've been, Alex Cora is still the manager here. Jason Varitek's still your run prevention guy, and Pete Fatsy's still your
poor
coach.
Game planning coach.
Yeah, he's doing that.
Yeah.
So all those guys are still here. If Duran, I think if anybody wants to blame anybody for Cora being gone, I think it's Duran and Story.
Yeah, again, not to pile it all on Anthony, but I wouldn't have Anthony behind that either, because you're talking about some guys who just haven't produced, and now Anthony's out of the lineup.
Yep.
But no, that would obviously go a long, long way for this team. And look, you don't have Corey here to block a Duran trade anymore.
True.
True.
Open season now.
Maybe Craig Breslow can actually, when he has a trade lined up, trade away Duran, which I know a lot of you want, including Keefe. Maybe now is the time to cash in that ticket, and the manager, former manager, isn't here to block that trade anymore and then complain about the outfield logjam out the other end of his mouth when he blocks a trade. 617-779-7937. Red Sox are better without Cora, by the way. I don't know if I've mentioned that.
Yeah, they have a winning record.
11-10 with a positive run-scoring differential.
Nice.
In their 21 games as the Chad Sox,
Chad Sox
which I
are
feel like are a
rolling.
much more likable team. Maybe still not a good team,
But they can pitch their tails off.
trending up a little bit.
How come Andrew Bailey didn't get fired? I don't know because he's doing awesome right now.
Because they never give up runs.
Because they don't allow any runs to score.
So
Whoever the new run prevention guy is, he's killing it
Oh
too.
my God! Whoever is the new game plan guy, not
Promote
Veritek
that guy.
anymore, and whoever's in charge of the run prevention, doing a good job. That's
Awesome.
true. So could potentially, possibly, maybe the Red Sox be figuring something
You're
out?
telling me there's a chance.
We've said it a few different times this year. We've asked that a few different. I really want to
Yeah.
put a lot of qualifiers on it.
No, you
that is
have
not
to.
a declarative statement. They have figured it out. There's not even a guarantee they will figure it out. Could they maybe, possibly, potentially, a little bit be figuring something out? Plus, could Duran be starting to unlock? What does that mean for this offense? We'll get to it with all your phone calls. 617-779-7937. And right after trending with Billy, will Craig Breslow show any urgency? That has not been a strong suit for him.
No, not really.
Will he show that? We'll get to it right after the update.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by the Prudential Center. It's back-to-back wins for the Boston Red Sox after last night's 7-1 victory over the Royals in Kansas City. Sox offense was led by Jaylen Brown, who went 2 for 3, including a 3-run home run, and Wilson Contreras, who went 2 for 5 with 3 RBIs. Sox look to complete the sweep tonight. First pitch from Kauffman Stadium is at 7:40. You can hear the call of the game with Will Fleming and Cooper Boardman right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaws and Style Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws and Style Market, proud to be local since 1860. Connolly early will get the start in the series finale against the Royals' Michael Wacha. Don't forget to tune to the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at Christian Arcand beginning at 6:40. Heading to Fenway for the game. Park in the Prudential Center's garage for just $26 for night and weekend games. Located in the heart of Back Bay, shop, dine, and discover all Prudential Center has to offer, including the View Boston Observation Deck, just a short walk over to Fenway from the Prue. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
What did you miss on Rich, Ken, and Ted? I forgot.
A lot of runs right now, but we're getting the opportunities, and that's huge for us. And we know we're going to come through every once in a while, but we just got to keep pushing the gas.
Jones and Keith, WEEI, live from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. You're still done with Duran?
Yep, all set, thanks. He had a good run. We'll always remember 2024. He was electric. Highs and lows with Duran.
Yeah.
Highs and lows. So you probably won't ever be able to really sell high, nor are you going to duplicate the year he had a couple of years ago. But at one point, he was easily the most despised player on the team. He's telling fans not to root for the team. He's not going after fly balls in the outfield. He was a really tough guy to root for. Then it turned it around and he was super entertaining. I loved watching him slap the ball in the outfield and get a double out of it. And he was really fun to watch in 2024.
You and I, our sensibilities, trust me, I love a guy who hits 50 home runs too. But I like
a steals guy.
A player like that who one's in the gap, and I know he got thrown out going to third last night.
Yeah,
but
like an athlete.
It might be a triple. He's on base. He might steal second and third. He might steal home.
Yeah.
I
call the angry lizard.
The
way he runs.
That's what Lou called him?
I think so.
I love that.
I kind of feel like he doesn't steal enough.
He's not on base enough.
He's 10 for 10
when
on
he's
steals.
on base, I feel like he doesn't go that
so
often.
I agree with both of you. He needs to get on base more. Then he would steal more. But I'm with Nick. When he's on base, I feel like he doesn't have enough of a green light.
Yeah, get going.
He's 10 for 10 on steals. He's on pace for 30 bags. So my sensibilities are I like that style of player.
Yeah.
I do.
Too inconsistent, not good in the field, and you have all these outfielders. And so right now he's leading off, and he's had a good couple of games, but he's got one of the lowest OPSs. When Anthony comes back, you're like, all right, what do you do with him? I think his most value was when he was a great leadoff hitter, going back to 2024, where he played every game until he yelled at a fan, and then they had to sit him out. But he played almost every game.
And he energized the top of the line.
Yeah.
He brought a real legitimate energy to that team in 20. And that was not a great team. They were 500.
Yeah.
But he brought a real energy to that team that year.
Yeah, and then so if Anthony does come back, and I guess that's a huge if in all this, or at least when he comes back and all that other stuff, is Duran hitting lower in the lineup, and then what's his real value there? And he's shown he's got a little bit more pop than some of the other guys in the lineup because there's very little pop
but
on
I
there.
feel like when they drop him down, he's now trying to hit home runs, which I feel like screws with his approach.
The other part, too, that you'd look at is, are you willing to give him a big contract extension? Are you going to pay Jaylen Brown a ton of money over a ton of years?
I definitely won't be doing that.
So, okay, then I think that kind of answers the question where you could trade him away and not be a seller, right? That's the other important thing is you don't want to just trade him away
for prospects.
for a prospect
No.
and then beef up Portland. No. I want to help this team this year make a run. So I don't know how that works out. Is it a 3-team trade? Is it Duran and another couple of players where it's this mega deal?
I think that's the issue with Duran. And for instance, 1 for 1. If you're shopping Duran 1 for 1 and you're trying to get a commensurate player that fits the roster better, isn't the team trading for Duran trying to help their offense? I wouldn't imagine they have a ton of offense around. Maybe they're flush with infielders and you're flush with outfielders.
That's what it would be, right? Is there a team that has too many third basemen?
Maybe. That doesn't feel like there's a lot of those in baseball. But
yeah,
if
it was the Brewers. Then you got both of them.
We already robbed them of their great third baseman.
But if you can tell me who that team is, then I'll adjust this take. But in general, I'd imagine a team that wants Duran, even though he's only hitting 189 and he's not getting on base, I'd imagine they're trying to help their offense. They probably would want a deal from a surplus of pitching. I would think.
Yeah.
So is there a way to do it where you flip Duran to the Padres, who he's been linked to forever? You get some prospects. Now those prospects help you go get the bat you need, or it allows you to trade some of your own prospects, and now you have new prospects, whatever it is. Maybe.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or maybe it's Duran plus for another bat that's going to help you. That's why Duran plus Bayo to me makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm definitely in favor of that.
I don't know who wants that crap pile from the Red Sox.
No. Well, they just sabotaged Bayo's trade value by starting him last game.
It's a great point. That's another reason why they shouldn't have done it. It hurt the team and it hurt his value.
Yeah.
So, but if anybody still believes in Duran and Bayo and they believe in the career track record and not a bad month and a half, which, look, a lot of these guys look at the larger sample size. They might. If someone's willing to take that combo off your hand and give you a bat that fits better, that to me is the ideal kind of trade.
And their contracts aren't very big, so I think teams would just absorb that. And maybe you don't get great players in return, but you can move on from them, get players back that fit the team better. Whereas, like, I know he's hurt now, but if you were going to trade Trevor Story, you're probably going to have to pay half his contract for him to go play somewhere.
Yoshida, I know you like him and want him to lead off. Yoshida, you're like attaching prospects to.
Yeah, you're doing all that. Whereas Duran, the team has a choice. So they're going to be like, all right, do we view him as a long-term fit here or not? And then Bayo may be terrible, but look at how much pitchers make. These guys make a ton of money, and so it's really not that horrible of a deal. You know, we had that, was it a Buster Olney report a couple weeks ago talking about like how much he's owed, and we're like, doesn't seem like that much.
It's not even that bad.
Like if he was like
$15 million a year for a pitcher or whatever it is, like in 2026 is nothing.
A quote unquote starting pitcher, a bulk guy, $15 million, really not that bad.
I mean, a guy who a year ago only went 11-9. It felt better than that, but 3.35 ERA. Like, I don't know. That's a guy who has been a starter in the American League now for years. There's a track record there. This hasn't been a good run for him. And maybe you think he's broken or a different player and the velocity's down, and I can't imagine that helps. But I still think there would be takers for Bayo.
Text line wants
you may not get a ton.
Jarren Duran for Fernando Tatis. Now that's like a change of scenery maybe for both guys. You're just swapping out outfielders, but
I can't imagine. I don't think that's what the Padres would be trying to do.
I also don't think the Red Sox would pay the Tatis money. They're not paying that contract.
Great point.
They're just not doing it.
And I said this a while ago. Maybe Tatis has heated up since we talked about this last week or whenever it was.
He's one home run.
Okay, ice cold. He's Roman Anthony, Spider-Man meme.
Exponentially more home runs than he had last time we talked about this. I'm not really trying to get another guy who needs to figure it out on his offense. I need somebody who's kind of going a little bit. I don't have time to wait for another bat to figure it out, and he's a bat that's trying to figure it out. As good as he is, and as good as the track record is, he is not the player he was with the big outlier in 2021.
Speaking of a bat that needs to figure it out, my man Pasquatch sucks this year, huh?
Yeah.
You hardly get a chance to see the Sasquatch out in the outfield. He got one little go. He drew a walk.
Yeah.
And then so he walked.
Pasquatch walked by.
That was super cool.
But
he's hitting under 200.
If you
has 5 homers.
If you trade for Pasquatch, does the Sasquatch come with it? I would think.
Oh, he better.
I would think that's part of the deal.
Or he just sits alone in the outfield, just waiting for him to come back from Kansas City. He just is waiting for him.
Great.
He stays
They
there.
just break him out every series.
I
think he comes in the deal. I would
he better.
think.
Well, yeah. Remember when Johan Duran got traded to the Phillies and the Twins literally gave him his whole entrance package?
Yeah.
They're like, you can take all this.
Great
I think
idea.
it is part of the deal.
Great idea. It should be.
So you get a Sasquatch.
Make sure Breslow, don't let them. You get the Pasquatch in the deal. The Pasquatch and the Sasquatch that comes along with it.
Can you imagine a Sasquatch Wally crossover? The two of them looking at each other in left field.
Yeah.
Who's the goat in that scenario?
Yeah. Who are we talking about there?
Just a crossover.
Oh, just a crossover.
Yeah, it would be a goat crossover.
Tessie catches him. Like, what are you two doing?
I bet if Tessie gets one look at the Pasquatch,
Yeah.
she's
she'd leave Wally.
Yeah. Hair in all the right places. No, are they their brother and sister?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah,
I
okay.
know.
I thought you learned that.
It's complicated. It's complicated. It's like Game of Thrones, though.
Yeah.
So I don't really know.
Yeah.
They have different rules, I think, in the Monsterverse.
So you are still trading Jarren Duran?
Yeah, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I would. Now, the question is, again, what are you dealing him for? What can you possibly get? And then do you want to try to tie that to Roman Anthony coming back? I think that's a good point by you.
We've seen some trades so far in
And
baseball.
who the hell knows when he's coming back, if he's coming back, what he's going to look like. But when he comes back, if he comes back, that's probably the time to make the decision on Duran and say, all right, now somebody's going to be the odd man out between the outfield and DH. Somebody's the odd man out. And it's not going to be Rafaela or Abreu. Anthony's back. That's the time to move Duran. And to answer the question about Breslow and the urgency, there probably won't be much.
No.
But maybe that would present a bit of a logjam again in the outfield.
Yeah, and maybe they know just how long it's going to be for Anthony, so they're like, well, we're not going to trade Duran until then. Plus, other teams might not be willing to make that big deal until later on. I mean, the deadline's not for a long time. And even last year, the big Devers blockbuster trade was Father's Day, so we're still like a month away from that. So I don't know. There have been trades in baseball so far this season, but nothing that would hit the point of, an all-star from 2 years ago. Like, I think that's a little bit of a different thing. We might need to wait at least a couple more weeks.
Text line says, Jones, who the F is going to trade a great player for Duran? Let us know. I don't need
know how great the player
I don't
is.
need a great player for Durant. This is what I don't get.
You need a guy who hits taters.
The people who want Durant off the team also want like this great return for him.
Probably not happening.
I don't need a great return.
Yeah.
I need a third baseman who can hit a little bit.
Yep.
I need a third baseman who can maybe pop 20 home runs and hit like 250.
All right.
Like
Okay.
something
you want
like
Devers
that.
back?
Yeah, so the Devers might not even get to those numbers this year. Although I did see he's heating up in May. Which heating up from whatever he was doing earlier this year. The Giants, by the way, still worse record and fewer runs scored than the Red Sox, FYI.
There are 9 third basemen currently with 7 or more home runs.
Mm-hmm.
And so
7!
Yeah. Oh no, maybe even 10. Maybe even longer. So I'm just saying, like, there are guys out there, and they're not all, Junior Caminero, Jose Ramirez. Like, there's plenty of other guys that, like, it's possible.
Find me the
and that would be what, second on the Red Sox?
You brought up the Mariners yesterday, Keith, and what they did at the deadline last year. Find me the equivalent of Suarez and Naylor.
Yeah.
Rental players who have a little bit of pop. And, like, I'm not asking for a great player for Jaren Durant. I'm definitely not asking for that. The Tatis is a name we brought up, and we both said immediately that's far-fetched. The text line brought that up. We didn't say that name. We shut that name down. I don't think you're going to get a great player for him, but you might get a player who fits and a guy who's a little bit of pop at a black hole of third base. Maybe you'll get that. Watching the Red Sox recently, Keith, you know what did occur to me?
What occurred to you?
I'm not saying they're getting to October.
Oh, Jesus.
They're going to win the World Series.
Oh, I know what you're going to say, actually, because I had a similar thought.
I'm not
We
saying
share a
they're.
brain.
I'm not saying they're getting there, but the way they play defense and pitch,
hard out. They'd be a tough out.
They would.
Yeah.
They would. That's
tough out.
That's the kind of thing that I have no idea how they're going to get
so
there.
you're saying you wouldn't want to face them in the World Series?
But if you
it'd be the first ever game that had a no-no both ways in the playoffs.
Double no-hitter. Yeah.
If they somehow magically figured out a way to get to October,
tough out.
Well, isn't the way they play, isn't that what you want? I mean, you want a little more offense, don't get me wrong, but the way they pitch and play defense, isn't that what you want?
Yeah, well, I feel like we kind of stumbled upon this even a week ago, saying how these games in the middle of May feel too much like a playoff game, where as soon as it's 2-0, you're like, oh my God. And then you're like freaking out every at bat because you're like, 2 runs seem so insurmountable.
Yeah.
Now that speaks to their.
They would be used to October baseball. They've been playing October baseball since April 1st.
Gotta be draining.
Yeah, they're
exhausting.
They're in 2-1 nail biters every night. Like they'd be built for it.
They really would be, because if they're down 2-0, it feels insurmountable, but it also feels like chances are it's going to stay there. Meaning the pitching staff, maybe they give up a couple of runs, but that might be all they give up. And then now you're like, all right, are they going to be able to scratch across 2 runs to get into extra innings? Like, that's what it is.
I mean,
I get your point.
answer to that second question is probably not.
I get your point.
But like Suarez last night is a good example. I didn't think Suarez had it at all. He got bailed out on like the most questionable play of all time at first base. Like I didn't think that was even close to an out at first. Well, close.
Yeah,
but I thought on review he was pretty clearly safe. So Suarez gets out of the inning. It was a stink bomb first inning. He gets bailed out by Zach Kelly, of all people, in the 5th inning.
He couldn't really find the plate.
Durant made a great catch. And so, like, I didn't think Suarez had it. He still gave up 1 run.
Yeah.
And then the bullpen came in and locked it down.
Bullpen's nails. We got our guy, Samaniego.
Samaniego's back.
He's absolutely
He's back, Nick. You tried to tell us.
Come on.
We didn't believe you.
Where in the world is
Tyler Samaniego?
Slayton, Whitlock, Moran better at closing games than starting games.
Yeah,
as it turns out.
keep him closer to like innings 6, 7, 8, 9 than the first inning.
9th inning up 6.
That's not
rather than.
Well, they just
first
need to find an opener for Bayo. Then Bayo gets you to the 7th or 8th, and then Moran comes in and shuts it down for Chapman.
Oh, that's how you build it. That's how you do it, Nick.
Yeah.
Nick gets it.
We're
That's
all around
exactly
it.
what you do.
Samaniego, let him be the opener next time.
Well, that's what we were suggesting the other day.
That's what I would do. But no, it's funny you say that, because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, they really like. It's not a rotation. Like every game, you'd be like, that's a real guy. Because even in the playoffs, teams start openers. You're like, that's a real guy. Their bullpen's really good. Their defense is solid.
I'm not telling you this team's getting to October. I'm just saying if they magically find themselves in October, this is
tough out.
This is kind of what you want.
Yeah,
they pitch and play defense.
Yep.
If they magically figure out a way to get there, which I am not holding my breath on.
It doesn't seem like it thus far.
No.
A lot of season left.
Well, Chad Sox over 500.
If they just play the Royals every game, they might
If
make
they got the Royals in a playoff series, I would definitely take them.
You think
Or
they
the
could win
Tigers.
the AL Central?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Up the Tigers, about to sweep the Royals.
Twins next.
Oh yeah, look out, Twins.
Yeah.
Well, the Twins didn't go well last time.
And Twins.
No, but that was with Cora though. That was with Cora.
We already did our top 5 Twins.
Yeah. Crap, have we done that one already?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, man.
We wasted that bullet.
We should have used it. We should have saved it.
Damn it.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on the Red Sox. Any urgency from Breslow? Could this potentially work in October? And on top of that, what do you do with Jaren Duran? Plus, another great conference final last night. Game 1. Knicks come way back against the Cavs. Do you wish the Celtics played a little bit more like the Knicks? They were a little bit more like the New York Knicks. We'll get to that next.
WEEI.
Knicks come all the way back last night, Keith.
Unreal.
For a 115-104 overtime win over the Cleveland Cavaliers. Can you imagine? So I didn't bet this yesterday, but you asked me at the end of the show, you're like, what would you want? The Knicks covering 7.5 or whatever it was, or would you want the points? I'm like, don't you have to take the points with the Cavs?
Yeah.
And I'm watching
Turns
that game,
out, no.
flipping around with the Red Sox. I'm like patting myself on the back. I'm like, man, I should have bet it. What a smart guy I am. All these points, they're going to win the game outright. They're going to win by 20 points.
Yeah.
And then it flips. The Knicks close on a 44-11 run where I think James Harden gave up all 44, I think. If you go back and watch, I think every single point was scored on James Harden. And
James Herron.
They
no D.
Yeah. Nice one.
Really smart.
Well, no, they don't say that.
Roasted.
They don't say that at the strip clubs in Houston.
No, no, he's well known.
But when it comes to the comeback last night, like talk about a bad or unexpected beat, you're like, they're going to win by 20, and you wind up losing your bet in overtime?
In overtime. They get blitzed in overtime.
The Cavs just completely and totally fell apart.
That's devastating. And, I feel like every year there's different series where something really dramatic happens in a game, and then you're like, man, that must be like a death blow. And then the team bounces back and wins the next game. So, I'm not saying the Cavs are done for the series or anything like that, but that seemed like their game to have. And then you're in New York, you steal one game there, and who knows what happens. Gives you, a team. Neither team has been there, done that yet. So you're trying to figure something out against this opponent, and 7.5, decent spread. Like clearly the Knicks, you're looking at them and like, all right, they're the favorite to win this game, at least win their home games, and they had it. Like they absolutely had it. And then the Knicks kind of just kept attacking James Harden. Jaylen Brunson had a good game, and next thing you know, boom, they pull off this huge comeback win.
Dark and stormy nights. Twitch chat is right. Same thing the Knicks did to the Celtics last year.
Yeah.
In games 1 and 2.
Dig themselves a big hole and then come flying back.
And it's interesting. My recollection, I have to go look at those box scores, but it's my recollection the Knicks actually shot a lot of threes to get back into those games last year against the Celtics.
Yeah, well, the Cavs took a lot of threes.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. The Cavs did some, and the Celtics just kept launching last year against the Knicks. I thought the Knicks did hit threes to get back into it, but that might not be right. Last night, the Knicks only made 10, only shot 32. It was the Cavs shooting themselves out of it, taking 53s. Although Sam Merrill, that one at the buzzer that Mike Breen thought was going in.
Yeah.
That was a three that could have won the game in regulation before the Knicks took him out. So I guess my question when it comes to the Celtics, and maybe the three-pointers are a part of this discussion too, do you wish the Celtics played more like the Knicks? And when I ask that, I would rather have Tatum and Brown than anything the Knicks have. But the Knicks do have an edge to them. They're not afraid of like Brunson is not afraid of the moment, the clutch moment. When they're down 20, they're not really out of a game. Like I do feel like they have a more hard-nosed attitude and play with more edge than the Celtics do. And there's something about their style of play. I always like the Nova Knicks when they put them together.
Yep.
They've moved some of the pieces off that team. But there's something about the way they play that I have always liked about those Knicks teams, meaning like the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I wonder if part of it, too, is they have a clear pecking order. Like, everybody on that team, I think, has, like, a role that they play. And, every once in a while, Towns will pop off for a big scoring game, or Bridges will, or Anunoby will. But it's like Jaylen Brunson is the guy, and he's going to score more than everybody else most nights. But everybody else kind of plays well, and, like, obviously, Towns isn't like a great defender or anything, but they somehow make up for the fact that Brunson's like a little guy, and they have like good aggressive wings on the side. Those guys all play. The other 3 guys besides Towns and Brunson can play.
Hart, Anunoby, Bridges, all those guys play defense
really, really well. They can all hit the open 3, but they're not like reliant on it. And I know the starters didn't shoot great from 3 yesterday. It was more of a bench thing for them, but. Yeah, I get your point. Like, I think I'd want that a little bit more, especially when you're looking at the current Celtics roster. We're all hoping it changes, but you look at the current Celtics roster, I would say Sam Hauser should pretty much just shoot 3. Sam Hauser, you're Duncan Robinson. You go spot up and launch away. You're really good at it, and it stretches the defense. Everybody else, sometimes it's too much, right? Like, I think we saw it during the regular season before Tatum returned that Jaylen Brown is not as reliant on it. And so the team's numbers came down a little bit because of that. But then come playoff time, they kind of resort right back to it. And you're like, look, I don't know. Like, because everybody will throw, well, they want a title, they want a title, they want a title. Like, okay. But they've also played like this for a while, and they have fallen short more often than they've won the title. So I think you should be open-minded about a little change of philosophy.
Yeah, the Celtics, at least at the top, I didn't love their roster as much as a lot of people last year, but at the top, Tatum and Brown, I mean, again, I'd take that over anything New York has. So I would say the Celtics have more talent than New York. So why is New York back in the Eastern Conference Final, where the Celtics haven't been there 2 straight years? I mean, the Knicks might be in the finals, where there'll be a speed bump against whoever they play, the Thunder or the Spurs.
Spurs in 3.
Like, they'll get smoked by either of those teams.
Yep.
But they might represent the East.
Yeah.
And back-to-back Eastern Conference Finals. Why? Why are they there while you're at home the last couple of years? I don't think it's the talent. I think it's the way they play. I think they know how to play.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Celtics know how to play. And I think that's kind of the big issue or difference between these two teams.
Now, because they haven't broken through overall, right? They haven't won an NBA championship like the Celtics have. Do you think the Knicks, if they either somehow lose this series or get smoked in the Western Conference Finals, do you think they say, well, we're close, let's run it back? Or do they get into the Giannis thing, and do they end up blowing up this sort of like good chemistry to try to shoot for more talent?
I would hope for their sake they avoid the Giannis thing, but I bet they do. It's New York. I bet they get sucked into it.
I bet they kind of have to. I mean, you saw last year how far they went, and they decided to fire their coach. So if they get to the same or even one round further, but it's not a competitive series, it might be tough to be like, hey, let's just run it back with these same guys. Like they might feel the pressure to go after somebody like Giannis.
617-779-7937. You can jump in on the Eastern Conference Finals, Game 1, which the Celtics were watching from their couches. Do you wish the Celtics were a little more like the Knicks, plus our Red Sox conversation? Joe in Fall River wants to jump in on that. Hello, Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey,
Great
good.
show.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah, just a couple of things. Great pitching. Pitching's been awesome. How long? He's very good on defense, Durbin, on third base. But how long do you think we can keep this guy batting 160 or 150?
We both think he should already be out of the lineup, if not in Worcester.
I was hoping that was going to be the trend. Now, I think the Trevor Story injury has impacted that a little bit, but because he sat down for 2 straight games, and he was back in the starting lineup last night.
And in fairness, he had an RBI single, but he also came up another point in time where it was so obvious he needed to bunt. There was a runner on first. Kiner Falefa had 3 hits last night.
Yeah.
And
yeah, what the hell?
Remember where you were when you saw
like
it.
a jilted better.
Yeah, because that is not happening again. I did not bet against it. I didn't trust the pitcher on the mound, but I bet against him a lot this year. It's been lucrative. So he had 3 hits, and he had a single. I forget where it was last night in the game. It was before they blew up and scored a bunch of runs. It's so obvious. I think they're up 2-1. It's so obvious Durbin's the guy to bunt over and turn the lineup over and get a guy on second and scratch out another run, which with this bullpen would be significant.
Remember how pitchers
and he grounded into a double play.
Remember how pitchers used to hit the National League? That should be Durbin. Just go up there, square around, drop a bunt down, no matter the situation, and then live to play another day. But Walker's on the mound for the Royals tonight, so righty. So I would assume Myers obviously back in the starting lineup, and then
Sogard.
I feel like Sogard Monasterio,
be...
or Kiner Falefa after 3. All 3 of those guys deserve to play over Durbin.
Fine. But, yeah, I would say, where are we at with Durbin? As good as the defense has been, he's a woo sock or, at best, the utility player sitting 5 days a week. Like, we're at the point where I can't watch it anymore. I don't think anyone can. 617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls there. We talk Red Sox. We talk Celtics and the Eastern Conference Finals here in the first hour of the show. We have Would You Rather Wednesday, 11:30. We have the hashtag Dork Minute at 11:45. And coming up next is a big year 3 in store for Drake May. One of the Patriots beat writers thinks so. We'll get to that next.
WEEI.
Hour 2, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Greg Bedard on his podcast. The Patriots are bullish on Drake May this year.
I love it.
Which is interesting. We were talking about this earlier in the week, Keefe, when we're going through and looking at the schedule and how many games the Patriots are going to win. And are they going to win fewer games but actually be a better team? Could Drake May put up better numbers but not have as good of a season in the MVP vote? What does that really mean? Is he going to have a better year or not? I think how May responds to a poor postseason and a dreadful Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Where maybe he wasn't at 100%, but he still was dreadful in that Super Bowl. How does he respond to it along with a more difficult schedule? I think that's a big issue in terms of how you view the season. You have them at 10. I have them at 12. We both think they can win the division. We both think they're a playoff team. So, look, even if May takes a little half step back and his numbers are a little bit worse and he's not as high in the MVP voting because of who they're playing, I still expect a lot out of him. I think he is, as we went through on our tiers yesterday, Keith, we think he's a top 8 at worst quarterback in the league, somewhere between 3 and 8.
Yeah,
when we tiered it out. He's not better than Allen. He's not better than Mahomes. He's right there with some of those other guys. We can get into it. So I expect a lot. But Bedard is passing along internally, at least one person he talks to.
Yeah.
They have higher expectations for Drake May, and he's come in this year, and they're like, look out for the quarterback. And not in a bad way.
No.
In a
good way.
Oh,
look out good. Surprise good.
He has improved on a runner-up MVP year in year 2 where he got to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you would think you'd have a lot of confidence making the Super Bowl despite how the Super Bowl turned out. Like, if you, maybe in the immediate aftermath, you're a little shooketh, right? Like, that kind of like, wow, that did not go the way we wanted it to go. But you still have already done something in your career that Josh Allen has never done. And we all look at Josh Allen as like the best player in the league. And so Drake May's got to feel pretty good about that.
Well, we still prop up Burrow because he got to 1 year. It was like 5 years ago.
100%. And if whoever he was talking to in the building feels good about Drake May because of Drake May, I would have to think some of it is also about A.J. Brown. And maybe even the combination of A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs being greater than the combination of Diggs and Booty. And both those guys were good. I'm not trying to bash them at all. I'm just saying Brown and Doubs, I think, project to be better than that. And then let's see, another year in this offense, right? Like, so Drake May isn't changing offenses once again. Drake May isn't changing offensive coordinators again. He's not changing head coaches again. Like, all those things that changed from his rookie year to his second year wasn't the traditional year 2 jump. He had to be introduced to all these guys.
Yeah.
And so I think he's going to be overall a lot more comfortable. And everybody piled on Drake May last year and be like, oh, he only had those stats because of his schedule. But then remember when Mina Kimes broke Dan Orlovsky's mind? She's like, well,
common opponent.
Against Matthew Stafford, Drake May played better against those defenses than Stafford did. So, yeah, there's going to be fewer like garbage teams that he faces this year. Sure. But it's not like he's only facing the 2000 Ravens every single game this year either. Like, I think there's plenty of opportunity for him to have a really good season. Last year, he had 31 touchdowns, 8 picks. Last year, he threw for essentially 4,400 yards. I don't know. I don't think those are like outrageous. Like, on it, it's not like he put up one of those Mahomes Brady 50 touchdown seasons.
Correct.
And you're like, all right, good luck getting to that again.
He threw 45 TDs.
Yeah, no, he threw
and
31.
you're like, yeah, there's going to be some regression here. 30. He should be able to throw another 30.
He threw
touchdowns.
31. His completion percentage was through the roof, led the league. But even under Mayo, in a year where he had a bunch of turnovers, his completion percentage was really good. So that might be the guy that he is. And I think with this offense, the receivers that he has, I think there's a middle ground, though. Like, I don't anticipate him being the runner-up for the MVP. But that doesn't mean you don't have a great season.
No, you said this yesterday. It's true. Because to me, I'm like, oh, is May going to have a better year than a year ago? Well, he was the runner-up for MVP, so he has to win the MVP.
Yeah, because I don't think they
to
win
have a
14
better
games.
season.
Yeah.
But you make a good point. I mean, he could statistically have a better year. They could still have a great year. And if they're not 14-3 and in the mix for the top seed in the AFC and among the Super Bowl favorites, then, yeah, that could knock him down a few pegs in the actual MVP race, even if he has great stats. So I think that's a fair way to think about it. Our guy Dano in Chicago texts in at 617-779-7937. Is this the real over-under for Drake May? He says May passing touchdowns over-under 25.5.
Over.
He says buying opportunity or sucker's bet seems like an easy over if he stays healthy. So maybe
His
that's
yards are low, but I'm looking at it now.
What are they?
Basically 3,800. It's 3,799.5.
Well, guess what? We had the same conversation
So
last year.
he's got to throw for 600 fewer yards than he did last
Well, no.
year.
So, but they're still hedging that he might get hurt.
He might get hurt. So last year we had a similar conversation. Now he was coming off an up and down rookie season.
Wait, so it's 25.5 touchdowns and 3,800 yards?
Yep.
All right. If he does that, he did not have a better year, right?
No.
I mean, we can all agree with that, especially if he's not hurt. Then that is not what Greg Bedard is talking about, where the Patriots are telling people, look out for the QB. If you thought he was good last year, wait till you see him now. That's with A.J. Brown. I mean, if those are the real projections and they're not just hedging for injury, those are disappointing. But
the numbers last year were insanely low,
and
he
blew past him.
It was like 19 touchdowns.
Yeah, it was like week 9, and he already
you already
overs.
smoked them. So, like, I don't know. I mean, they want to get.
Maybe they have a blind spot for Drake May?
I don't know. Last year, how many quarterbacks in the NFL do you think threw over 25 touchdown passes? And there are a handful with 25, but
10?
like over 8.
Okay.
So a quarter of the league. And then there was a bunch of guys that were right at 25 as well. So, yeah, it is one of those things. If you're healthy and you're in an average to above average offense, in today's NFL, you're going to throw 25, 30 touchdowns. I mean, only 4 guys threw 30. So, like, there is sort of a jump from there, and then only one guy threw 40. So, like, there is that.
Twitch chat is asking, how can they know Drake May got better without a single legit game or practice?
The way he carries himself. What are you talking about? He threw that pass to Shime.
Dart to Shime. Great point. Arm looks fine.
He threw 2 completions to Shime.
The big dog. His shoulders looking good. Yeah. Looking real nice. Yeah. So, no, I mean, look, how can you officially know? I mean, I don't know. I guess they can't know till the Super Bowl next year if you want to play that game.
If anybody would know, they would know.
Okay, but maybe they're getting a sense on it is what I would tell you. But if you want to play this game with Bedard, who's he talking to and what is their purpose for getting this out there? Like, I don't know. If I had to guess, some smarty pants OC wants to prop themselves up and say, well, look at all the work I've done and all the work I've put in, and you think he's really good last year. Look at what we've done to really build him up. I mean, if I had to guess, it could be a way of patting yourself on the back. If you're and I'm just talking hypothetically here. I don't know who Greg talks to. This is just a hypothetical.
Could be anybody.
Some smarty pants OC.
Could rhyme with Josh McDaniels. But he also, I mean, year 3, plus Drake May's a younger guy, so he's not one of these like 7-year college players. So there is maybe a little bit more leadership, maybe a little bit more of like a this is my team type of thing where he feels a little bit more comfortable. And I think all that helps with the quarterback. Right? I don't think he's going to be the rah-rah guy up in your face. Like, I'm still curious who's going to sort of take on the Steph Diggs role, because he was, I mean, every game, that was like a tradition. You have the pregame with Diggs, the postgame with Vrabel, and it was great. I don't know if A.J. Brown's that. I don't know if Drake May can take that on.
I don't look, I didn't think Diggs was that before he got here. Maybe I just have a faulty impression of A.J. Brown, but I don't think Brown is that.
No, I think he brings his book to the sideline and reads it, but we'll see. We'll see when he gets here. But yeah, I don't know if like is Drake May going to take on a little bit more of a leadership role as well.
I appreciate you, big dog.
Yeah,
Yep, big dog.
Good point. I think they were probably at the Best Buddies event where they saw Drake May throw to Shime.
Oh, he looks good.
And they said, wow, he looks good.
Put it right on Shime.
And they're like, and who's catching with his shoulder over there? That's a pretty nice catch.
Get that guy in here.
Get that guy
He
in.
could be a third tight end.
Get that guy a tryout.
Fullback? What position did Shime play?
No, they have a fullback now.
Third tight end?
Yeah, third tight end. Blocking tight end?
Yeah.
But with some mitts.
Don't they have one of those too? And they just pay one?
Fourth tight end. Fourth tight end. You're right, Nick.
Fourth tight end.
Fourth tight end is
Like
definitely
number
what you-
69 is reporting as eligible. Chris Shime. Jogging out. Catches a little screen pass. That'd be fun.
I don't want to take any shots at Wiggy, but like a modern day Wiggy.
Look at Wiggy.
Yeah,
Well,
like-
Wiggy. I mean, I don't know if Shime's going to have 10 catches in the snow, but.
I was shocked and appalled at last night's meeting, Keith. How many
Yeah.
people got the Wiggy question wrong?
There's a Wiggy trivia question mixed in there. I thought
Did
it was
Wiggy
easy.
get it right?
That was a layup.
Ooh, that's a good question.
I didn't ask Wiggy if he got it right.
Wiggy did at one point say the quiz was racially biased, so I don't know, but yeah, it was 2 Super Bowls for Jermaine Wiggins.
2 appearances. One win, 2 appearances.
2 appearances in the Super Bowl for Wiggy.
Yeah.
Very disappointed.
One with, one verse. the
many
Patriots.
of our coworkers who got that wrong.
Yeah, seriously.
I believe Arkan said he guessed 4.
Not a lot of football fans, I guess, in that room.
Well, I guess not. I guess that would be the case.
Huh.
Although somebody did point out that Billy's football knowledge is up there.
Billy's is?
Yeah, I heard somebody say, "Oh, Billy knows ball."
Oh,
I don't know
Someone
who it was.
said that, or it wasn't me. I
I didn't hear that.
On Zoom, I couldn't tell
I didn't
voices.
happen to hear that either.
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Don't know
okay.
hockey, no ball.
I got every question right on that thing.
I mean,
I just-
you know what?
Yeah.
Jones and Keith show was Jones and Keith show was represented like quite well.
We had a quiz
in that quiz
after the meeting, and the winner got a sweet gift card. I lost by 3 points. You see that? College Tom had like 9,000.
See, some of us would call that the first loser, Keith. But okay, so
silver medal. Others would say
you were on the podium. There
Not
was
a
a
bad
podium
medal.
there. I was 4th, so
No.
I was just off the podium.
I was 5th.
Lanny was 5th. Nick,
6th.
How about that?
10 points.
Wow.
How about
4
that?
in the top 6.
Brian was in the top 10.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's dragging us down. I don't know if we want to mention
There was
that or not.
28
But like,
people. Just
great representation.
Before
Great,
the top 6, not bad.
great showing out by the Jones and Keith program.
But we didn't win it.
No.
I thought I was going to be able to get like wings and pizza for everybody, but it turns out not happening.
Everybody, you would have eaten it all.
I would have eaten most. I would have eaten most
That's
of
true.
it.
It was
See, that's
virtually,
the thing too is I would
virtually eating the pizza
I would have
last
had
night.
Rich spend all that gift card and see how much he could eat.
That'd be
I forget how much it was for. I need this much in food. Send what you want, and then see how long it would take Rich to eat it
Just
all.
during
Maybe
break.
Tom, maybe this can be a show idea.
All right.
I can steal his
I'm
gift
not
card.
ready.
No,
I'm
no.
not
I
ready
think
for
Tom's
some.
going to take one of his dates.
I think that's what he said. Yeah,
Yeah,
college Tom,
Which leads,
real life Tom is going to be taking one of his dates with gift cards.
which leads to a very important question, which
No.
I feel like has been discussed. Your answer is no. My answer. So
my answer is
let
absolutely
me ask
not.
the question.
Not on a first date.
I already know what it is.
Would you? For this is for the audience that we.
They already know what it is.
Would
It's a would
you-
you rather save it for 15 minutes?
It's not a would you rather. I just would you period.
Would
Or
you rather get a
colon,
second date or not? Don't use the gift card.
Would you use gift cards on a date?
No, not a first date. To Billy's
A
point,
second
not
date.
I don't know. At some point, if I know the girl, yes. But the first couple of dates, no.
The girl would not end up with me if she like scoffed at the gift card usage. You know what I'm saying? Like if I was
Yeah,
like,
it's
I
that-
understand the first date,
It
but
does-
like,
but
by the second
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant in what you think about her. It's what she thinks about you. The second you slap down,
We
a gift
either
to
have
you.
a rapport
You're like,
or
hey,
not.
we got $100. Don't you dare go past this. You can't- yeah. Oh, what are you ordering over there?
one drink for me.
A
Or
second
maybe
drink?
don't have as much, and we can use this again.
Yeah. What do you need? Water over there? Don't you need? I think you
No.
need water over there. No, you can't do that.
Or you split the bill. You pay with gift card. She pays with the credit card.
I'm gonna need $75. It could put 75 on
50
this guy.
even on this one.
Yeah, you're like, I believe in equality. You pay for your half. I have a gift card. I hope does
go-
this still work?
I didn't
Check
get
the date on
drinks.
this.
You got the drinks.
Yeah.
I would
Go in Dutch on the first date.
I would not go gift cards first date, but I feel like if I struck up any kind of rapport with the person, I feel like the second date I would, and I'd even make reference to it. I'd be like, yeah, I'm comfortable enough in this. It's
This
like
is our
free
gift
money.
card date.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's gift card
okay,
date.
maybe-
But I'd be like, guess what?
maybe-
You're still not paying. You still get to
Oh,
win
you
on
don't
that.
like free food?
Yeah,
sorry about
I
that.
still think, well, to a limited
Yeah.
amount of free food. Yes, I still think.
Still free.
Or you wait for her to like go to the hopper, and then you like quickly with the gift card.
Maybe
Like,
that.
run this
no,
quick.
maybe that. They're like, sir.
And then they come back like, sir, there's 15 cents left on this. Do you want to keep it? Like, get out of here. Get the
That's
hell
your
out of here.
tip. That's your tip. That's for you. You're supposed to not say
Get it back. Like, what am I going to do with 15 cents in store credit? I work here.
That's on you, bud.
Can you cash that? You know I can't cash this. Yeah, so anyway, I don't have a problem with it overall, but I understand maybe you don't want it on the first date.
Okay. Well, they said, what did they say to you last night? Billy knows ball?
Billy knows ball.
Yeah, after the wiki question.
We heard a lot of not knowing ball after our tiers yesterday, Keith.
I feel like we do know ball. Actually, Wiggy and Greg both complimented us on the tiers on their way out this morning.
Ted asked about Caleb Williams, I feel like in a negative way. He's like, where'd you have Caleb Williams? I was like,
well, I
where
would have
do
had
you
him
think
higher.
he should be? Because I'm just going to agree with you on this. But Ted did kind of size us up last night, or me anyway. It was like, where'd you have Caleb Williams there, bud?
Yeah.
And I was like,
because he wasn't happy with Mahomes being on the top tier. He
Ted
thinks
wasn't?
Mahomes is in for regression.
Okay, well, that's
Ted's down on Mahomes.
All right,
Okay.
well, Ted's Tiers. It's a good name.
Ted's tier. Damn it. It's a better name than ours.
Ted's Tiers.
Don't do it on Tuesday.
You can't,
though.
Ted.
Come
You
on.
can't do that on Tuesday.
Please don't.
But Ted's Tiers, he would not have Mahomes. Who's on
Not
his-
like crying tears. I don't think that
Well, you never
happens.
know. Maybe you tune in that day of the week and you never know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Okay, so he had an issue with Mahomes. He had an issue with Caleb Williams. But we got a lot of feedback, specifically from Packers fans.
Oh, they love Jordan Love, which is really weird. Hasn't won a thing.
But
Pete loves Jordan Love.
We had Drake May below Allen and Mahomes.
Yes.
I mean, he's on the same tier as Lamar Jackson, Stafford, Burrow, Daniels, Mayfield.
I feel like you would, outside of New England, I guess, would probably disagree.
But, like, rank-
for me personally, I
rank
think
those.
Daniels and Mayfield, I think, would be even a notch below everybody, as much as I love Baker and you were talking about Daniels. So I look at it as a true top 6 in the NFL right now.
Well, then rank Jackson, Stafford, May. If he's behind Allen and Mahomes and Burrow, sorry, Jackson, Stafford, May, Burrow.
I think it might be the order we have it on the tiers, which is Jackson, Stafford, May, Burrow. I think, listen, I want to see a better bounce back year out of Burrow.
I'm surprised you're all of a sudden so high on Stafford. You hate Stafford.
I know, but he lit it up last year. We were talking about how nobody threw.
I want to
threw a lot of one.
I want to argue with you about Stafford, but now we just agree.
Well, this is for one season. Now, I think there are plenty of guys I'd rather have because this might be his last season.
Right.
He might just fall out. He
Right.
might just be done. He might have a good year, but then be done.
This is for 2026.
No, I mean, he was just so good a year ago. And I know there's a lot of 1-yard touchdown fades, but even if you take those out, guy still had a million touchdowns. So, yeah, I'm not super – I don't love Stafford by any means. I think the top 3 are sort of their own group. I know we have Lamar on that tier, but that's because of the season that he's coming off of, right? So it's like arrow up on Stafford, arrow down on Lamar, but I still have Lamar above Stafford.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. Text line, we did get a lot of – I didn't see this coming. We got a lot of pushback on Mahomes. I feel like Patriots fans should understand more than any other fan base why Mahomes, we're still giving him the benefit of the
Once
doubt.
the guys kind of grandfathered in like that, really only 2 guys. Really only Brady and Mahomes should get that kind of respect.
And that's not just career accolades on the top tier, because people would say, oh, I thought this is a list for 2026. No, it is.
It is.
He had one outlier season in his life.
Yeah.
And you want to go with that season. Now he's coming back from an injury. You can certainly make that argument.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
But you want to go with the one season where every other year he's in the AFC title game. There had been a little statistical regression prior to that, but Brady had some years where statistically he wasn't great. He was still a great quarterback, the greatest of all time.
Mm-hmm.
So we get these texts often. I guess this was Ted's issue as well. We were talking about Savage calling us out yesterday, our guy Savage Sports.
Not Savage.
Text line says, why are we assuming Mahomes is going to continue the status quo after a knee injury and an aging team? Well, it's a knee injury that, let's say, is pretty standard.
Yeah.
The aging team thing is fair. The regression a year ago is fair. I think Mahomes goes back to being Mahomes post-injury. And I think the fact that all indications are he's going to be back week 1, they're on Monday Night Football week 1 against the Denver Broncos, I think that's another sign that he'll be back and ready to go, and he'll be the same old Patrick Mahomes, I think.
If he doesn't, that really creates a whole new thing.
If he
right?
doesn't, he's not on the top tier anymore. If he has another year like last year, I won't put him on the top tier.
But not only
going
that,
into next year.
I look at we haven't done our predictions yet. We have a couple months for that. But I look at the Chiefs overall as a team that is one of the non-playoff teams from a year ago that will be a playoff team this year. I think that the AFC potentially could still go through Kansas City for another couple of years. And maybe I'm wrong. And if that's the case, great, first of all, as a Patriots fan. But then that really opens the door up for another real parity season in the AFC where I don't think you could, what are you going to say, Buffalo's the favorite again? They've been the favorite 5 times and never win it. Or are you going to go Denver, and then you're all right, as much as I like Bo Nix, he's a notch below all the other teams that you might consider. Is Lamar going to bounce back? But they have a new coach. Lamar and Josh Allen have new coaches this year. There's a lot of interesting kind of variables when it comes to the AFC this season.
There are. And unless some more explosive photos with Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini come out, I think
you never know.
Drake May is going to have the same coach. Jay is in the car. Hello, Jay.
Hey, what's going on, boys?
Hey, Jake.
Enjoy listening to the show. You guys make me laugh out loud just about every time I listen.
Nice.
Hey, so this is how I think you know that May's going to be better. If you look at the offensive line last year and look at the left side, you had an injured rookie, then you had a rookie out of position, and then you had Bradbury. 3 of the 5, 60% of your line. This year, you're going to have a healthy second-year player. You're going to have a great guard, and then you're going to have a second-year player in his true position. I just think he's not going to be running for his life, and they might actually be able to run some play action where he's awesome.
Okay, so Jay, I'm not confident they'll have it figured out week one.
Yeah.
Like their offensive
And against
line.
Seattle.
Yeah, well that.
Yeah.
But like also, Lomu may not start week one, but I think he's going to be in their 5 at some point this year.
Interesting.
And that's not by injury. And that might be at left tackle. It might be at right tackle. It might be at guard. But I think he's going to be in there somewhere. I think they have better options to figure out an offensive line that works. Whereas last year, even though it was greatly improved from 2 years ago, they were still kind of, I feel like, patching it together and keeping it together for a year.
So,
I think they have some potentially real depth there.
So, like, if they get A.J. Brown, I think Brown and Dobbs definitely a better wide receiver room. When you look at the offensive line, I think there's a chance it's better.
Yeah, it's not a guarantee.
That's the thing. It's not a guarantee because Vera Tucker didn't play last year.
No.
And Bradbury was pretty good.
Yeah, we don't know that Wilson's going to be a good center. We don't know that.
And, like, Will Campbell, there were times before the injury where he was decent. Then there were obviously games where he was horrible.
There's
but
two
what
ways
is he
to
going to
look.
be?
There's two ways to look at Campbell. It's either he was hurt in the playoffs and that's why he performed poorly,
Hopefully that's what it was.
or he performed poorly against good competition, which he did when he was healthy, when he faced Myles Garrett,
or option 3,
or the Falcons, or option 3 is not a tackle
Yeah,
at all. Fine.
yeah.
So I think they have the answers to have a good offensive line this year, and I think Lomu as a potential plug-in piece. Wherever they're weak, if it's an injury to Vera Tucker, if it's Campbell is not a tackle, I think they have some options, whereas last year they didn't have that. So I think they'll be good. I don't know how it's going to be week one against Seattle, though. 617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls there here on Jones and Keefe, Billy Lanny, with all the latest in trending, and we're right back with some Would You Rathers on a Would You Rather Wednesday.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Butchika's Spring Bike Sale. It's back-to-back wins for the Red Sox after last night's 7-1 win over the Royals in Kansas City. Sox look to complete the sweep tonight. First pitch from Kauffman Stadium is at 7:40. You can hear the call of the game with Will Fleming and Cooper Boardman right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Connolly Early will get the start for the Sox in the series finale against the Royals' Michael Walker. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at Christian Arcand at 6:40. Summer is on the way, and it's time to get out and ride your bike. Wait, you don't have a bike? Your bike is a rusty mess? Head to Butchika's in Salem or Nashua, New Hampshire, and take advantage of their spring bike clearance sale. Butchika has everything you need to make this bike season rock. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
Jones and Keefe on WEEI.
Would You Rather Wednesday. Jones and Keith brought to you by Avellino's Restaurant. If you're planning a corporate meeting or a private party, book their beautiful and spacious function room for up to 100 guests at goavellino.com. Great food there again. goavellino.com. We got some Would You Rathers on a Wednesday today, Billy. What is first up?
Would you rather LeBron or Giannis?
Oh, not even close.
It's
not even close.
It's
Now,
not close. I agree.
I feel like Giannis, obviously, you're going to have to pay through the nose. He's a supermax guy. LeBron is at least rumored to be willing to be, a veteran minimum guy. But no, I don't want LeBron at all. Giannis would be a major shift away from what they've been doing, but I also think that might be good for Joe Mazzulla to not just have 5 guys on the floor that jack up threes, because I think if LeBron played here, he'd fall in love with that. There have been times where that would also hurt LeBron's game, where all of a sudden he's like, oh, yeah, this is a good shot.
But why? I agree LeBron would fall in love with it in this system here. Why don't you think Giannis would? Giannis has had years where he's jacked up threes too.
Yeah, but they were a while ago. He's kind of gone away from that, which the rest of the NBA isn't. I mean, we just saw Andre Drummond shooting corner threes. You would have thought Giannis over the last couple of years and playing with Lillard before Lillard got hurt and just really having it be his own team, I thought that he would. But I don't know, something's broken through to him. He's like, I'm not a three-point shooter. He takes like 1 or 2 maybe at tops a game. I think he'd be more likely to change how the Celtics play. So I'd rather Tatum and Brown just stay together and keep those guys. But if you're talking about adding a player like this to the mix, I'd much prefer Giannis.
Yeah. So to me, no matter what, you're going to give up a lot for Giannis, even if it's not Jaylen. Because I get what you were saying. Like if it's Tatum and Giannis versus Tatum, Brown, and LeBron, you would take that second scenario, right?
No, I don't want LeBron.
You still wouldn't even do
Correct.
that. Oh wow!
Correct.
So then I
don't want him
misunderstood
at
what you
all.
were saying. So so that to me is crazy.
I don't want him at
You'd
all.
rather have Jaylen off the team than have LeBron on the team.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'd rather have Tatum off the team than LeBron on the team. I don't want LeBron anywhere near this team.
Yeah, you can take both Tatum and Brown. I don't want LeBron here.
That's right.
Okay, fine. So wow.
That's where I'm at.
I was
No,
even
I'm
trying to give
no
you.
on him.
I was trying to give you even more of an out
No,
than that.
no, don't need it.
So LeBron is just going to cost you money.
LeBron James.
Your soul.
Well, fine
as well.
But I don't think for a second you're going to have to that he's going to take the veterans minimum. Like I don't buy that report, which is why this is fantasy land.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's why would you rather
in this world where he would just take a contract from the Celtics, everything else on the roster stays the same, and you're just adding LeBron, which would not happen with Giannis.
Yeah.
Maybe you're not trading Jaylen, but you're trading Derek White and Pritchard. You're trading all these other pieces to get Giannis on the team. I would rather have LeBron James. I would. He's not going to cost you anything. Oof. And he's another guy who is going to change the way you play. He's going to change the way you play. Giannis is going to change the way you play.
Jaylen Brown's going to stand in the corner. Jason Tatum's going to stand in the corner. LeBron's going to dribble around.
It might be worse. You realize the Lakers weren't bad this year.
No, they weren't. They weren't too bad. They did have the leading scorer in the league named Luka Doncic, and they had the most underrated player in the game, Austin Reeves.
No, it's true. But like you in this scenario,
but Luka didn't even get an MVP vote. So
in this scenario, he would be with Tatum and
Luka
Brown.
did.
Like LeBron
I
did.
said he didn't get an MVP.
But
no, Luka got MVP votes. He got more than Brown did.
In this scenario, you would have Tatum and Brown with LeBron. So LeBron's not dragging down Luka and Reeves.
Yeah.
Tatum and Brown, I think, are better than Luka and Reeves. And the Lakers won a playoff series. So like, I don't think it would drag you down to the point where you're all of a sudden worse than you were a year ago. Maybe you're not an NBA champion. Maybe you're not. But you're not out in the first round with LeBron James. I'd guarantee you that.
Yeah, I don't know what that dynamic would look like. First of all, just LeBron wearing a Celtics jersey. So now he's getting reacclimated to or bringing himself to another franchise and another team. And is he really going to take any kind of a back seat? I mean, Luka, out of that group, Luka's the best offensive player, right? So there is a little bit of that where when he had the ball, like he's going to score 33 points and that kind of thing. So, yeah, I don't really know how he would fit in with this group. And like the personality is a part of it. Like not just like on the floor, but like that whole thing. Because he is still good. Like as much as I can't stand him, it's not like he is – we've seen other players – at the end, and like they're talking about him chasing a ring. Like we've seen Barkley try it, and we saw Karl Malone try it. It's not that.
He's old, but he's not. He's not end of the line Karl Malone, right? That's
which is tricky though, because like when you had, even like Shaq and like Gary Payton playing with Dwayne Wade in the Heat, you knew what their roles were going to be. Whereas like LeBron's better than that.
Here we go. This texter's good. If LeBron is willing to take the minimum, why not both Giannis and LeBron?
Sold. That's the only circumstance.
Well, I'd say it's a would you rather Wednesday. So in
one.
this scenario you're picking, but good point.
Yeah,
why
Brown,
not?
Tatum, Giannis, LeBron.
Why not just have them all?
Yeah,
not a bad way.
And
to
then
look
Hauser, just standing there like, all right, I'm open.
It's literally
be open.
It's 5-on-4 everywhere else. Hauser never has a hand in his face. Okay, what else, Billy?
Would you rather Jalen Brunson or Donovan Mitchell?
Tough one.
Overall, I like Donovan Mitchell so much more, but then you're like, Jalen Brunson's got a little bit of that killer instinct, but so does Mitchell.
So I want to say Mitchell has it, but like this is Mitchell's first Eastern Conference final. I mean, Brunson, in fairness, has only been to 2.
Yeah.
But now you see what happened last night. I feel like Mitchell has it.
Yeah.
But then I also said this for years about Lillard. I'm like, Lillard's a killer, and he never won anything.
Right,
and I feel the same way about Donovan Mitchell, but he's never won squat. In fairness, Jalen Brunson hasn't won anything, unless you count college. So, yeah, this isn't specific to the Celtics, right? This is just like, who would I rather have?
This one's different. The other one's definitely a Celtics question. This one more just sort of like, I would
rather have Mitchell, but I like Brunson a lot. And I think I had him higher than you and Terp on the All-NBA teams, like just as evidence that I'm pretty high on Brunson, but I would take Donovan Mitchell.
Oh, you would? Okay,
Yeah.
so I would too. And certainly in the regular season, and that's not a slap at Brunson. I think they're both probably top 10 players. I mean, I guess if like everyone's healthy, that changes the conversation. But like, I think they're both overall. You see them, and you're like, all right, they're top 10 players. Big feather in the cap to either one who makes it to the NBA Finals, right? You'd be like, all right, that's pretty good, better than other guys have made it. I don't look at that as like a loser just because you've never won the title. But yeah, I would side with Donovan Mitchell.
Okay. What else, Billy?
Would you rather a Klondike bar or an ice cream sandwich?
Klondike bar.
Ice cream sandwich.
No, Klondike bar. I've had there's
Maybe
some
you're not
bad.
hearing me. I said ice cream sandwich.
No, I heard
Yeah.
you. There's some bad ice cream sandwiches though. Like if the sandwich
Are
part,
there?
yeah, if the sandwich part is like,
I've never had one.
It's
Maybe
like
you're going to the wrong places.
It's almost like
Oh, I thought you said
crunchy.
you never had an ice cream
No,
sandwich.
no, I've never had
wait,
one.
no, I can pick it.
No,
Yeah.
I've never had a bad one, is what I was saying.
Oh, I have. I
Yeah.
think there needs to be a certain consistency to the sandwich part of the ice cream sandwich, which
I
you don't
can't
always get.
imagine the consistency is ever an issue for you. You wolf down these things in 2 seconds. I
Yeah,
can't
no.
imagine that's ever an issue.
No, it is. But the Klondike bar I enjoy more. It's basically like you dipped a ice cream. You know, when you get like that, like a soft serve, like dipped.
Sure, I get that. But
I
I
like that chocolate more.
I like the chocolate on the ice cream sandwich more. I
But
like
the
it
ice cream
as-
sandwich, it leaves you
What do
with
you
like
call
a
that?
fingery.
You do
like,
get
it's gross.
You do get a little residue.
It's like chocolate.
But then you
or-
get to lick that off later.
It's awful.
Or you save a little
It's
for
like-
later. Yeah.
It's like sawdust.
I do that real sensual, like the 99
Appreciate
across from
that.
Kat. And she
You know
just
what
gets
amazing?
disgusted. Yeah.
Do they even make them anymore?
Take your time, right? Get undressed.
The sports bars?
Oh yeah.
Sports bars were kind of like Klondike bars,
Yeah.
but they had like the racing stripe of chocolate ice cream. They're like, I remember just like baseball bars. 'Cause
Yes.
I always remember getting them at Fenway. Just same thing as a Klondike bar,
100%.
rectangle, racing stripe of chocolate ice cream down the middle.
Also really good.
Are all I don't even remember those. Are all Klondike bars created equal, or are
No.
there like some? If you get like some of the flavored ones, those aren't.
Yeah,
those
I like
can't
the
be as
standard.
good, right? So we're talking standard ice cream sandwich versus standard
Yeah, because
Klondike.
you can get like a mint one. I think you can't get a chocolate one. I'm talking like the original version of each. I would go Klondike bar over ice cream sandwich.
The question is, what would you do though for a Klondike bar?
Kill a man. Yeah.
Choke somebody out?
I'd kill a man with my bare hands.
Watch a man lick his fingers after he ate his ice cream sandwich.
It's me and you fight to the death over
Yeah.
a Klondike bar in here.
I would win.
I would let you win.
If
I
I
wouldn't
had
want the
one
Klondike
pool
bar.
cue,
I would be
Fight
like
over food.
I'd
It's
be like
always key.
I
I'd
would
be like-
probably win.
I would get in the fetal position unless it was an
Play
ice
dead.
unless it was an ice cream sandwich.
Then
Yeah,
I
I'm
would
like-
give it to you. I'd be like, here, you can have it.
No,
now.
exactly.
I don't really want to eat this.
I would murder myself and
Yeah.
let you have the Klondike bar.
What about those
in
like
this scenario?
the
Yeah.
strawberry shortcake and like the chocolate eclair like bars?
Yeah, so Lucas,
Those are good.
Lucas loves that strawberry shortcake bar.
That's good.
Yeah, he does like those. I don't know the eclair one as well, but he gets
It's
the
the
strawberry
same
shortcake
thing,
one.
but it's
yeah.
like the chocolate version of it.
Okay.
What's amazing is that no company has taken the blueprint of the old wrestling bar and remade those.
I know. That was like a big pitch that CM Punk had when he returned back to wrestling. Or
Yeah, he
remember
wanted
on
to bring back the
WWE, he's like,
wrestling
where my bar, my ice cream
But it's
bar?
it was such a good little dessert treat that like I'm surprised some company didn't do their own version of it.
What would you get at the ice cream truck? The little glove with the gumball in it?
Ugh, garbage.
No, so it
No,
wasn't. No, but it
not
wasn't
that.
good. But I feel like as a kid, I'm like, I like baseball. I'll eat that. I feel like I didn't put much more thought into it. than that.
Any kind of face or character ice cream's the worst.
No, I didn't do that. Sometimes they'd have
You
like
didn't
a snow cone.
You didn't have like the Ninja Turtle one
They have a snow
with the
cone.
gumball eyes. No,
Oh, I've had that. I don't like it. Snow cone I would like. There's like a crunch bar, right? It's
Yeah.
like crunch.
I was a sucker for any.
Chocolate tacos ruled the roost for a while.
That's a good one. They did. You strike me as like a rocket pop guy.
I just told you. I think I fell for all the marketing.
want a screwball.
give me that Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah,
Give me
exactly.
that screwball with the gumball.
No,
at
that's
the
what I'm saying.
bottom.
I feel like I ate stuff I didn't even like just on the marketing.
Yeah.
I think the marketing really worked.
You're like,
on
you know
me.
what I need after my ice cream? Gum.
Watch me get to the blue on this rocket pop.
Yeah. Thank God. Your whole face is like the color of whatever you're like. What, you have a Ninja Turtle? Can't tell. Your whole face is green.
My whole childhood was a lie, now that I think about it. Okay, what else, Billy?
Would you rather drive the Wienermobile or the Batmobile?
Drive. Not go to prom, man, like we had yesterday. That was a different story altogether.
That was a different story altogether.
We're not talking about that.
All right, what would I rather drive?
I think it has to be the Batmobile.
It has to be the Wienermobile.
Probably any version of the Batmobile. It could be a big old tumbler. It could be Michael Keaton's Batmobile. The thing that Robert Pattinson was driving, super loud. He had a loud Batmobile. I'd probably rather drive that. The Wienermobile,
you're just out for like such a nice joyride. You're just out
Good
for
luck
like
parking that thing.
enjoying the day.
I think it maxes at like 30 miles an hour.
Try driving it in the city, though.
Yeah.
You'd probably hit a fire hydrant.
Cannot park that thing in Charlestown.
Think how
That's a
many
good
cones
point.
you'd need.
Yeah, it's true. I have trouble parking my
Batmobile,
respectable
you could melt
family-size
that
SUV.
snow.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Yeah, not good.
That's a good point. But now that you're just out for a joyride in the Wienermobile, that's nice. Just honking at people, making their day.
They're honking at you because
Yeah.
you're going 20 miles an hour into the speed limit.
Yeah. Well, guess what? They're getting the finger. I can tell you that right now from the Wienermobile. Yeah.
Do they come with unlimited hot dogs? Like, are they is it just like flowing with hot dogs
I
in the
would
back
think.
seat? That would change my
That would
answer,
sway your
obviously.
opinion?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're just like loaded with dogs.
Nice steamed hot dog back there? Yeah, okay.
Well, students from Seaman High School celebrated prom tonight, but a few students rolled up in style in one of 6 Oscar Mayer Wienermobiles.
She did kind of call them out. She's like, some people celebrated prom.
Yeah.
These virgins showed up in the Wienermobile. she did kind of out them.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, she did.
You want to see a group of losers? Well, they're on the news tonight. Let's go check
She's
them
jealous.
out. Yeah, I think probably a little jealous.
Let me tell you,
actually.
the outside world thinks
Yeah.
very highly of those guys. At their high school, they're like, these dorks.
They got to be the coolest kids.
Yeah,
in
they
the
weren't
world.
even at the party.
No, these guys are living the
They
dream.
didn't even hear about where the after prom party was.
I
They're
don't
all
think
still shoved in their locker.
Yeah, maybe.
Whatever.
You wouldn't want the Wienermobile pulling up to the after party?
Of course you would.
That's cool as hell.
Especially with hot dogs in there.
Yes.
Wienermobile or an ice cream truck?
Oh,
No, ice cream truck.
Wienermobile.
Everybody's begging for stuff from the ice cream truck.
Yeah, that's true. Then you're like, it's got to get a job.
Yeah.
Right. You got Venmo? You're like,
You guys don't have cash? Oh, God. We're getting fired. It's Would You Rather Wednesday here on Jones and Keefe, brought to you by Avellino's
text line
Restaurant.
says Jones eats an ice cream sandwich like he eats a lobster. Just a mess.
Rip it
Get
apart.
in there.
Sir, we don't have bibs for these.
Yeah, he needs a bib. Ice cream sandwich bib.
Speaking of Keefe, we have the hashtag Dork Minute next.
Hey, it's Craig, and could it be Memorial Day weekend already?
WEEI Dork Podcast rolling on this week. Once again, 2 new episodes. We talked about The Punisher special from Disney Plus. Quick 44-minute non-movie, non-TV series. Just sort of ripped a special. They've done 3 of these now, Jones. Marvel has. They did Werewolf by Night.
Oh, not 3 Punisher ones.
No. 3 of these like specials where it's like not a full series, not a theatrical movie. And so they did Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special. They did a show called Werewolf by Night, and now they did this Punisher one. I'd say they're all pretty good. Also, we're at the midway point of From, the best show that nobody's watching on television, MGM Plus, 5 episodes into season 4. So you can check out both those episodes on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Last weekend at the theater, Obsession. Nick loves this movie, Obsession.
It's still your favorite movie of the year, correct?
Yeah, I'm honestly thinking about going back sometime this week and seeing it again.
Seeing it again? I've not seen it yet. It's a big miss by me.
How have you not yet?
Oh, what the hell?
Nick's
I've been
just been
talking
talking
to him last week. I know, and I want to see
He's got stuff to do.
Yeah.
Does he?
He's got a family.
He got 2 kids. He got 2 kids.
Yeah, but
what? I don't.
That prevents you from watching everything else?
Well, a lot of the other stuff I can watch at home.
That's a fair point.
And I can watch
you
it
have to
like
go somewhere
late
and
into the
watch it,
night. It ruined my life that way. But it was 3rd at the box office last weekend with a weekend gross of $17 million. It's up over 20 overall. It was made for $750,000.
Wow.
So it's already insanely profitable. It's one of these kids we talked about last week. He's in his mid-20s, the writer-director, which makes me feel like I have accomplished nothing in my life. This guy's 26, and he's written and directed an awesome movie.
You needed this guy to make a movie to know that?
Yes.
They handed him the Texas Chainsaw franchise before this movie even came out.
Yeah. No, I was aware that I've accomplished nothing, but then this really drives it home.
It really jammed it home.
Like, this kid's 26, so he was, born in 2000? And he wrote and directed this movie?
When LeBron made his NBA debut, and I was a fat college freshman at Northeastern, and he was the same age as me, maybe younger than me, dunking all over the place, that's when I knew. I'm like, boy, I've done nothing and will do nothing with my life.
Wiping nacho cheese off my face as LeBron James is, going to the NBA Finals.
Wait a minute. That's when I realized. But okay, this was that moment for you, yeah.
But he looks older than me.
Yeah.
LeBron.
True.
Yeah,
this kid can't possibly look older than me or you.
I have more hair than LeBron. Everywhere. But so anyway, Obsession was 3rd at the box office.
Brag, bro.
Keith is like the Pasquatch last night walking around.
I do want to. So I want to see this movie really badly. Michael was still number 1 at the box office.
Yeah.
Devil Wears Prada 2 in its 3rd week was 2nd. Both of them have done pretty well. Total gross so far from Michael, $286 million. Devil Wears Prada
gross,
2.
Gross figure. Yeah, gross money.
It's gross.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat 2 came in 4th. And 5th at the box office this past weekend was The Sheep Detectives, where apparently, you guessed it, a bunch of sheep solve a crime. People love this movie.
That doesn't sound like much of a plot to me, but if it's good, it's good.
It sounds horrible. And because I saw the trailer for it, I think it was before the Super Mario movie, and there was like all these sheep are talking to each other.
Who's in it?
Hugh Jackman.
Got it.
And who else is in it? Hugh Jackman, Patrick Stewart, Bella Ramsey, Regina Hall. Well, Hugh Jackman's like a human in it. And then all these others are just like
he's
voices.
Not a sheep. Got it.
but they like solve a crime. People are going wild for Sheep Detective. So anyway, keep an eye out for that. This weekend at the box office, The Mandalorian and Grogu. I've already purchased my tickets. I will be seeing this movie on Friday. The reviews,
kids are not getting in the way of this one.
No.
Okay.
This I have to see.
Yeah.
Well, it's a Star Wars thing.
Yeah.
Really, Star Wars and Marvel. Yeah, for the Dork Podcast, it's for work. It's for work. It's for work purposes. I have to go see this.
Got it.
The reviews for this so far, mixed.
Oh.
Not everybody seems to love it, but that's also the nature of the Mandalorian TV show, too. I would say some of it's been really good. Some of it has not been great. But we'll see. There hasn't been a live-action Star Wars movie since The Rise of Skywalker, which was, 2019, I think? So it's been a while since we've seen Star Wars in the on the big screen. Coming to Netflix in June is going to be a comedy called Little Brother, starring John Cena and Eric Andre.
I like Big Brother. It's a good show.
This was Little Brother.
Okay.
Here you go, Billy. This is a movie for you.
It's comedy, Bill.
Yeah, it's
Support comedies.
John Cena.
Dude, John Cena's good.
Now he's
in what?
Now
he's good in
Peacemaker. He's
Sisters.
great.
Peacemaker.
10 minutes in the movie Sisters.
What was the other one that he was just in?
Block is hilarious.
Oh, no, he's in a movie with Idris Elba. That wasn't horrible.
No, not Blockers.
Oh, Heads of State.
No.
You like his cameo on The Bear?
No, what was the one he was in with Zac Efron?
Oh,
Nicky Stinicky.
Yeah.
Nicky Stinicky was great. Did you not watch Nicky Stinicky?
I didn't.
Okay, well.
All right, well then you
Oh
can.
no, Ricky Stinicky. Ricky Stinicky.
What did we say?
He said Nicky Stinicky.
He
It's the
said
sequel.
Everybody's saying it right.
Mickey.
Ricky
Didn't see
Stinicky.
it. Either way, still haven't seen it. Whether
yeah.
it's Ricky or Nicky, haven't seen it.
But Billy is demanding comedies, but then he's real picky about the comedies when they come out. He's
Yeah, there's no big
100%.
comedies. Yeah, they do.
Very
I haven't seen
stubborn.
any. It's good.
okay.
Ricky
I
Stinicky.
saw Chris Farley and David Spade. I'm not watching it.
It's true.
Close
That's,
enough.
look, honestly, fair.
I
That's a
think
fair
they might
bar.
make another Grown Ups though. Bill.
They are. It was greenlit.
Okay.
Netflix.
There you go.
Now you'll
See you
watch.
there.
Yeah. See you there.
I'll be in line Friday morning.
He's only seen Grown Ups 2,
Grown Ups
Hubie
1.
Halloween,
Halloween was garbage.
Happy Gilmore 2.
Yeah, that's fine. Look, the man has taste.
Tonight, actually, it might even be available now, but, or maybe it's not till tonight. The finale of The Boys.
Okay.
Now, this is going to go down, barring a unbelievable final episode, as another one of these great television shows with a bad final season.
Just limp to the finish line.
Yeah.
Got it.
Just like put them out of its misery.
Cash grab.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been really frustrated with it because this show was great, and you wonder, like, it could be like a top 25 show for me, like all time, but then this season
knocks it down.
Yeah, like Stranger Things wasn't as good the final season. Game of Thrones obviously is like next level bad final season. A lot of people complained about Dexter, which I never saw, but at least the last season of Dexter was really bad. So, I don't know, it's been tough.
People even feel that way, and I like The Wire, but people feel that way about The Wire. People didn't like the last season of The Wire. That's like an all-time great show.
I think it's the worst season, actually. Yeah. I thought the finale was good, though.
Finale was tremendous,
but
the
finale.
The
but the
season
you're right,
was,
might have been the worst. Yeah. A new show next week coming out on Amazon Prime is Spider Noir, where Nicolas Cage plays a Spider-Man, but noir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got
that
it.
should be good. Oh, Billy, you'll watch this. New season of South Park set for September. Season 29 of South Park.
I'm behind.
I'm pretty behind.
You know what? When they went to, there's something about them being on Paramount that it's not in my routine. I don't know what that is. I can't explain it. Mm-hmm. But I'm like a season or two behind on that.
Because you don't
show.
think about it.
Yeah, it's not
It was
like
on Comedy Central on Wednesday at 10. You'd
right.
Be there.
You knew where it was. It was on the DVR the next day. For some reason, I don't watch it the same. I don't consume it the same on Paramount.
It's tough.
I don't know why that is. Yeah.
Another show to recommend to the people. 4 episodes are out right now. The 5th is coming out today. It's 10 episode season. I got a lot of DMs, brag, and emails about this show, so I was a little late to it, but I'm all caught up. It's called Widow's Bay.
Widow's Bay.
Widow's Bay on Apple. A New England mayor trying to boost tourism on his island must navigate strange events, suggesting it might be cursed.
Sharks. Is a big shark.
I thought you were going to say Jaws.
Yeah, big sharks.
Somebody goes, he was like trying to he was talking to like the police detective or whatever, or the sheriff, I guess, about like protection. He's like, we need to build like a perimeter around the island. He goes, there is. It's called the ocean. So it's like a horror comedy. Like
Widow's Bay. Where is it streaming?
Apple.
Okay.
Apple. The dude from The Americans, Michael Reese, Matthew Reese. Matthew
yeah.
Reese. He's the star of it.
No Kerry Russell strutting around.
Sadly, no.
Okay.
At least not yet.
All right.
Stephen Root, who's always good and stuff.
Yeah, I like Stephen
Root.
Root.
Root's good.
Yeah.
So anyway, the first episode, I wasn't like completely hooked, but they're only like 30, 40-minute episodes. So rip through Widow's Bay. I highly recommend that.
Okay.
Euphoria. I'm trying to get caught up on Euphoria.
Yeah.
I've now come to the conclusion that they're just they're trying to shame all the actors that are doing this. Like, they're not putting anybody in a good spot this whole season. It's pretty bad.
It's just pure humiliation.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Got it.
Lanterns coming out in August. This is the Buddy Cop Green Lanterns show on HBO. They had a trailer for it this past week. Looks really good. A female Expendables movie is going to be in the works.
Who's on that?
Well, let your imagination run wild.
I am. It's all gladiators.
It's just Gina Carano.
Me and Nick were building the cast the other day.
Ice.
I don't know. Is
Blaze.
that an airworthy conversation? I'm guessing.
No,
Lucy
never.
Liu,
Yeah.
Kate Beckinsale.
Oh, Beckinsale. Yep.
Hell yeah.
Uma Thurman.
Yep. And
Charlize. I think we had Charlize
Yeah,
on
Charlize
that
Theron has
roster.
to be on there.
Yeah.
you could put Sarah Michelle Gellar, get Buffy the Vampire Slayer out there.
Jennifer Love Hewitt, you need her in there.
JLH.
You don't really need a reason why she's in
Rather
it.
Christy Swanson. Give me the original Buffy.
Oh yeah,
Great
Christy
one.
Swanson.
Great one.
You can get Tracy Bingham.
Yeah, you could.
That's our Tracy Bingham in there.
That's a great call.
Lastly, Jones, going on sale in 5 minutes is going to be the Miller Lite soccer ball.
God,
which
I
you're
forgot
going to lose
about
me
this.
for a little bit.
We've lost
being
Keith for
honest.
the show, so you're going to get
I
in.
need to get one of these.
early.
Also, that's why he's stalling, so we're in a break when it comes out.
I know what I'm doing.
That is what he's doing.
I'm going to get this thing, and then I'm going to fill it with Miller Lights, and I'm going to drink it live on the air.
The guy is drunk.
How long
So
will it
it's
take
just
me
a
to
carrying case, like it's not a cooler. You can't
The
put
ball.
ice in it. No, I know what I've seen what it looks like, but you can't put ice in it or anything.
I don't know, Bill. I don't have it yet. I think maybe
Yet.
I don't know if it might heat them up for all I know.
Passionate about something you've done no research on, other than it looks cool.
Thank you. That's usually how I buy most of the things I have.
That's most of the
That's how you live with
criteria for
Samurai
him.
Sword.
Yeah.
How functional is it? I don't know. But you could fit 12 beers in the soccer ball. It's a World Cup soccer ball.
Keith did break out the samurai sword on the company
was
Zoom
a
last
visual
night.
brag.
Yeah, it was true. It got a gasp. It got an audible gasp, but like a good gasp.
Well, I had my setup back
Yeah.
there. They're like, what do you got back there? I'm like, oh, comic books, video games. They're like, hey, you got a samurai sword? I'm like,
You were like, yeah,
of course
actually.
I do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he busted it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Keith whipped it right out.
Whipped it right out for everybody to see.
Audible gasps.
20
Didn't
bucks.
cost 20
Good
bucks.
gas. 20 bucks, and everybody had to pay me 20 bucks. You guys it's all over
You owe me. You
Yeah.
owe me. You owe me. Okay, well there you go. That is the hashtag Dork Minute every Wednesday at 11:45 here on Jones and Keith, or at least Jones for the foreseeable future with Keith bidding on this soccer ball. We can get back to the Red Sox. It turns out they are allowed to score some runs.
Sure
It
do.
was a nice development last night. Are they maybe? Kinda. Sorta. A little bit. Figuring things out. That's next.
Jones and Keith on
pitch is ripped high and deep down the right field line. If it's fair, it's out of here. It is fair and gone. 3-run homer for Duran. The Red Sox erupt in the ninth, and it is 6-1 in Kansas City. 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Red Sox win the series. They get a chance at a sweep. 7-1 the final. 3 driven in by Contreras. Bullpen awesome. And a dagger from Jaylen Brown.
High noon, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Break up the Red Sox, Keefe.
Holy smokes. What a couple of runs can do for you, huh?
They put up a touchdown last night.
They did. Really impressive.
Which I wasn't sure they were even capable of doing.
No. I mean, they got 4 in the ninth. It was still a classic Red Sox game for most of it.
I mean, it was 1-1, 2-1, 3-1. You're like sweating it out, biting your nails.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden they pour it on a little bit to the point where I was like, guys, take it easy. Save a few of these for later on in the series.
Spread that out.
Or later on in the season anyway, because these are like IOU runs that they're going to have to get back.
Too many hits.
Yeah. Guy had 15 hits last night. Like, calm down a little bit. So we've been asking for that, and the Red Sox gave us a little bit of it last night. Is it possible, maybe, potentially, a little bit, the Red Sox are turning things around? We can get into that with all your phone calls, 617-779-7937. Keefe does feel somewhat locked in despite being in line for the Miller Lite soccer ball.
I thought it was too good to be true. So the Miller Lite soccer ball where you can fit a dozen Miller Lights into the ball and it says World Cup on it, which obviously I need this.
Which again, but also you're not going to be drinking a lot of these Miller. I imagine you're going to be cramming in like 16-ounce IPAs.
Yeah. But I like it.
Yeah,
I like the
sure.
World Cup. I love soccer. I love beer. This is really for me. It didn't. They were hyping this up for a while. It didn't go on sale until high noon. So just 5 minutes ago, it went on sale. So I refresh my the website. I go in there. It says add to cart. I'm like, all right. I add it to cart. Jumps me over.
I must be the only person doing this.
Maybe I'm the only guy. I'm going to get this. I
Yeah.
got to put in my my payment information. I'm in line to check out. Estimated wait time 41 minutes. Don't refresh this page.
Thank
it
God.
will update automatically.
Thank God there's no Kiefer Madness at 12:45.
That
today.
is-
Like, thank God.
No, I mean,
we have no shot to
you
even
won't
do
have
it.
it. Items in your cart are not reserved until you complete checkout.
Oh,
I don't think I'm getting this.
you might not even get it.
I mean, now I'm down to 40 minutes. It started at 45. I'm sitting at 40 minutes.
People in the Twitch chat are saying they're in there too, and they might
Get out of there.
They might get the last
Do you
one
need a
before
phone
you.
charger?
I'm gonna need the phone charger, aren't
Phone
I?
just dies. Sir, we're ready to take your transaction. You know, the little chat bot and your phone just dies.
What are the chances I get this thing? Slim?
I think pretty good.
Okay.
I think pretty good.
45-minute wait line?
They probably got lots of them. It's the World Cup.
0.0.
You think that bad?
There's no chance.
Wait, why is everybody in the Twitch chat trying to get one of these?
You've been talking it up. That's
you
your own
guys
fault.
are real.
Same thing with the Patriots helmet.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
you
It's just like the Patriots helmet. It's exactly like that.
Oh, I'm so mad.
Ah, some guy in there has 6 minutes left.
6
All right.
minutes?
Twitch chat. Oh, the guy with 6 minutes left.
I am a good salesman. Let the sales staff know that. I'm moving product here.
Well,
I am.
They sell our voice at a high level.
Yep.
So these the one in the Twitch chat, 6 minutes, your wait.
Now everyone's trying to buy this.
No,
thing.
but buy
What's wrong with
it,
you
buy
people?
it, and then sell it to Keith. How much did you pay for it, Keith?
It's $19.75.
No,
That's how much I'd spend on it.
That's it.
$20. I give you $20
How high would you go? Honestly,
for this.
for this gentleman or ma'am who's about to get it in 6 minutes.
1.429, $626.
I mean, I'd have to-
negotiate a little bit. How
I'd
much?
have to
How high
check
would
with
you
my
go?
wife, but I'd spend $700 on it.
You'd have 2 ex-wives.
I would drain.
Honey, good news, bad news. She's like, I know something's wrong because you never call me honey. Like, good news, bad news. I got that soccer ball I wanted. The price did go up.
Yeah.
You told me it was less than $20. It was. Then the entire Twitch chat bought one, and now we're out 7 large.
I drained the 529 for both kids, but we do have a cool soccer ball.
Yeah. Beer sold separately. I do need to then purchase
Valued at
beers.
20 American dollars.
Yeah.
Is what it's valued at. Okay, well, let's see how that goes at 617-779-7937. Do you think it's possible, Keith?
It's a pre-sale item. It's not expected to ship within 3 to 4 weeks. No, but once I procure it, I can wait.
World Cup's gonna be over by the time he gets it.
Seriously, we're gonna be on to the 2030 World Cup by that
Be
point.
checking the mailroom in the new building.
Yeah,
That's fine. I'll celebrate, baseball's All-Star break with the soccer ball.
Okay.
It's going to be great.
You think it's possible? Maybe. A little bit of a chance, Keith, that the Red Sox this time are actually figuring it out, because it's not the first time we've asked this question.
I know. Unfortunately, we've asked it before. And, so I think when we've asked it before, I don't think the pitching and the defense were as locked in as they are.
I think that's fair.
So we're not saying, hey, this offense is going to score 7 runs a game, because nobody believes that.
No, I'm still
Shocked
stunned
that
they did.
yeah,
I can't even believe they did that last
But
night.
the pitching and defense give you a chance, I feel like, every night. And then the lineup, you just had 3 guys that were really weighing it down. And not that the other 6 were having like all-star seasons or anything, but I keep going back to Duran, Durbin, Story. We're killing the team. And now Story's removed. And you would think, like, on paper, like Monasterio or Kiner Falefa or Sogard would be an upgrade, but they have, because Story's been that bad. Durbin played last night, but they also sat him for a couple games. And then Duran's woken up a little bit. So, like, that combination has made them, like, a little bit more of a, for lack of a better word, a little bit more of a friskier offense, I guess. They still don't have the power. Wilson Contreras might be the only 20 home run guy they have. Might be. But at least they're belting out a bunch of hits.
All you need the offense to do is wake up to score like 3, maybe 4 runs a night. And they
that's
will
a low bar.
They'll take off like a rocket ship, unless the bottom falls out with the pitching. But the way they're pitching, you legitimately need 3 or 4 runs a night. Duran hitting like he has, if he's going to wake up at all. Not 2024 Duran, probably not even 2023 Duran. 25 Duran, which we all thought was pretty disappointing. If he's going to wake up to just that clip, and you can get some production out of third base, not named Caleb Durbin, and you can get to 3 or 4 runs a night, they really can turn this around, Keith. They're 2 games out of a playoff spot. Now, you may not think they're going to do that. You may think the bottom's going to fall out with the pitching and the defense. If that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But if they can maintain those other things, they really don't have a lot to figure out with the offense. We're not asking for 10 runs a night. No. I'm not even asking for the 7 they got last night. 3 or 4 runs a night, that's all they got to figure out.
It's an incredibly low bar, because
it's so weird they're better on the road, too. They score way more on the road than they have. Their record's better on the road, and they score way more on the road than at home, which is so odd.
Well, maybe Fenway Park are you more reliant on the home run at home, and they don't have any home runs?
Good question. I don't know.
I don't really know what it is either. Maybe the pitching's even a little bit better on the road. I don't know. Whatever it is, they have been a little bit better. They're an even 500 even with Cora, Tracy, whatever. They're an even 500 right now on the road. They're a game over 500. This is your favorite stat ever keeping track of, but they're a game over 500 with Chad Tracy. 21 game sample,
positive run scoring differential.
Positive run scoring differential.
We're tracking that
because I would say outside of Brian Bayo starting a game, every pitcher is pitching pretty well. I know Suarez couldn't find the plate.
I didn't think he was great last night, but in general, he's been really good. Yeah.
And then the bullpen bailed him out. It was a big bullpen game, and those guys were all pretty nails. The other starters have been really good, give you a chance. You feel good anytime it's an early or a Tolley start or a Sonny Gray start. They didn't even have Crochet back. I don't know about Roman Anthony. I'm not going to hold my breath on him, but like 2 of your best players haven't been there for most of the season. So, yeah, I don't want to like go crazy over 7 runs, because I know how that can sound, right? 7 runs against an opener. Well, I guess they weren't all against an opener. Some of it was against the
no, but that guy didn't have it. I can tell you that.
No, he did not.
Anybody who gives up a run to the Red Sox in the first inning stinks. Like that's automatically one of the worst pitchers in baseball. That's not Brian Bayo.
Jaron Duran's hitting a $180 with a .220 on base percentage. Like,
walk him on 4 pitches.
Walk him out. Walk him again.
Then Rafaela's up there trying to bunt. It's like, he's probably going to put you on. Stop trying to bunt.
Yeah, don't do that.
What are you doing?
Let Duran steal, whatever. But so, yeah, I think there's a little bit of a chance, only because the bar is so low, and some of those guys might either snap out of it a little bit, or some of the new blood that you have up there is providing a little bit of a spark right now, like a Mickey Gasper. And then when you combine that with the American League being as bad as it's maybe ever been,
trash.
Doors open.
It is.
Yeah.
So can they take advantage of it? Are they maybe sort of figuring it out a little bit? Text line says no. You said this when they swept the Tigers.
Okay.
That series went almost exactly as the Royals series is going, so not true.
Okay, so
Also, sorry.
I was just going to say, so they swept the Tigers.
Well, they lit up Valdez when they were cheating. As far as I know, they haven't been cheating against the Royals last night, but I guess I can't rule it out.
Then you had the series with Tampa Bay, who's one of only, 2 good teams in the American League? Mm-hmm. Oh, did you see this stat? I don't know if it's true. I saw it on Twitter. The Yankees?
Is this or is this not a stat? Oh, no, this one's true. I double-checked this today. The Yankees haven't beat a team with a winning record.
Not just like a series, like a win.
Yeah,
they haven't won a game against a team with a winning record.
Not a win. They've beaten a 500 team. I believe they've beaten the A's who are 500. Winning record. They haven't beaten a team with a winning record this year.
The only team in baseball that you could say that about.
Yep.
Okay. So like they've already come crashing down, right? They've already
are crashing down, and they could crash down even more.
But so Tampa's really good, and you lost 2 out of 3 to Tampa. You did beat them once. Conley early had a really good game. Then you played Philadelphia, who was completely turned around. They're one of the hottest teams in baseball. You lost 2 out of 3. Braves are the best team in baseball. You lost 2 out of 3. So I'm not trying to talk away the series post Detroit. It's either the hottest team or the best team in baseball. Like those are 3 of the toughest series you're going to have.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they played the Braves again in 3 games.
No, that's not ideal. But I'm saying like if you can sweep
who'd they just put on the IL? Was it Baldwin? Who'd they just put on the IL?
Drake Baldwin?
I think they did.
Yeah, but they got Acuna back.
They're getting. But as I was going to say,
no. All right, so I give that's fine. That's a tough series. But you might sweep Kansas City. Then you have a series with Minnesota, which you have to win that one. And then now, if you're stacking that up, I feel okay.
Text line. Unless the Red Sox are in first place, don't mention the playoffs. Why?
Wait, what?
They're 2 games out of a playoff spot right now. They're playing lousy. Why would we not do that?
That's an odd thing. I think the only reason we even
bring up horrible, and they still have a great shot. Great shot, maybe too strong. But the fact that it's even still in play, is crazy.
I feel like the only reason
the American League sucks. You suck, but the American League sucks. Somebody's got to make the playoffs.
It's early to bring up the playoffs. I understand, but it is a quarter of the way through the season, and it feels like they've dug themselves such a giant hole they won't be able to get out of it. But that's not true. The American League right now, and things may change. Maybe a couple teams get really hot in the second half, but right now, you could be 500 or maybe even have a losing record and make the playoffs.
Texter also says, Keith, the line is moving fast. I'm down to 25 minutes already.
I'm at 30. I'm pretty much I'm in true time here.
Basically, the whole Twitch chat and text line is in front of you.
Why does everybody want this ball? Is it because I was excited about it?
Yeah, no, you talked it up. Why do listeners to this show want the ball? You've been talking about it for 2 weeks.
Are they trying to prevent me from getting it though?
No, I don't think so. I think you sold it to them.
They're not doing it versus me.
They're trying to for spite.
Spite.
Well, maybe.
They hope you get it. They just hope they get
it
first.
What if it's Monty?
It seems like they are.
What if it's Monty back?
It probably is. It probably is. Game
I saw him
recognized
earlier
game.
say he actually agrees with you 2 a lot lately, and he's questioning everything in his life.
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
That's got to be a tough realization.
That's going to be difficult to look yourself in the mirror there, Monty. But if he wins, he could extend like an olive branch between the 2 of you.
I don't know.
Would you accept it from him?
No.
For free?
Absolutely not.
You wouldn't even?
No. Keep it. Absolutely not.
It's a similar stance to what you said with LeBron earlier today.
Yeah,
I don't even care. I don't care if he's free. 617-779-7937. Some phone calls here. Nick is in Dover, New Hampshire. Hello, Nick.
Let me put you. Oh, hold on.
You got us. Yep.
Hey, you got me?
Yep. Sound great.
Okay.
Classic New Hampshire.
Thanks. So this is right up your alley, Keith. I got a pipe dream of a trade, and followed by the alternative if the trade doesn't happen.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
So we leave either Early and Anthony in Kansas City, and we take Bobby Witt Jr. off the hands.
Okay.
Maybe a combination of the 2.
Okay.
But if that can't go through, and Bobby Witt Jr. would be another Hall of Fame.
Sure. What's the alternative?
Fame player. And so the alternative is you hold on to Anthony and you bring him over to first base to pick ground balls with Contreras, and before all these games this year, get him out on the field with Contreras, who is a really great first baseman. I don't know if he was a catcher before, but he's awesome, and he's making this infield very much better too. But he could be your DH next year. Anthony could be the first baseman, and you leave.
Where are you playing
Duran.
Anthony in the meantime, just out of curiosity? Because there is the rest of this year, assuming he ever gets healthy.
Well, if he does get healthy, and I wouldn't rush him back either, unless they're in any, unless you're using him as trade bait. And I really hope that they're going to hold on to him. But I would leave Duran and Early. Hello.
You there? Hello.
I would leave Duran. Hello.
Hey, Nick.
You got me?
Let's go to Nick in Dover. Nick, you're next.
I'm not sure we ever had you.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead, Nick.
I can't take any more of that.
What?
So
please use your time.
Did he just
efficiently as we can?
Did he just switch from Anthony to Durant at the last second?
Yeah.
Okay, that confused me.
Tough guy to trade with because you're about to sign off on it. Then you're like, wait a minute, that's a different player.
Yeah.
You told me Anthony.
What do you think? What are the odds of Anthony and Early? Well, I like both.
Early Anthony.
For Bobby Witt.
0.
Yeah, I don't think that one's happening. What do you think of Anthony at first base? Picking
0.
Picking grounders with Wilson Contreras.
No. I think Anthony's a left fielder or a DH. Hopefully he could be a left fielder. He got away from his arm's gotten better.
I think he's a DH.
He might be.
I mean,
he's not a first baseman.
How fragile that guy. He can't even not get hurt swinging a bat. I don't need him in the outfield.
You have Contreras for a little bit. He could play keep him at first. I don't need to move Contreras off. He's excellent at first.
I am not itching whatsoever to move Wilson Contreras off of first base.
He's like the only guy. I would say Wilyer Abreu and right. I guess Rafaela, although I keep mentioning him playing second. But overall, Rafaela, Abreu, Contreras, stay where you are. Everybody else, we'll figure it out.
Okay. Let's go to Florida.
All right, Barry.
This is Barry in Florida. Hello, Barry.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Are Jones and Keith ready to talk about the Red Sox?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So here's my feeling.
What is this?
From 2019, the Red Sox are just a broken record. It's the same old, year after year after year. And I finally reached the point
usually finishes in the last, but yeah.
yeah, usually. But I finally reached a point where I'm not sure that I put this on Breslow or the ownership group. My feeling is I'm putting it all on the fans. I really am. As a season ticket holder that spent 10 years up in Fenway and down here in Florida, I see the Red Sox play every day. 36,000 people are going to that stadium. They're spending hundreds of dollars on merchandise, $20 on a beer, $100 on a lobster roll. If I'm the ownership group, why would you change anything when you continually have people that are going to come to the most beloved ballpark in the world, listen to Sweet Caroline in the 8th inning?
Yeah, so look, Barry.
My message.
What's your message?
John Henry.
Okay.
Is this.
Let's hear it.
Okay.
John Henry, I'm sitting out on my lanai with a Cohiba in one hand and a glass of bourbon in the other, thanking God I am not contributing to this dumpster fire, which is the Boston Red Sox, any longer.
Yeah, Barry, look, that's all well and good. That's your personal choice. The problem is someone else is going to go. And so if you want to send a message to Henry, what I would encourage is wear those T-shirts, fly your planes, get your paper bag. I think that's better than sitting in Florida and then someone else just is going in and buying jerseys and buying beers, and you think you're accomplishing something, but you're accomplishing nothing while you're smoking your cigar and having your bourbon. Somebody else just took your spot. If you want to actually send a message, the T-shirts and the sell the team chants, that to me is a way better way to do it than just sit at home while someone else takes your spot and spends the money you were going to spend. You solved nothing by doing that.
Plus, Red Sox fans you can only blame them so much. I mean, we heard "Let's Go Phillies" chants. We've seen Dodgers fans,
That's
Mets
true, too.
fans,
There's
Braves fans.
opposing fan bases.
Over.
Right.
Yeah.
All you did was bring in an opposing fan to the ballpark.
Great.
That made it harder for the team to win a ball
and
game.
then it's still the same thing because they're getting all the money. They don't really care about that.
Those people might spend more. They only come in there once. It's a trip.
Yeah.
They're ready to spend, improportionately to how a Red Sox fan might, where you go in and you're like, I'll have a couple of beers. So I don't think that solves anything. And I've been there before. I've been don't even bother going to the ballpark. The further we go along, I don't think that solves anything. Other fan bases will come in. Other people will come in for select games. If you want to send a message while you're there, I think that's probably the best way to do it. And I think his initial point, he said he didn't blame ownership. He actually does. The real problem is ownership dialing back spending since they were at odds with Dombrowski. That was the actual point. Dombrowski's you're not going to keep investing? I'm out. Or, hey, Dave, you have to change how you're doing it. Do you want to keep spending that way? Oh, then you're out. However that came down.
Yeah.
And then it's Bloom and Breslow, Cora, and now the Chad Sox. The real decision started there. And I'm with him on that. I don't know if the way he wants to send the message is the way to do it, but that's his choice. He doesn't want to go to Fenway. He doesn't have to go to Fenway. 617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls there here on Jones and Keefe. Billy Lanny with the latest in trending. And when we come back, could this unlock Jaylen Brown? Will Craig Breslow show any urgency at the trade deadline? Probably a couple of no's there, but we'll get to it right after the update.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by the 99 Restaurants. Tonight, the Sox look to complete the sweep over the Kansas City Royals. First pitch from Kauffman Stadium is at 7:40. You can hear the call of the game with Will Fleming and Cooper Boardman right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaw's and Style Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's and Style Market, proud to be local since 1860. Connolly Early will get the start for the Sox in the series finale against the Royals' Michael Walker. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at Christian Arcand at 6:40. Dig into the 99 Restaurants, $14.99 big deal meals, available all day, every day. Save on big hearty favorites like the grilled teriyaki chicken at just $14.99. That's a big deal. You gotta love the nines. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
Hey, it's Craig, and could it be Memorial Day?
one. He busts this one open. A 3-run blast. Sox lead 6-1. Chapman can sit down. Save him for tomorrow. Let's go, man. Durant has looked tremendous tonight, man. This is his best game of the season.
You can feel the Hogman's life coming back into his body.
Oh, yeah.
He was teetering.
He needed this.
I mean, he was right there on his deathbed. I think he'd tell you that.
This is like a chest compression to the season for Hog.
Yeah.
To go clear.
Like, he didn't even curse one time in that clip.
No, I don't like that.
He was too...
Like
the little engine that couldn't. You blow.
Yeah, didn't like him.
No, that was
what, 3 days ago?
Yeah, he doesn't like the whole team.
That's real emotion.
But he was happy about Durant.
Yeah.
Is it a compliment? Best game of the season.
Season's
been so bad.
Probably not, but Jaren Durant.
Yeah. No, he had a good game.
Last night, couple of walks, hit the big bomb late.
Kind of wish he didn't get thrown out at third.
2 great plays defensively. He had another hit where he tried to stretch a double into a triple and was out by a mile. Great relay throw by Bobby Witt. But no, Durant had a good night. It probably was his best game of the season. And his batting average, his on-base percentage, we've detailed this quite a bit, is way down. But he's on pace for his customary 15-plus home runs. He's on pace for his customary 30 steals, which to me is an indication that those counting stats are an indication that he's still on pace somewhat for his normal type of production, if he can figure the average out. And maybe he's starting to figure that out, Keith. So, I don't know. Do you believe this is the beginning of a turnaround? Could it unlock him a bit, or is this a selling opportunity for Jaren Durant?
Selling opportunity. If you could trade him, trade him. Now, it might still be a little early for that, right? Because he, despite the bad start, is more of a marquee player to get traded in May than some of the other MLB trades that have happened over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
so,
Patrick Bailey is like a good glove catcher, but he's not this caliber of player, and not that Durant is, Aaron Judge or something. What?
Out of stock.
Really?
I waited 30 minutes in the virtual weight room. Sold out.
We got a texter 15 minutes ago who said they already got theirs.
Out of stock. These items are no longer available and will be removed from your cart.
$20.
Come on, dude.
It's free $20 right there. Oh, 1975.
Yeah, you can see Ric Flair now.
Good one, Nick.
How is that?
You can almost afford that. It was in 1975. You could almost afford seeing Ric Flair.
This is a sad day. It's a bad day.
Wow, that's upsetting. So I thought we were going to lose Keith because he was just in line checking the update. We might lose Keith now because him and Hogdale just swap bodies. Now Keith doesn't want to be around anymore.
I was so sucks. I'm pissed about that. I kind of was getting my hopes up. I talked about it too much. I blame myself. I never should have.
I mean, I'm happy you said it because we all blame you for this. I'm happy you said it.
A soccer ball. I love the World Cup. I love soccer. I love the beautiful game. Football. I love it.
Are you still going to watch it, or is this going to?
Not with 12 beers in my hands. That's how you're supposed to be able to watch it, too. You take 12 brew dogs, you fire them into a soccer ball, you just sit on your couch, drink a beer,
you don't stop,
turn the football over.
You don't stop drinking until they're gone.
No. Move around a little bit, shake them up. It's probably a nightmare thing, actually.
How do I know I'm done drinking? There's no more beers in my soccer ball.
Yeah. The soccer ball is light enough to kick. And now I promoted this thing for no reason. I didn't get $1. Not only did I not receive $1 from this place, I didn't even get the freaking item. And now people are on the Twitch chat. Oh, I got one. People on the text line. Thanks, Keith. I got 3 of them.
Yeah, someone up in Maine texted in. Keith, I got 2. $200, and one of them's yours.
Why would you get 2? What do you need 2 for? You need 24 beers, sicko.
It's a case.
I know.
Honestly, it's a good idea. You should.
That sounds awesome.
Why were you in line for 2 or
look
just
at
one?
Brian. Brian put the picture of it up on the. Look how cool that is. You can just sit on your couch. What do you got? Soccer ball. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. And it holds 12 beers.
What?
Huh?
Coolest guy ever.
Why would you
throwing
promote
bras
this?
at you?
Why would you not make enough of these?
Yeah, well.
Why would you not? Didn't you not hear the
You don't want to flood the market with them, Keith. You want to kind of, word of mouth to spread. That makes them cooler. You just flood the market with them. You know, there's
as people
you think
that
they'll have him at Boston Stadium.
Yeah, why is Ken Griffey Jr.'s rookie card not worth anything? They made too many of them. They should.
You think that's why?
Yeah, they should have kept a few more off the market. Supply and demand.
Sold out immediately. I got in the stupid weight room at 12. That's when they went on sale. Was at 12. I was in there at 12 and didn't get one.
Texter says, I don't know if this is factual or not, Keith. They are releasing more Miller Lite balls on June 3rd.
June 3rd?
World Cup's.
So A.J. Brown's already going to be on the Pats by the time I get one of these?
By the time you actually have it delivered to you, it'll be the Patriots will be opening up.
What happens first? Red Sox make a trade or Keith gets his soccer ball?
Definitely Sox trade.
I'm not getting one of these.
We didn't say good trade. We just said a Red Sox trade. Yeah,
but why not? Why would you not make just an obscene number of these things?
I just answered that question. What do you mean?
What? Just so other people can sell them on eBay for $300?
Yeah,
that's great. That's good business.
If everybody has one, then they're not cool. They're keeping them cool by not making a lot of them. Yeah,
I still think they're cool.
The second
now I have a bigger problem.
The second you get that thing home and it falls apart and doesn't keep your beers cold, you're like, well, this thing sucks.
They're like falling out of it. They don't even hold them. It's just like you have shook
they don't
up
want
beers
everybody
all
to
over
know
your house.
that. Yeah. So there's not.
It probably sucks.
Yeah.
Now, when everybody does get one, can I just give me like a quick review of it and let me know how functional it is? I am curious.
I think
about
basically
that.
Our whole Twitch chat and text line, everybody can review it for you.
You
So
can send it in,
I'm sure you'll hear about it in a month when they get them.
Is that the real Daisy Dog in the Twitch chat right now?
Wait a minute.
What Daisy Dog?
Daisy Dog MA?
Yeah.
Keith at WEEI.com.
No, Daisy Dog was the one who went on the date, remember?
Oh, yeah. How'd that go?
I knew he didn't remember.
Well, I've been thinking about the
He's like,
soccer
who is
ball.
Daisy Dog? Yeah, Daisy Dog MA is in there.
They said it is, yeah.
Oh, Daisy Dog. How'd the date go? Are you still with that guy?
She's well, I don't know.
I don't know.
She's commenting
likes
on
to use a $200 gift card to the 110 Grill.
She's commenting on your backwards hat.
She likes it. I don't know if that's a compliment or sarcasm, but
she does seem to like it. So I don't know what that means for the date.
I'm just like so out of sorts because I thought it was going to be a special day. I thought I was going to get that ball. Thought I'd be ready to go. Scotland's got 2 games at Gillette. That's exciting.
No, it's Boston Stadium. Nick's right.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's not.
Sorry.
It's
Yeah.
not Gillette.
Where are they playing? Yeah, Boston Stadium. My bad.
Boston Stadium in Foxborough.
Boston.
Yeah.
Not anywhere close to Boston.
No.
Yeah, let us know, Daisy Dog, how that's going. And for anybody that gets this thing, if you can send him. Send one to me. You can.
Keith said earlier he would spend up to $700 on it. So you guys can sell those to him on the black market and or eBay. 617-779-7937. Let's take some phone calls while Keith groans through this.
That is ridiculous because all of a sudden there was a little bit of a time jump, and some people were saying the same thing. It said 45 minutes.
Yeah, that was everybody leaving because they were out of stock.
Yeah, they're like,
correct.
We got them all.
They're like, guys, we don't have any. So it went from 20 minutes to like 6, and I was like, guys,
it's my
we're
chance.
cooking. No, we're not at all.
The last call to New Hampshire went so well. Let's go back up there. This is John in New Hampshire. Hello, John.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Not great.
Me good. Keith not so good. Yeah.
Yeah. Easy with the beers. I don't know what was up with that last guy. He had a bad connection or whatever.
Yeah, he's all right.
It was the state.
Anyways, I got a solution for the Red Sox, and there's a right-handed slugger. We all agree that we need to bolster this offense. We need a bat, right?
Uh-huh.
There's a right-handed slugger. We know he's available, and he goes by the name Bobby Ding Dong Dahlbeck. Get him back in the lineup.
Bobby Dahlbeck.
He's in Japan, isn't he?
I don't know where he is.
I think he plays.
He is.
I think he plays in Japan. He's in the Japanese league.
Slapping taters?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Bobby Dahlbeck.
He's like the first 6'8" shortstop in baseball history.
He's a little tall.
Yeah,
no.
He's
Trust
like,
us.
He's like Bizarro World Duran.
Trust us.
Or Durbin, rather. Yeah. Okay. Mark's in South Boston. Hello, Mark.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Can you believe that Matza stretched a double into a triple with 2 outs and was safe? And our leadoff batter, the fastest guy on the team, supposedly gets thrown out with no outs.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
guess
just
that's
know-
surprising when you put it that way. But like, what? But what are you saying?
It's a
You
thinker.
think Yoshida's faster than Duran? Like, what are you saying?
No, I'm not saying it. It's just how the crazy the year's going. I mean, they were both stupid moves to try to get to third. You don't go to third with 2 outs. You don't go to third with 1 out. The fastest guy in the team is the ball basically in the same spot, and he's safe. I mean, he's out at third, and he's safe at third. 2 stupid plays. Another question right here. Who do you think had a worse day? Kevin Goldschmidt,
Keith,
when he bought the ring for Diana Rossini, or the day Tristan Cassis turned down that long extension?
Oh. I'm going to say Goldschmidt, I think, is kicking himself a little bit more. Although they looked
We don't
happy
know.
at Springsteen.
They had a hug. They had a dinner or a lunch or whatever. I think he's doing just fine.
They had a one-way smooch on their front.
I think he has no regrets.
I
think he's pretty thrilled with how things turned out.
Yeah.
Costas probably would have liked that cash.
Probably in retrospect would want the money.
I was looking at Bobby Dahlbeck in 40 games for the Yormori Giants.
Oh. A good Giants
40
squad
games
this year. I didn't realize that's who he's playing for. Yep.
He's hitting 222, 0 home runs, does have 22 ribbies.
Oh, nice.
So he's
driving
Are you
in.
looking at the right numbers?
Probably not.
No,
his
this
eyes,
AI over
his eyes actually don't work. So what?
Those might be. That's his Chicago numbers from last year.
It says Yormori Giants.
No, he is hitting 246 with 8 dongs this year in 40
Oh,
games.
8 dongs.
How about that?
Stack God's back.
Yeah, Stack God.
Stack God.
He's on timeout after that. Fraudulent Hab stat.
Oh, well, whoops.
Yeah.
It works.
As a wise man once said. Oh, well, whoops. Well, look.
What a turn of events.
Keith's out of sorts.
Whoops.
Keith's out of sorts. We'll get back to your phone calls, 617-779-7937. Any urgency for Craig Breslow and this Red Sox team, who maybe kind of, sort of, a little bit, are figuring things out, along with Jaylen Brown setting the table at the top of the order. Big swing late, couple of good defensive plays. So we'll continue to work our way through that. Also, if you were watching on Nesson or listening here on WEEI last night, they spent some time on a fantasy football punishment that I want to get into coming up next.
Tonight, Sox and Royals.
Alone in the upper deck. There are a good number of seats open tonight in the upper deck, and he is sitting alone. I mean, there must not be anybody within 50 seats of him, and around him, each seat has a sign that spells out, "I stink at fantasy football." Pitch called strike 3. That's a strikeout for Suarez.
But I mean, the truth of the matter is, we all do all this stupid research in the offseason. You should just take Jamar Chase and Bijan Robinson and figure it out the rest of the way.
Yeah.
It's just not that complicated.
I've been playing fantasy football for many, many years of my life. I can't remember a positive season. 2-2 down and away.
Don't take Rashee Rice. He's back in prison. He violated his probation today.
Too soon, Will.
Unless you're keeping track of stats in the California penal system. Don't draft Rashee Rice.
Don't take Rashee Rice. He's a monster of a man.
I think how Will's trying to give us fantasy advice. He's like, hey, take Bijan Robinson or Jamar Chase. Yeah. All right, what if I have the third pick?
2-2 down and away.
Don't take Rashee Rice. He's back in prison. He violated his probation today.
Don't take him.
He's a real piece of crap.
Well, Cooper Boardman admitting that he sucks at fantasy, we might have to invite him into our league.
Yeah, we do.
Somebody else that we can beat up on.
We have a few open spots, it turns out.
TBD on that.
Including our champion.
I still like those guys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, our champion.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We'll figure that out.
Look, the offer stands for their return, but I don't know
if they want to be.
I don't know if they're answering the phone call. Yeah.
The Jones and Keith Fantasy Football League might have some tweaks. We'll see. But draft season just around the corner. August.
Just around the corner.
September.
I'm already prepping.
Will just gave us a good breakdown there.
I do love that. Yeah, take Chase.
Yeah.
Just take Chase and Bijan. Okay, cool.
I have the third pick.
Yeah.
Now what?
What kind of auction league are you in?
Just auto draft.
An auction league where no one else is good?
Yeah, I take
How are you
those
getting
two
both of
guys.
those guys. I can't even afford both in my league.
I probably won't take Rashee Rice either. But
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out. Before we get into the fantasy football punishments, since he brought up Rashee Rice, now that he is he has a knee surgery and he's in prison.
Can you get the knee surgery in prison?
And he can't rehab in prison, according to like Schefter. But I'm like, I don't know, prison workout. I think he might be able to.
Well, I don't want to speak for it, but I bet he could get some leg work in there.
I bet he could
do
rehab
some
it.
squats.
I bet he could. Do you think they're back in on AJ Brown, or are they a threat to get back in on AJ
Still
Brown?
have been like no whispers about that. There was the one report that got shut down about the Jaguars being interested in AJ Brown.
So Breer did say the Chiefs could circle back. This
They
to me,
should.
This to me feels like more like projection from Breer than anything firm.
Yeah,
but he's like, they could circle back. They were a no earlier this offseason on the Eagles' asking price, but they really probably should now that Rashee Rice probably isn't going to be out there at the start of the year.
Yeah, we had Kern on yesterday, and we're asking him about, like, could anything get in the way of AJ Brown to the Patriots? And he's like, well, I don't think so. He's like, yeah, obviously anything could happen, but it really depends on what the conversations were like with the Eagles and the Patriots. Was it like, hey, assuming you guys have the best deal, we'll do it? Or was it like, we're definitely doing this, and then you back out, and then, it's like a Max Crosby thing all over again from this year where you're like, all right, you can do it. Like, you can technically do that, but then you're going to be viewed by everybody else around the league as a team that, like, promises one thing, then, like, pulls the rug out. But if I'm the Chiefs, whether Rashee Rice is in prison, healthy, hurt, whatever, I'm trying to trade for A.J. Brown. I mean, you're trying to get the Chiefs back to where they were. They just won 6 games a year ago, but there's really been no rumors to that other than this. So.
I still feel like Diggs is going to wind up there, and the Pats are going to get A.J. Brown, but that's just a projection. But anyway, Breer did say they could circle back. Could. He didn't make it sound like it was likely, and it really sounded like more projection than anything firm. But that's the Rashee Rice part of that. The other part, if you weren't watching the game or weren't listening last night on Nest, and you just heard it there was a gentleman in the stands. If you haven't seen it, we can put it up on Twitch, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. We can put it up on YouTube, or you can go to Keith's page, at Keith21 on Twitter. You can go see it there. But there's a gentleman at last night's Royals game, and I feel like you couldn't do this in every ballpark. Like
not at Fenway.
Like, for instance, you can't be doing this at Fenway, I don't think.
Yeah.
Unless
You
the
could
team
do it-
really nosedives.
Minnesota, you could do it in Sacramento,
Yeah.
you could do it in, unfortunately, Cleveland some nights, it seems like.
Yeah.
There's a lot of places actually you could.
So last night, this guy had like a whole section to himself.
Yeah.
He's sitting there in a NASA astronaut outfit, which I still want to know the reason for that.
I didn't catch it at first.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's like you're insulting, like, all right, genius, you finished last place.
Yeah.
You got to wear a NASA jumpsuit.
Maybe. And it's like, it's Kansas City. It was 96 degrees here yesterday, whatever it was, 97 degrees here yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know how hot it is there, but KC gets sweltering. So maybe it's just that. You got to wear a onesie, so you're sweating on top of it. But he had a whole section to himself with papers with a letter written on each individual piece of paper that said, spelled out, I stink at fantasy football.
Like giant block letters that took up a seat. And so
Each.
a seat each for each letter.
letter,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then he's sitting in between the I stink at and fantasy football. Just him. There's not a soul around him.
No.
And so some people were asking the question, like, did this guy buy one ticket or did he have to buy like 30 tickets? I'm like, I don't think he had to buy 30 tickets.
Oh, but that's
like,
a good question.
I don't know.
Because you could do it at Fenway. You just have to buy.
You have to buy up all the seats. But it also wouldn't have the
I
same
didn't even think
appeal.
about that. No, I think at a place like
You
Kansas
need to be in
City,
an empty area.
You probably buy one seat, and they don't even care. You probably bought the cheapest seat in the house, although that was probably close.
I think that one's great. And also the idea that, like, it's a Royals game. Like, you're going to go to a Royals game by yourself. And as they pointed out on the TV broadcast, like, they only went to him a couple of times, but you never saw him with a beer. So I wonder if it was like you can't drink.
You have to just sit there.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to eat or drink. That's part of it. So that's like not a bad stipulation, but how could we functionally put that in as a punishment in our EEI league
Yeah,
or
you
even
can't do Fenway.
or even our personal leagues? Like, how could you do? Could you do that at like a Woo Sox game?
I knew a guy. I don't even think so.
I don't think so either.
I knew a guy, and I don't subscribe to this, and it wasn't the league that I was in, and I wouldn't do this. But somebody in another league that I knew of, the loser had to buy courtside tickets to a Connecticut Sun game, and you couldn't eat or drink. You had to sit front row at a Sun game. You couldn't eat or drink. Which, again, I think that's terrible, and that shouldn't be a thing.
What?
Because that's more of a treat, I think, to go to those games.
Yeah,
but,
sounds it.
Do you make like you had to make a sign or anything?
I don't even know.
Like that?
I don't think they did. I don't know if they made a sign, but they had to go and like sit front, like mid court at a Sun game. But those are all good.
That's not bad.
We've always talked about it in our league, but we've never actually gone through with it. It's just like the license plate, like placard that says the same thing. Like, I suck at fantasy football, or whatever.
Football loser or whatever.
And then so
Yeah.
for a full year, you have to drive around with that.
Who do you think the joke's like? Is this extra? Does this make the fantasy football burn extra good? Or is it kind of like, well, now this guy's kind of a little, he's like, hey, look at me, guys. I'm all over TV.
No, I think they got even more out of it than they
Yeah, I
wanted.
feel like that's just a meme that lives on forever in your league.
Yeah, like all the time.
Hey, did
like,
you see how many clicks Rich Keefe in Boston got
Seriously.
on this fantasy football burn?
Well,
Now everybody changes their team picture to that kid sitting in the stands.
Great point.
The talented Mr. Roto, Matthew Berry, he retweeted the tweet. That's why it's got like it took up.
Talented
a
Mr.
gangbusters.
Roto toss you a retweet there. Oh,
and
nice.
then FanDuel stole my photo, but they did give me a old hat tip.
Check out. How do you know that they stole your specific photo?
Because they tagged me in it.
Oh, got it.
And they were like, they made a comment with my picture. Then they were like, oh, hat tip, Keefe.
Got it.
I'm like, thanks.
I saw Boston.com is using a photo of it too. It just went
Is
by.
it mine?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if you could tell. Go to Boston.com and stroll their feed.
I didn't have a Jones and Keefe watermark to put on the photo.
And scroll
down
a little bit. I don't know how you could prove that's yours or not. It says screenshot via Nesson right there in the.
Sure about that?
Yeah, I don't know. That could be a Rich Keefe.
Was it via Ness and via Keefe?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's tough. But no, that was a good one. That was a really well. Who knows if they've done that before? Because who knows? It could have been like a non-Red Sox game, but we were picking up on it. But pretty funny.
So ours,
well done.
Our punishment, and then the guy didn't do it, and he's now out of the league.
Oh well.
But our punishment is you have to for this one individual who very few of us in the league have met. He was a friend of another guy who was in the league. That guy left. He stayed in. It's amusing, but he doesn't really personally know anyone. Like just a couple of people in the league.
That's funny.
He lives in Arizona, and so when he finished in last, we're like the person who finished in last had to buy him a plane ticket to come do the draft here in Boston. You're in charge of.
Did he do it? He did not do it.
No, he did. He did not do it.
As somebody says on the text line, the punishment was to raw dog a Royals game.
Yeah, but let everybody
Can't
know.
get up.
Yeah,
sit there. No food, no drink, no phone. Just watching the game.
Wait, maybe that's why he's in the onesie. Maybe he couldn't even go to the bathroom.
Maybe. Did you get a diaper on?
Maybe
he's just sitting there.
Stadium pal.
Maybe he's just sitting there peeing his pants.
Could have been like Miles Davis.
Okay, well, this is not a bad idea.
I like it.
I just don't know where we could execute it in a place like Boston.
Well,
a Revs game.
Well, honestly, the upper deck at a Revs game,
spinner
if
still
they allow you up there. No, unfortunately, the spinners are not a thing, and they would sell out anyway. Or I don't know if they'd sell out, but like they'd be full. Yeah, we have to figure something out. Something.
All right.
We'll
There's
get
something there.
We'll get there.
What can we do for a punishment? 617-779-7937. A fantasy football punishment.
Yeah.
That was a good one last night.
Shime's like, we could dress up as like furries and like torture each other a little bit. What?
Oh, I wonder if Shime got a soccer ball. I know he wanted one.
You just like step on my groin.
Imagine if he got one.
He's got one in Hawaii.
Yeah, if he got one on it.
Just like somebody like put heels on, like step on my groin, my privates. Like, what?
Yeah.
You didn't set your lineup all year.
Who's ticklish, by the way?
Yeah, they had a hard time getting in the app. Like, what? You didn't play anybody this week. Yeah, it's crazy. We're still up for that punishment, right?
You're like, ugh. You think he might have purchased this soccer ball on his honeymoon?
Oh, I'll text Shime. I know he wanted one.
Don't text him on his honeymoon.
Well, he liked my tweet.
Oh boy.
So he's
tell his
paid attention.
Don't tell his wife that.
Well,
liking
maybe
tweets,
they're in between sessions.
liking tweets and buying soccer. 617-779-7937.
Yeah, really step on it.
We'll go back to your phone calls, and we'll go back to Drake. Drake May, year 3. Greg Bedard expects a big breakout. We'll get to that next.
Jones and Keith.
Final hour, Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. Greg Bedard on Drake May. You think last year was good. Wait till you see the quarterback this year. And I know what you're thinking over there, Keefe.
Yes.
It's not about Drake May's thickness. Greg Bedard makes that very clear.
No, it's not that.
It's not about his thickness. But it is about how he has come back, ready to attack it this year.
Mm-hmm.
And if you thought he was good a year ago, look out for the QB this year, which Twitch chat seems skeptical of when we played this earlier. How would you possibly know until it gets out on the field, which I guess that's a fair opinion to have. And look, knowing Josh McDaniels or whoever Greg Bedard may be talking to,
it could be
there,
anyone.
I would understand that might be a way of not actually talking up Drake May. That might be a way of talking yourself up. Like, we're doing a really good job with Drake May. He's totally ready to go. If we thought we had him ready last year, look out. Wait till you see what we're going to get him to do this year. So it could be like some smarty pants OC, hypothetically, talking up Drake May in the building to talk himself up, but take it at face value.
Yeah.
What are your expectations this year for Drake May in year 3? He was the MVP runner-up a year ago. He was in the Super Bowl. What we say it was, 31 TDs and 4,400 yards? Is he going to be better than that this year?
Going to be tough. I mean, the QB rating was super high, if that's something you look at. The completion percentage led the league, and they won 14 games. So, I think the sheer number of games that they won also helped his standing in the MVP vote. So, if they win 10, which I think, or even 12, it's like that you think, that's less than a year ago. So, you could see somebody else, right? Like Josh Allen will always be in that conversation. Maybe there's another Matthew Stafford out there. Somebody has like a crazy 40-plus touchdown season. So he might not get MVP votes, but those numbers might not be that far off. And if you're assuming, like most of us, that A.J. Brown's going to be on the team, I would say I'm fairly confident that the numbers are up. Now, if he's not, and you don't have Diggs, and you don't have Brown, okay, maybe 27 touchdowns is what it is, or 25 touchdowns. Maybe it's a little bit lower.
You know what? That's actually a fair reason for maybe why his numbers are set where they're at in the apps. Actually,
it's not official.
We were talking about that earlier as like an injury hedge. It's probably just a hedge against if the A.J. Brown trade falls through. If the Chiefs do panic, and the Chiefs circle back because they're not going to have Rashee Rice, or there's another injury between now and June 1st. Okay, well, maybe that's why his numbers are so low on the app. I'm an idiot for not thinking about that earlier, but what we say they were 25.5 touchdowns and 3,800 yards. That
I'd
would
go
be
over both.
Well,
last year too.
Well, I go over both with A.J. Brown without him.
25.5. I might go over anyway.
I mean, I might, but those ones aren't a lock. With A.J. Brown, and assuming any health, those numbers should be a lock with A.J. Brown.
Even the yards might be, right? Like, they play 17 games. It's not just betting on health. And that's kind of what we said last year, too, because the numbers were even lower. But he didn't have this season before. That was more expectation. At least we've seen a full season of him playing really well.
Right. But last year he had Diggs, to play devil's advocate. He had Diggs, who's a 1,000-yard receiver. Do they have a 1,000-yard receiver on the roster if it's not A.J. Brown?
I think maybe Dobbs. If Brown's not on the team, I think Dobbs.
Maybe Dobbs,
maybe.
But Diggs was a definite.
Yes. Yeah.
And it was an easy schedule. So if you're going to correct for some of that and play out a harder schedule, maybe that is why the numbers are set where they are. I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier, but that makes more sense now that we talk it out.
Okay, depending on how you're talking about this, because Diggs
had 1,000 yards, but going into last season,
you didn't expect
you're
it.
hopeful. I think, in fact, their number, this is a point Nick made a while ago about how the expectation for Dobbs might be similar as the expectation for Diggs. Now, Diggs surpassed it because I think 850 might have been like an over-under we threw out there. And we're like, I'll take the over, but like not way over. And I bet that's similar for Dobbs. And so maybe Dobbs has a breakout year with Drake May. But
maybe.
I get your point. I think he could, though, have a really big year. And it's crazy to say that considering he just went to the Super Bowl and based on the voting was the best player in the AFC. But it's now year 2 with McDaniels and a year 2 with Vrabel. So this guy went from North Carolina, where there were sort of like highs and lows, to a Gerard Mayo, Alex Van Pelt team, to a Vrabel McDaniels, and now it's year 2 of like same head coach. Oh, same playbook? Same play caller?
No, that's fair.
Like, that's huge. And there's going to be obviously some different teammates, but not even to the degree that it was the year before, right? Like, that's what was so funny. Remember, we were making fun of Stephen A. Smith last year because he was like, man, Vrabel's doing this basically the same roster that Mayo had. It's like, it's completely different roster. Like, it's May and like Henry and Stevenson, and then it was like all new guys. So I think the familiarity is going to be through the roof for Drake May this year. Should be more comfortable and could lead to better results.
Yeah, and look, I wouldn't be surprised if now he is looked at as more of a leader and he's taking on more of that role. And I'm not saying he wasn't a leader last year, but he was still a year 2 guy, and I don't think he's a very vocal leader. You know, I really don't. And you made the point earlier, Keith, like, regardless of how they replace it on the field, who's going to be the emotional leader of the team? That was Diggs a year ago. For better or worse, that was Steph Diggs. And I thought he was great at it, quite frankly, way better at it than I thought he was going to be, getting the guys fired up before every game. I don't think that's ever going to be May, and I'm not sure in a lot of cases it can be a quarterback. Like, I'm not sure all quarterbacks are wired that way to, like, fire the boys up. But I think May's going to take on a little bit more of that, like, vocal leadership role, even if it's not like, again, getting them gassed up before the game. I do think some of that is there. And look, if he's coming in ready to attack it and he's using, we know a lot of these guys will use slights. We were talking the other day about Wemby maybe feeling slighted about not winning MVP. Brady was the greatest at this, of using slights to motivate yourself.
Oh, yeah.
What are people saying about his postseason last year?
Yeah,
what are
not
people
great.
saying about his Super Bowl?
Right.
And so maybe he's used a little bit of that fuel to fire him up. We're really not going to know externally about that, but maybe that's something in the building via Bedard they're already seeing.
Yeah, and I think there were people like, I guess his idol, Cam Newton, sort of saying it was fool's gold all year. So even though you have I think what was a great season, and, you know, we weren't really poking holes in it, and they did go through it. Even though he didn't play great, they beat playoff teams along the way with really good defenses. There's a little bit more to prove, right? Like, getting to the Super Bowl is great, and I think that should be, like, honored, and you should look at that as, like, a great accomplishment, but you didn't win, and you got smoked. And then people are wondering if that was like a fluky type of thing. Like, did you only have that kind of season based on the schedule? You won't be able to say that this year. They have a really difficult schedule. They play a lot of great teams, a lot of playoff teams. The first 4 games of the season is a bit of a gauntlet right off the rip. So, I mean, you could confirm your place. Like, you and I have him as a top 8 quarterback. I don't know if nationally everyone's going to say that going into this year, despite how good he was.
You mentioned a top 8 quarterback. Where is Keith getting that number from? Well, and it's an interesting line because that's where Cowherd had him, if you remember. When Cowherd went through and gave his top 10, he had him 8th. We did our tiers yesterday. You can go seek them out at Jones and Keith, Twitter and Instagram, at Keith21, at Jones WEEI. We have Allen and Mahomes on the top tier, so they're the top 2 spots in any order.
Yeah, people had more of a beef with that than I thought.
They have a much bigger – Patriots fans are much more whiny about Mahomes being on that top line than I ever would have expected. But on some level, it's like some, ricochet shot at Brady, or they're defensive about Brady. Like, there's something in there that when we were filling this out yesterday, didn't occur to me. But Patriots fans are real sensitive about that. But we have May on a tier with the following names, somewhere between 3 and 8, if you will, because Allen and Mahomes are ahead of them, and a bunch of QBs are behind them. Lamar Jackson, Matt Stafford, Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, and Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, so people were upset about Mayfield and Daniels being as high as they were, but whatever, we like those guys.
Which means we have May ahead of guys like Prescott, Nix, Lawrence, Hurts, Purdy, Darnold, Caleb Williams, earmuffs back there, Brian, Justin Herbert we had way down. People didn't like that, but he's atrocious, or at least is in the postseason.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, we have May ahead of a lot of those guys. We have him somewhere between 3 and 8, which to me,
I would say,
I think he could still have a better year 3, but kind of be ranked somewhere in that tier. He's solidifying himself. He's proving himself. He belongs with those other names. And, yeah, maybe the opponents are tougher, and maybe they don't win as many games. But if he's on that tier at the end of the year, then I think he's kind of proven himself as that guy. I don't know that he's broken out or taken another step to Josh Allen level, to Patrick Mahomes level, but he's solidified himself with that next group. That'd be a really good year.
Yeah, for me, I think the highest you could put him, because more people obviously are going to do rankings between now and the start of the season than they are tiers. So I would say the highest you could probably have him with a straight face is 4th. And the lowest you could have him until it gets into like, all right, now you're just kind of a hater, would be like 10th. That's probably the lowest you could have him.
Cam did sneak him in at 10th on his list.
So like, you're like, okay.
Right.
Because
you're saying 4th meaning Allen, Mahomes, Lamar, and then he's ahead of Stafford.
Yeah, you could.
He's ahead of Burrow.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I think that's the highest you can have
Yeah.
him. I'm not saying I would necessarily put him there. I think Burrow's an interesting case study because last year we were like, man, the stock on Burrow has really gone down. But the overall talent is there. And at times he looks better than anybody. But then just the overall wins hasn't really been there.
Well, and you have to factor in the availability somewhere with him,
yes.
right? You have to.
Yeah. And so, the 2 best seasons from a year ago were May and Stafford. And then Josh Allen, I think, did the most he could with what he had around him. And then you look at guys like Lamar, Mahomes, Burrow were all thumbs down. Even Baker Mayfield, his previous 2 seasons were better than last season.
Well, he started on fire last year and then fell flat on his face. Yeah.
Jaden Daniels, another one, his rookie year, great. Last year, not so much. So, Daniels and Mayfield, clearly the way we did this, we have those guys bouncing up a little bit. Prescott, Knicks, Hurts, all those guys are in the conversation. I think the ones that we were lowest on, but I wouldn't change it, are Goff, Love, and Stroud.
Yeah, we have them. That's the starter with downside tier.
Yeah.
Below the starter with upside tier, where guys like Caleb Williams and Justin Herbert are. Yeah, we
for example,
were pretty low on those guys.
Like Jackson Dart versus Jared Goff. If I was ranking them, I would have Goff ahead of them. For this season, it's a safer bet.
But Dart's ceiling's way higher.
Way higher. And you're all right. Well,
I would say the same about Cam Ward.
That's why we have them up there.
Cam Ward and Jackson Dart, if they hit, their ceiling's way higher than guys like certainly Goff. I think even Stroud and Jordan Love, who I don't like.
So, another way of looking at this, too, would you say, the first even 4 tiers, because we ended up having 8 total tiers, would you say the first 4 tiers, teams are going into the season being like, all right, we like our quarterback?
Yeah.
Now, some of them love their quarterback, but I think all of them are like, we like our quarterback, we think something good could happen here. Whereas the bottom 4 are like, we're gonna have to get kind of like.
I think some on the 5th tier, that starter with downside, I think they can be happy with their quarterback. Just know there's not a lot of ceiling for that player.
Yeah, and
is how I would phrase it.
And you have Jordan Love, for example, and you're gonna need a monster Micah Parsons season. You're gonna, you know what I mean? You're gonna need other guys around him because there have been quarterback, even Sam Darnold. We've moved him up, but think about that. Where was he to start last season? Then the guy wins the Super Bowl. So it's not like guys in the lower tiers can't win the whole thing. You just need to have top 5 defense,
a monster team around you. And I would say too, with AJ Brown, I can't fathom Drake May, barring injury, having a bad statistical year.
Right.
And if he does, I'll really question it. Even with a more difficult schedule, you give him a guy like AJ Brown, and now the production isn't at where it was a year ago, and the wins aren't at where they were a year ago, or at least trending in that direction. Yeah, I would start to look at May and say, okay, maybe that postseason did expose him a little bit, and maybe the step up in competition has exposed him a little bit. I mean, I'll start to look at that way because I think A.J. Brown offsets the step up in schedule quite a bit.
I mean, Jalen Hurts' first year with A.J. Brown was his 3rd year in the league, 2nd full year as a starter, and he was runner-up in the MVP.
Yeah.
That was with A.J. Brown.
So, look, I mean...
Sounds an awful lot like what Diggs does to Josh Allen.
Correct.
Sure, that too. And, you want to use the example of all examples in Patriots history, or at least recent Patriots history. I don't think A.J. Brown is Randy Moss.
No.
But you want to turn a really good quarterback into, a statistical dominator.
Yep.
Give him a true alpha. The second Brady got that, the stats were off the charts. And, they were undefeated until they weren't in the Super Bowl. A.J. Brown, I think, could be a Randy Moss light. He's not Randy Moss, but he is an alpha number 1 receiver, and that could change how we look at Drake May. and make him have an even better season than he had a year ago. Could. Tom is in New Hampshire waiting patiently. Hello, Tom.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty great.
Good. Hey, your question on the football pool, the fantasy football, the losers. You got to bring them on the show, put a microphone in front of them, and say they got to cue him, and then he says, "Hi, I'm so and so. I stink at fantasy football. I should have listened to WEEI, Jones and Keefe, a lot more carefully. I'll do it next season."
Oh, so
they come on the air. And
these
we do
are
like
just
a segment
like
where like just losers come on.
So other leagues could use that as their punishment.
Yeah, they come on. I like it.
Oh, got it. Not
There you
bad,
go.
Tom.
Good luck with it, guys. We'll see you.
All right, thank you, Tom.
Good idea.
Not a bad idea.
Today or Jones and Keefe?
Jones and Keefe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Not bad.
Yeah.
We could throw that into the grab bag where like a week leading up to the everybody's fantasy draft, you have to call in, say your full name, government name,
and
address, phone number.
What? Yeah,
social.
And social, he said. Yeah.
Social,
Yep,
sure, pin.
Yep.
Routing number.
Yeah, all that. And then
Oz the
sign a
mentalist.
baseball.
Oz the mentalist. We can have him steal your pin from you.
Yeah, so apparently
Yeah, he's a big fraud. I didn't need to see. I didn't need to see Pablo Torre expose him to be like that guy's a fraud.
so no one's safe from Pablo Torre.
Yeah, I
so he's
guess-
going after Jordan Hudson one day. Now he's going after Oz the mentalist.
Apparently.
The hell?
I don't know. I don't know what. I don't
They
know why.
got
that-
Leonard and Steve Ballmer to Oz the Mentalist.
I don't know why that bothered Pablo Torre that much, but if you get on his bad side, my goodness, is he going to dig in? He'll expose a magician, illusionist.
Yeah,
an illusion,
An illusion.
Michael.
Mystery,
They'll
intrigue,
he'll
wonder.
He'll expose your illusion, like all your tricks.
Lose your illusion is what you were going to say. But let me just go on the record now and say Pablo Torre, I think he's great at his job and does not need to look into me at all.
Yeah, but you're not team
You'll
illusion.
find out what you did at the popcorn
You're not,
stand.
Yeah, you're not team.
No, he won't. He doesn't need to. There's nothing to see here.
The next Pablo.
No, I'm pro.
He'll find out what went on at QuiltCon.
I'm pro illusionist, but I don't. I mean,
You're not standing with Oz the Mentalist?
Nah.
Wow, it doesn't sound like you're very pro illusionist over there.
Most illusionists, not all illusionists. It's too broad a brush.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Some of these guys are a little bit different.
617-779-7937. Pablo Torre, you do great work.
Good stuff.
Don't you dare dig in on us.
Keep it up.
We
Find out how many of these Miller Lite balls were sold. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, what's the story behind that? This scam.
I bet there's like 10 of them in the world. They're like,
And
oh
they
yeah,
all-
we didn't realize
They all
these were
went to our Twitch chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Didn't realize these were going to be so popular. Kidding me? They took a picture of a guy holding it, and he was having like the most fun in his entire life, sitting there on the couch with all his buds. He had 12 beers in a soccer ball that said World Cup on it.
Pals, not buds. They're Miller Lights.
Okay, it was
Yeah,
pals.
yeah.
not buds, right?
Yeah.
Copyright.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You
they can't say that.
Cross-promoting like that.
No, that's true.
You can jump in line, 617-779-7937 for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They come your way at 2 o'clock. We'll get you the clip du jour. I think we might have just hinted at what that is. Plus, right after trending with Billy Lanny, it's time for Grab Bag.
Someone told me grab the bag. Jones and Keith on afternoons, 1:30. Flaming hot sports takes. And I want to know, did Bob Ryan tweet again? And I want to know, did Mike Vrabel cheat again? Grabbing bags, Jones and Keith.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. Tonight, the Red Sox look to complete the sweep over the Royals. First pitch from Kauffman Stadium is at 7:40. You can hear the call of the game with Will Fleming and Cooper Boardman right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Connolly Early will get the start in the series finale against the Royals' Michael Walker. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at Christian Arcand beginning at 6:40. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you.
It's time for Grab Bag. Oh, it certainly is time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe. WEEI Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Boston Red Sox are going for a sweep of the Kansas City Royals tonight in Kansas City. 7:40 first pitch, 6:40 pregame here on WEEI. It is going to be Connolly early, opposite former Red Sox great Michael Wacha, who has been good, 4-2 with a 2.83 ERA, early 3-2 with a 3.21 earned run average. Sox are dogs on the money line tonight. Yeah, Walker's been good.
Okay.
Walker's been good.
I think they keep it going, Keith.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Keep that streak going?
Yeah,
keep that streak alive?
It's been good. I think they keep it going.
All right, I think so too.
You want to see my grab bag? Cost you $20. Woo!
That's pretty good.
Nature Boy.
That's
the
not bad.
Nature Boy.
That might be the real Nature Boy. Yeah.
Red Sox manager, interim manager, Chad Tracy is going to be on the afternoon program today. Rich and Ken with Ted coming up. So listen to Chad Tracy. He's been on the station a couple of times so far.
Good listen.
I thought he was good both times. So following a couple of wins too, probably a little bit easier for him.
What would you ask him if you're Rich or Ken or Ted?
Yeah.
What are you going to ask him?
Brian Bayo. Is he going to start his next game, or is he going to come trotting in there in the second inning?
What's the fascination with Caleb Durbin? Maybe that's a good question too. Like, what are you doing there?
What's it going to take to send Durbin down to the minors?
Yeah,
those would be a couple.
Why are you still platooning Marcelo Meyer? Like some of that stuff.
Anything positive to say about Roman Anthony's recovery? Probably not.
Okay, so that's a 3:15.
Oh yeah, nice.
Oh, Jones and Keith, 130 grab bag, Billy Lenny. Jones and Keith. Grab bag. Grab bag.
Jones, I'll fill you in on that one. That is one of the great
confused.
WWF factions of all time, the Brood.
Oh.
There were 3 vampires.
Okay.
3 vampires that wrestled together, Gangrel, Edge, and Christian.
Got it.
Edge and Christian then became so popular they kind of broke off and became their own tag team. They left Gangrel in the coffin, as it were. He was the original star of the Brood.
Man.
But they're very good. Very good. This is Attitude Era. They would dump blood on people.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was the coolest.
What was the guy's name who got left out? Gengar?
Gangrel. No, not Gengar.
Gangrel? Yeah.
I think Gengar's a Pokemon.
Yeah.
Let's ask
Shine.
Yeah, no, we should get the.
It's one of my favorite
the bottom of
factions
that.
of all time. the
Okay,
Brood. Yeah,
good.
they're really
Good. Good homage.
NBA playoffs last night, game 1, Eastern Conference Finals. Knicks, overtime thriller, come back and beat the Cavaliers. Tonight in the NBA, game 2, Spurs and Thunder from Oklahoma City. San Antonio took game 1. Guess that spread, Jones.
Ooh, Oklahoma City.
Yes.
Minus
5.5. 7.5.
Okay.
That seems to be like the number. That was last night's game was 7.5.
I'm going OKC.
I'm going. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a longer series.
Spurs already got
I got
their
Spurs
win.
in the series. So I'll take the Thunder in this one.
This bag is your bag. This bag is my bag. It's on the Jones and Keefe Show 130. Between the Hillman, Rich Kent, Ed Arkand. Grab bag was made for you and me.
Oh, not bad.
Well done.
Great rhyme.
Kind of hit all the shows.
Yeah.
That was a good stuff in
Real
there.
nice. Wow.
Grab bag is made for you and me.
It
That's
is.
also well said. There was no Stanley Cup action last night, but Jones, tonight, game 1 of the West Final. It is the Golden Avalanche.
Yeah, which again,
go to a TV screen near you.
It's going to cost you more than the 20.
Yes, it
than
will.
The 20 for
you
Ric
won't
Flair.
regret it.
Nasty.
Yeah, well,
a Golden Avalanche.
8 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Might want to wear a poncho like you're at the Blue Man Group.
If the text line is right, that might be what Gangrel is doing now.
Wait, what's Gangrel?
Text line is
Dice says he's
Gangrel went on to adult films.
That's cool.
He says it worked out.
So did Buff Bagwell. You think they ever had a match?
I don't know.
Who's to
Not
say?
that I've seen.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. Okay,
Yeah,
well, doesn't mean it doesn't
Yeah,
exist.
doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Cal McCarr not going to play though.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's day to day, and he's
geez.
out for game 1.
Kind of makes me
for the
lean
Avalanche.
Golden.
They're still the favorite, though. No,
still going Lanch.
Yeah, still going with the Lanch.
All right.
Bum 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 bum.
Jones and Keith grabbing bags. G-R-A-B grab bags. Jones and Keith are grabbing bags. Grab those bags today.
Bum bum bum. Jones and Keith are grabbing bags. B-A-G-S, grab the bags. Jones and Keith are grabbing bags. Grab your bags today.
Jason Kidd out as Mavericks head coach. They claim that they have mutually parted ways, but he's done. So
I think he was back channeling to try to get the job that Masai Ujiri got. I don't think it was very mutual that he's out.
No, I don't think he got that job. And
he got fired.
He's out 5 seasons with Dallas. Yeah. See you later.
And if you're not down with that, then he's got 2 words for ya.
Grab bag.
We've talked about Pete Crow Armstrong and what he said to a young lady in the outfield.
Yeah. Do you have that, Nick?
I don't know if you have.
While you're down there, would you mind me?
Well,
it's right along those lines, yeah.
He's been fined an undisclosed amount, and he has also apologized.
Oh,
my
He said a lot of that.
No. Okay, so he said that, but
he said
now
about half of that.
But he has apologized since then. So good news.
Good.
He said there's a swing and a drive to left by Castellanos. It'll be a home run. No, he said, quote, directly or indirectly, I don't think that any of the women in my life would think I would say those kinds of words regularly. I'm just bummed out about the word choice and a bunch of the little kids going to social media and seeing that as well.
Yeah, that too. A good apology.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. It's like
it's alive in a deep left field by Castellanos. It will be a home run.
I let the
and
women
so
down.
That'll make it a 4-0 ball game.
I let the kids down.
I'm not a crisis manager, obviously.
No.
Clearly, you've seen my life. But I would say anytime your apology is like, hey, people who know me know I wouldn't do this. It's like, you just did.
Right.
You just did this.
Yeah.
But how about that? He's like, I'm bummed out about the choice of words I had. I can never in a million years think I could have said those words.
Those words.
Yeah.
These words I've never said before.
Happens all the
Certainly
time.
not about women.
You know me.
Yeah.
No, we don't. This way, I guess we kind of know a little bit more about you now.
We've learned a lot more.
I don't think any of the women in my life would think I would say those kinds of words regularly. Every once and then. Might sort of slip out. But I'm not on the regular.
Good point. Regulars doing a lot of work in that apology.
On the regular.
Yeah.
Like, okay, bud. I don't know about that one.
My palms are sweaty. This grab bag's hot and ready. It's 1:30 already. Jones and Keith spaghetti. What I wrote down. The whole world saw it now. Cora took his bow. Are the Celtics gonna save us now?
I don't know if you saw this. James Wood for the Washington Nationals last night hit a inside the park grand slam.
Grand slam, yeah. Not
Grand
inside the park,
salami
grand...
inside the park.
Yeah, those are rare.
You don't see it every day.
No.
So that was a cool sight.
It was.
Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag.
All right, Jones. This has been a daily question, sadly. We have to ask it, though, once again. Does friend of the show, Tracy Bingham, follow me on Instagram yet?
No. I'm starting to think no.
Does not.
I don't think that
Does
one's
not.
How do we get this
I feel
one
like I
out
might
of grab bag? I don't think she's ever going to follow.
I feel like I missed the window a little bit.
Keith get his soccer ball.
Nick.
Yeah,
Everybody knows the answer to that.
That's a
at
replacement
this point.
question for the Tracy Bingham one, yeah.
Well, no, but you out there can follow me on Instagram at Rich Keefe WEEI. Tracy Bingham doesn't yet, but she might.
She may.
She might.
If you let her know.
Yep.
Tell her. She
holler at her. Follow me, then holler at her. Like, throw this guy a follow. He's got good stuff. The stuff's actually fine. I wouldn't say it's great. It's a lot. I repost stuff from the show every once in a while.
you'll
I do
get
like a
some
drink video.
tears.
Yeah,
You get like a
Frosty review.
Yeah, viral.
I do a drink video.
A viral video here and there. Yeah.
I would have had a World Cup soccer ball review video keyed up.
These monsters in the Twitch chat stole it from you. Yeah.
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 Terrible.
Comes the story of the grab bag. Get ready for another sick brag. It's more than just a catchy song.
Be careful not to make it too long, cause one day Jones and Keith gonna be the champions of the world.
All right, Jones. Is A.J. Brown a member of the Patriots yet?
No. Soon.
You think?
I don't know. I keep hearing the dates moving back even further than we thought.
If it's not June 1st or June 2nd, there's something's wrong.
Yeah, I'm nervous.
Right? Everyone kept telling for months now, wait till June 1st.
If it's not June 1st, I show up on June 2nd, a little panic, but I will say they have until the end of the day. And then if not, then full-blown panic.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
Jones, people are asking.
Yes, my answer is yes. I bet he has, yeah.
Yeah, he definitely has. Old time hardball on Twitter tweeted out one apex.
Kind of an oxymoron.
Well, one apex corner outfield for the entirety of his career. Stan Musial in left field, or Roberto Clemente in right field.
Oh wow! You only get one apex. What do they refer to it as? An apex what?
Apex corner outfielder.
You only get one of those.
Take Bonds.
Yeah, good
I would
point.
take Bonds. Stan the Man or Roberto Clemente. Again, not asked to Bob Ryan, but he jumped in to answer it.
He went Stan the Man, I'm sure.
He actually gave you is there a question?
Oh. So I think that's a Stan the Man.
Didn't answer it, though.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he's definitely going.
I hope Bob Ryan's not going longevity on Clemente. I hope wouldn't be his argument.
Johnny Mitchell asked the question, would you consider the Beatles as the greatest band of all time?
Yeah.
Bob said, in the rock and roll era, yes.
Oh, got it.
But I respect Rolling Stones fans.
Oh, they're not in the rock and roll era?
I feel like they were the sweet spot of the rock and roll era.
Yeah. Billy, you agree with that? You're a Beatles guy.
Yeah.
They're definitely a rock and roll band.
No, but
rock and roll era.
Greatest band of all time?
They're up there, yeah.
Up there. Oh. So that sounds
greatest band of all time.
Okay,
Korn?
there you go. Oh, yeah.
You guys talking about Korn? Alan tweeted out, again, just to himself.
Good.
Okay, sweet potato people. I've never tried sweet potatoes, but always have found them delicious looking.
Oh,
Am I right? Are they delicious?
Yeah, they're good.
Should I try some this year?
Definitely.
Bob wrote, go for it! Exclamation point.
Live a little, Alan.
So he's supporting sweet potatoes now as well.
Yeah, good. I would. There's good. I like a sweet potato fried. I like a regular baked sweet potato.
Baseball history nut, also known as Nut History.
Sure.
On Twitter.
Uh-huh.
Happy birthday to the greatest Baltimore Oriole player of all time, Reggie Jackson.
Uh-oh.
I think it's like a little bit of a joke.
Yeah. He goes.
Yeah.
I feel like a Brooks Robinson tweet coming on.
Well, Upton Bell retweeted that and said, not greater than Brooks Robinson.
Yep.
And then Bob wrote, for sure, or Jim Palmer or Boog Powell.
Oh, boy.
So he had a few to add on there.
Okay.
Cardinals, baseball's greatest moments tweeted out the Cardinals all-time lineup. I don't know if you've noticed this. Nobody likes Stan the Man more than Bob Ryan.
I thought John Henry loved Stan the Man Musial. It turns out Bob Ryan is a bigger fan.
So they have a lineup here, or they have just like a defensive alignment. So it's Stan the Man, Jim Edmonds, Lou Brock in the outfield. Then it's Pujols, Hornsby, Ozzie Smith, Ken Boyer around the infield.
Ken Boyer?
Bob Gibson is the starter. Yadier Molina is the catcher. Ray Langford's the DH.
Good team.
Jason Israel's the reliever.
Boyer, he's like their Caleb Durbin.
So what did Bob comment to that?
I don't know.
He said, "Where's Ducky Medwick?"
Wow, Ken Boyer won an MVP in my face.
Yeah,
11-time All-Star.
Yeah,
who is this guy?
Yeah, well,
wow,
he's fantastic. And then,
I take it back. He's no Durbin.
Yeah, you should have had that one, huh?
Yeah.
And then Jones, he did have a standalone tweet as well.
Oh,
Bob
good.
Ryan
I love
said,
these.
"Hey everybody, chill. Wemby ain't Wilt, and Wilt wasn't Wemby. Very different players. But thanks to Wemby's versatility, you could pair them, and wouldn't that be frightening?"
Yeah, that team will win a lot of games.
Suggesting
Wilt and Wemby?
a Wilt-Wemby combo would be good.
Yeah. Well, I'm with him on that.
Feels like I'm grabbing on my grab bag. Grabbing on my grab bag. Hey, yeah. Grabbing on my grab bag. Grabbing on my grab bag. Oh, yeah. grabbing on my grab bag with Jones and Keith.
Shout out to the text line. It says, I didn't get the Miller Lite ball either. How is Keith supposed to keep 12 beers at room temp now?
Great. That's a great question. How are you going to do that?
Screwed. Oh, what a mess. Jones, let's find out who the best basketball player was from last night. Was it Jarrett Allen?
No.
He had 10 and 7. Was it Dean Wade?
No.
10 and 5. Mikal Bridges, 18 and 5. Donovan Mitchell, 29 and 5.
Good game, but no.
Or was it Jalen Brunson?
Yes.
38, 5, and 6.
Yeah, he scored 40 straight points on James Harden at the end of the game. Yeah.
Don't it always go to show you don't know what you got till it's gone? The paved paradise, put up a grab bag. Ooh, grab bag.
Who's the best baseball player from yesterday? Was it your guy, Jaren Duran?
Maybe.
2 for 3, home run, 3 RBI, 2 runs scored, a steal, and didn't try to fight a fan.
Couple of nice plays in the field, too.
Yeah,
could
hell yeah.
It could be.
Was it Freddie Freeman? 2 for 4, 2 long balls, and 3 RBI. Was it Bo Bichette, who's been terrible this year? But he went 2 for 4, 2 home runs, and 4 RBI.
Oh, heating up.
Was it Bryce Miller, 5 2/3 scoreless with 7 Ks?
7! Too soon with the Miller.
Yeah, it stings.
Yeah.
Or was it Jacob Mizorowski, 6 scoreless, 8 Ks?
I was kind of waiting for James Woods, but okay. Well,
nope, sorry,
James Wood.
James
I would go.
Wood, there's only a single.
Yeah, I would go. Let's go Duran. Let's do it.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Laskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, folks, we have a Kansas City Royal.
Saberhagen.
No.
Frank White.
Pitcher, though. So you're in the right
okay.
area.
Yeah,
You're in the
yeah,
right
yeah.
area. He was
Kevin Appiah.
Oh, good one. Good one. I was just going to
not
say
Kevin
that
Appiah, maybe too good, Bill.
Okay.
He's a nice player, Kevin Appiah. This guy, I don't know what the story is behind him. He only played 4 years in the majors.
Oh, Christ.
They were all with the Royals, including an all-star season in 2011. So he was a relief pitcher, but not a closer. 2011, 12, 13, 14, all with the Royals.
Okay, those were good Royals teams.
Right-handed pitcher, all-star his rookie year.
Not
and he was represented by Hendricks.
Not Tim Hill, not him, right? He
Tim
pitched for a long-
Hill?
Yeah,
No.
I think he was lefty.
Never even heard of him.
Trying to think of, was it not Tim Hill?
I don't know.
Don't make me Google it.
He made $8.1 million
You're going to see me typing. I'm
in
not
his
searching. I just
career.
want to see
Yeah,
if Tim
right.
I wanna see if-
right, bud.
I want to see if Tim Hill is a real player.
He-
2011 Royals.
He appeared in the 7th most games in 2012.
7!
Yep.
Okay, so it's not
73 games
It's
that
not
year.
Greg Holland. It's not Joaquin Soria. We've had both of them.
Not Wade Davis.
It's
not Wade Davis.
We've had him. We've had like this whole bullpen.
One-time
Who is
All-Star.
it? We've had Jordan Ventura.
Former first-round
starter.
pick. It looks like a first-round pick. Oh, the 9th pick of the draft out of Missouri. Does not have a nickname, Bill, before you ask. Although he probably should, based on his last name.
I'm looking.
Text line has, or Twitch has it.
Aaron Crow.
He got it! The Red Sox win.
The Crow.
Is that the guy who like hop from the mound?
No, you're thinking Crow hops
Nope, I'm not.
from the outfield. That's how they get the ball.
There's a guy that like push off the mound and like hop off the mound.
And his name's Crow. They probably called it a Crow hop. That makes
Crow
sense.
hop.
Yeah.
Would he be on the all-bird team? Remember we put together an
Oh, yeah,
all-bird
I
team,
think
bird
you-
versus fish?
I think you put him on the all-bird team.
He'd have to be a reliever at all-star.
Tim Hill is still pitching, by the way.
He is.
He's on the Yankees.
I don't think I've done that yet by accident. A current player. We haven't got
Carter Caps that hopped off the mound.
Got it.
Okay.
Shout out
Was
to
it
the fat
one of the
boy.
Carter Caps or Tim Hill, who's currently pitching?
Carter Caps.
He was a Royal, though, at one point.
Good.
I feel good about that.
Good.
Okay, it's your random ball player each and every day.
All right.
On Jones
Let's say a
and
play.
Keith. Aaron Crow. The Crow is who that was. Crow Milk. We will get to your phone calls, 617-779-7937. You can jump in line for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. Plus, we'll get to the clip du jour next.
Tonight, Sox and Royals.
Sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour again?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. It's the clip of the day, and unfortunately, it's kind of a sad clip because I've been really excited about this new product that was coming out today. I'd mentioned it a few times on the air, and today was the day it was finally going on sale.
Too many times on the air.
All right. Well, yeah, it turns out.
Yeah.
It turns out you're right because it was a new product. It was a giant soccer ball promoting the World Cup, which is coming up this summer. And it was a Miller Lite product in which you could put 12 beers into the soccer ball. And all the different little patches or whatever.
Sounds cool. What's the problem?
Well, the problem is they didn't make enough of them. And so it went on sale officially at high noon Eastern today. So I jumped in there to try to get it. I got sent into a waiting room, and then this happened.
Patrick Bailey is like a good glove catcher, but he's not Aaron Judge or something. What?
Out of stock.
Really?
I waited 30 minutes in the virtual wait room. Sold out.
We got a text her 15 minutes ago who said they already got theirs.
Out of stock. These items are no longer available and will be removed from your cart. Come on, dude.
It's free $20 right there. Oh, 1975.
Yeah, you can see Ric Flair now.
Good one, Nick. Yeah, you can almost afford that. This was in 1975. You could almost afford seeing Ric Flair.
This is a sad day. It's a bad day.
Wow, that's upsetting. So I thought we were going to lose Keith because he was just in line checking the update. We might lose Keith now because him and Hogdale just swap bodies. Now Keith doesn't want to be around anymore.
I was so pissed about that. I kind of was getting my hopes up. I talked about it too much. I blame myself. I promoted this thing for no reason. I didn't get $1. Not only did I not receive $1 from this place, I didn't even get the freaking item. And now people are on the Twitch chat. Oh, I got one. People on the text line. Thanks, Keith. I got 3 of them.
Yeah, someone up in Maine texted in. Keith, I got 2. $200 and one of them's yours.
Why would you get 2? What do you need 2 for? You need 24 beers? Sicko.
It's a case.
I know.
All right.
Stinks.
It's an unfortunate moment.
And then somebody said they're going to be selling them again on June 3rd, but I'm like, there's no chance I'm getting one of those.
Well,
Where are they going to be on? So
you might get one, but it wouldn't get here before the World Cup is over.
Also true. So it's $19.75. That's what they were selling them for. When I log on tomorrow, we can do this tomorrow during the show. Go to eBay. What do you think people are going to be selling them for?
$50?
Oh, more than that.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, these things sold out literally like
money.
hotcakes.
2x. It's a good investment.
People
more
are
than 2.5x.
People are going to be asking for more. People
Over
are
$1.2 trillion, $200 billion.
Biden might be right.
What was your? Oh, he's jacking it up.
Yeah,
it's really going to get out of control on the secondary market if he's paying that. Yeah, your limit was $700. I believe
$700.
You committed to earlier today, Katie.
It's the highest I can go.
Yeah, I can't go any higher than that. If you want to see Keith's response, it's not airworthy, but you can go to @Keith21 on Twitter. He's not happy in real time, but you can go seek that out there. We'll let you find that on your own time.
Tough.
You can stay tuned for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They come your way in a minute. Jones and Keith, brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. Dig into the nines and their $14.99 big deal meals like the grilled teriyaki chicken, available every day at just $14.99. That's a big deal. You gotta love the nines. Back tomorrow, Keith. At least I'll be back. I still don't know about Keith after this. We got Bradfo at 11:30. We'll go on the clock at high noon. And, of course, the Kiefer Madness at 12:45. It all starts at 10 here on WEEI.
Is there anything you liked about the show?
Boston Sports Original, WEEI.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It is Rich Shirtley, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson right here on 93.7 WEEI. And here's where I give you all the ways to contact our lovely selves. 617-779-7937 is the best way. We like talking to you. I don't like glancing at social media. There's too much. Look at me. I got 5 screens in front of me. It's way too effing much. I don't even like looking at that. There's only one screen I look at, and it's just this kind of one in front of me that's got like notes and things. It's too much. So I like hearing your sweet, sensual voices. So that's why you should call us. And the second way you can contact us is on the Odyssey app, which is really a fantastic way to listen to the show anyway, because there's a follow button. It zaps right to your phone, and then you can listen to us whenever you would like. You can even rewind the show. You say, wow, that take of Ken's was unbelievable. Listen to how Ken hijacked the show once again.
That's 5 times a day.
Completely derailed it. I need to rewind that. But that's a great way, too. And you can press the little microphone button and leave us a message, and we play those take grenades around 5 o'clock. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
What's up, bud?
What's happening? All right. You know what? Should we go ahead and dive into all of the fun sports? Because there's so much on the table today. There is so much stuff that we left, so much meat on the bone, as they say, we left yesterday. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of Bill Belichick stuff on his super cool guy hangout show that he did with Sean Hannity.
I think that's true. I think there was one clip in particular from the Bill Hannity interview that we didn't give enough attention to that I think really leads into the major question of why he's doing this.
And Jordan is getting sassy again.
I love it. I love a little spicy Jordan.
She is perking up, baby. And so, but before we get to all that, what happened last night there, Stiz?
What just happened?
Sports happened.
Yes, indeed, sports did happen, and Sports Happen is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. Ladies and gentlemen, your streaking Red Sox.
Pitch is ripped high and deep down the right field line. If it's fair, it's out of here. It is fair and gone. 3-run homer for Duran. The Red Sox erupt in the ninth, and it is 6-1 in Kansas City.
And there goes the greatest Red Sox there ever was, Jaylen Brown. Is there anything this guy can't do? Well, up until yesterday, the answer was probably play baseball. But what a game for JD. A home run, a double, and he drove in 3 runs in the Red Sox 7-1 win over Kansas City. 7 runs. I don't think you're allowed to do that.
Against Kansas City only. You're allowed to do that against Kansas City. But Jaylen Brown in particular, Rich, I mean, I've been as critical as anybody. His numbers on the year are bad. Well, he's hitting 189, and he's your leadoff hitter. But when he has a night like that, I get sucked back in. You forget that in 2024, this guy was a top 10 MVP candidate. He was 8th place in the MVP voting. He was an all-star. He had 285. He had 14 triples. He had 21 homers. He had 48 doubles. He had a great year. He had a 9 WAR. Mm-hmm. And I know you always love the WAR numbers.
Oh, I'm all about WAR.
But
who want to go to war with, according to Johnny Gomes?
Obviously he just took a shot at Michael Holley, so you're down on him, and I get it. Holley's our buddy, But when he's like this, he is back to all-star level. He's got 2 years of control left.
Ken, you stop?
I'm not going to extend him.
One game, and you're saying he's at all-star level?
Well,
He's been dog turds for a month now?
When he plays like that. And actually, he did have a few. He got a couple homers that won games for you because they score like so few runs. He had a few nights. A few weeks ago.
Stiz, what did you say about your vote?
When he plays good, he's good.
Yeah. Well, that's the point. And so I have wanted to trade him. But now, should I second guess that?
No.
You trade him.
Come on, kid, please. No. No. This is out of the gate,
need
man.
Outfielders.
You already got me going. We just easing into the show. Come on. That 2024 feels like 10 years ago. Honestly, and that was the outlier. That was his outlier.
He's in his prime. He's 29.
That's his prime? 29 years old in baseball?
Prime, right?
29?
Yes.
No. That is at the peak of you going down the back side of the back bowl.
Okay, fine. But I'm not saying you extend him for 10 years, but you don't trade him.
You trade him now.
Ken,
you trade him
you
now.
Get whatever you please, sir.
Anything
I'll
you
drive.
can get for him.
Drive.
Did you
Go.
see
please.
what he did last night? Those 2 catches alone.
Do you trust that he can consistently do that? No, because he hasn't done it in 2 years.
That
and
ball off Salvi Perez was 101.9 miles per hour, 364 feet with backspin, and he's going back on the track and pulling that sucker
now that
in.
you say that, what was I thinking? Of course you keep him. Oh, geez, the backspin. I mean, he's hitting the ball with backspin now.
This is the girlfriend who has cheated on you with every single person that you know, who has talked trash behind your back, wrecked your car.
Oh, come on.
But yesterday she showed up with a bag of Taco Bell, and all of a sudden all is forgiven.
I swear, I'll never do it
Yeah,
again.
that's right. I'll never do it again. She's the greatest girl
Take me
ever
back,
now.
okay, please.
You can. Come on. And
When
I don't
he's
know
at Fenway, he peeks inside the monster there and says hello to the camera. That's kind of charming.
And Ken, this is one thing that I can safely say about Ted, because I definitely know it about me, is we don't play radio. And I hope you're not playing radio here and really thinking that this is a comeback after one game.
It could be a comeback story.
Oh,
It could
God.
be. I mean, he had his last couple games, 4 walks. I love that. His last 4 games, he's hitting 357, 3 doubles and a dinger. And his defensive numbers, he's a 3 outs above average this year. He had a down year last year. He was -4. He's in his head. Ted, you know this as much as anybody. Mental health and the importance of it.
Big time.
He has not been flawless this year. Again, as I know you're down on him because he ripped Holly. And that was, but he's off social media. Like, you don't like social media during the show. He's off social media. So
is he though? Do we know that?
No, he's probably got a burner account.
For now.
For now.
Do we trust that he won't react to the next time a fan says allegedly something to him that sets him off?
No.
Okay.
But to me, it's even less about that, Ken. It's just that this is somebody who's been in the what didn't we read that list? It was the lowest 10 OPS in the league. There's 3 of them, and he's right there near the bottom. I just think that Jaylen Brown. If you're sitting here getting excited about it, look, there's nothing more that I would love, Ken, for you to be right. I would love that. I would love if this was the beginning of a big turnaround. God, it would feel fantastic. And you know what? To be quite honest, it's great having Chad Tracy on the show on a day like today.
All right.
Because you put together 2 pretty damn good wins.
Did you hear the Tracy train gushing about Duran last night? Here he is. It's like a love affair.
Give it to me. Let's hear it.
It's, obviously, like, this game was kind of different in terms of its multidimensional aspects, but you've seen more walks recently. Yeah. Are you seeing kind of the swing decisions type from him?
Yeah, I don't know what the number is. I was counting before today, but he's been on base like 8 or 9 times in the last 4 days, which is awesome, including a few walks. So yeah, the swing, it's always that with Jaren. Like, if he stays off some of the soft below and gets himself into good counts, he becomes really dangerous and take the walk and pass the baton, and he's doing that right now.
Really dangerous.
Well, the word in there, it's just 2 letters, and it's very powerful. If he does this, if he does this,
he's hot.
Hey, I'm on Ken's side here because if Ken didn't believe in a comeback, I would not be here right now.
That's a good point. I like that.
I know.
So I like just 4-game samples. I love where you can just take the any sample you want, and it's only 162 games. But let's look at the last 4 games.
Well, okay, he's had a body work. He had 2 pretty good years before this year. I mean, last year was a 4.7 WAR, not horrible. Hit 250, 13 triples. Don't you like his? Don't you on the field? Aren't you impressed with his?
I like the makeup. I like the makeup of the player. I like the energy. I like when look. I like the guy it runs like the wind. I love his athleticism. I like the profile of him being the leadoff hitter. But you just can't depend on him. You can't. My old coach, Bill Parcells, he always said this to us. He goes, guys, I want to know what to expect from my players when I go into a game. Great players. You can't have a great game one time and then a crappy game. You got to be great every time. You average players, hey, I expect you to play up to your abilities every single. You don't know what you're getting with this guy. You can't count on him.
Did you ever snap at a fan? Like, do you understand what he's going through? I guess football players have it easy because you're down in the pit there. You can't really hear an individual fan like baseball guys.
I did. Yeah, Fireman Ed got me one time.
Really?
I melted.
What? That guy?
Dude,
you didn't look at him as a clown?
He got me, man.
Oh,
Dude
wow.
got me. I was injured, and he was right in the back row, and he just started. He was just coming at me, and I snapped. So, yeah, I can.
Hang on.
What did you say?
Ted, I got to know. Yeah, what did he say?
The best. He usually doesn't sit in that front row, like behind our bench. This was, I want to say, 98 opening game against the Jets. Parcells is the coach.
Did he have the stupid jet on his head?
Oh, yeah.
And you got mad at a guy with a jet on his head?
Yeah. He had the whole fireman helmet on. So he got me, dude. He got me. But back to Jaren Duran.
But what did you say back to him?
Something's just dumb. It's embarrassing. I'm not good at that stuff.
Do you think that, Ted, if it wasn't him, it would have been somebody that day? That it was more like you were just feeling it.
I was injured. I tore a bicep in training camp, and I so ticked off I couldn't be in that game. And yes, I just was in a bad state of mind from the jump.
Now that I can understand, because if you were mentally in a right place, there's no way a dude who wears a stupid jet on his head would ever get under your skin.
Well, you say that, and then you see the power in Fireman Ed when he gets everyone to stop at once. J-E-T. I mean, the whole stadium is watching this one guy. So that's kind of powerful, man. So you might bust on him. I get it.
I love how he's like, he really loves himself some Fireman Ed. Like, remember when I won't go on Stern because I don't it's not for the kids. The kids love Fireman Ed. That is not a children's show. Not for the family. Fireman Ed will not lower his standards.
My favorite was he got upset at the organization for some odd reason. I was never going to a Jets game ever again. Well, that lasted like 2 games.
I thought that was just because the team sucked. Like, there was a period of time, I think, where it was like, it wasn't Sanchez. It was the post Sanchez. Oh, when was it? Because you're right. He swore off the team, and then he kind of came slinking back when they started doing well again.
Did he show up at the Knicks game last night or no?
Oh, what a game that was! Are you kidding me? But again, back to Jerry. I'm going to give you this. I do like the 4 walks. Why? Because the guy. He just had no patience at the plate. Right. So maybe, just maybe,
I'm talking him into it.
Maybe but I tell you what, he is part of any trade package to get a big bat at the trade deadline. Yeah. I'm putting Jaren Duran in that trade.
If Roman's healthy, I mean,
no one's upset that Jaren Duran gets traded. If you get anything, no one's upset. Who's upset if Jaren Duran gets traded right now?
If Roman Anthony is not healthy, then you got to keep Duran for this year.
I root for him to I root for all the people on this team to improve and to do well. But Jaren Duran is not somebody that has the passion of the fans right now. As a matter of fact, I can't think of really many players on this team that might be disliked more than Jaren Duran. Am I wrong in thinking that?
Durbin.
Maybe. By fans?
But for lack of performance. But Durbin, you could just be disappointed in his play. Like, some people really don't like Jaren Duran and don't like
I think
his
there's
attitude.
an empathic piece to him sharing his story that people can
I've talked about that. Yeah.
But it's interesting. You think if you get rid of him, then who's your insurance for?
Right.
Because they play the same position. They're both lead off. They're both left fielders.
Yes.
Okay. That's an interesting. If Roman can't play, then maybe you need to keep him. But if Roman gets healthy, put him in the trade package.
And by the way, the pitching staff in May, the starters are 3rd in baseball in ERA with a 3.00. Only Tampa and Milwaukee are better. The bullpen right now, Bradford had this story today, the 7th through the 9th inning, best in baseball. And the bullpen since the start of May, 2.08 ERA, 11 strikeouts per 9. So
real
this
quick,
is
how are home runs and
circling the drain.
Well, listen, you want to hear a nice mother effing stat that's going to burn your face to a crisp there, Ken?
I would love it.
Ron Suarez, his 1.12 ERA over his last 7 starts. The best ERA for a Red Sox starter over a 7-game span within a single season since Louis Tiant in 1972. Stats burn, bang, bang, stats. Here's another stat. The Red Sox are no longer in last place in the AL East.
Wow.
Half game. Baltimore has fallen. Victory is ours. By the power of Grayskull, the Sox are not in last place.
Thank you.
Thank God. Ah, man, it does feel good. I like days like this when you talk to guys from the team. So you got something good to talk about instead of, hey, why do you suck?
The offense is unlocked. Unleashed.
All right.
Wait till tonight.
What?
Here comes the blues, man.
Michael Waka, look out.
That's right.
What's old Pete Alonso hitting these days? A little 222. Boy, they dodged a bullet. Dodged a bullet on that one. Huh?
Even my guy Bregman's not hitting that well. But I love him, and he's a culture guy. But anyway.
Well, we got Chad Tracy on next hour, 3:15 or so?
3:15.
All right, he'll be on with us then. And when we get back, we got to talk about the team that would have been such a great thing to have the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals. But there was indeed a comeback for the ages also. We'll get to a little bit of Patriots news as well.
Jones and Keefe, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now on WEEI, brought to you by Butchica's Spring Bike Sale. Red Sox go for the sweep tonight in Kansas City. 7:40 your first pitch, 6:40 pregame. That's across the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws proud to be local since 1860. Connolly early opposing Micah Waka. Arcan has your Mass Mutual pregame show at 6:40. Summer is on the way. It's time to get out and ride your bike. Wait, you don't have to ride your bike, or your bike is a rusty mess? Well, head to Butchica's in Salem or Nashua, New Hampshire. Take advantage of their spring bike clearance today. Butchica's has everything you need to make this bike season rock. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
and Johnson on WEEI.
Brunson cross court. Shannon puts it up. Puts it in. A 9-point lead. Timeout Cavs. Bedlam here at Madison Square Garden.
I don't know if you heard it last night, but we had a Mike Breen premature abangulation.
Whoa.
There was a 3-point shot that was just about to go, and he goes, and Bell. Oh, no, it's a 1-and-out.
Oh, that was the Merrill one that would have won the game at the end for the Cavs.
He caught himself yelling, Bell. Oh, and he had to kind of step back. So I've never heard him do that before, but that, of course, is the sound of the Knicks. Absolutely just rising from the dead. They were back from 22 in the fourth quarter. It's their largest comeback win in the playoffs in franchise history.
Oh, yeah.
It's the fourth time they've come back from down 20 or more over the past 2 postseasons, and of course we know what some of those were last year. Let's try to forget that Celtics series.
But those were here.
Yeah, but they were here.
That's true.
You didn't make New York, Madison Square Garden happy like that. That's just sick to see that.
No, you did not. Yeah, I know. And some of the so-called celebrities that were there. Well, Knicks, they outscored the Cavs 44-11 over the final 13 or so minutes of the game. Brunson in that span, 17 points, 8 for 10 field goals. Mitchell and Harden on the other side, 3 points. They went 1 for 10 during that 13 minutes. And you know how great it? Okay, I'll tell you what's awesome is that now that after last night's game was done, Mike Brown, the coach of the Knicks.
I can't believe this.
If I am the Cavs, I am taking the tape of his press conference and I'm going to Best Buy and I'm buying the biggest jumbo television that I've got, and I'm putting them all throughout the locker room, and I'm playing this on repeat.
Unbelievable.
Listen to what he said about James Harden.
Guys or not, but you hope telling your guys that it gives you a little bit of a psychological advantage. I'm a bled out secret. When I was with Golden State, we played Houston in the playoffs. We counted James Harden's dribbles. And we told our guys, hey, he's dribbling close to 1,000 times. He's not doing that anymore because they got Donovan Mitchell. But at the time, we were like, he's dribbling almost 1,000 times a game. Our high guys, KD at like 300 or right below 300. Keep picking them up full court. Keep making them dribble because at the end of the series, at the end of games, it's going to wear them down.
I love it.
Dude,
Jason Tatum, were you listening to that? That's you, Bubba. Dribbling the ball into the ground. I mean, I couldn't believe how it was almost like he was whispering, like, hey, I don't want Harden to hear this, but hey, listen, this is how we used to guard him. It's like, dude, it makes a ton of sense. You just pound the ball, you're gonna wear down.
Why would you say that out loud, though?
I know. He goes. He says, quote, it was no secret. We were attacking Harden.
Yeah, right. Wow. And by the way, that was, and he's right. And he's absolutely right because this is kind of wild. He had as many or more turnovers than made field goals in 48 of the playoff games that he's been in. How insane is that? He finished with more turnovers, which was 6, than made field goals last night for the 32nd time in his playoff career and the 6th time this postseason.
Even worse. I mean, they had him guarding Brunson every time. It was 8 out of 9 possessions he was on him. Now, I know that he was like switching off guys that were obviously running screens to get Brunson on him, but for Atkinson not to adjust, take him off the floor, call a timeout. He wasted 2 timeouts that were use it or lose it before the 3-minute mark. Just watching this go by. I mean,
Harden's probably like, can you take me off of this guy?
Right.
He doesn't seem like he's not a guy that's gonna hit the court.
Well, he should have. What's the signal to tap out? If you're
right there, just tap your head. That's all you do. But like if I'm Harden, dude, defense has always been optional with him. Yeah. Like, you need his offense. I mean, why would you not put somebody else on him?
Right. They should fire Atkinson. Like, has a coach ever been fired in the middle of a series? Like, honestly, it was like the worst coaching performance I've ever seen.
Unbelievable stat. 7 minutes to go in the game, the Knicks had a 99.9% chance. Not the Knicks, excuse me. The Cavs had a 99.9% chance
22
of winning
point
that game.
Lead. Yeah,
that's crazy. They gave up that lead.
According to science, you know why Harden blew the game last night?
What's that, Bub?
Strip clubs are great in New York.
Oh, it's so
and those
true.
ugly fluorescent shoes.
There is, as I said,
clubs great in New York. I thought they're like
according to Yelp, it is.
I think the mileage is not very good.
Some very promising, I'm sure, MIT student who works over at, goes to the Sloan Analytics conference and does all that stuff and hangs out with the Tony Realities of the world. There is online, you can find this. They took James Harden's performance in the regular season and the playoffs, and they mixed it with the Yelp reviews for the strip clubs in town, and it really matches up. The better the strip clubs, the worse he plays. And as I said, that's why he does so well in Boston.
So, but you brought up the Celtics blowing those 2 20-point leads to the Knicks. Yeah. Is that more embarrassing, or is last night more embarrassing? What's a worse way to go out to New York?
I think the way that the Celtics did it twice was awful. Like, I mean, to do that twice, that was bad.
And that was mostly you weren't hitting threes. I think they hit like 4 of 30 threes or something over those 2 games in the third quarter and beyond. Like, they were just awful. They stopped shooting. But this was more like just a structural mental meltdown from a coach, and then Harden, who doesn't try on defense and shouldn't be playing defense against elite players. It's like it was something's wrong with your DNA. The Celtics kind of just got cold, I guess. I mean, it was awful. They're both awful.
Yeah, no, they. I mean, it's 2 games. It's so this is the first game. You know, they played what the Cavs played a couple days ago, and look, Knicks were rusty. They had like a 9-day layoff.
Yeah.
You don't think the series is over? This feels like it's done. Like Cavs will not recover from this. That is just catastrophic.
Harden's not a. I loved watching him in Houston. I did. Great regular season player, but playoffs, you see how he is in the playoffs. He's not a winner, man.
That's a dude that cares more about MVP.
Yeah,
he did score. He scored a basket late that would have won the game if it had held up. Like, he's good on offense. That's what they got him for. Obviously,
absolutely good on offense, but he's a huge liability on the defensive side.
In the history of people who look strangest without a beard, James Harden is number 1 on that list.
No.
Have you seen the picture of him without a beard?
No.
I mean, he's unrecognizable. He looks like the nerd from Family Matters, Urkel.
Oh.
He looks like Urkel in the picture.
Yeah.
It is weird.
Yeah, it is strange.
It is weird.
And it's always weird to see someone who's had a beard like most of their life without, but Harden's is the strangest. That one hits the hardest. So when it comes to this, there's something that's going to get a lot of play on ESPN soon, because I actually during the show yesterday saw this happening up on the screen, and I'm like, what the F are these people doing? There is nothing more awkward than when ESPN brings on somebody from the outside world to cross-promote something, like an actor or someone from like trying to promote, like, that ABC has got The Mandalorian or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You remember when
here's Nick Cage?
Yeah, remember when it was Gruden and Sean, what's his name? Your guy,
McDonough.
Sean McDonough. And they were in the booth, and they had a stormtrooper next to him because they're promoting like a new Star Wars movie. And Gruden's like, "Who is this nerd? Why are we doing this nerd stuff?" Well, this was yesterday. They've got all the basketball analysts sitting there, and the big fat guy who loves LeBron James, and they're talking to all this.
Windhorst.
Windhorst, of course, yes, gentleman who obviously loves stairs. And there was
He was also Van Halen's bass player.
Yeah, of course, yes. He looks just like him. And in walks this wrestler by the name of Danhausen. Now, I don't know what it is about Sports Talk Radio, but Sports Talk Radio, we have a lot of wrestling fans. Stiz, do you know who Danhausen is? Are you one of those guys?
I did not, but now I am very familiar, and I'm all in.
Okay, all right. Danhausen's kind of funny. So Danhausen's this guy who, kind of dresses like Sting back in the day. He's got like the white face paint. He kind of looks like a demon. For some reason, he has teeth like on his robe. He wears a black robe.
Is he a vampire?
He kind of looks like a vampire, and he carries like a jar full of teeth. And of course, none of these idiots on ESPN knows how to handle this guy. They're like, "Oh, sports. Well, this isn't sports." And he comes walking in, and he says this. Let's take a listen.
I do have a special mission I've been sent on. And that is for the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight, to let them know that they are cursed.
Oh, man.
Why?
First of all, stop. Excellent wit there, Staff.
It was like you and me with Cooper Boardman yesterday.
That was awkward.
It was a little awkward. You were grilling him about poor John Henry. The kid didn't know where to go. He was like, "Oh, can I get out of this interview, please?"
You never grill a Syracuse grad about the owner of the team that they broadcast for. I'm going to learn that. Write that down in the rich shirt and leave notes. But listen to how they're acting. It's like, "Oh, hey, all right. This isn't sports. Hey, oh, hey." Play that again.
That they are cursed.
Oh, man.
Why?
Sorry,
because we're here. We're New York City, the world's greatest city in all of the world.
Okay.
So we have to curse their enemies.
Oh, my goodness. And we're breaking it here on the show?
Yeah.
So now they're putting Danhausen everywhere because he said they were cursed. And sure enough, we saw how it all ended.
So that's like his shtick, Rich. I don't know if you know, but
I
like,
learned
you
it in the
are
last 24 hours.
cursed. That's his theme song, and that's supposedly he curses everyone. And I don't know, maybe the Cavs lost last night, so maybe he's on to something.
Right, and so now that has boosted his big thing, and the awkward, Brian Windhorst going, I don't know what this isn't about LeBron and how good he looks. How do I react to this tomfoolery? But there really is nothing better than when ESPN brings on somebody from the outside. Do you remember when they brought on Liam Neeson that one time when he was promoting Taken? Do you remember that?
I don't.
Oh, it was awesome because Liam Neeson's just like, he doesn't know where he's going. He's on a press tour, and he's got a handler who's just like, okay, we're going to be on ABC this morning. We're going to be here. We're going to move you on to ESPN. We're going to have you do this. We're going to have you sit in the stands on Monday Night Football so the camera can go on you, and it can say Taken because it's the same studio as it's Disney, and they do Monday Night Football. This was one of the most awesomely awkward moments in ESPN trying to do a crossover. Here's Liam Neeson.
I cannot wait until Friday to see the sequel to one of my favorite movies, Taken. Taken 2, and the star of that movie, Oscar-nominated actor and sports fan, Liam Neeson, is here with us on SportsCenter. Let's start off talking about some sports. You live in New York. You're a New York fan, but you were at the Jets debacle on Sunday against the Niners. Can you even act like the Jets are good this year?
Okay, we better start again. Are we live?
We're live.
Okay, I'll be very honest with you, Mike. It's only the second football game I've ever been at in my life. I still don't understand the rules. But on Sunday, yes, I know the Jets got trounced, but it was great to just celebrate great athleticism in front of 82,000 people.
Yeah, the Niners showed most of that athleticism out there. Speaking of athleticism, they brought in Tim Tebow, a very athletic player. And this gets criticized lots for his quarterback skills, but should Rex Ryan, in your opinion, make that move to Tim Tebow?
You see, you're speaking ancient Arabic to me, buddy. I swear to you.
Really?
I just
Stop
don't
it for a second.
Why did he ask him a follow-up?
Right, if you know he doesn't know what the hell he's talking, that is a guy who just had a list of questions,
totally.
and I'm not listening to a word you're saying, and I'm going to read every one of those. He literally told you he has no idea what's going on, and you ask him if Rex Ryan should bench Tim Tebow or whatever. Throw that in there.
That's brutal.
Oh, it's so great. But the best is that Liam actually kind of starts getting a little bit pissed. You let it roll.
Ancient Arabic to me, buddy. I swear to you.
Really?
I just don't understand the game yet, Mike. I'm so sorry.
All right, so let's talk about the sport itself in the NFL. Just what do you appreciate about the NFL?
What?
The athletics. The crowds. It's interesting being, especially Sunday, you could feel the tension in the air between the two teams. Now, if that was in Europe,
right,
there would be severe violence at the end of the game.
Right.
Here, people go and do their barbecues and tailgate and have a good time,
Yeah, you're a bunch of pussies.
That was a good save, though. At least they had a good.
I thought he was at least played the part a little bit. He didn't totally, burn the guy again for asking the third stupidest question.
He seemed like he knew immediately he was in a bad spot, and he knew that he was with a guy that wasn't going to play along. So he's just like, all right, let's just do the best we can.
Should Rex Ryan, in your opinion, make that move to Tim Tebow?
You might be speaking ancient Arabic, man.
It's what's weird though, when you interviewed movie stars at Radio Row.
Sure, I'll tell you.
There's a awkwardness to those interviews. I think we interviewed the Independence Day 2 cast.
Yeah.
And Jeff Goldblum was the weirdest dude.
Well, that's normal.
But it was like it was almost like, why do we got to be here? Why do we got to do this kind of thing? And we don't know their world. That's the air that they kind of gave off.
Yeah.
It was Liam Hemsworth was that. I mean, it was just awkward. Hollywood people are weird, man.
You know what I've learned? When you interview somebody that's outside of the sports world on a sports station, a lot of times these guys will put up a great effort to try to talk about sports at the very beginning. But if you give them that out at the very start of the interview, that, man, you don't have to talk sports. All of a sudden they get relaxed.
Yeah, right.
It's when they feel that they've got to all of a sudden, like you heard Liam Neeson right there. He was just like, oh, geez, I am really backed into a corner and I can eat my note cards. What can I remember about that game? What players do I know? And it just makes them feel off. But if you instantly ask them, like, I'm telling you, you ask them about some random movie that they were in. They're like, oh, my God, you actually are a fan. All right, let's go.
That they get down with. And I would get that.
Yeah.
Okay, this guy knows me, did a little research on me, right?
That's why, Donnie Wahlberg, we've had him on the station a couple times. He is one of the few that he knows the say. Actually, you can tell he watches, he follows the team, he cares about him, he's passionate. There are so few Hollywood guys like that actually day in, day out follow the team.
And, of course, leaves important Super Bowl comeback games because he thinks the 28-3 Patriots were going to lose. It's something that he should never be forgiven for. He should never be forgiven that he left that Super Bowl at halftime.
Yep. By the way, your guy, Dan Housen, he is demanding courtside seats between Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner now.
I love it.
Because he's taking credit for the victory.
You know what? I'll give him this credit. It worked. Because ESPN has now got him, and they're running that clip over and over, and they're saying we were part of this crazy curse, and I'm sure that's pissing off a lot of Cavs people. But you know what? When you got a dumb shtick like that, I kind of like it. Like, I thought that was pretty funny that he did that. And he made them so uncomfortable on the set, too. I guess he walked onto First Take and, cursed Stephen A. Smith and all that stuff, too, and he didn't really know how to handle it. Oh, see, I like that.
As the Danhausen curse that's going to stick?
I guess so.
I think NBC, though, for the Masters, they did cross-promotion stuff with Kelsey, not the Travis, but his brother.
Oh yeah, Jason
Kelsey. They had him doing stuff. They're trying more of that. It feels like at least ABC is.
The Kelceys drive me crazy. They do, and it's not. I haven't liked Travis Kelce forever. I've not been a fan of his. His game I think is amazing. I'm not.
You don't think he has the talent to do? I don't know what Gronk does.
No, Gronk. See, Gronk seems to me like he's the real deal. There's no faking Gronk. Gronk's personality is Rob Gronkowski. I think that Travis Kelce is in real life a douche who is portraying himself as America's sweetheart now that he's with Taylor Swift.
But his brother seems kind of cool, though.
That fake drunk, my shirt's off and I have a beer in my hand stuff at the football game was so stupid. He was not drunk. He was faking it. Oh, I'm going crazy up here. The Kelceys drive me insane.
Well, he's not my least favorite. I agree, though, that Travis seems much worse. Probably the Taylor Swift stuff. But I can't believe he's playing again. I thought he would have called it quits. I'm shocked that he's back for one more year.
A little bit. Well, I know. He's got to keep up with his wife.
Oh, you
right?
think he's worried about losing the spotlight there?
When you're a little bit. You have you're about to marry the most famous singer of all time, maybe perhaps, and you're not going to have an NFL job. Yeah, I think that plays a part. Yeah,
I think the game's worse off if he's gone. I like having a villain, and Kelsey's a great one. And Kelce, by the way, completely changed the way he talked over his career, too. He's not, if you listen to tapes of him when he was first joined the league and now, he sounds like a completely different person.
Which one, Jason?
Yeah, Travis.
Oh, Travis.
Travis sounds like a completely different person. But Travis is also just, I don't like his, I'm a super nice, cute guy, and I'm, Kelsey Crunch and all that stuff.
More of an act, huh?
Yeah, I think it's an act. Jason, I'd be fine with.
Seems more
I thought he faked being drunk at that one game, and that's the only thing I got against him. Really, everything else I don't really have a big deal against him.
When they swoop in and take A.J. Brown away from the Patriots, that's going to be even worse. Talk about villain status.
Yes, and apparently Kayshon Boutte might be one of the people who's heading to the Eagles in that deal. Ooh. I know that. Do you have the Mike Giardi clip by any chance? So Kayshon Boutte, as you know, he has not been participating in voluntary workouts. And there's been a lot of talk about why that might be the case. And I know that you said it yesterday, Ted, and I had heard this and I had kind of suspected it, but voluntary doesn't really mean voluntary, does it?
No, it does not.
No,
you are expected to go, and I think a good coach lets that player know that he's expected to be there, even though it's voluntary.
Yeah, and it seems like to me he's made his choice.
It's a statement. If you don't show up for voluntary workouts, you are making a statement to the team.
So here's Mike Giardi on the latest with Kayshon Boutte.
Said I think Boutte's going to be traded. We've talked about this on the podcast before. Less buzz about him going to Philadelphia in the last 3 or 4 weeks, and more buzz on just finding a place for him. As I said, I'm on his side to a certain degree. He's stayed away from the team here during OTAs. He knows what's coming. You know what's coming. I know what's coming. The inevitable A.J. Brown trade. The rest of the league, I don't want to say doesn't view him exactly the way Patriots fans do, but they don't see he's capable of making a bigger jump, that he is sort of what he is. And on a good team, he's a 4. On a playoff team, he's a 4. And obviously he wasn't a 4 here.
There is also talk that I've seen on different places like the Big Lead and a couple of other aggregate websites that the Kansas City Chiefs might be interested in getting him in.
Oh yeah, that's true too. I mean, they take every former Patriot. They had Tooney for a while. They have Tyquan Thornton. I mean, Mahomes would make him relevant again, right? He seems to do that.
You know what? He's the piece that offense has been missing in a sense, a deep threat. They can't throw the ball deep anymore. There's just ever since Cheetah left, man, they have not had a deep threat to get downfield, man. So yeah, he basically runs a 9 route. That's all he can run. So if you can afford to put a guy on your roster that's all the routes he can run, then put him on your roster.
Does AJ Brown do more than that?
He does more than that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. He runs every route in the route tree. So it's not only 9s, it's posts, it's post corners, it's in cuts, it's dig routes, it's comebacks. He does. Kayshon Boutte can't run a comeback, and that's not good for an ex receiver.
I've apparently stirred people up about the Kelseys. We will take these calls. Some people very angry. 617-779-7937. We'll take your calls next.
They are cursed.
WEEI.
Oh, it is Rich Ken and Ted Johnson on 93.7 WEEI. Very funny Colin Quinn joining us at 4 o'clock. He's going to be doing some shows at the Wilbur. Love Colin Quinn, star of one of the best TV shows in history, and I am not saying that ironically or sarcastically. Legit, Remote Control, when I was a kid, was the best show that was on TV. I believe, unless you count, of course, The Cosby Show, that gave us Adam Sandler. It gave us, of course, the great Colin Quinn, Ken Ober, Kari Werher, which was like every kid my age's girlfriend for a while. But it was really when MTV was at its greatest and its strongest. And Colin Quinn, of course, is down with all the whole Sandler crew and everybody else. Just a truly great comedian. He'll be on with us at 4 o'clock. Also, Chad Tracy is going to join us as well, your interim manager of the Boston Red Sox, and that'll be in about 20 minutes. But, gentlemen, let's take some calls real quick. Let's go to Caleb from Plymouth. What's up, Caleb? How you doing, my man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, buddy?
I want to just talk about what you guys were saying about Travis Kelce earlier.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, to be honest, this celebrity culture, it starts with Travis Kelce, and it's been killing players all over the league, and it's been, it starts with Travis Kelce and Stephon Diggs and, Odell Beckham Jr., and, the person, how many times are their personalities going to change? Like, 3 times. It's bad for the sport, but, the guy's a great football player, but everybody wants to talk about Travis Kelce. No one ever wants to talk about Gronkowski or Tony Gonzalez or Jeremy Shockey. Like,
I love it.
What's going on?
Maybe he influenced Jaylen Brown.
Well, the thing is,
man just wants you to talk about Gronk more.
Sure.
I have an issue with Travis.
Listen, I'll say this about Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce is going to finish his career with better numbers than Gronk, of course. His longevity is so much greater, and he's been able to do this a lot longer. But I've said this before, Ted. I don't know how you feel on this, but in my opinion, if you could pick one of them to win a game at the peak of their powers. I'm picking Gronk every time.
Yeah, of course. Come on. Yeah. No, but I don't saying that. I don't want to diminish. I think Travis Kelce is pretty damn close though.
He's great.
I would take Gronk every day and twice on Sunday because of and Travis is a better blocker than people give him credit for. I know he doesn't want to, but to me it's Gronk all day.
Yeah.
But it's not as much of a disparity as I think people like to say.
Gronk still has him in touchdowns despite like 50 fewer games played.
Gronk has him in touchdowns?
Yeah, 92 to 82.
Wow.
It's kind of amazing.
That's shocking. I had no idea. How many more years has Kelce played than Gronk did?
Like I said, 50 games, 11 Pro Bowls to 5 for Kelce, 7 All-Pros to 4 for Kelce. So he has a lot of those numbers.
That's amazing that Gronk beats Kelce in touchdowns?
13 years for Kelce.
Yeah.
Gronk played, 10?
Yeah, that's about right.
I'm looking at him.
All right. In the meanwhile, let's go to John. John, what's happening, man? How you doing?
How you doing, guys?
What's up, John?
What's going on?
Can I ask a question? Why is everybody so quick to trade Kayshon Boutte?
I'm not quick to trade him. It just sounds like...
He seems redundant.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the word. That's a good word. If A.J. Brown's coming here, John, then that's what it is. It is definitely a poor man's A.J. Brown. Is what Kayshon Boutte is to some degree. That's a stretch, but he's kind of a one-trick pony. He doesn't get great separation. He's strong at the point when the ball's up, for grabs, but he's not a dynamic route runner. It's a good story. 6th-round draft pick, who's a tough SOB. But he's not even close to being what A.J. Brown, and they play the same position. That's the point. A.J. Brown plays the same position that Kayshon Boutte does, so why would you have Kayshon Boutte if you have A.J. Brown?
I guess the only reason would be injury. So if you think A.J. Brown is not fully to be trusted and Boutte is your top replacement, then would you be hesitant, or do you think Dobbs is good enough, he just bumps in as the number 2 outside?
They'll figure that out. I just think they have enough with Dobbs and the rest of the guys. I'm a big Matt Collin fan. I think they got guys that can play the X. If something was, you don't construct your roster like with that in mind. Like there's such a big drop off in ability between A.J. Brown and Kayshon Boutte. You don't keep them on the roster in case of an injury for A.J. Brown.
But you would have to cut like Efton Chisholm. Would you care about that? Like that might actually be, smarter in terms of Boutte not going to Kansas City and, helping them win a title. So I can see his point. Like, why are you so quick to do it? But it's it's a money thing.
Dude, put him on the practice squad. Do you think he'll be happy doing that? Like you keep him on the roster, but you just have him in the hopper. You can bring him in, but
somebody could claim him off there, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Which he's too good to he's too good to be on that roster, right? Like he needs to be playing in the NFL, correct? He's an NFL player.
He is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the number 4 guy on a good team.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
That's all.
Right.
I did like to see, by the way, Kyle Williams was at the Patriots Community Day thing today down in Providence, and Mike Vrabel spoke to the kiddies down there, and he sounded like a normal guy. It was good to see.
Let's take a listen, shall we?
Turpin got this up on the WEEI Instagram if you want to take a watch of it.
You guys ready to have fun? Okay, I'm not going to make these guys cheer. Thank you. Thank you, Coach Vrabel. Let's hear it for Coach Mike Vrabel.
Hang on, that was
There
it?
you go.
That's what we got?
That's it.
Hey,
Pretty
kids.
good. He's out and about. He's
Wow,
normal.
you can really tell he's over it.
Put that on TMZ and get 1 million hits.
It's been a week since we've talked Vrabel Rossini.
How about that?
Well, I mean,
Days since incident, up to 5.
I think it's because Mike Florio put a missile right in the middle of our takes. Like that Florio interview made me go, I might not want to talk about Rossini for a while.
The Florio curse.
No. Like it was just like his stuff was serious. It actually kind of scared me.
Here's the worst case scenario.
Yeah,
Nobody's talking about.
Right, and all of us in the room went,
we
Whoa.
all might die.
Stay on target. Stay on target.
I listen. The one thing you'll see about Florio is you're going to get something every time you talk to him, and boy, that's one of the few interviews we did where I think we all just looked at each other and said, maybe we should break.
But thankfully, like Ted, you've heard nothing since then about like that being even remotely possible to happen. I don't even want to repeat what Florio said she could say.
Yeah, nope. I haven't heard anything like that. No, I would be surprised. I would. I just don't think she wants to tear down Mike to get financial gain. I just don't. I don't see that in the cards. I don't.
I guess the bottom line is that she most likely will speak. But if she doesn't speak, do we all agree that she's probably getting a payoff?
I can't. I don't know. Again, I
We're
can't.
hoping for a reconciliation?
I don't know by who, and I don't know for what reason. But maybe they just want this to go away, even if it's not legitimately bad stuff she's going to say. There might just be like, hey, we're done with this. Could you please sign this?
Yeah. Who's paying again? Who's paying her off?
Whoever doesn't want her to speak.
I guess. Yeah. I don't.
All right, we'll be right back. Chad Tracy.
More Rich, Ken, and Ted in minutes.
hour of Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860.
Two hosts and an enforcer. It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
All I'm hearing is apparently things got hot last night at Hampton Beach.
Oh, all day. All day. Chaos up there.
Hampton Beach is just the greatest. It's the world of a million bad tattoo choices. You go
It's
there.
got a charm, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course it does. I mean, listen, where else can you go and get like a sloppy butterfly tattoo above your butt crack and go see Queensryche afterwards?
It's a great blend of like that awesome fried chicken that they sell and like weed. It's just it all coalesces together.
Hampton Beach, it's so great if you go up there. It's the Hampton Beach Casino. It's amazing because there's a certain type of band. It's usually like a two-hit wonder from the 80s or 90s is hanging out at Hampton Beach.
Yeah.
And then you can go see him up there.
Come see George Thorogood.
Sure, like George. I'm sure you've seen a couple of your bands up there before.
Yep.
I'm sure you've
Triumph
made a couple
will be
trips
there this week. Yeah.
You don't know how many times I've seen a band playing there and gone, I'm going to go. And then around the time it's about to happen, like, there's no way I'm going to go. I'm not driving to Hampton Beach. What are we doing?
Get out of your palace.
Oh, sure.
Go mingle with the people. But yeah, they had 127 calls for service for the police and 50 arrests. It was like kids ditching school, hot day. When it rained, everybody went inside the casino ballroom, and there was fights everywhere.
So it was just because the weather was nice? They just went out there and started beating the snot out of each other?
Yeah, it was some social media trend.
What's
like
that?
Hampton Beach takeover.
Stiz, you may know this. What is the beach that over around the 4th of July, everyone just starts burning those planks? It's the South Shore. And like there's these huge fights.
Like Marshfield area?
I think it's a little bit further north.
I'm a North Shore guy, not Nantasket, is it?
Oh, man, I don't know, but there's this place I've seen pictures of it, and it looks like the apocalypse because they take those pallets and they just light them on fire, and apparently, like thousands upon thousands of people just collect over there on the 4th of July, and it becomes a real S show. Yeah, and there's arrests all over the place and everything too.
You want a bad sports pivot?
What's that?
S show at Fenway Friday night because it's going to be the first home game since the tarps off phenomenon in baseball. Started in St. Louis where you get a bunch of guys taking their shirts off. It is spreading. It's gone to like 6 or 7 parks. Bradfo had to check in. Good job by Bradfo because he thought it was illegal, banned at Fenway to take your shirt off. You can't wear a bag on your head. We know that. But it is good to go. So I would like Ted and Jackson to go out and be part of this Friday night if they're willing to stick around.
Sure.
He's doing it again.
Hey, it's a great pivot. It's powerful. And I would like to ask Chad Tracy when he joins us if he's ever taken his shirt off at a sporting event.
First of all, has that been illegal for all these years at Fenway?
That's what Bradfo was afraid of, or he thought it might be.
You didn't see it. You don't ever see it, though.
No, you don't. But I just thought it was because those seats are so close, and it'd be weird to stand next to a dude with their shirt off. Like I wouldn't enjoy it. It'd be kind of strange, but I wouldn't get mad. I wouldn't think it would be illegal. You wouldn't be escorted out and get a letter of disinvite like they call it at Gillette. I didn't realize it was in the writing. Like, you can't do that.
But it's not, apparently. So have at it. Friday night Fenway, take the tarps off.
Are you saying that this is all of a sudden like some internet thing that people are taking their shirts off at baseball games?
Oh, it's St. Louis.
Welcome to the 80s.
Detroit, Tampa, Philly, Seattle, and Anaheim. There have been 6 different places where it's big groups of guys taking their shirts off now.
I don't get that, man. I don't.
It's okay if I pass on the Friday night thing.
You and Jackson together? A little show bonding?
I got family in town. If it's all right, I'll do it another time.
How about we just do it in the hallway here?
No, we don't have to do that.
I
anyway.
think that's quite all right. But something you can get excited about. Well, we have a couple of minutes. I want to play this because I know this is something that's right up Ted's alley. Because Ted has been one of the first on this train, even when many people were skeptical. Ted was all about Drake May. And Drake May apparently has been very impressive this offseason to the point where this was Greg Bedard on BostonSportsJournal.com. By the way, if you do not have a subscription to Boston Sports Journal, you should. It's a very good website, and there's many good people who write for it and do podcasts as well. So let's take a listen. This is Greg Bedard talking about what he is hearing about Drake May.
And they're telling people this, which is look out for the quarterback this year. You thought he was good last year. Wait till you see it now. And now, look, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell physically. Like, I look at the pictures and I was like, oh, Drake looks a little bit thicker, but that's not it. From what I understand, it's the mentality. It's how much he knows the offense even more. It's how he has the tools that are in this offense. And so, along the lines of what you're talking about, that's a great indicator of what's to come. But, of course, he's going to have to do it on the field.
How does that make you feel?
I love it. Love it. I'm so man, I love hearing that. Because the thing is, when he can take his brain out of the game, in the sense like the Japanese like to say, it should be a no mind game. When you rep things and you over and over and over again, your body just takes over. You've seen it all. You just react. This offense, you saw it. Like Brady became a supercomputer because he just knew what to do in every situation. Josh gives him options. He'll be able to make more audibles. He'll read defenses. He'll get him into better plays. And he won't be thinking as much. And you take the brain out of it, and he'll just be able to play football because he's getting more comfortable with this scheme from Josh McDaniels.
Now, I know Ted thinks they have an average roster. Will he have better numbers if Drake is improved with that average roster?
This roster is an average roster.
It's really?
Average. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's an average roster. Here's the thing. A.J. Brown and an improved running game is going to make a huge difference.
Sure. And hopefully a better line, too.
That's the hope, yeah. I mean,
but a tougher schedule.
That's the thing. That's the hard part.
Same numbers. If he stays flat, is that like a good year for Drake?
Yes. I think so.
Because he had a great year.
Yeah. I would say absolutely yes.
But he threw 31 touchdowns last year. Stafford had 46.
But he was an MVP.
8.
Oh yeah. I mean, right. Great point.
Yeah. 3-1, 4-1. Right there.
47 sacks. He can't take that many, right?
No, definitely.
He might get like an extra 50 throws.
He was on pace for like 65 sacks. They got better as the season going on. But yeah, you knock down but you know what? He won't be holding on the ball as long either because he'll know where to go with the football. So the sacks should come down now that he's more comfortable in the system.
It's funny, because we've been talking about the third-year quarterback and what happens in your third year, and obviously the example everyone points at is Josh Allen, and that truly was when he made his big jump. And if you take a look at some of the biggest names like, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, it's the end of the second year into the third year. And it kind of seems like the first year is about the learning. The second year seems to be the stabilizing. And with some of these guys, it seems like year 3 is most likely when the game slows down for you. And what does that mean? Exactly what you said. When the game slows down, that means you're not thinking as much about all of the little things that don't make you a great quarterback. You're thinking more about like how to make a great play, and instead you can see the field better. You immediately know from the set that's in front of you 15 things that you're not going to do instead of for that first time in that first year when you get up there where it's all the speed is new, the size of the people coming at you is new. And in year 3, that seems to be, according from all the things that I'm seeing and stats-wise, of all the greats, not greats, but like the modern good quarterbacks that we have here. Even Justin Herbert, his second year into third year was a good year. Jalen Hurts, isn't that kind of when he became what he was? I'm taking a look here at his numbers. So he spent that 1 year as a backup. Year 2 as a starter where he kind of found his footing. And then, in year 3, he was an MVP finalist.
Yeah. And what I love more than anything is that it's the second year in a row he has the same offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Like consistency with the offensive coordinator is key. And having a really good offensive coordinator is so important for the development of these young quarterbacks. It's huge.
Am I crazy to think 5,000 yards is possible, like as a goal? I mean, with as much as teams throw, and you're getting A.J. Brown, and as good as Drake is.
With A.J. Brown, I'd feel confident that could be achievable.
Ooh, and that's only been done 9 times, I believe. Brady did it twice.
I mean, you got
Breeze did a bunch.
Romeo Dobbs is, an 8. You hope he's an 800-yard kind of guy with A.J. Brown, who's, a 1,000-plus kind of guy.
Is McDaniels the kind of coordinator who would throw often enough, or would he tries to stay balanced? He likes to feed Ramondre every now and then.
You know what? He's a game plan guy. He goes from week to week. You never really know, but they're gonna try and run the football. You saw what they did. So it's interesting. I could see maybe the numbers coming down just because I think they're trying to establish a run game, but it's running game to set up the pass. So he's going to be phenomenal. I love hearing that from Bedard. It's that's what you want to hear. The kids, the more and more confidence he gets, guys, you're going to see just a brilliant player out there. He's brilliant.
Well, it's not been often we've been able to say the Red Sox are on a streak. Let's go. After an emphatic win last night, 7-1, and Jaylen Brown all of a sudden waking up. We will have interim manager Chad Tracy on with us next.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
And trending now brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. Red Sox looking for that sweep tonight in Kansas City. It's a 7:40 first pitch across the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1860. And it's Connolly Early on the mound, opposing old friend Michael Waka. Mass Mutual pregame show with Arcan starts at 6:40. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate your joint pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online at bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's trending now. We talked to Chad Tracy, interim manager of the Sox, next on Rich and Ken with Ted.
right field line. If it's fair, it's out of here. It is fair and gone. 3-run homer for Duran. The Red Sox erupt in the ninth, and it is 6-1 in Kansas City.
Not only did they score a lot of runs, they scored early. Who is this Red Sox team? But I like what I saw last night, and it is Rich, Ken, Ted here on 93.7 WEEI. And with us right now, Sox interim manager Chad Tracy. It's brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. Chad, you know what? It's got to feel good coming onto a radio interview where you actually had a game where you look like you guys were in complete control.
Yeah, it's no question. Obviously, we've gone through a lot in the last couple of weeks, and to win the last couple games, and then win last night in the way we did, it definitely feels good.
Is there like I know this sounds strange, and it's only been like 2 games that it's kept you've been going in the right direction, but can you build on something like this in a game like last night where, even some players that haven't been playing so well seem to have their moment? Is there something you can take from that and build on?
Yeah, I would hope so. That's the goal with this. When you're struggling, you start to have moments like that, you try to build off them. But really for me, I know we didn't score as much the final day in Atlanta, or even most of the series in Atlanta is when this started. We didn't score enough, obviously, but I think we had 24 hits and 11 extra base hits in that series in Atlanta. So there was things you were seeing, with certain guys that had been struggling that made you feel like, maybe it's starting to turn a little bit. So I wouldn't, jump to say, okay, we're all the way good. No, you gotta sustain this for a period of time, but we have seen over the last handful of games better signs.
Chad, with Jaylen Brown, what are you seeing with him on and off the field that are leading to better results?
For me, the biggest thing with Jaylen always is, what he's swinging at, right? I think within this 3 or 4 game stretch, because he hit a couple doubles in Atlanta, had a multiple hit game there, but he walked. He started walking a little bit. He walked again a couple days ago. I walked last night. So just overall, doing a better job of recognizing some of the soft stuff below the zone and staying off of it. And when he does that and he gets pitches to hit in the area that he wants them and swings at him, he usually does damage. So for me, that's the biggest thing is when he starts to be real particular about what he's swinging at, it gets better.
Well, I obviously like this version of Jaylen Brown that we've been seeing. Did you speak to him by any chance, or did anybody say anything after that back and forth that happened with Michael Holley and the social media and how he jumped off of it?
No. I know. I didn't read all the way into it. I know it happened. And, I know the whole thing about, he got off Instagram, this, that, or the other. But I don't want to make excuses for it, but other than to say, I know, and I've said this before about Jaylen. Jaylen is pretty relentlessly defending of his teammates, and I know if he feels like, there was commentary about Roman or whatever, that's just who Jaylen is, and I think at times he'll jump to people's defense within our group, and I've known that about him since I had him in Worcester.
Has there ever been a general conversation that you have had with the players just about social media in general and how to handle it and what to ignore and what to respond to?
Not in my 20 days I've been here, no, but it generally speaking, there's throughout time as you come through. It's particularly my time in Worcester as players come through, there's some getting used to and some education around, being in Boston, and I think that starts in Worcester when you see, if you haven't been there, the media contingent in Worcester is also very large, and it's good for them to start to understand, you got to answer questions after games, and there's going to be a lot of questions, some of them not about baseball. And so there is education around that and awareness that, you're in a big market city and there's going to be sometimes a lot of things made of small things. And just learn how to deal with that. But yes and no, not in my time here.
Yeah. Chad, you right now it's scheduled to have Brian Bale. You guys have him starting against the Twins on Saturday, and just the last outing he started, we saw how that went. Is there any thinking of maybe going back to what worked prior to that last start and having someone start the first inning? What's the thinking with Brian Bale on Saturday?
There's definitely thinking of it. Yeah, we've been pretty open about, like, over the last few that, depending on where the bullpen's at, and how beat up it is, it helps. It definitely is a factor in making that decision. If you're beat up and you start using somebody at the beginning of the game that now you don't have towards the middle end of the game, but we're talking about it. And we have for the last 3 outings, deciding, case by case, and we'll talk about it again and make sure Brian knows first if we're going to do that or not. But we're definitely in discussions about it.
Is there anything that you see about the other than yesterday, of course, the lack of hitting that this team has had? It's such a rarity, and we had some stats the other day of this team getting over 3 runs, and there was a great stat, Chad, that I forget who it was, but somebody with a lot of time in their hands, and it said that if the Red Sox were hitting average, or they were scoring an average amount of runs, which I think is 4.5 in the league, that they would be in first place right now. Is there something that you see that can maybe explain the lack of runs that this team is producing?
Having played, I would say because of how slow the start was and how many different guys we had that were not just like going through it a little bit, but really going through it, I just feel very strongly that it was just a group of guys pressing. I mean, you have to have been there and done it to know the feeling of when you feel like you're not producing and you're expected to. That's the expectation as a baseball player, that, you expect it out of yourself and other people expect you to perform. And when you're not performing, and there's a whole bunch of other guys around you that aren't, and then you see the losses coming, it's just human nature, when you're expected to perform and you're not, like, you put more and more pressure on yourself, and it starts to kind of, I guess, snowball on the group. I mean, that's my only explanation, I think, but I've been very clear about, like, I also think things can snowball the other direction, and we've always heard that hitting's contagious, right? Things can snowball the other direction when a group gets going together. So there's other things in there to answer that question, like, hey, what are we swinging at? Like, are we going out of the zone? Are we swinging at strikes? Like, you can look at a lot of things that we weren't doing well, but sometimes it's just a matter of, the building amount of pressure you put on yourself. There's already enough pressure in this game. When you put more on yourself, it's not going to lead to a good result.
How do you, the mental part of that, because that's very interesting, Chad. It's, because I can see how sometimes when things aren't going well, it can just build in your brain. It can make it tougher. And baseball is such a game that's in your head. And how do how do the players mentally get through that? Is there like a psychiatrist or somebody who can help them on staff? Or are there mental tricks, or are there certain ways that, you can trick your brain into getting out of that funk that you've known from all your years in baseball?
Yeah, we have Jake Chaplin's one of our mental skills guy. He's around a lot. Great guy. Players love him. He helps with that. But also, to the second part of your question, yeah, it's not easy, regardless of how much you're tricking your brain. But I think, in a nutshell, if you get too like mindfully aware, too focused on just the results you're getting, and you allow your brain to move away from, like, what's your process in the batter's box, like that can snowball things, like, and the results meaning, like, I didn't get a hit or things like that. Well, baseball's a very difficult game, and more often than not, you're not going to get a hit. That's how our game works. But if you're focused on, what do I need to do to have a good at bat? Where am I looking? What do I need to swing at against this particular pitcher to make sure it's a good at bat? That's more process mindset. And if you can get yourself there, and most hitters, they get there when you start to experience success, it becomes a lot easier to do that. But when you're not doing well and you're failing, it's hard to get there, but that's usually what helps.
Chad, with Trevor out for a while, why not just put Marcelo at short for the bulk of the reps? What's the hesitation there?
In a nutshell, until we know how long Trevor's going to be out, it's a little bit. It doesn't make a ton of sense. If you hear news on Trevor that, hey, he's going to be back in 2 weeks, I think you guys would agree how well Marcelo's done at second base. But if you feel like Trevor Story could be back in 2 weeks, and now you're going to take one of your young, bright players who's settled in and is playing the heck out of second, hey, we're going to move you over here for 2 weeks and then move you back, that's not ideal. Now, if there's an extended absence, and that's why we have Marcelo taking ground balls at short right now, just to kind of get a head start in case that becomes the case, we'll definitely consider that and start talking more seriously about it. But if we're putting ourselves and walking into a case of moving a guy for 2 weeks and then moving him back, that's not really fair to the player.
Chad, reports were Roman Anthony went out there and tried to hit a couple days ago, had a minor setback, and it is now maybe going to try again to swing the bat tomorrow. Any updates on Roman and when you think he might be back?
Yeah, first off, I wouldn't call it a setback. I would say a setback if we were making this huge progress and he re-injured it. It was just that was the part of the progression we hadn't done yet, which was, hey, everything's going great. The strength is good in the hand. The throwing has been great. He's been able to let it go and throw the ball. And now the next step was let's get a bat in our hands and swing it and see how that motion feels. And after a handful of swings, hey, that still doesn't feel right. So setback's probably not the right word. Just we're not ready to. We just realized as we've gone through this, he's not ready to hit yet. So no update as far as that. Once he felt that as a group, medical group, it felt fairly obvious. Like we're going to go home. We're going to have an off day, and after the off day, we can re-explore it. But definitely can't have him swinging a bat or trying to fight through that or making it worse until we know that, hey, those swings were fairly pain-free, and then we can start advancing. So we're just we're gonna play the waiting game right now until we get there.
Back of the bullpen, Chad, has been amazing. What's it like to have that Slayton, Whitlock, Chapman trio, and also do those guys let you know on a day-by-day basis whether they're available? Is there like a limitation on how often you can throw them out there?
Yeah, I mean it's great. I think there's probably we're probably the envy of a lot of teams. To have a 7, 8, 9 or actually it doesn't even have to be 7, 8. It could be a big moment in the 6th for one of them to come in and strike somebody out and get us out of a jam. From anywhere in that point of the game on, to have those 3 guys, especially if they're all up at once, that is a blessing for sure. But yeah, we have our own internal things we look at and to make sure that we, the important thing when you have 3 guys like that is doing your very, very best to keep them healthy and on the field. And so we look internally, we know the players, we know what makes them tick and when they might need a day, but we also have, Bale's high level of communication with the 3 of those guys, even on days where the load might be a little high, to check in with them and see how they feel. So between all that information and then the players' own thoughts, we try to be as educated as we can and whether they're up or down on a given night.
Being on the road, Chad, have you observed any of the tarps off phenomena going on in baseball with guys taking their shirts off? And do you expect that Friday at Fenway when you come back?
You guys have to fill me in. I've seen only maybe little bits, but I don't know any of the origination of it or what it's all about. I don't.
I haven't even seen it either. Ken's bringing this up, and I'm
it's taking over.
I thought the 80s and the 90s was all about dudes writing the team name on their chest, and now all of a sudden it's this thing that's got everybody freaking out. And I mean, granted, I don't want a guy with his shirt off standing next to me at a hot, sweaty day at Fenway Park. But nonetheless, I guess that's a big deal now.
Yeah, started in St. Louis, and it seems to be taking off.
So it's just guys taking their shirts off in the stands?
That's it.
Dudes taking shirts off.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's something that used to happen all the time.
Yeah, right. This is weird.
Has Chad Tracy ever taken the shirt off at a sporting event?
No, definitely not. I have not. Just because it used to happen all the time doesn't mean I did it.
Right. You're right. You might be old school, but not that kind of old school. All right. Well, Chad, listen. It's if anything, the last 2 games have been very entertaining, and last night was hopefully a step in the right direction. We shall see. Let's just cross our fingers that a lot of players, as I said, who are like Jaylen Brown. It's nice to see him off the schneid, and it's good to see this team playing ball. And I just want a good baseball team to watch, Chad, this summer. I think we all want that, don't we?
I think yeah. I wouldn't disagree with you on that. I'd like that as well.
All right, Chad.
But we like you said, we do have there's good pieces, and we got to get the offense going. But when you look at just baseball in general, the way we pitched and played defense, that's fun to watch too. I know there's a lot of focus on the offense, and there should be. But watching us catch the ball and pitch is really a joy to watch.
Absolutely, and even Durant had a great one last night. That was it was impressive. All right, well, Chad, thanks again for coming on with us. We'll talk to you again real soon, okay?
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Chad. Chad Tracy, brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, and by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. I do find the whole aspect of the team psychiatrist to be very interesting because
I wrote his name down. Jake Chaplin?
I just remember.
That's his last name?
I think so.
Do you remember back in the day, it was a coup. It was a massive story that John Smoltz, this was in the mid-90s, that John Smoltz, pitcher, I think, at the Atlanta Braves, John Smoltz had a psychiatrist, and it was a coup. People were like, oh, my God. This guy's got to be a mental case.
Like Tony Soprano.
Yeah, right. It's like he has a psychiatrist, and guess what? He goes to every one of the games he pitches and stays in the stands. And they're like, "Oh, I can't believe it! What a weak-minded fool!" And now you're just like, "No, man, that's part of the game,
dude." You can meet all the best golfers. Bob Rotella walks like right behind him in each of the rounds.
Yeah, but Ted, you wouldn't respect the guy for before the game. They were talking to their sports psychologist before the Super Bowl or something like that.
Not before the game. Yeah, I'd be a little bit worried
because Smoltz did it before Game 7.
Yes,
in the World Series, he was like,
"You know what, John? If that's what makes you throw those strikes, man, then
absolutely
do what you got to do, brother."
Now, when you were playing in the NFL, was that kind of taboo, or was that around all over the place?
No, that was definitely taboo.
Okay,
yeah, you never saw that in the NFL.
Sure, but now you got a ton of them, don't you? Maybe the NFL might be the last, like the great beyond, but I know in baseball it's a thing.
Depends how open-minded your organization is to allow those guys around. You know, usually it's got to be somebody associated with the organization. And I don't know, some teams invest in it, some teams don't. Bill never did. So that was not a Belichick. Bill
spent on Alex Guerrero.
But that was Tom's basically psychiatrist.
Yeah,
it was
his comfort blanket.
Oh, dude! Not only did he stretch him, but he also whatever he said to Tom just thought it was great. So
yeah,
can we get to that Belichick talking about Brady? It's unbelievable.
Sure,
the Hannity clip. I mean, not to derail the show again. Which, by the way, over to the text line. We had
nice pivot. Ken.
You don't have it ready there? Come on.
I don't have it.
Stiz, how do you not have it ready?
He's doing it again.
You guys had finished. It's not a pivot. I'm just picking up the baton. 6 different beaches suggested as the Palette on Fire Beach. Whitehorse Beach.
That's it. It's Whitehorse Beach.
Okay, but then we also got Hull, Manamet Beach, Huffsneck, and Quincy. And some other one here.
No, Whitehorse Beach is the one that I had heard the most about. Yeah. That's the one that apparently it looks like the apocalypse. I think it's the 4th of July that they do it, where just tons of people go down there. They bring those, the pallets I'm talking about that they put the crates on top of, and they just pile them up, burn it on fire, and then some of them use them as projectiles. They like throw them. And it's just, and it's
crazy.
It's awesome looking.
I have family in Manamet, and they go crazy on the 3rd of July, not the 4th of
You're
July.
right. It's the day before. You're absolutely right. It's the 3rd of July.
It's the biggest fires you'll ever see. It's friggin' awesome.
It's cool looking. It's legit cool. It looks like the end of the world in South Shore, which is fantastic.
Is it safe? It sounds dangerous.
Nobody's ever gotten hurt.
Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean,
but you're on the South Shore, so
I do love the 4th of July, favorite holiday. But
you don't really have a rivalry. That's more of like a fun thing, right? Okay, good. Yeah. Because I hear that North Shore, South Shore. It's like that's not a real rivalry, is it? Maybe in the roast beef world or the bar pizza world, but not like in the actual. I'm going to kick your ass and stab you in the throat world. I don't believe.
All
right.
No, I'm not trying to trigger Ted with this, but this is one Belichick clip we didn't play yesterday, and it is so full of mistruths. There has to be some kind of motivation behind it.
All right, so this is the Bill Belichick on the super cool Sean Hannity. This isn't your dad's hangout. It's called The Hang, I believe, is the name of the Sean Hannity podcast. He's got a dartboard on the wall, samurai swords, which is awesome because they just and a stoplight. Ooh, because that's what bros love: brewskis and stoplights. All right, let's take a listen.
Can you think of a moment where you had to let somebody go?
Geez, Hannity, shot of espresso, my man. It's like a frog.
Can you think of a moment where you had to let somebody go and it was just brutal for you to do it?
Are we playing this in slow motion?
Lots of them. I mean, look, I've traded players. I traded Richard Seymour. I traded Randy Moss. I
remember that.
I mean, like those, they're in the Hall of Fame. I mean, they're great players. Rob retired and left. Tom left. I mean,
you traded Rob.
Tom leaving was absolutely the right thing for him to do. We didn't have a good team in 2020.
Now stop right there. Tom leaving was the right thing to do.
We didn't have a good team. I didn't want Tom to have to suffer.
Edelman was still on that team after he left.
Yeah. But you know what? Bill didn't want Tom to have to play on a crappy team.
That is unbelievable for him to say that.
I hate to say it. If Tom Brady's on your team, it's not a crappy team.
Right. And he played 3 more years, not forget.
Very, very thoughtful.
And we just didn't have a good football team. Like we had all those guys had left, Gostkowski and Edelman. They was there. I mean, most of our team was gone. McCourty and there were a few that were there, but they were about to go too. We were just at the end, and honestly, like I was happy for him that things worked out well for him in Tampa.
So that's Bill Belichick trying to lose wash his record, saying that there's no way I could have won after Tom left. Look what I had. I can't win without that. I don't care if you bring in Mac Jones. That team was so awful. Look what I had to work with. That's what that is.
Yeah, Bill, you put that team together, bro. You were the general manager.
Amen.
What the heck, man? Listen to yourself talk. That's
So
unbelievable.
why is he doing this? Is he delusional? Has he lost it? Or
So just say doing this, he's going on like a pressing tour, right?
And
He's
lying and spinning his failures.
And he's going to places that he knows they're going to ask questions that he wants to ask, right? And Rich, your thinking is he wants to get back in the NFL, and I've heard more people kind of have that same thought. I think there's a little bit. It's a vanity thing. I think he just likes having his name out there. It helps, maybe highlight UNC. I just can't imagine. You know what? When he sees the Steelers hire Mike McCarthy, it's got to make his stomach just churn.
Jeff Haskell got hired, the BC coach. I mean, I like Jeff, nice guy, but he's coaching the Dolphins.
I would love to hear Bill react to those hires.
Don't you think that his plan the entire time, once he found out he couldn't get back into the NFL, he was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go down to college where I'll dominate. I'm Bill Belichick. I'm going to take this team. I'm going to get out there. I'm going to show them how to do it. And people, look what Deion Sanders just did. Deion Sanders isn't even that good. Everyone loves him. Everyone's talking about him being in the NFL. I'm going to go down there. See you. They're going to miss me. They'll want me after a year. And then he goes down there, and it's an embarrassment. It's not even just how bad the team was. It's what a circus he had with Jordan down there running things. And it just became worse, worse, worse. And now I think his plan has been foiled. And he knows that he's only made things tougher on himself in getting back to the NFL. So this is his last-ditch effort to try to change his reputation so he can get back in.
I'm starting to come over on your side of the street on this, and I just feel like, Bill, the NFL's spoken a couple times on what they think of you. And he had a couple opportunities to get into the NFL, and both times it didn't work out. So, but I think he's trying to get his image to be, he's going into the Hall of Fame this year. It's going to be, so to me, it's you might be right. I can't imagine him enjoying being a coach in college at all.
Right.
Having to pay these negotiating deals with high school kids.
Having to work and travel to meet these kids in their homes.
And you got to keep them happy so they don't leave your program. And
Did you see his former quarterback, the clips that he had? Gio, who was his quarterback last year, he transferred. He pivoted out of there. And it's tough. They cut deep. So Gio Lopez was the UNC quarterback last year. I'm pulling him up here.
He transferred in there from Southern Alabama. I feel like Bill. Right. So Bill handpicked him to go there, and he
went to Wake Forest now, and he said, "quote Back at the other school, it felt like there's no air. Here it's fun again. They're moving us in the right direction. Energized. Guys are enjoying football. It's like fresh air. I never had to respond to tough situations like that on that loud of a scale." End quote. And then his father dug in.
Oh, yeah. It's always the parents.
But his dad said, quote, "You were ridiculed if you didn't do it exactly the way he was told. You could be at the dang line, see the play. It was about to be blown up, but if you tried to call it off or audible, you were ridiculed. Gio always loved the game of football. He was losing the love when he was over there."
Woo! Does that sound like
tough?
Like a story you've heard before?
It absolutely does.
I mean,
so let me ask you this, Ted. If his ultimate goal is to get back into the NFL, how could he do it? What would he have to do? What power would he have to give up? What is his road back? Because I'm trying to figure it out.
I think you got to go. I think you got to have a really good year at UNC. I think you got to show that people respond to you still, that you can actually, win football games. And so if you have another disastrous season this year like you did, I think that's just kind of there's no momentum to hire you. How do you sell Bill Belichick, 74 years old? Had 2 disastrous years at UNC with all the off-the-field stuff to a fan base.
I can't believe we're effing talking about this. If 5 years ago you would have told me that Bill Belichick couldn't get a job in the NFL, I would have thought you were insane.
But one of you had the right formula. Yeah, Ted.
I know. No,
I'm the one guy.
Ted, I know what you know about him.
I've seen this trend for a long time.
But I'm talking about the world. Yeah. He is. Let's just go back to. He was. Let's go back to the year after Brady left. In everyone's head, people still thought he was one of the best coaches of all time. Definitely the best coach that was coaching at the time. Andy Reid might have been in the argument, but Bill Belichick was the guy.
No doubt.
And now look what's happened. Now he can't get a job in the NFL. Even if he gave up all of his power, even if he said, you can hire me and I will let you Be the GM. I don't care about the players that you give me. I just want to coach. Even if you get an input, owner, on who is going to be my assistant coaches.
That's the only chance he has.
But that's a good chance. If he
chance.
gets a hot offensive coordinator, a young guy who's not quite ready, but he can say to the guy, the owner, here's your guy in place. I want to coach 2 years, break Shula's record, maybe 3, and then this guy's going to be ready to take over for me.
I don't like that as an owner. Why am I hiring a guy for 2 years that's here basically to break a guy's record that doesn't fall in line with what you're
people
trying
get
to
caught
do.
up in that, like the legendary Bill Belichick.
I mean,
You got to break Shula's record.
You're a bad organization if you're bringing on a guy so he can break a record. A
lot of those. Again.
Yeah, I just think Bill would never
Dallas?
give up power. He's got so much power. He loves power. He's not going to just say, here, you guys hire whoever you want. I just want to be the head coach. Never happened.
No, and I can't now. Like now, after this past year, I just see all of this tour, and it all's coming at the same time. He doesn't have a book or anything right now, right?
Right.
Like this seems to me like he wants back in, and this is a way to get his reputation cleaned up. That right there was a total reputation cleaner. Where he said, "I'm glad Tom left because the team was bad."
I mean, dude, Bill always has a reason. Even when he's being nice, he's doing it for a reason.
Yeah.
So, but there's also just the alternative. Just could be vanity. Just he likes to kind of be talked about and be told great and have all the guys at Barstool, just say how amazing he is off his dumb answers.
That's also him saying or trying to put into the universe, I had nothing to do with Tom leaving.
Oh, he's going to hammer that.
But that right there, him saying, Tom leaving, I think was a good thing.
Best thing for Tom.
Yeah. That is him trying to take the blame and guilt off of him being the reason that Tom Brady was no longer a member of the New England Patriots.
But you know what's kind of amazing? People in this region, I don't think hold any kind of ill will to Bill. You heard the ovation he got at Brady Day.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to win anybody back here. Even as bad as those years were at the end, I don't think anybody cares about that. Nobody cares.
I don't think so either. He cares.
Nobody cares about Patricia. Nobody cares about N'Keal Harry.
I care about Patricia.
No,
Patricia
nobody-
pissed me off when he hired Patricia. Oh God, that last year was in the
last
middle of the
4
year
years.
they should have fired him. In the year that they brought in Matt Patricia as an offensive coordinator, they should have fired him as soon as he did
I'm
that.
not sure his decision making has gotten any better though.
That's a good point.
So
That's a
all.
good point. All right, we will take your calls next. 617-779-7937. show with us. He's got a show at the Wilbur this coming Friday.
Did I say he's been in like 45 movies?
Yeah, he's been like a small part in a million movies, and he's down with the Sandler crew, so he's like in like a bit part in all of those. You know, all those guys are. It's basically how great would it be to be Adam Sandler? You just every movie you make. First of all, you get loads of money from places like Netflix. I think he got some 6-movie deal where they essentially said, "Here's a blank check. You can make anything you want." And he makes these films on purpose in areas of the world and country that are like he wants to take his kids on vacation and hires his best friends to be in the films with him.
What do you think of him as an actor, just talent-wise?
So, okay, as
Sandler.
like a comedian, so
just his natural talent.
I thought when he was on SNL, he ruled. He was awesome. I think Happy Gilmore's a great movie. I think That's My Boy was like a late career, oh my God, this is way better than it should be film. And I think
Uncut Gem?
Spanglish was good.
Loved Uncut Gems.
Stiz is obsessed with Uncut Gems.
Well,
That's like Stiz's favorite movie.
Is it really?
You are. You said
I do.
8
I love
times,
it.
watch
Yes,
this
I-
movie.
I do love
that
it,
movie. It's like I need to do just like I'd fall off the wagon and watch that movie.
That is the
you know what I'm talking about.
So
right?
that's the Safdie brothers,
Exactly.
and their direction style is basically Heart Attack.
Same as Marty Supreme.
Yeah, well,
it's the same thing.
So
No,
it's
the
the
same
director.
thing.
It's one.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
One of the brothers.
Like I'm literally like, dude. Dude.
But at least Marty Supreme had a little bit of levity. Like there was some humor in it. Like Uncut Gems, and there's a movie called Good Time with Robert Pattinson that the Safdie brothers made together. And it is the most effing intense thing. It's like the whole movie. You just feel your heart rate go.
KG is so good in Uncut Gems.
He's
That's
great.
a great appearance.
He's great. He's great. And who was it? Was it oh, not Dan the Automator. Who was the rapper that was in Marty Supreme? Like he does a good job making people who aren't like actual actors into good actors. The Safdie brothers.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it Kid Cudi?
No. It's the guy who wears the mask. It's the creator, Tyler the Creator. Tyler the
Yeah,
Creator
you're right, yeah.
was in that, and he did a great job. But no. Adam Sandler has been excellent dramatically in 2 different films, in Uncut Gems and in what's the Love one? The
Spanglish.
One, no. Spanglish sucked.
It
That
was
wasn't
good. He was
no,
good in that.
that was a dumb movie.
That was nice.
No, what's the Punch Drunk Love? The Paul Thomas Anderson movie. He was amazing because there's scenes in it where the whole film is basically just this rage that he has built up, and he does rage about as good as anybody.
But you're right about the randoms. The Billy Madison, where Steve Buscemi just does nothing but sits on the lawn chair or whatever. It's just totally out of nowhere. He has no role in the show. It's like he shouldn't be there, but he's there.
Those are the best characters. In my opinion, the genius of Sandler movies is the 1 or 2 scenes that guys like Steve Buscemi show up in, or
it's Norm Macdonald's in that. As his buddy.
And Norm shows up too. But like, do you remember Crazy Eyes from Mr. Deeds? It was like Steve Buscemi was just a guy with cross eyes, and he was just like he gets that Corvette and he goes, "Man, these things are fast," and just runs into a tree, and then the scene's over. Yeah, come on. So I do like Sandler, and I appreciate what he's did. Listen, has he made some bad movies? Of course, he'd probably be the first to admit it. Like Jack and Jill was unwatchable, unwatchable,
so bad.
But man, the guy. He does enough.
Big Daddy.
You know what I look at him as?
What's the success rate you need? Is it 50%?
I look at him as being a band like Aerosmith or Metallica. You made enough classics for me not to care if you make garbage from here on out.
I can respect that.
Kind of like
did.
Nicolas Cage a little bit.
Nicolas Cage still making good movies.
Okay, but he's got a lot of bad ones too. Though.
And that trailer for Spider Noir just came out, and it looks legitimately good. That does
the
look
name
good.
of it, Spider Noir.
Yeah, it's
So
a
weird.
Spider-Man spinoff.
Okay,
and except it's Spider-Man in a different universe. It's a black and white one where he's a noir detective. Yes, love my comics. No, I'm not even a big comic guy, but Nicolas Cage is in it, so damn it, you got me. All right, we are going to be talking to Mr. Colin Quinn, of course, from all those Sandler movies and Remote Control and MTV and everything else right after this.
It's Rich, Ken, and
It's brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. It's fast, it's easy, it's free.
And the other thing is authentic. First of all, everybody's like, your authentic self. There's even a thing today about your authentic self. Nobody mentions your authentic self, not your best self, by the way. We keep trying to achieve something that's not even the best you. The best you is fake you. Ask whoever loves you the most, your spouse, whoever, when you go home, say, would you rather I start relating to you in that fake, superficial way that I do with people at work or at the conference, like over-the-top friendly, helpful? The real you, they're not welcome in society. I don't know how much more you could, much more feedback you could get. The real you is not welcome. What do you think HR is telling you? Don't bring your real self into this joint.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
It is 93.7 WEEI, and this Friday at the Wilbur is a gentleman that we're all big fans of, and it was the star of one of my favorite shows growing up. Legit one of my favorite TV shows. He's also down with Sandler and all those guys, and of course SNL. And this is how you know he's from New York. Stiz just told me my headset because Colin just told me that he's outside. So if you hear any ambulances in the background, then you've got to understand what's going on. Colin Quinn, thank you for joining the show, my friend.
Thanks. I don't want you guys abusing me because, you're going to hear ambient noise, as they like to say these days.
Where are you right now, Colin?
I'm walking downtown. I'm right by Canal Street, which is a very famous, New York, Canal Street.
Okay, all right. You know, it's weird. It's like, you are known as one of the quintessential New York comics. Was there like I'm trying to think about at the same time you were coming up, the Boston comedy scene was kind of having its moment as well. And I'm wondering, what did you guys at the time think of the Boston comedy scene, like the Dennis Learys and the Stephen Wrights and everybody, while you were kind of making your hay?
Well, Stephen Wright was already kind of famous, but Dennis Leary and Tony V, I stayed at their house. They lived in a house together in Charlestown at the time, and I stayed in their house at the time. So obviously I love them because our friend Eddie Brill opened a club. It was kind of a pipeline for New York, Boston comics. So I was one of the guys that actually got to hang out with them. So I knew everybody, back in those days.
So how did you get from being, a comic up and coming to being on like the biggest network for the people my age, MTV, and being one of the stars of Remote Control?
That was another lucky break. I mean, I thought they hired me because I was witty. And I thought they hired me for being insightful to be the announcer on the show. I was like, oh, these guys really, they get me. Then I find out 2 years later, they go, no, we just thought a guy with your bad voice, your gravelly voice, it would be funny if you were an announcer because you're such a bad announcer.
It's because it sounded like your throat was effed up. That's why we threw you on the show.
I used to smoke. It was even worse than it is now.
Jeez, what is it like to be like as young as you were and to be on the biggest network? I mean, MTV, people don't understand how, and exactly, there it is. There's the ambulance, of course.
Yeah, of course. And by the way, I deliberately got out of the way because I said, I'll get in the middle of this. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's right. But you were like in your 20s, and all of a sudden.
Yeah, I was in my 20s, and it was great. I mean, we loved it. I mean, every time we had to go somewhere, we were walking into like a party. So even when you were like your work was, the work is you're going to announce at this big party, this outdoor party. It didn't matter if it was Ohio, didn't matter if it was anywhere, California. We were going to a party, and they were like, the MTV people are here. Like it was insane. It was like we were like welcome. Like people were literally like, hey, now they're here. Now the party can start. Like what? The party doesn't start till we get here. This is a great party. I don't know how to describe it, but it was hilarious. It was really fun,
Well, and it was like, I got to think for like the first time, women were probably throwing themselves at you. And there was like, I have to think that there were people offering all the free goodies that you wanted.
Why do you have to say the first time? The first and you should have said last time. But I mean, I didn't do any of that stuff. I didn't do any. I had already quit all those goodies that people would want for free. You know what I mean? So for me, I was just like, chain smoking. That's why I smoked so many cigarettes. It was like, no, thank you. Like, yeah, but it's all free. I'm like, yeah, that's okay.
I'll just smoke these cigarettes. That's right. Well,
yes, exactly. I needed something.
So you, the circle you ran with then, I mean, that show, that was your buddy Dennis Leary was on there as well.
Yes.
And
Adam Sandler.
And Sandler too. And I mean, is that where you met Sandler? Was on that show?
No, I met Sandler when Sandler was 17. He came to do comedy in New York. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he was already like, he just was a star. Like there was something about him where people like, he's a star. Everybody knew it. You just could see it. I don't know how to describe it exactly. He just had it. And he had his friends around with him. He already had his crew of friends that he still, to this day, he works with. So that was kind of amazing,
Was he even allowed to do comedy at 17 years old? Was he allowed to go in those clubs?
In those days, you were allowed to do anything. In the 80s, whatever people wanted to do, they just did it. Nobody would ever, give him a hard time.
How cool is it that he's kind of, I mean, it's like, it looks like these movies he's making, it's almost an excuse to just get his friends together and like.
It's hilarious. Yeah. He's always, his movie, it could be, he could do a movie about like, the plague in the Middle Ages. And it's like, well, it could have happened in Hawaii, I guess.
Right. He picks like the nicest places on the planet to basically have an all expenses paid vacation for him and 40 of his best friends.
Right. He's everybody loves it because he's so loyal and so like, he's not like the tyrant underneath it. Like underneath you think the dark side of Adam. He really is like this with everybody. Fans, any fan that's ever come up to him has been treated like family almost. You know what I mean? Like he's not the guy that's like, I don't sign autograph. And he's busy. He's busy all day, every day. But he still always goes out, shakes hands, meets people. I mean, someday they should do like a thing on all the people that have met him, little kids, takes pictures. He's just a great guy. It's crazy how busy he is and how much of it, how he treats me. So good.
Well, Colin, unfortunately, our phone line is kind of breaking up a little bit with you, but we love having you on, and I'm a huge fan of your stuff. And this Friday, you're going to be at the Wilbur. People can get their tickets at thewilbur.com. Yeah. And what should they expect when they get there?
It's a perfect. They can expect my usual very boring topics, but with Boston, I feel like they understand constitutional. They understand it's the one place they actually would be interested in my boring topics. So just get used to it. We're expecting a bunch of dumb, frolicking jokes. Please don't bother showing up. You know how I am at this point. I'm a little bit tedious, and there's a little bit of TED Talk. There's a lot of jokes in it.
I love it, Colin. All right, we'll talk to you again soon. Thanks for coming on, man. We appreciate it. That's Colin Quinn this Friday at the Wilbur. Tickets thewilbur.com. God, man, that sucks. I didn't want his phone to sound like that.
Yeah, it was tough.
You know what impresses me is the energy. At his age, to get up there and do a whole bit after bit after bit and just kind of entertain people like that it takes a lot of guts, but the energy that takes.
I had one good question too. I didn't get,
and I'm so sorry. I couldn't do that to the people listening. I mean, the phone was cutting in and out.
But I had heard a tip from somebody in the Essex region that Grown Ups 3 has been greenlit to start filming this summer. So I was going to ask him if he's in that. with Adam. So maybe that's already common knowledge.
No. I saw that actually this week. Somebody leaked it out, but that would have been good to confirm it. But man, I couldn't do that to people. I mean, his phone was super bad. But there you go. So, by the way, there's a movie coming out about the birth of MTV called "I Want My MTV." It's like
overdue. There's a Netflix documentary on just about everything at this point. Why is
that'd be fascinating.
Fascinating. People don't understand. That was YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, everything all in one. That was where you got your pop culture and everything.
I came home from school, just turned it on. It was on for hours.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
What's that?
I was going to sorry. What year did MTV officially launch?
Oh, it must have been like 82, 83.
Sounds about right.
Because, I mean, it was like Land Down Under was like one of the first big videos that was on there. And Michael Jackson's Thriller.
You know the first video?
Video Killed the Radio Star by the Buggles. Yeah.
Sorry. That was a radio hack right there.
No, that's all right. But
that's some of the hosts back. Downtown Julie Brown.
Julie Brown, Colin Quinn. No, I'm sorry, not Colin Quinn. Martha Quinn. Alan Hunter. Alan Hunter, I guess,
is still on Sirius now. I hear him pop up.
So he is somebody who is credited for creating the podcast. Is that right? Alan Hunter looked like one of the Lost Boys, like one of the dudes that like Kiefer Sutherland was a vampire with. He had like the long, like big hair.
Well, The dude that made mainstream morning shows and does all the
Carson Daly?
Carson Daly.
Oh, God.
Wasn't he?
Yeah, Carson
Maybe
Daly.
one of the original,
yeah,
but he was.
Dial MTV. That's that's when he was like, that was the 5 o'clock show when people came home from school. They turn on Dial MTV and you could dial in and request your favorite video. And at that point, that was like in the era of Britney Spears.
It was
and the Backstreet Boys.
TRL, Total Request Live.
That's right, Total Request Live. Dial MTV was before that. Total Request Live is what it turned into.
Yeah, live from Times Square.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then came Jersey Shore, Beavis and Butthead, which to this day is still one of the greatest TV shows of all time.
Were you a Real World guy or no?
I was not. I never liked The Real World. The first reality show I got into was Survivor. Like, I thought that The Real World was kind of dumb. However, I did love the fact that there was the one season I did watch that there was, what's that?
One of your,
no. It was, I think it was in Austin. And the very first episode, some guy who apparently had told everybody in his family and everyone that he was going to be on The Real World went out to this club and got his face beat in so bad that he had to leave the show. He was just like, that's your big debut on The Real World. You end up getting a fight. Didn't when they do it in Boston, someone kept effing with like the power in the place they were staying?
Oh, I don't know.
Like a bunch of like townies found out where they were filming it and they kept effing with the power and turning it off while they were filming.
That's great.
Oh, God bless him. God bless him. So there you go. Colin Quinn at the Wilbur this Friday night. You can get those tickets at thewilbur.com. Okay, so the Jaylen Brown stuff we do have to get into because I love what Nick Wright said. And a lot of people, Nick Wright gets a lot of hate. He gets a ton of hate.
Not from Ted. Ted and Nick Wright are
guy.
buddies.
It's my guy.
Ted, because you guys work together.
Yep.
Yeah.
Down in H-Town, sure did.
Nick Wright gets a lot of crap for a lot of different things. And
well, he's a Boston hater. He admits that. He comes at the region often.
Sure. But in this case, I love what he says, not about Jaylen Brown, but about Stephen A. Smith. Do we, by any chance, can you find just the end of the Stephen A. Smith responding to Jaylen Brown, where he got all threatening and whispery?
I got it here.
Okay, just give me the last 30 seconds of that, because it was a fairly long rant. I think
Jaylen Brown, be careful what you wish for. You really want me to start reporting on that level? You understand? Locker room, how the organization might think about you, how the city may feel about you, how Jason Tatum may or may not have feel about you, sneaker deals, endorsement deals, the list goes on and on.
Okay. Ooh. So that's him basically throwing a little bit of a threat out there. I could unleash this warhead, baby.
That's not a little threat. That's a big threat. That is his whole world.
Yeah. I thought he lost a little bit of credibility when he went there. It was kind of then I was like, oh, okay, it feels a little personal, man. I mean, you're basically, when you say what Jason Tatum thinks of you, okay, well then, you're basically saying Jason Tatum, Jason Tatum doesn't like you or have issues. Then come out and say it, man. Don't be so elusive.
Oh yeah,
I'm a bottom feeder.
I think this isn't the first time he's done this, where he's kind of done this whispery. I know something you don't know, and you don't want to mess with me, or I'll let the world know what I'm saying.
He does it all the time. He famously did it with LeBron. He pops shots, and then we'll tuck his tail out. I'm just looking out for you.
Right. He might have done it with KD as well too. There was another superstar in the NBA that he did that with. But Nick Wright, I thought, was spot on when he came out and heard the Stephen A. Smith thing. And listen, does Nick Wright have incentive to pick a fight with Stephen A. Smith? Probably. They're on competing networks. They're kind of doing the same job. There's probably a little bit of an extra, he wants to, twist the knife a little bit. But it doesn't mean he's wrong. Let's take a listen to Nick Wright. What do you have to say?
Once upon a time, Stephen A. was a legitimately great reporter. Put every level of work in imaginable to where he's the biggest name in the space and still works as much as anybody in the business. At all times is working. But talking to these guys like you're a mob boss and they better watch what they say, there's harm in it. I know stuff. I know technically it's my job to report the things I know, but I know it and I just keep it in my back pocket in case I ever have to use it like the big joker in a spades game. Give me a break. If you have real information about Jason Tatum's feelings about Jaylen Brown, you should report it. If you have real information about the Celtics organization, how they feel about Jaylen Brown that you're just sitting on, yes, you should report it. The answer is not go to the mattresses and escalate. And it makes all of us look bad. And also, here's the other thing. You're the only guy who does it.
They're both whispering at the end. I don't get that. Okay, here's one thing. First of all, he's right about a lot of it. But there's two things in that clip that I can't get my head off. Like, I can't take my head away from. Number one, the whispering at the end. Is that something they teach at Syracuse? I don't know.
Yeah. We were going to ask Cooper that yesterday, but you cut him off.
Of course, Nick Wright went to Syracuse.
Yep. And the other thing is both of them, Stephen A. Smith and Nick Wright, have to have this bloated, I think this person is great for 18 reasons before I take them down. And I hate
you
that.
have to genuflect to the altar.
It's like that's another thing they probably teach at Syracuse. You know what? Before you rip into somebody, make sure you say 14 nice things about them to show that you really mean that you're angry.
Well, it's like my therapist says, you start with love, Rich.
Sure.
You know who else does the whispering thing that makes me want to throw him out a window?
Who's that?
It's Shime.
I see. I
When
did.
Shime gets real fired up about a topic, he
whispery,
whispers right into the mic.
I'm a bottom feeder. Bitter at the morning show. Now,
No,
don't you
cool.
think, Ted, if Jaylen Brown had come on the Twitch and said what Nick Wright had said about Stephen A. is over the line here, he's calling into question my relationship with Jason Tatum, I don't like it, I think this is journal. Like, if he had just focused on one thing and said specifically what he doesn't like about what Stephen A. Smith just did and point that out, everybody would have been on his side and turned on Stephen A. and ESPN. Because this region will easily do that. Everybody hates them going back to Deflategate and everything else.
Sure.
But instead, it just became a long, rambling mess. You know, it was too much in there. He needed to come out and just attack, because I think he's got a case that Stephen A. made it personal even before that rant by saying, why doesn't Tatum come on your podcast? That's a cheap shot.
I'm so confused on who had the last word, though. Was that Stephen A? Like, who spoke last?
Stephen A., Stephen B.,
but that's,
Stephen C.
If Jaylen Brown wanted to just highlight that last little bit you played, to me, he would have the moral high ground. I thought Stephen A., the tonality of that was bad the first time I heard it.
Stephen A., Stephen B., Stephen C.
Yeah. Why can't he just say what he knows? Just say what you know. Just say, you know what? This person doesn't. Well, maybe not this person, but here is what somebody within the Celtics organization says. This.
Jaylen Brown, be careful what you wish for.
The only thing, if I'm Stephen A., I'm careful. Like, maybe people in the organization know who his contact is in the organization. So by saying it, you're outing. Maybe he's very friendly.
Then why tease it?
If
you're not going to say it, then don't tease that you know something.
What if he's lying? What if he has no information
100%.
on anything and he's just acting like he does, just to make his point?
Well, that's probably most likely what he's doing. Yep. That's probably most likely what he's doing right there. All right. Well, excuse me while I cough. There.
Sound like Colin Quinn.
I know. How about that? Except it's not my phone. It's my actual throat. We are in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. And I have got, Ted, for you, some interesting information regarding the sure thing that is A.J. Brown to the Patriots. Sure thing with a question mark? Possibly. Are we a little too comfortable thinking that he is indeed going to be a member of the New England Patriots? There is some news that's coming out that might scare you. We'll get to that right after this.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending out, brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. Red Sox lineup is out. Tonight, you got Jaylen Brown, Yoshida DH, Abreu Contreras, Rafaela Sogard at third, Meyer at second, Narvaez catching, and Kiner Falefa, your shortstop, in front of Connolly early. 7:40 first pitch tonight across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1860, and Michael Wacha is your starter for the Royals. Mass Mutual pregame show with Arcan starts at 6:40. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate that pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online, bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's trending now. More coming up with Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
they go back? Do they circle back and maybe look at the idea of trading for A.J. Brown? I don't think that happens. They had that opportunity. They were on A.J. Brown's list. They said no to the Eagles in the first place. But I think if you're the Chiefs, you have to look at all of these things going forward because Rashee Rice clearly looks like somebody that you have not been able to rely on.
All right, it is Rich Ken and Ted Johnson.
There we go, Stiz. Finally. There we go.
Oh, you're getting Ken all. His nipples are hard over here. Is this a little Steve or Joe Satriani?
There you go. Nice.
Are you going to the Joe Satriani show tonight?
I am. I'll be there tonight.
You and all the chicks.
You know what? I can get down with Joe Satriani. Man.
Thank you, Teddy.
I can get down with him. What's he did a famous duet with
Joe Satriani?
Who
did Joe? Now Joe Satriani had an album called "Surfing with the Alien," which was legitimately good.
That's this song.
Is that this song? Mm-hmm. It was good. He was very smooth.
I mean, he did a bunch of G3 tours. He did Chicken Foot for a while.
Kirk Hammett from Metallica how to play guitar.
He did teach Kurt Hammett, which, by the way, you know what? Here is another hot take. Kirk Hammett, as much as I think Metallica is one of the greatest bands that's ever walked this earth.
Here we go.
Not a great guitarist.
He's pretty. He's not.
You are. Come on. I mean, he's
not a bad guitarist.
He's a one-trick pony, so to speak, but he's still freaking awesome.
He's perfectly fine. Like his solos aren't the ones you remember. Hetfield's are the ones you remember. Boom!
I can't rock.
Boom!
Dude, I can sing every Kirk Hammett solo.
And I heard something that actually made me lose a little respect for Kirk Hammett because it hits too close. It's so you know
he's a vegan.
Hetfield wrote most of the riffs, okay? So Hetfield is the guy who writes most of the riffs. Except Hammett wrote their most popular riff, which is Enter Sandman. But in an interview, Kirk Hammett said that was his attempt at trying to write a Soundgarden song. That he had been listening to Bad Motorfinger, and he wanted to write a Soundgarden song. And when you listen to it, oh my God, that sounds like a dude from Metallica trying to write a Soundgarden riff.
Well, that's nothing wrong with that. Bad Motorfinger might be the best grunge album of all time.
It's a great album. It's a great album. I wouldn't fight you on that. I would fight you on Pearl Jam's 10, but Bad Motorfinger versus Dirt, which is the best, Alice in Chains' Dirt, which is the best grunge album of all time. Mm-hmm. That's a good conversation to have, without a question.
Yeah, but you're one of those guys that picks on the guys who get really like. I mean, come on, Enter Sandman is the most famous song in metal history, really.
It's up there, and listen, it's a good song. I just remember how much I loved the previous albums. Like Master of Puppets to this day is still a perfect album. It's perfect. And matter of fact, I think it gets heavier the older it gets because you can't believe somebody that long ago made something that still stands up after 40 years. You put that thing in, and it still rips the hair off your nuts.
Listen to Kirk Hammett play on that. How can you not call him a great guitarist?
Okay. I didn't. Now, in fairness, I think I misspoke. It's not that he's not a great guitarist. It's that I don't look at him as being.
He's average like the Pats roster.
I just think his solos are uninspired.
You said that.
I think did you just really say that?
Yeah.
That was a heavy metal pivot right
You
there.
got it, Stiz?
I bring it all together.
He's doing it again. It's the
All right, we should probably pivot. Now I'm even annoying myself with my stupid music talk. All right, I do want to real quick, because we talked about A.J. Brown, but along the lines of the Patriots, there was an email that you got, Ted, during the break involving football and all things football.
An email?
That doesn't sit well with me, to be quite honest.
It's interesting, yeah?
Can you kind of tell us what you got?
I'll just read you the title of this email is Adam Vinatieri Hall of Fame Celebration. All right, from someone named Tracy Morgan. Oh, AB, yeah.
Tracy Morgan.
Hall of Fame, yeah. It's not that Tracy Morgan, but same name. Good morning. On behalf of the Earsafe family, we would like to cordially invite you to the post-enshrinement celebration for Adam Vinatieri. Space is limited, but we have reserved 2 tickets for the celebration in your honor. Please save the date and expect a digital invite following in the coming weeks. And then it has a picture of Adam Vinatieri in a Colts uniform. Adam Vinatieri, 2026 Pro Hall of Fame inductee. Save the date, post-enshrinement celebration, Saturday evening, August 8th, Canton, Ohio. Invite to follow. questions, contact Tracy Morgan of the Colts.
Cannon Johnson hit the road.
How about that?
Yeah.
That's cool. That's really cool.
But it's the
Colts
doing it.
It's the Irsay family. It's wow. I don't know why that struck me as just interesting, but Adam played 2 more years there than he did with the Patriots. He had a 22-year career, 12 with the Colts, 10 with the Patriots.
I can't believe, out of all the things that have happened in sports, as far as people leaving and coming back, the thing I'm most baffled by is why he got booed when he returned the first time.
Yeah. I agree with you. Like, come on, man. I get it.
Was it widespread booing or was it just spattering of boos?
It was enough that everyone was like, at least at home, because I wasn't at the game, but when I heard, I was like, "You're booing a guy that got more money to go somewhere else, who helped you win rings." Like it was.
I mean, they booed
pissed
Tom.
me off.
I mean, is it shocking? I mean, Tom Brady got booed.
Oh, but that was different.
Okay.
Because they applauded him first when he came back.
Sure.
And then it was like, all right, now it's game on, Tom. Like, that was like a ribbing. That was a real pissed off boo. Like, you did us dirty, Adam Vinatieri, when I think it was common knowledge that he got more money from the Colts. Now, was it common knowledge, or do we just know that now?
No, we don't know that. But I think Adam's dying to tell you that because there's an interesting story there. I will say it was minimal. The money, it was basically for him, the Patriots not matching what the Colts was a slap in the face.
Oh, so it was so infinitesimal.
Yes.
That you can't he couldn't believe that they didn't match it.
Boom, there you go. And then you go, well, if it was that close, why didn't Adam stay? Because there's something, he was put on, Belichick put him on the franchise tag a couple times. Just didn't treat him well when it came to, what he was worth. And so Adam was like, go kick indoors, have a longer career probably by kicking indoors. I'm going to go there. If they're not going to come up and at least match or a little bit above, then that speaks volumes to him.
Yeah. Did Adam or Bill ever reconnect? Like,
I'm sure
they've spoken.
Bill's
probably.
tried.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, wait a minute. Is Bill's going in this year, right?
Well, no. He got passed over.
First,
maybe next. He'll probably.
Oh,
get
right.
in
It was
this
his
year.
first year. Right. I'm confused. Wait a minute. I thought he was up for last. So this is his second year in a row. No.
Yeah, he's not going to be inducted this year. No, he's not. No, unfortunately, I'm sure that disappoints you.
It keeps me up at night.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. But that is very odd. Seeing that email and it being all about the Colts, they're the ones doing that. That's
struck
strange.
me as odd.
That strikes me odd as a Patriots fan too. And I also I don't understand why for a moment Patriots fans lost their head. I have never thought that anyone who leaves a local team, first of all, you owe no loyalty to any team. You don't. There's this weird thing that fan bases have.
Only in football.
Right, where but we made you. We supported you all these years. No, well, that person helped you win. That's why you like them.
Johnny Damon to the Yankees didn't cross the line at the time. It was like stabbing right in the back.
See, I wasn't here at the time. I didn't care about that. Like to me, it's if you were going to get more money, I'm never going to fault you. The only one that really burned me was when Ray Allen took less money and went to the Heat, and they won a ring because of it. That pissed me off.
Oh, even though he was up for trades, basically they wanted to trade him.
But as years went on, that story came out where it was it Rudy Gay or who was it that apparently the trade had been made. And Danny Ainge, as the story goes, had brought Ray Allen into his office and told Ray Allen he had been traded. And then something fell through with the physicals or the trade fizzled out. And then he had to go back to Danny Ainge and had to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, Ray. No, we're cool, man. You're still here. You're still a player."
Might have been O.J. Mayo.
O.J. Mayo. Yeah, that might have been it. But it was a trade that was basically done to the point where Ainge told him that he had been traded, as the story goes.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was years later that I understood what was going on. And if I'm Ray Allen too, that would piss me off.
There you go.
So I got that one. But at the time,
if you're a Pats fan, you probably were like, "Oh, he left us for more money." You didn't know all the background that Ted is talking about with Adam Vinatieri.
But if you leave for more money, you should be mad at the team for not offering that person the amount of money that they deserved.
People don't see it that way. Brady went to Tampa Bay. He could have been a Patriot for life.
All right, Steve from Fall River is going to tell us that we know nothing about Adam Vinatieri's departure. Seeing that you're a good friend of his. All right, but I'll listen to Steve. I'll take it. Steve, what's happening, my man?
You weren't here, Ted. I don't think you were here when he left. You weren't on the Patriots. And if you were, then you got a bad memory. He went to Green Bay. He went to Green Bay. His agent was Neil Cornrich. Who's Neil Cornrich? The same agent as Bill Belichick. They did not even give him an offer sheet. He called Willie McGinnis and told Willie McGinnis, I went on this trip. I didn't even get an offer sheet. Neil Cornrich didn't have an offer sheet. Willie McGinnis said, call my guy. He called his guy. They went to Indianapolis. Indianapolis gave him an offer. Why wouldn't they give him an offer? It was at the time $2.5 million more, which in 2006 is huge money.
Steve, can I just ask you a question? Steve, I'm sorry, Steve, I got to ask you a question. Steve, were you invited to Adam Vinatieri's enshrinement party?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, do you have Adam Vinatieri's number in your cell phone, Steve? Do you have his number in your cell phone? All right, then shut up. Because Ted Johnson does. Because Ted Johnson does, baby! Oh, stuff it!
That was the best Stephen Paul ever.
I was in the media. It was 2005. I was in the media. I just retired a few months before, and I talked to Adam personally about this story. So I feel like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I would say that you most likely did. You most likely did. I mean, I've seen pictures of you guys together. I believe you've shown me that, or I've just imagined it in my head. Because he's huge now. Do you think that he got intimidated by hanging out with you and just said, I need to start working out? Because all of a sudden he's massive.
Will that happen to us?
This is we had Adam on I think last year. This is we were talking about how things ended for Adam here in New England, and this is what he had said on this show about a year ago.
Honestly, I had no intention, no want to leave at all. The way the negotiations and all that crazy stuff went down, that's a whole story in itself. I'll write a book about this someday, and it will be a bestseller. Not because I'm a good writer, because it's a damn good story, and it'll blow a lot of your minds on how it went down.
I would love to hear it someday.
I had absolutely no intentions on leaving. I kind of got backed into that corner a little bit, so to say. You don't even understand, and I wish you did. And if you had 30 minutes and a couple of beers, we could talk about it, and I'll blow your mind.
I want to hear that story.
There you go. Two books that need to be written. Adam Vinatieri's story and, of course, Big Head Ted. Isn't that what you said it was going to be called?
Cement Head Ted, yeah.
Cement Head Ted, that's
and
right.
Malcolm Butler, unless he signed the NDA. Now, but we came into the segment many minutes ago with the A.J. Brown, Burt Breer, Kansas City
Yeah.
scare.
Yep.
Kind of a scare tactic.
So that is a pivot that I like. So the one thing, Ken, that you can say is that we have been hearing nothing for the past several months other than it is a done deal. The Patriots on June 1st will indeed have A.J. Brown as a member of the team.
Schefter said it. Our man Elliot Shore-Parks at WIP said it.
I believe Curran, when he came on with us, essentially said the same thing.
And he'll be on with us tomorrow.
And he'll be on with us tomorrow, too. But we don't know. I mean, that's one of those things that you can just say it all you want, but you don't know if that's actually true, because at any given point, there could be a team that's going to offer more money that's out there. And I know that there's this whole thing that people are saying, well, what if they had a wink agreement? That would really make the Eagles look bad. I'm like, I'll tell you what would make the Eagles look bad, not getting every single thing they can get for one of their biggest assets right now. And according to Jason La Canfora, there is a report that's coming out that the Patriots might be front runners, but they are no longer alone. As a matter of fact, there is right now a decent amount of teams that have come out of the woodwork in the bidding for A.J. Brown. Would you be surprised if I said the Jacksonville Jaguars have a real interest enough to actually give a comparable package to what the Patriots have and potentially throw in a little bit extra, a potential fit? According to Jason La Canfora, he said that he's talked to several league executives that identify the Jaguars as someone hiding in the woods and that could pounce out at any moment and potentially do that. It could involve a player swap, and then you could actually get like let's see, who would you get? Brian Thomas Jr.
Oh wow! They give him up.
Could be involved in that. Another team, the Rams.
Dude, that would be. I mean, to get Brian Thomas. I mean, that offense
Eagles
for Jacksonville, but what a good deal. I think that's a deal. That's a win-win for both.
But Philly's stacked now. They have a lot of receivers. Same with the Rams. Like I feel like a lot of these teams have.
Brian Thomas is going into his third year on a rookie deal. You have him controlled for 5 years, so you have 2 more years. You can. To me, that would be the team right there.
So if you are the Eagles and you're hearing this Jacksonville Jaguars offer, and right now you got the Patriots, which what I'm hearing is a first-round pick.
That's it, first round.
Which is a lot. That's enough. I mean, honestly, it feels like too much. A first-round pick is gold.
If you're not negotiating with anybody, then yeah, it is too much. If you're just negotiating it yourself, I think that is too much.
Is that the thing? Everybody says that the Eagles and Howie Roseman, best GM in football.
And
so
he won't lose the deal. That's what they always say. He's a guy that will never lose the deal. So it's got to be clearly in the favor of the Eagles to do a deal.
It's in his favor to get Lockenfora to do his bidding and throw this out here that Jacksonville's in the water.
Maybe because that's the other speculation is maybe all of this is a ruse and the Patriots are bidding against themselves.
That's what you wonder. You mentioned the Rams too.
And the Rams. There's reported some interest as well, and apparently, and that's according to a Philadelphia paper that is reporting that the Rams have reached out.
Devontae Adams,
but Puka's, he's kind of had some off the field issues this year. He went to treatment. I don't know.
That's fine. He'll be good.
Okay.
You know what worries me? Kansas City is a legit worry because that would make sense for them. They are definitely in win now mode, and he would make them better.
Mm-hmm. He's been suspended the first 6 games, I believe. Right?
Is it the first 6 games, or is it just like during the first weeks of camp? I'm not sure. I have to take a look because that's a new thing that just I think yesterday he violated his parole. I think he was smoking weed after getting in that car accident. He wasn't supposed to have any drugs in his system, I believe.
Obviously, the Bills, if the Bills were somehow able to pull out an A.J. Brown trade and add him to DJ Moore, that would be an unbelievable combo. Baltimore would worry you.
I haven't heard the Bills at all. The other ones that are kind of lesser that are being thrown out there is the 49ers and the Chargers. Those are
Chargers
two
make
teams
sense.
I mean, they've been floated out there, financially capable, both of them. They could both make that trade. It just depends on how their own roster shakes out right now.
If they don't get A.J. Brown, gut punch. It is a gut punch because everybody's kind of operating as if they have A.J. Brown. If you don't get A.J. Brown, I'm changing my prediction on the season.
5 wins?
You said 2 wins.
I think A.J. Brown's worth 2 wins. Which is a lot.
Maybe more.
Think?
You think he could be, I don't know, what best receiver in football, what's he worth? 4 or 5 wins? 3 wins?
I mean.
Because that's big. Every week you got a game plan to take that guy out. Sometimes you're doubling him.
If we had a gambling expert on there, I think they would say that's a little bit.
That's too much.
That's too much. I think 2 wins for a position that's not quarterback is a lot.
But like Justin Jefferson, Smith and Jigba, when these guys are on, they take over games. They're unbelievable. I mean, and Brown has a little bit of that in him. Not every game. We haven't seen it every game lately, but maybe he was misused there. We had Parks was saying basically he didn't trust Hurts. Right, he would come. He would be scheduled to get the ball. And Hurts would come to the line, and he wouldn't get the ball.
I just can't figure out if Philadelphia is doing a great job putting these dream scenarios out there for them into the universe so the Patriots are just bidding against themselves. And because, I mean, right now, the first-round pick's huge. It's a huge thing to give up when you don't know whether there's another team that's willing to give up anything for him right now.
And back to your point yesterday, though, A.J. Brown wants to be a Patriot. A couple texters pointing this out.
Sure.
So does he have leverage to push the Eagles?
See, I do. I think that's a huge feather in the cap of the Patriots, that he wants to play here.
Now, it's not like he wouldn't want to play for the Rams or he wouldn't want to play for Kansas
Chiefs,
City.
Right.
Jacksonville that's significant. There's not a lot of people except for the money. The money's, you make more money if you're in Jacksonville because of the state tax. Like Kansas or Missouri does not have that, and I don't believe that. And L.A. definitely does not. So, yeah, I mean, for money-wise, sure. Maybe that's where you want to go, but I don't think he's that type of player.
I'm just looking at their roster. You have Tyquan Thornton, please. Xavier Worthy was first rounder. Okay, he was 450 yards last year, but Rashee Rice, for some reason, can you count on him? I think that receiving core, oh my gosh.
Obviously, Kelsey,
Right, but just they need a guy, dude. A.J. Brown of the Chiefs. Oh my God, watch out! That would be insane.
That and you know what? What a kick in the nuts for the Patriots.
Well, forget about that. Even Steph Diggs to the Chiefs would be a big ad for them.
Yeah. They need a deep threat though.
Do you think if A.J. Brown falls through because the Steph Diggs, would they go back to Steph Diggs?
Yeah, I would.
I would do it in a second.
I would.
Yes.
You'd have to, because then you got to come back with your hat in your hands and just be like, hey, Steph, it's all great, man. We're good. We'll hire that chef for you. We heard she's great on the stand.
That brings Keyshawn Booty back in, too.
It does. It does. And that's why things are just kind of in limbo with him as well. But, yep, it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks. We're almost there, man.
It's going to happen soon.
Yep. It's, like 10 days away? Maybe even less than that? Yeah, 10 days away. We're about 10 days away from this whole A.J. Brown thing being resolved, and we'll figure out. I mean, it's the Jacksonville thing's interesting because that came out of nowhere, but it just makes too much sense.
The coach doesn't really like Brian Thomas. He seems to be on the outs there.
Yeah.
So it's, wow. You throw him in the deal? Oh, goodness. I don't know how if you're Philly, you don't take that.
It changes things. 617-779-7937. When we get back, another quarterback ranking that just might piss off Ted Johnson. We'll do that in just a second.
Was Miss Adams a perfect witness? No.
Jones and Keith.
All right. What beat is this? I know this. What is this, Stiz?
This is Souls of Mischief.
Ah, yes, it is. Yes, it is.
93 till infinity.
I actually know this. Oh, my goodness. What happened to all the good beats? Are you into the new Drake stuff that came out?
I do. I like it. Is it a classic? No, absolutely not. Is there a few good joints on there? Yes, there is.
All right. I've never been a fan of his. You know what? Actually, I like when he's with other, like when he does like a
collab,
some sort of collaboration. It always seems to be better than it's just him by himself.
Well,
and
he's old now, right? He's been at this like 20 years in.
Yeah.
His best stuff's gone.
But I think what he did, releasing 3 albums at the same time, was fairly genius because it was a way to beef up his stats to make him the most downloaded person in history in one day.
And they're all 3 different genres. So you got like an R&B one, a more pop one, and then like a rap one. And then also supposedly the 3 albums will now get him out of his deal with Universal, which he is desperately trying to do.
There you go. That's probably the goal. You know, it's weird. Speaking of like, you know, hip hop and people like changing different genres, I read something interesting. You know how Beyonce's Cowboy Carter tour was, you know, massive and tons of people. Did you know that Nate Bargatze, his current tour is looking to outsell Beyonce's Cowboy Carter tour in ticket sales?
Went to the last one. It was good. I mean, he's doing a movie now, too. You saw that? He's the
Yeah.
Bargatze movie.
I just got put onto him like maybe a week ago. Love that guy.
Yeah.
He's super funny. And
Clean comic.
it took me a while to figure that out, Ken, because he was so funny.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's good. Well,
he's doing a collab with Danhausen.
Oh, good old Danhausen. You are cursed. I enjoy Danhausen. I loved when Danhausen went on ESPN and Brian Windhorst and nobody knew how to react to that guy. If you didn't see it, Danhausen is like this wrestler who dresses like a demon and kind of like Sting almost, but he has this black robe that has teeth on it, and he like just like curses everyone. And I guess the big deal is that he went on ESPN yesterday and nobody knew how to react because it was some really bad crossover thing. But I don't blame Danhausen for it. And he said that the Cavs were cursed, and then of course last night they end up crumbling. I mean, it's one of those things where Ted had the stat. It was like there was the Cavs had like a 99.5% chance of winning.
8 minutes left.
Here's one. Teams down 20 with 7 minutes to go. Last 30 years were 0-663.
Oh, 99.9% was the chance of probability for the Cavs to win that game. And they lost it.
The last 12 minutes.
99.9.
It was 44-11. That was the run that the Knicks went on. Do you have that, Danhausen? This is funny for a lot of reasons. One, because there's this really kind of goofy dude dressed like as a wizard with like teeth all over himself, and then just the poor reaction because the people at ESPN don't know how to riff. Let's take a listen.
I do have a special mission I've been sent on, and that is for the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight to let them know that they are cursed.
Oh, man.
Why?
Sorry,
because we're here. We're New York City, the world's greatest city in all of the world.
Okay.
So we have to curse their enemies.
Oh, my goodness. And we're breaking it here on the show?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
That was me and Ted during Colin Quinn.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. They are cursed. His phone was cursed. All right, USA Today has come out with their quarterbacks ranking. And Ted, let's see how much you agree
USA
with the ones
Today. I
at the
love
top.
that this is still a thing. This is twice in a month.
It
We
is-
referenced USA Today.
It is in 35 font. It's huge, so anyone can read it. There's lots of colors. It is not a lot of words, just the way that USA Today likes it. But we will start at number 10, shall we? Caleb Williams at number 9. Justin Herbert. Does Justin Herbert get a little too much love?
Way too much love.
Is he a top 10 quarterback?
No.
It's borderline.
Well,
I mean, he's
borderline.
top
Borderline.
15.
Is he better than Jalen Hurts?
Same tier.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Is he better than Sam Darnold?
No.
It's debatable.
Because Sam Darnold, they got him at number 12, and they got Baker Mayfield at 13, and I like Baker.
I'll be honest. People look. Justin Herbert's got more natural ability than Sam Darnold is. So yes.
Okay.
Is he a better quarterback? That's debatable.
All right. Number 8, Dak Prescott. Okay. Whatever you say. Number 7, Jared Goff. Number 6, Lamar Jackson. Number 5, Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, dude, number 5. Let's go. They're seeing it like I see it.
They are
It's
starting to see
slipping.
eye to eye with you there, Ted.
Where's Drake?
Number 4, Drake May.
How about that?
Okay.
Doesn't that feel right?
Yep.
4 feels right because the 3 ahead of him are the guy who won MVP, Matt Stafford. At number 2, Joe Burrow. And at number 1, of course, Josh Allen. You know what? For USA Today, that's actually a pretty good ranking.
Yep.
Not too bad. And I'm looking kind of.
I'm surprised all the people that have Caleb Williams above.
Yeah.
Drake
I think
May.
he gets too much. I would have 6 guys on the top tier: Allen, Mahomes, May, Burrow, Lamar, and Stafford. I think they're all in the same
I
tier.
like that. I'll take that. Yeah, I think that's
I know
a good
you're
point.
you're a little more down on Mahomes, and he's coming back.
I don't think he's the same player that he was, and he gets a lot of his yards by leaving the pocket. His knee's all jacked up. He's coming back, but he's never going to be the same player after that knee.
You a Brock Purdy guy?
No.
Jones and Keefe had him on their Pro Bowl tier.
You see,
they had Purdy on a line.
I think he's underrated.
He's a system quarterback.
Really?
He's perfect for that system.
Okay, but doesn't mean he's
like
he doesn't
Jalen
does it
Hurts
well.
is good for that system. No, he doesn't have a lot of just great natural ability, but he has what it needs for that system.
How about Bo Nix?
I'm not the biggest believer.
They got him at 19.
He had more attempts than anybody in the league last year.
Yeah.
They have him just throwing the heck out of a ball, and maybe they could get AJ Brown, although they have Sutton.
Yeah, then they traded for what's his name from the Dolphins.
That's right. They got Waddle.
Jalen Waddle. Yeah,
Ooh,
so
big.
they're all set there. Bo Nix has got. Look, I don't want to Tebow, but I mean he can play crappy. He can play crappy.
Did I hear Tebow?
He can play bad for 3 quarters and all of a sudden like light it up at the end. He's got a game or piece to him that is pretty cool, But I don't think natural ability. Bo doesn't have natural ability.
What about Dak? Dak always gets on these lists, and a couple years ago I thought he was like top 3 quarterback in the league, and then he fell off a cliff.
He's always disappointing.
Yeah.
Always. Like, when's there been a season where you went, man, that was a freaking great season by Dak?
No, I mean he has moments where but that's organization. I just think if he was in a better organization, I think Dak has a lot of ability. I do like Dak.
Wait till Belichick gets there. Gotta fix him right up.
I know.
Not going to Dallas.
Once he does his big tour, his big, hey, aren't I still great tour?
The
All right.
hatred of Kraft is going to bring them together.
You
Ted.
think?
Yes, Jerry
Okay.
Jones
That
and
could
Bill
be-
Belichick together again.
That could be the case. I mean, his girlfriend has been wearing that massage parlor shirt, which I can't believe she did that. That is
the balls.
just
She's active
insane.
on social too.
She is.
She couldn't
is.
help herself.
And Bill loves every minute of it. Absolutely. All right. 617-779-7937. Chad Tracy is the interim manager of your Boston Red Sox, and he's got a lot to say about this little win streak they're on.
This is Rich Shirt and Lead, Ken Laird, and Ted Jung.
couple games, and then win last night in the way we did, it definitely feels good.
Is there like I know this sounds strange, and it's only been like 2 games that it's kept, you've been going in the right direction, but can you build on something like this in a game like last night where, even some players that haven't been playing so well seem to have their moment? Is there something you can take from that and build on?
Yeah, I would hope so. That's the goal with this. When you're struggling, you start to have moments like that. You try to build off them. But really, for me, like, I know we didn't score as much the final day in Atlanta, or even most of the series in Atlanta is when this started. We didn't score enough, obviously, but I think we had 24 hits and 11 extra base hits in that series in Atlanta. So there was things you were seeing, with certain guys that had been struggling that made you feel like, maybe it's starting to turn a little bit. So I wouldn't, jump to say, okay, we're all the way good. No, you gotta sustain this for a period of time, but we have seen over the last handful of games better signs.
Chad, with Jaylen Brown, what are you seeing with him on and off the field that are leading to better results?
For me, the biggest thing with Jaylen always is, what he's swinging at, right? I think within this 3 or 4 game stretch, because he hit a couple doubles in Atlanta, had a multiple hit game there, but he walked. He started walking a little bit. He walked again a couple days ago. I walked last night. So just overall, doing a better job of recognizing some of the soft stuff below the zone and staying off of it. And when he does that and he gets pitches to hit in the area that he wants them and swings at them, he usually does damage. So for me, that's the biggest thing is when he starts to be real particular about what he's swinging at, it gets better.
Well, I obviously like this version of Jaylen Brown that we've been seeing. Did you speak to him by any chance, or did anybody say anything after that back and forth that happened with Michael Holley and the social media and how he jumped off of it?
No. I know. I didn't read all the way into it. I know it happened. And, I know the whole thing about, he got off Instagram, this, that, or the other. But I don't want to make excuses for it, but other than to say, like, I know, and I've said this before about Jaylen. Jaylen is pretty relentlessly defending of his teammates, and I know if he feels like, there was commentary about Roman or whatever, like that's just who Jaylen is, and I think at times he'll jump to people's defense within our group, and I've known that about him since I had him in Worcester.
Has there ever been a general conversation that you have had with the players just about social media in general and how to handle it and what to ignore and what to respond to?
Not in my 20 days I've been here, no, but it, generally speaking, like, yeah, there's throughout time as you come through, particularly my time in Worcester as players come through, like there's some getting used to and some education around being in Boston, and I think that starts in Worcester when you see, if you haven't been there, the media contingent in Worcester is also very large, and it's good for them to start to understand, like, you got to answer questions after games, and there's going to be a lot of questions, some of them not about baseball. And so there is education around that and awareness that, you're in a big market city and there's going to be sometimes a lot of things made of small things, and just learn how to deal with that. But yes and no, not in my time here.
Yeah. Chad, you right now it's scheduled to have Brian Bale. You guys have him starting against the Twins on Saturday, and just the last outing he started, we saw how that went. Is there any thinking of maybe going back to what worked prior to that last start and having someone start the first inning? What's the thinking with Brian Bale on Saturday?
There's definitely thinking of it. Yeah, we've been pretty open about, like, over the last few that depending on where the bullpen's at, and how beat up it is, it helps. It definitely is a factor in making that decision. If you're beat up and you start using somebody at the beginning of the game that now you don't have towards the middle end of the game, but we're talking about it, and we have for the last 3 outings, deciding case by case, and we'll talk about it again and make sure Brian knows first if we're going to do that or not. But we're definitely in discussions about it.
Is there anything that you see about the other than yesterday, of course, the lack of hitting that this team has had? It's such a rarity, and we had some stats the other day of this team getting over 3 runs, and there was a great stat, Chad, that I forget who it was, but somebody with a lot of time in their hands, and it said that if the Red Sox were hitting average, or they were scoring an average amount of runs, which I think is 4.5 in the league, that they would be in first place right now. Is there something that you see that can maybe explain the lack of runs that this team is producing?
Having played, I would say because of how slow the start was and how many different guys we had that were not just like going through it a little bit, but really going through it, I just feel very strongly that it was just a group of guys pressing. I mean, you have to have been there and done it to know the feeling of when you feel like you're not producing and you're expected to. That's the expectation as a baseball player, that, you expect it out of yourself and other people expect you to perform. And when you're not performing, and there's a whole bunch of other guys around you that aren't, and then you see the losses coming, it's just human nature, when you're expected to perform and you're not, like, you put more and more pressure on yourself, and it starts to kind of, I guess, snowball on the group. I mean, that's my only explanation, I think, but I've been very clear about, like, I also think things can snowball the other direction, and we've always heard that hitting's contagious, right? Things can snowball the other direction when a group gets going together. So, there's other things in there to answer that question, like, hey, what are we swinging at? Like, are we going out of the zone? Are we swinging at strikes? Like, you can look at a lot of things that we weren't doing well, but sometimes it's just a matter of, the building amount of pressure you put on yourself. There's already enough pressure in this game. When you put more on yourself, it's not going to lead to a good result.
How do you, the mental part of that, because that's very interesting, Chad. It's, because I can see how sometimes when things aren't going well, it can just build in your brain. It can make it tougher. And baseball is such a game that's in your head. And how do how do the players mentally get through that? Is there like a psychiatrist or somebody who can help them on staff? Or are there mental tricks, or are there certain ways that, you can trick your brain into getting out of that funk that you've known from all your years in baseball?
Yeah, we have Jake Chaplin's one of our mental skills guy. He's around a lot. Great guy. Players love him. He helps with that. But also, to the second part of your question, yeah, it's not easy, regardless of how much you're tricking your brain. But I think, in a nutshell, if you get too mindfully aware, too focused on just the results you're getting, and you allow your brain to move away from, like, what's your process in the batter's box, like that can snowball things. Like, and the results meaning, like, I didn't get a hit or things like that. Well, baseball's a very difficult game, and more often than not, you're not going to get a hit. That's how our game works. But if you're focused on, what do I need to do to have a good at bat? Where am I looking? What do I need to swing at against this particular pitcher to make sure it's a good at bat? That's more process mindset. And if you can get yourself there, and most hitters, they get there when you start to experience success, it becomes a lot easier to do that. But when you're not doing well and you're failing, it's hard to get there, but that's usually what helps.
Chad, with Trevor out for a while, why not just put Marcelo at short for the bulk of the reps? What's the hesitation there?
In a nutshell, until we know how long Trevor's going to be out, it's a little bit. It doesn't make a ton of sense. If you hear news on Trevor that, hey, he's going to be back in 2 weeks, I think you guys would agree how well Marcelo's done at second base. But if you feel like Trevor Story could be back in 2 weeks, and now you're going to take one of your young, bright players who's settled in and is playing the heck out of second, hey, we're going to move you over here for 2 weeks and then move you back, that's not ideal. Now, if there's an extended absence, and that's why we have Marcelo taking ground balls at short right now, just to kind of get a head start in case that becomes the case, we'll definitely consider that and start talking more seriously about it. But if we're putting ourselves and walking into a case of moving a guy for 2 weeks and then moving him back, that's not really fair to the player.
Chad, reports were Roman Anthony went out there and tried to hit a couple days ago, had a minor setback, and it is now maybe going to try again to swing the bat tomorrow. Any updates on Roman and when you think he might be back?
Yeah, First off, I wouldn't call it a setback. I would say a setback if we were making this huge progress and he re-injured it. It was just that was the part of the progression we hadn't done yet, which was, hey, everything's going great. The strength is good in the hand. The throwing has been great. He's been able to let it go and throw the ball. And now the next step was let's get a bat in our hands and swing it and see how that motion feels. And after a handful of swings, hey, that still doesn't feel right. So setback's probably not the right word. Just we're not ready to. We've just realized as we've gone through this, he's not ready to hit yet. So no update as far as that. Once he felt that as a group, medical group, it felt fairly obvious. Like we're going to go home. We're going to have an off day, and after the off day, we can re-explore it. But definitely can't have him swinging a bat or trying to fight through that or making it worse until we know that, hey, those swings were fairly pain-free, and then we can start advancing. So we're gonna play the waiting game right now until we get there.
Back in the bullpen, Chad, has been amazing. What's it like to have that Slayton, Whitlock, Chapman trio? And also, do those guys let you know on a day-by-day basis whether they're available? Is there like a limitation on how often you can throw them out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I think there's probably, we're probably the envy of a lot of teams, to have a 7, 8, 9, or actually it doesn't even have to be 7, 8. It could be a big moment in the 6th for one of them to come in and strike somebody out and get us out of a jam. From anywhere in that point of the game on, to have those 3 guys, especially if they're all up at once, that is a blessing for sure. But yeah, we have our own internal things we look at, and to make sure that we, the important thing when you have 3 guys like that is doing your very, very best to keep them healthy and on the field. And so we look internally. We know the players. We know what makes them tick and when they might need a day. But we also have, Bale's high level of communication with the 3 of those guys, even on days where the load might be a little high, to check in with them and see how they feel. So between all that information and then the players' own thoughts, we try to be as educated as we can and whether they're up or down on a given night.
Being on the road, Chad, have you observed any of the tarps off phenomena going on in baseball with guys taking their shirts off? And do you expect that Friday at Fenway when you come back?
You guys have to fill me in. I've seen only maybe little bits, but I don't know any of the origination of it or what it's all about. I don't.
I haven't even seen it either. Ken's bringing this up, and I'm
it's taking over.
I thought the 80s and the 90s was all about dudes writing the team name on their chest, and now all of a sudden it's this thing that's got everybody freaking out. And I mean, granted, I don't want a guy with his shirt off standing next to me at a hot, sweaty day at Fenway Park. But nonetheless, I guess that's a big deal now.
Yeah, it started in St. Louis, and it seems to be taking off.
So it's just guys taking their shirts off in the stands?
That's it.
Dudes taking shirts off. Yep.
Yeah, that's something that used to happen all the time.
Yeah, right. This is weird.
Has Chad Tracy ever taken the shirt off at a sporting event?
No, definitely not. I have not. Just because it used to happen all the time doesn't mean I did it.
Right. You're right. You might be old school, but not that kind of old school. All right. Well, Chad, listen. It's if anything, the last 2 games have been very entertaining, and last night was hopefully a step in the right direction. We shall see. Let's just cross our fingers that a lot of players, as I said, who are like Jaylen Brown. It's nice to see him off the schneid, and it's good to see this team playing ball. And I just want a good baseball team to watch, Chad, this summer. I think we all want that, don't we?
I think yeah. I wouldn't disagree with you on that. I'd like that as well.
All right, Chad.
We like you said, we do have. There's good pieces, and we got to get the offense going. But when you look at just baseball in general, the way we've pitched and played defense, that's fun to watch too. I know there's a lot of focus on the offense, and there should be. But watching us catch the ball and pitch is really a joy to watch.
Absolutely, and even Durant had a great one last night. That was it was impressive. All right, well, Chad, thanks again for coming on with us. We'll talk to you again real soon, okay?
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Chad. Chad Tracy, brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, and by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
And trending now, brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. Chad Tracy's Red Sox going for the sweep tonight in Kansas City. 7:40 first pitch, 6:40 pregame across the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's, proud to be local since 1860. Connolly Early v. Michael Wacha. Lineup tonight: Duran, Yoshida, Abreu, Contreras, Rafaela, Sogard at third base, Marcelo Meyer back at second, Narvaez catching, and Kiner Falefa at shortstop. Mass Mutual pregame show with Arcand at 6:40. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate that joint pain at Boston Prolotherapy online, bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Ken Laird, and that's what's trending now.
97 WEEI. Rich, Ken, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. You're all here. You can give us a call right now at 617-779-7937. Ken, I've been, during the break, spending way too much time. So much time that I don't even think I can deliver today. You were just saying that there's a thing going a lot around the internet right now that is like the 5 greatest bars.
This must just be on Twitter X, but I saw Stiz retweet one, so it's got to be hot. So, yeah, 5 favorite bars in the United States, or in some cases just in Boston.
Well, I
or
mean,
New England.
Stiz, is the one that you retweeted, was that the one that had like all 5 different locations of the 99?
All 9s, baby.
I love the 99, absolutely. But I don't want to. This is one that I actually care about. I can instantly tell you like the 2 or 3 that I drink at the most. And so I guess they're my favorite bars without a question. But
you got to take time. I appreciate this. You asked me like my top 5 favorite albums. I had to go home and think about it and do like lists and charts and things of that nature. So
sure,
you can't just, if this means something to you, I don't really want up. And sometimes off the cuff's good.
Yeah.
Like, what would be your number one? Just if you had to say your number.
I drink at Jam Curly a lot. Like Jam Curly I drink there a lot. Like that's one of my favorites because their food is freaking great, and you can almost always get a seat at the bar and get food that will knock you out. As a matter of fact,
and you're an opera guy, so you go there right after the shows at the opera
yes,
house.
I'm a big fan of that. No, but the other thing too is that the food is so good because it's attached to what is one of the highest rated steakhouses on all of Yelp, and it's a hidden steakhouse.
Ooh.
It's called Bogey's Place. It's this hidden room in the back of that place that's only 4 tables. But if you look it up on Yelp, Bogey's Place is higher rated than almost all the steakhouses in the city.
Oh.
And I've eaten there before, and it's freaking great. It's weird. If you go to the back of the restaurant, there's this little curtain, and it just says adults only on it. And you have to have a reservation to get back in there, but it's this just small room, and it's got its own bar and 4 little tables, and it's called Bogey's Place. And it's attached to what used to be an old wig shop, and there were like these old wigs in the front. And the people who own J.M. Curly bought that wig shop next door and just kept the wigs out front and called the bar the wig shop. So when you walk by, it just says wigs. You don't even know it's a bar, but then you go into it, and it's like it's an unbelievable bar.
Those are the coolest ones. You are making that area of Boston great again.
Temple Street might be one of the best underrated streets in the entire city because it's got Temple Records, which is another great bar, which is Jamie Bissonette, one of his places, who's like a really... He's a really good chef. He's the dude with all the tattoos that you see, like, I think he's been on one of the big shows or whatever. But, like, Temple Records is badass because you go in there and it's one of those places where, they play really good music and the food's great. There's this, there used to be this place called Hobgoblin. I think that's still there. I don't really drink there, but that place is always packed.
Are you a vinyl guy? Like, have you got back on that craze? Or
Which one, vinyl? No, not really. I just like good music, going into a bar with good music. Democracy Brewing is there. That place rules. There's a great breakfast restaurant right down there, which for some reason I'm so bad with names. Estrella is there. That's the place the Patriots got in trouble for staying out too late.
You think Rossini was there that night?
I don't know about that. Maybe, possibly. We shall see. But Temple Street is like legit.
This is
the most underrated street for bars in the city.
Arcand will run down the hall to get a part of this conversation. Maybe we can talk to him about it later.
Oh, I love it.
He is a bar aficionado.
One of my favorite things to do is on a night where I don't have to do much is to go to a bar thinking that I'm going to go do something afterwards, and then just having too good of a time that I stay there and I eat and I just enjoy the night. I'm there for 3-4 hours. I'm either watching what's on there with my friends, or I'm just having so good of a conversation that I don't leave.
Sure. Head over to Cheers and watch the old Sox game.
Sure. By the way, make fun of Cheers. The Bull and Finch pub that's over there is a legit good bar.
I've been in there once.
It's a legitimate good bar.
And it's very touristy, though, just by nature.
The outside is touristy, and then you go in, and it's not that bad. I mean, in the back, they sell, like, a shirt with Normisms, but the bar itself is actually not bad. I don't know about the one at Faneuil Hall. I have no idea. I've never been in that one.
I do love, obviously, the Dubliner's great. We did one
the Dubliner.
Show there.
Oh, God, that would be in my list. The Dubliner's awesome, and so is McGonagall's.
You brought that
McGonagall's over in Dorchester, same owner. 2 great bars.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is a tough. As I said, my top 5 list is tough because one of my favorite happiness in my life is going to a bar and just having a night. Yeah. Just like knowing I don't have to do much of anything. It happens so rarely, but there's nothing better than just losing track of time with people that you like talking to and having like a Guinness. It's truly just like one of life's greatest pleasures. And it doesn't happen enough. So that's why I take this list so seriously, baby.
Yep.
So seriously.
Get Jackson and Stiz together on a weekend and take them on out.
I would,
these
hell
guys
yeah.
would love it.
If they're down for it, absolutely. I would. I would. And I'm not even. And I'm not even a big drinker. I'll have like a few drinks. That's it. I just love being in a bar, and I always tip well because I spend more time at the bar than I drink. So I make up for it by tipping the people behind the bar because I know that they could be using that space for somebody else. You always have to tip well. There's not even a question.
Yeah.
And by the way, I know somebody who barely tips.
If you get bad service, you can't tip well. I mean, it just depends on what.
I don't care about the service.
What?
You got to tip them no matter what. You tip. Yeah. First of all, the rule is at least $2 for a drink.
Okay.
At least $2 for a drink. I've seen people going to the bar and just leave like $1. Man, it's $2 a drink. You gotta treat them right. It's inflation. Yeah. Inflation's gone up. It's $2 a drink. Christian Arcan's already texted me.
Yeah.
And he says to me,
his list has like 30 bars.
Oh, the Faneuil Hall Cheers closed a while ago. Okay, well I didn't notice.
Well, no, but they still.
Is Dick still there? I'm not sure.
The Bill and Finch is still there by the.
No, the Bill and Finch is there. Is Dick still there? Where they make fun of you? It's like, hey, who's the fat guy eating here?
I love it. So. Axis and Avalon are my favorite.
Well, Axis and Avalon were the best back in the day.
Yeah.
That was. I loved going there, and then now all of a sudden it's the House of Blues.
You blame John Henry for killing all that.
He did. He killed it all. John Henry, you did it again. All right, let's launch some take grenades, shall we? Incoming! You've been leaving them all day right there on the Odyssey app. Press that microphone and you shoot a message our way. Launch us a take grenade and we unload them in the 5 o'clock hour. Stiz, what do we got? Let's hear one.
Hey, Jaylen Brown. This is Stephen C. What did I do? Why am I catching strays? I've done nothing to you. I love you.
Stephen A, funny, Stephen B.
Stephen A, Stephen B, Stephen C.
I don't even know. It doesn't mean anything. I don't get that at all, unless that's a reference of something that is gone viral that I didn't see.
Jaylen Brown, be careful what you wish for.
But where it's good with Jaylen is he's calling out the face of clickbait media, which is just some made-up guy. It could be Stephen A, could be Stephen B. It's not even a real name. That's his point. That's what he's getting at.
That is a really weird way to interpret a bad
I'm just trying to help the guy out.
That was I'd still Stephen A, Stephen B, Stephen C. Stephen A's better at this than you, Jaylen.
Stephen A, Stephen B, Stephen C.
Come on, chat. I don't get that. All right, let's go to the next grenade, shall we?
Rich, you're killing me. Adam Curry.
Ah, yes.
Adam Curry, MTV.
Kurt Loder,
the Podfather, they call him.
That's right. I said Alan Curry, but he's right. It's Adam Curry. He's the guy who was on MTV, the VJ, who apparently invented the podcast. How do you invent the podcast? Like, what did he do? Do you know?
I've heard Rogan credit him. He's been on Rogan's show, and I know Rogan credits him for. He must have just been one of the first ones recording long-form conversations and posting them to the internet.
Yeah, but I mean, he didn't get any money for that, did he?
Probably not.
Okay.
I know Tom Green's another one that they credit with being early on that type of stuff.
Well, Tom Green is the reason Joe Rogan has a show, because Joe Rogan kind of went into Tom Green's thing that he was doing on the internet, and he was like, I can't believe you can just do this. You can just sit around and record this and put it up there, because that sounds like fun. And Rogan will be the first. Matter of fact, that's a story Rogan has told. If it wasn't for Tom Green, there would be. If it wasn't for Freddie got fingered,
we wouldn't have Belichick and Hannity.
There would not be a Belichick in the hangout. The super
room,
cool hangout.
With a chair that's like 30 feet away from the other people, and Bill in his UNC shorts that are riding up too high, just sprawled out there, man spreading.
I can't get over like how tired Sean Hannity sounded. I haven't listened to Sean Hannity in forever. And Sean Hannity, that clip, it's like, he honestly, I thought you were playing it in slow motion.
Let me find it.
Play the beginning of the clip.
It was so good.
Can you think of a moment where you had to let somebody go and it was just brutal for you to do?
Okay, listen to that. It sounds like that Kimmel bit that when he'll slow down audio to make him sound drunk, but that's not slowed down.
Can you think of a moment where you had to let somebody go?
I mean, could you sound less interested in that interview? The hangout. I mean, that sounds like that tape that got leaked of Michael Jackson when his doctor recorded him when he was on all that propofol.
Oh, no.
When Michael Jackson's like,
it does.
I'm kind of worried about Sean. Come on, man. Perk up a little bit. Get with it.
Hey, guys, I realize this line is for levity, but I'm going to put my serious cap on for a moment. I have to tell you, I switched from the other station when I heard that Rich was coming over here, because although I used to be the FedEx driver for his partner, that lived in Newton. It was clearly Rich that carried that show.
Oh, jeez, don't say that.
Oh, boy.
However, to my surprise, I am blown away.
Thank you. I have no idea. Was that it? That was the end of it? Hope he's okay. Jeez. That cut off? Really?
It did.
So, well, is the take grenade? You have a minute to wrap it up.
No.
Is it limited?
No, because we've had Mama Fratelli go on here on massive rants.
Okay. All right.
No. There's no timer.
I should know that.
No,
unlimited time. Sorry about that. Go ahead and just take it away.
You say something nice about me, call back. I'll take it. Or say something mean about me, call back. I don't care. I'll take it either way. All right, let's go to the next take grenade, shall we?
Guys, I was having cold sweats last night watching that Knicks game. Having nightmares about last year. Just watching it, just thinking, oh my God, how many more teams can be dead and not have a pulse for 3.5 quarters and just come alive and win the game? And then you've got Stephon Marbury almost in the paint coaching these guys from the baseline. This team is ridiculous. I can't stand the Knicks, and I can't wait till they get pummeled in the finals.
I hope so.
And that's the thing, too, is as amazing as that comeback was, it's just they're going into an inevitable grinder. They are just going to get mutilated when they play out, whoever wins out west.
I would think so, but again, Indiana took OKC to the limit last year, so I didn't expect that. But yes, I think it's the big boy. This seems like the NBA Finals in the West that's underway, you know. But the Knicks you have to give them credit. If you come back twice on the Celtics like that and on the Cavs last night, they've got some sort of don't quit DNA about them in the fourth quarter, right? They have something that doesn't go away.
You know what it is?
What's that?
They are cursed.
I love. I can't get over how they reacted. Oh, yeah.
You want to get Danhausen for tomorrow?
I would love to have Danhausen.
That would be awesome.
By the way, wrestlers, whenever we're offered wrestlers, they're always fantastic because that's how they become big. Is they know how to talk, they know how to be ridiculous, they know how to be goofy. Danhausen is a really stupid character. It's great. He's just this kind of geeky-looking dude who dresses as like a wizard. And he looks like the Crow if he was a wizard, but he's got teeth on his robe, and he yells and he talks in this weird kind of voice like this, which really kind of freaked out Mr. Windhorst. He almost moved an inch.
Windy.
He was so freaked out.
Oh, come on now.
I don't know where this wrestler has. I'm not like a huge wrestling dork, but I don't hate it either. I'll watch it. I try to keep up a little bit, so I don't know where he's come from, but I do know he's popular so much that merchandise, he's now number 2 in all of WWE, which is ridiculous.
Are we the only show in Boston Sports Talk Radio that doesn't have at least one person obsessed with wrestling?
Yeah.
Yeah, we might be.
It's truly.
Well, Keith's not obsessed, but he definitely watches.
He had a wrestling podcast.
He did a full-time wrestling podcast?
Yeah. He had
He's got the Dork podcast.
But he used to have one with, I thought, was Jones part of it? Yeah, like back in the day, he had a wrestling podcast. It was like him and 3 other people.
I think Jay Stu may have been on it, too.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jay Stu still did his, I believe. But, I mean, it was like, oh, yes, Jay Stu. He's like, it was always funny whenever you would see, like, a crowd, and it would be like, whatever, Danhausen or something running through, and then you would just see lurking Jay Stu and breathing and judging.
No, I think I was out in 8th grade. I mean, I used to subscribe to WWF magazine back when it was WWF, and you had the Bobby the Brain Heenan would write a column, and that was good. And, so I was into it when I was a kid.
You read it for the articles.
For the journalism. He was funny. He was hilarious.
You read WWF magazine for the articles.
But at some point, don't you just check out? I mean,
listen, I've got no problem with people who are into it. I mean, there's no difference between being in WWE and being in the movies. It doesn't matter. They're both fake in different ways.
That's true.
And to be, but it is wild how sports talk radio in Boston is crawling with wrestling fans and free Chinese food. like by the way, God bless the Kowloon. I'm a huge fan of the Kowloon, but they hook up their wrestling fans. They do. They love their wrestlers. Andy Wong, you're the best. You'll never hear me say nothing but great things about you. Andy Wong, all the kisses in the world. He's the best. All right, let's hear another take grenade, shall we?
If I have to sit through another season of Celtics basketball with Jason Tatum dribbling 20 seconds off every shot clock, and then heaving a brick up from half court or falling away, throwing up an air ball, I'm going to lose my mind. Split the Jays. Jaylen Brown misses free throws in the clutch. Jason Tatum plays hero ball, 20 seconds of each shot clock.